Chapter 1. The Stronger Assistance System. Let him die. It's no loss he has squandered his family's wealth, and now has the audacity to indulge in debauchery. A peculiar and shrill woman's voice wafted from within the room. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? If he dies, how shall I account to our benefactor? A middle-aged man, his voice deep and resonant, spoke with a hint of urgency. This is the Chen residence, the estate of the Chen family, one of the 4 prominent families in Tianjin City. The speakers are none other than the family head, Chen Jingqing, and his wife, Lu Yingxue. Where am I? Is this a dream? Within the room, Yang Lingtian lay upon the bed, still groggy from slumber, a sharp pain jabbing at his senses. He recalled that he had been engrossed in fantasy novels, having gone 5 days and nights without sleep, enthralled by the protagonist soaring through the skies, commanding mountains and rivers, shattering the cosmos, with the entire world prostrating at their feet, gazing down upon the heavens. In a moment of excitement, his vision suddenly faded to black, as if he had glimpsed his great-grandmother. As his consciousness awakened, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Memories began to flood into his mind. This world is known as the Divine Martial Continent, and he had taken over the body of a wastrel also named Yang Lingtian. Surveying his surroundings, he inherited the memories of his predecessor and recognized the individuals before him as his adoptive father and mother. When he was very young, for reasons unknown, his biological parents had entrusted him to Chen Jingqing for upbringing. The original Yang Lingtian had grown up within the Chen residence, but his character was rather unruly. As he matured, he frequently frequented gambling dens, indulging in revelry. Everyone referred to him as a prodigal and a good for nothing, yet he remained unfazed, living life on his own terms. I never expected to inherit the body of a useless individual, but now that I am here, I shall grow stronger and become the mightiest, gazing down upon the heavens. What does it matter if my predecessor was worthless? I now control this body. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. At that moment, a voice echoed within Yang Lingtian's mind. Ding! A youth with a strong-willed mindset has been detected. The system is binding swiftly. Ding! Congratulations. Host, the Stronger Assistance System has been successfully bound. This system will periodically issue tasks, and based on the completion of these tasks, it will provide various rewards to aid you in becoming progressively stronger. Yang Lingtian felt a surge of joy within. What I think comes to fruition. System, hurry and issue a task. I crave rewards. I yearn to grow stronger. Ding! To become a strong individual, one must continually break through in cultivation. The main task now issued is to acquire cultivation resources and consistently advance your prowess. Ding! A strong individual must be capable of safeguarding their family. A long-term task is now issued. Assist the Chen family in overcoming various adversities. Ding! It has been detected that the host is afflicted by severe poison, and the meridians are damaged. The system shall assist in protecting the heart meridian and purging the toxins. A shiver coursed through Yang Lingtian's being. How ruthless! Who administered such a venomous poison? Were it not for my system, even that so-called spirit essence pill would not have saved me. Who wishes to harm me? If I uncover the perpetrator, they shall pay dearly. Yang Lingtian began to reflect. Today marked the 18th birthday of his predecessor. He had been taken to a brothel by a few dubious companions. It was his first visit to such an establishment, and after indulging in food and drink, he suddenly became delirious. He overturned a candle, engulfing the entire brothel in flames, leading to its eventual collapse. Fortunately, the fire was extinguished in time, preventing the collapsed structure from being entirely consumed. Alas, he found himself trapped beneath the debris until the servants outside discovered the situation. They promptly reported back, and Chen Jingqing rushed to bring him back to the estate. Chen Jingqing held Yang Lingtian in high regard, treating him with the same care as a biological son, despite not being one. This was in gratitude for the life-saving favor Yang Lingtian's father had once bestowed upon him, though he knew neither his name nor his standing, only that he bore the surname Yang. He was also oblivious as to why the benefactor had entrusted his child to him, utterly in the dark. But since the child had been entrusted, he felt compelled to protect him. Nevertheless, Chen Jingqing had long been exasperated by the predecessor's actions, often scolding him as he would his own child. At that moment, Lu Yingxue noticed that Yang Lingtian had awakened. He has indeed awakened. Is the spirit essence pill Truly so miraculous? Lu Yingxue gazed in astonishment at the now conscious Yang Lingtian. He had been on the brink of death, yet here he was alive once more. Chen Zhengqing, seeing Yang Lingtian awake, displayed a look of relief and quickly checked his pulse. He sighed in relief and remarked, "Thankfully, your life is preserved, though your meridians remain severely damaged." At that moment, a servant rushed in with news that the brothel owner had come demanding compensation, causing quite an uproar outside the main gate. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengqing's expression darkened, a wave of anger surging within him. This insignificant brothel owner dares to stir up trouble on my doorstep, showing utter disrespect to the Chen family. Lu Yingxu's expression also soured. If this continued, their reputation would be tarnished. It's all Yang Lingtian's fault for going to a brothel at such an hour. Disgraceful. Lu Yingxu lamented. Adoptive father, this matter arose because of me. Allow me to handle it. Yang Lingtian offered proactively. This was an opportunity to earn system rewards, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. Chen Zhengqing and Lu Yingxu exchanged glances of surprise. Yang Lingtian seemed to have gained a sense of responsibility. In the past, if he provoked trouble, he would hide away, leaving a mess behind. Lu Yingxu scoffed. How could someone like you, who's always been timid, handle this? You've already shamed the Chen family. Do you wish to further disgrace us? Chen Zhengqing interjected to halt the exchange. Enough of this, let's not speak more. Yang Lingtian, stay put, I will personally address this. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and sped outside. Lu Yingxu, too, exited the room in a huff. Outside, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, buzzing with speculation. I wonder if that wastrel Yang Lingtian is dead. What is the family head thinking, taking in such a useless son, and reportedly planning to betroth his daughter to this good for nothing? Indeed, it's a pity for the beautiful Chen eldest daughter. When she turns 18, it will be their wedding day. Yang Lingtian is truly scum. Despite having a fiancé, he still indulges in debauchery at the brothel. Can he not restrain himself? As Chen Zhengqing arrived, the murmurs gradually subsided. The brothel owner, Wang Qinghan, along with the madam and a dozen guards, surrounded the entrance with an aggressive demeanor. This owner, Wang Qinghan, operated several brothels in Tianjin City, and the one in question was merely one of them. During the incident, the madam had refrained from confronting the Chen family due to their status and power, opting instead to inform her employer. Wang Qinghan was somewhat influential and greedy, emboldened to demand compensation. Upon Chen Zhengqing's arrival, Wang Qinghan shouted, "Chen family head, last night your adopted son acted with beastly fervor. He burned down my brothel, and many witnessed it. Tell me, what shall be done about this?" Chen Zhengqing's face darkened with fury, his imposing presence emanating like a tempest. He declared, "Wang owner, if you seek compensation, you need only send someone to my estate for discussions. But to bring so many here to cause a ruckus at the gates of my Chen residence is quite excessive." Wang Qinghan was not intimidated. He unabashedly replied, "If I don't make a scene, will you offer compensation?" With numerous bystanders watching, Chen Zhengqing felt constrained from acting out of anger, lest he be accused of bullying the weak. He suppressed his fury and inquired, "Very well, how much compensation do you demand? My Chen family is upright. I will not shortchange you a single spirit stone." Seeing Chen Zhengqing relent, Wang Qinghan's expression brightened as he began to name his price. "Aside from the reconstruction costs, there are also losses from the closure. Let's make it 200,000 low-grade spirit stones." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chen Zhengqing's expression darkened further. This was clearly an outrageous demand. Though 200,000 low-grade spirit stones was not an insubstantial sum for the Chen family. The reconstruction would require at most 10,000, and such a brothel would earn merely 10,000 in a year. This compensation was grossly disproportionate to the normal rates. Chen Zhengqing's anger flared once again, his eyes glinting with menace as he exclaimed, "What did you say? 200,000? You truly dare to demand such a sum?" While Chen Zhengqing's tone bore a threat, Wang Qinghan stood his ground resolutely. "Why should I not? You asked me to name a price 200,000, not a single spirit stone less." This left the onlookers puzzled. How could Wang Qinghan be so audacious before one of the four prominent families? Just then, a resonant voice emerged from within the estate. "Such audacity! You dare to extort from us? The reconstruction can be completed in as little as 3 days, at most a month. To demand 200,000 right off the bat Do you intend to close for a year and a half? Yang Lingtian stepped forward, his countenance stern, his gaze resolute, exuding an intimidating aura. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Yang Lingtian. This wastrel hasn't been crushed to death and appears quite lively. He still has the audacity to show his face, having brought shame to the Chen family. In a distant corner, a man clad in black, his face concealed, observed the unfolding drama as he beheld Chen Lingtian emerge. A frown creased his brow, his expression betraying disbelief. How could he possibly be alive? Even a golden core cultivator would succumb to this poison without an antidote within 3 days. Could it be that the Chen family possesses a miraculous elixir? Once the shock subsided, the man clad in black hastily departed. Boss Wang had long heard the rumors surrounding Yang Lingtian's prodigal ways, considering him nothing more than a worthless wastrel, eliciting disdain from him. He began to mock mercilessly. Young Master Yang, do you truly believe you have a say here? Is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones a substantial sum? The spirit stones you squander in a year far exceed 200,000, yet you still dare to show your face. With an air of indifference, Yang Lingtian replied, the standard compensation for your brothel is merely around 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, yet you demand 200,000. If you were to successfully extort us, what face would the Chen family have left? We can offer 2,000 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. Take it and leave. Chapter 2. A Kiss from Chen EU. Everyone was taken aback. This spendthrift was actually haggling and displaying shrewdness. They recalled that Yang Lingtian had never before attempted to negotiate. Many regarded him as an easy target, paying 10 times the initial price for anything he fancied, purchasing it outright. His frequent visits to gambling dens had cemented his reputation as a prodigal. Upon hearing Yang Lingtian's words, Boss Wang became increasingly agitated. Head of the Chen family, behold your adopted son so audacious even in his wrongdoings. Do take better care of him, such a leech could squander any fortune. At this moment, Chen Zhengqing's expression soured at Wang's remarks, his tone sharp. Enough, Boss Wang. How I manage my adopted son is my concern. Let us return to discussing compensation. Yang is correct. The typical losses of your brothel amount to no more than 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. You cannot expect 200,000. Chen Zhengqing's aura, akin to that of a golden core powerhouse, radiated outward, rendering the atmosphere icy and silent. It was evident that the Chen family would only offer 20,000 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. After all, as one of the 4 illustrious families of Tianjin City, the Chen family had to preserve their dignity. They could not be extorted. Despite Boss Wang's cultivation being merely at the foundation establishment stage, he stood undaunted before the golden core cultivator. With unyielding bravado, he retorted, Head of the Chen family, do not attempt to intimidate me. My brothel has backing from the city lord's mansion. I am not only representing myself, but also the interests of the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. It appeared that Wang Chenghan had ties to the city lord's mansion. Although the 4 great families wielded considerable influence in Tianjin City, the city lord's mansion held the most power. For within the city lord's mansion resided more than one golden core cultivator, unlike the singular powerhouse amongst the 4 families. Chen Zhengqing felt a twinge of trepidation upon learning of Wang's connection to the city lord's mansion. However, Yang Lingtian remained unfazed by such associations. His primary concern was to fulfill his task and claim his reward. Thus, he declared, I shall reiterate, you must accept these 20,000 spirits to nest, no more, no less. Wang Chenghan, seeing that he had invoked the city lord's mansion, yet Yang Lingtian remained resolute, glared menacingly. What do you mean, young Master Yang? Are you attempting to oppose the city lord's mansion? Yang Lingtian stood firm, undeterred. Do not speak to me of the city lord's mansion. I ask you again, will you take the 20,000 spirit stones or not? Chen Zhengqing was mildly astonished when had his adopted son become so audacious, exuding an air of fearlessness. Fearing the situation would escalate, he interjected swiftly, Enough, Boss Wang, 200,000 is excessive. How about 100,000? Before Wang Chenghan could respond, Yang Lingtian interjected, No, it is strictly 2,000. Adoptive father, do not be afraid. Even if he has ties to the city lord's mansion, they would not concern themselves with such trivial matters. If he succeeds in extortion, with so many witnesses, the Chen family would truly lose face. Who would dare to respect us henceforth? and who would claim we are weak? Chen Zhengqing pondered this and found some merit in the argument indeed. The city lord's mansion would not intervene in such petty affairs. However, he also recognized that should Wang Chenghan lodge a complaint, it could impact the relationship between the Chen family and the city lord's mansion. Yet, regarding the dignity of the Chen family, this minor consequence seemed inconsequential. Thus, Chen Zhengqing relented. Boss Wang, do not be overly greedy, let us settle on 2,000. Wang Chenghan was incensed. Invoking the city lord's mansion had proven futile, and he could not wrest what he desired. Though he had established a recent connection with a deputy city lord, he felt hesitant to disturb them for such a matter. With no other recourse, he spat angrily. 2,000? Am I to be treated like a beggar? I refuse. We're leaving. Wang Chenghan turned on his heel, leading his subordinates away. Seeing this, Yang Lingtian shouted, "Halt!" He advanced towards Wang Chenghan, fearlessly locking eyes with him. You will take these 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Whether you like it or not, leave without them, and you shall not pass. Otherwise, people will say the Chen family bullies the weak and refuses to compensate. Indeed, if Wang Chenghan did not accept compensation, the Chen family would invite gossip. If he accepted, the Chen family would bear no blame, having fulfilled their obligation. Wang Chenghan was instantly consumed with rage. A mere qi refining stage cultivator dared to be so brazen and threaten him? Anger surged within him, clouding his judgment, as he seemingly forgot Chen Zhengqing's presence. With his foundation establishment aura erupting, he raised his hand to teach Yang Lingtian a lesson. Bold! Chen Zhengqing's booming voice reverberated through the air. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Chenghan, seizing his raised hand. Boss Wang, do you disregard my existence? A mere foundation establishment cultivator, and yet you presume to act brazenly before me, seeking to harm my adopted son? The overwhelming pressure of his golden core cultivation bore down on Wang Chenghan, rendering him breathless, as if a mountain were crushing him. Very well, I shall accept the 2,000 spirit stones. Wang Chenghan capitulated hastily. Only then did Chen Zhengqing retract his aura and release Wang Chenghan. He then produced 2,000 spirit stones and tossed them to him. After receiving the spirit stones, Wang Chenghan hurriedly departed, only to turn back after a short distance to utter a venomous threat. Just you wait. As Wang Chenghan departed, the onlookers dispersed. However, Yang Lingtian's unusual demeanor today left them puzzled. Yet they did not delve deeper, as they were merely spectators. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in as expected. Congratulations, host, for helping the Chen family regain face and overcoming a challenge. As your first reward, you have obtained a supreme cultivation technique, the Chaos Dao Divine Decision. In addition, you receive a fractured Chaos Pearl. What? A fractured Chaos Pearl? Why not grant a complete one? Yang Lingtian inwardly lamented, though he attempted to console himself. Regardless, with my current cultivation level, even a fractured Chaos Pearl should be a treasure to me. Moreover, the awarded supreme cultivation technique is indeed remarkable. The Chaos Dao Divine Decision sounds impressive. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded his mind, causing a splitting headache. The universe began in chaos. Chaos gave rise to myriad worlds. The source of the great Tao transcends all paths. The entire cultivation method was etched into Yang Lingtian's consciousness, but for now, he could only cultivate the simplest portions. The fractured Chaos Pearl materialized within his dantian, deepening his understanding of its power. The Chaos Pearl was an ultimate treasure, containing the laws of the great Tao, capable of evolving an entire world. It harbored terrifying power, capable of obliterating heaven and earth. Alas, in its current state of fracture, it had fallen into silence. As Yang Lingtian continued to explore its essence, Chen Zhengqing called out to him. Lingtian, return to the estate and proceed to the main hall. At this moment, Chen Zhengqing felt a sense of satisfaction. He recognized that Yang Lingtian had undergone some transformation. No longer was he the timid individual who seemed incapable of achieving anything. Now he dared to step forward, exuding a strong presence, unafraid. However, Chen Zhengqing was somewhat incensed by Yang Lingtian's ruckus at the brothel. Thus, he intended to summon him to the main hall for questioning. Chen Zhengqing took flight, followed closely by Yang Lingtian toward the main hall. The Chen estate was vast, although the Chen family had risen to become one of the four great families of Tianjin City only a few decades prior. Their foundation was not as deep as the other three families. Nevertheless, in recent years, they had developed rapidly, their strength becoming formidable. Moreover, Chen Zhengqing was one of the seven golden core powerhouses of Tianjin City. The Chen family's recognition as a prominent family in Tianjin City was largely due to the presence of a golden core cultivator. In the main hall, seated at the table were Chen Zhengqing, Lu Yingshui, and his fiancée, Chen Yu. It must be said, Chen Yu was indeed of breathtaking beauty. This visage and figure surpass all the beauties he has encountered on Blue Star in their exquisite allure. However, he is resolute in his ambition to become the strongest women would merely impede the swiftness of his blade. Thus, his heart remains unperturbed. Ding! As a formidable individual, it is only fitting that his woman harbors admiration for him. He has now issued a long-term quest to capture the heart of Chen Yue. I have little interest in women, but I shall seize the rewards. It seems I must devise a strategy to make Chen Yue feel a spark of affection for me. At this moment, Chen Yue cast a disdainful and displeased glance at Yang Lingtian. Although Yang Lingtian possessed a refreshing and handsome appearance, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was still considered a striking man. However, his history of reckless and extravagant behavior throughout his life left her feeling quite repulsed. It was one thing to be a waste of potential in the past, but now he had begun to indulge in frivolity, frequenting establishments of ill repute, which greatly disappointed her. The uproar caused by Yang Lingtian at the brothel the previous night had incited anger among them, particularly from his future mother-in-law, Lu Yingshui. As soon as Yang Lingtian approached, she did not greet him warmly and began to interrogate him. Lingtian, do you not recognize your faults? You are to marry my daughter and become part of our family. How could you dare to visit such places? At your age, this is utterly shameless. Clearly, Lu Yingshui's ire had not yet subsided. She was disinclined to see her daughter wed to such an inept man. Yet, since her husband had made a promise and insisted on Lu Yingshui marrying Lingtian, she found herself unable to defy that arrangement. Yang Lingtian furrowed his brow. Being reprimanded was indeed unpleasant. After all, he considered himself a man of integrity and honor. During his time on Blue Star, no matter how restless he felt, he never resorted to indiscretions. Yang Lingtian responded with a hint of indifference. Rest assured, I shall refrain from visiting such places in the future. Let us consider this matter closed. There is no need for further discussion. Lu Yingshui's anger intensified, her countenance growing increasingly grim. You expect to leave it at that without clarification? When you first ventured into the gambling den and were sent back by others, you vowed never to return. And what was the outcome? You only escalated your misdeeds thereafter. Each time, you returned with insurmountable debts, leaving us to clean up your mess. Chapter 3. Continuous breakthrough. Yang Lingtian reflected upon the actions of his former self and deemed them rather excessive. With his adoptive mother expressing her discontent, he found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not declare that he was no longer the original Yang Lingtian. Let them scold him. After all, she was destined to be his future mother-in-law. For now, it was paramount to contemplate how to accomplish his task. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Adopting a tone of feigned remorse, he said with heartfelt sincerity, "Mother, I acknowledge my wrongs. I have deeply reflected upon my actions and realized that the one most wronged is you. Therefore, I humbly request your permission to approach you and sincerely apologize to her." Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily taken aback. Such a sudden admission of fault was indeed unusual. Had he not previously acted with defiance and refused to repent? It was then that Chen Zhengqing finally spoke. "Very well, you may apologize to you, and we shall consider this matter concluded." Receiving their approval, Yang Lingtian confidently approached Chen Yu. As he drew near, he gazed into her eyes with profound intensity. Chen Yu, bewildered, looked at Yang Lingtian, unsure of how he would express his apology. He began, "Yu, rest assured, I will never again venture into places like the brothel." Then, leaning forward abruptly, he unexpectedly pressed his lips against her cheek before she could react. The suddenness of the act left them all stunned, particularly Chen Yu, whose eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen in disbelief. This was her first experience of a man kissing her cheek. Regaining her composure, she shouted in anger, "How dare you, you rogue! Yang Lingtian, go to hell with that, she kicked him, sending him sprawling. Though Chen Yu was slightly younger than him, her cultivation level surpassed his by a considerable margin, having reached the 7th level of qi refining within the last year or two, showcasing her impressive talent. Even without exerting her full strength, her kick inflicted considerable pain on Yang Lingtian. Confused, Yang Lingtian pondered, do women not prefer domineering men? I acted so boldly, yet she was not moved and instead became furious. It seems I should refrain from reading those domineering CO novels in the future. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, he understood that Chen Yu was still fuming and decided to make a hasty exit. Adoptive parents, I have apologized, I will take my leave now. Before they could respond, he slipped away. Chen Zhangqing merely chuckled softly to himself. This lad possesses my former flair. He knew that Chen Yu's kick would not seriously harm Yang Lingtian. However, his adoptive mother was genuinely enraged, infuriated by the audacity of this young rascal. How dare he tease Yu before she had even reached adulthood? Such a libertine nature, no wonder he frequented brothels. Luing Shui, you must take him to task. His behavior is becoming lawless, Chen Zhangqing remarked nonchalantly. It was just a kiss. Besides, Yu will eventually marry Lingtian. She is nearly 18. Once they are wed, I believe Lingtian's demeanor will change. Keep indulging him. Look at what he has become, Luing Shui retorted bitterly. A leopard cannot change its spots. My poor daughter. Chen Zhangqing's expression grew serious. Regardless, he will be your son-in-law, so refrain from such harsh words. Luing Shui remained irate as she took Chen Yu away from the main hall. Meanwhile, Yang Lingtian returned to his quarters, deciding that it was best to focus on his cultivation. After all, having acquired such an extraordinary cultivation technique, neglecting it would be a waste. On his way back, some servants whispered as he passed, "Did you hear? He went to the brothel last night and, in a fit of rage, burned the entire place down. Indeed, not only is he a spendthrift, but now his behavior is questionable. He is nothing short of a lecher. How disgraceful. He shows no remorse, tarnishing the Chen family's reputation." Yang Lingtian sensed the disdain directed at him throughout the Chen estate, except from his adoptive father, Chen Zhangqing, who still treated him kindly. Yet he paid no mind to the scorn of these mortals. His ambition was to become the strongest. Such trivialities were beneath his consideration. Once back in his room, Yang Lingtian settled into a meditative posture, beginning his cultivation according to the method of the chaos Dao Divine Art. Within his dantian, the chaos pearl seemed to resonate, quivering slightly in response. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly, converging toward Yang Lingtian's location from a radius of several miles. At that moment, it felt as though he could not control his own body. Every pore opened wide, voraciously absorbing the influx of spiritual energy. His body became akin to a bottomless pit, drawing in every ounce of the surrounding energy, which flowed into his dantian. Yang Lingtian was taken aback. His dantian was actively absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. The sheer intensity of this absorption was both astonishing and alarming. If this continued, it would not be long before such vast quantities of energy could lead to his demise. However, after a significant amount of spiritual energy entered his dantian, it vanished as if a stone sunk into the ocean. Focusing his senses, he discovered that all the spiritual energy had been absorbed into the chaos pearl within his dantian. It appeared that the chaos pearl was utilizing this energy to repair itself. Yet, this meager amount of energy would likely not restore even a fraction of its former power. That moment, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted around Yang Lingtian, creating a whirlwind that swept through the Chen estate, scattering dust and leaves in its wake. Although most of the energy was absorbed by the chaos pearl, a tiny portion overflowed, transforming into pure spiritual power that Yang Lingtian could absorb. Even this minuscule amount of spiritual power rapidly elevated his cultivation. 3rd level of qi refining, 4th level of qi refining, 5th level of qi refining. Simultaneously, in his own quarters, Chen Zhangqing was taken aback. What is happening? Why is the fluctuation of spiritual energy so intense? He transformed into a blur, leaping into the air with remarkable speed. Arriving above the Chen estate, he sensed all the spiritual energy converging towards Yang Lingtian's quarters. A grave expression crossed his face as he gazed at Yang Lingtian's room, filled with confusion and concern. He could not fathom what was occurring inside. Even he could not produce such a violent fluctuation of energy. This entire episode lasted only a few minutes. After a brief interval, the Chaos Pearl seemed to fall silent, ceasing its active absorption of spiritual energy, and the once turbulent energy of the heavens and earth calmed. Yang Lingtian had successfully advanced to the 6th level of Qi refining. Attempting to cultivate again using the method of the Chaos Dao Divine Art, he found that he could not stimulate the Chaos Pearl once more. It appeared that the Chaos Pearl had drifted into slumber. If this continued, he might have been able to directly break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Congratulations, host, your cultivation has advanced to the 6th level of Qi refining, bringing you one step closer to becoming a formidable force. As a reward, you have received the knowledge of 3rd level alchemy, including various pill formulas for 3rd level and below. 3rd level alchemy? Does that mean I have suddenly become a 3rd level alchemist? Yang Lingtian Muse.it is said that even the true Dan Pavilion in Tianjin City lacks 3rd level alchemists, making me the sole one in the city. The system aims to make me self-sufficient in pill crafting, aiding my journey to becoming an all-powerful being. From now on, should I require any spiritual pills, I can concoct them myself, free from the constraints of others. This is truly exhilarating. Overjoyed by the system's reward, Yang Lingtian felt a surge of happiness. That moment, Chen Zhengqing arrived outside his room, his voice laced with urgency. Lingtian, are you all right? What on earth happened in there? I am fine, Yang Lingtian replied, shaking off his exhilaration and looking towards the door. He then rose to open it, fully aware that his adoptive father would surely come in to investigate. Upon sensing the aura of Yang Lingtian at the 6th level of Qi refining, Chen Zhengqing's expression turned to one of astonishment. Lingtian, you have advanced from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 6th level in one fell swoop. A smile broke across his face, one that had long been absent. Haha. Excellent, Lingtian. You have truly surprised me. It seems your talent for cultivation is not as poor as I had thought. However, such a commotion during your training is rather alarming. Given your damaged meridians, will this not pose a problem? Sensing his adoptive father's concern, Yang Lingtian reassured him, rest assured, father. This was merely an unforeseen circumstance. It will not happen again. Very well, then continue your cultivation. I will seek out a pulse recovery pill for you. Though such pills are quite rare, even the true Dan Pavilion may not possess them, but I shall do my utmost to find one for you. After Chen Zhengqing finished speaking, he departed. Yang Lingtian, who had previously indulged in a life of pleasure and neglected his cultivation, seized the rare opportunity to focus on his training. Chen Zhengqing, respecting this newfound dedication, refrained from further interruption. Once Chen Zhengqing had left, Yang Lingtian resumed his cultivation, albeit at a significantly slower pace than before. He realized that his meridians were still impaired and had not fully recovered, which hindered his progress. Thus, it was imperative to first seek the Sumai Dan to restore his meridians. In Tianjin City, only the Zhen Dan Pavilion was likely capable of refining such a remedy. The Sumai Dan was a 2nd-tier spiritual pill, notoriously difficult to concoct. Moreover, due to the limited market demand for such a pill, as few individuals suffered from damaged meridians, the Zhen Dan Pavilion rarely produced it and typically did not have it for sale. However, as a 3rd-tier alchemist himself, Yang Lingtian could brew it independently, though he would still need to procure the necessary herbs from the Zhen Dan Pavilion, the largest supplier of medicinal materials and pill selling point in Tianjin City. The pavilion existed independently, beyond the control of any faction, remaining aloof from worldly matters. The Zhen Dan Pavilion in Tianjin City was merely a branch, while the Xingyue dynasty boasted numerous branches of the Zhen Dan Pavilion. Rumor had it that their backing was extraordinarily formidable, causing many to think twice before provoking the pavilion. Even the city lord's manor held the Zhen Dan Pavilion in considerable apprehension, as it was entirely outside its jurisdiction. Furthermore, the pavilion housed formidable Golden Dan realm experts. Chapter 4. Zhen Dan Pavilion. Yang Lingtian recalled the vast knowledge of pills he had recently acquired and decided to select a 3rd-tier pill formula to propose a collaborative transaction with the Zhen Dan Pavilion. He chose the Tianling Dan, which he learned was not available for sale in Tianjin City. This suggested that the Zhen Dan Pavilion lacked the formula for this particular pill. If he could establish a partnership based on this formula, would he not secure a wealth of cultivation resources? With this thought in mind, Yang Lingtian hastily transcribed the formula onto paper, separating the ingredients from the method of refinement onto 2 distinct sheets. He had already devised a strategy for negotiating with the pavilion's representatives. Once prepared, he resolved to proceed to the Zhen Dan Pavilion without delay. Navigating through the bustling streets, Yang Lingtian soon arrived at the entrance of the Zhen Dan Pavilion headquarters, where throngs of people were entering and exiting, indicating a thriving business. Upon entering, he appeared resplendent in his attire, unmistakably hailing from a wealthy family. An attendant approached him courteously, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what medicinal herbs or pills can I assist you with today?" Yang Lingtian promptly asked, "Do you have Sumai Dan for sale?" The attendant's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he replied, "I'm afraid we haven't sold that pill in quite some time. If you wish to acquire it, you may place a reservation. However, I cannot guarantee when it will be available, as it depends on the alchemist's schedule. Our alchemists are quite busy, and you may have to wait several months." Indeed, the Zhen Dan Pavilion had no stock on hand. Several months was too long for him to wait. He might as well refine it himself. "Forget the pill. Please summon your supervisor," he stated at that moment. Someone recognized Yang Lingtian, isn't that the wasteful son of the Chen family. What brings him to the Zhen Dan Pavilion? Many curious glances turned toward him. Upon hearing that he was the Chen family's son, the attendant's demeanor changed dramatically, as Yang Lingtian's reputation in Tianjin City was far from favorable, with many looking down upon him. Coupled with the scandal of his recent disturbance at the brothel, he was a well-known figure for all the wrong reasons. With a contemptuous glare, the attendant sneered, "If you're not buying pills, then leave. Our supervisor doesn't meet with just anyone." Yang Lingtian's expression soured as he caught the disdain in the attendant's eyes. With a voice laced with icy resolve, he asserted, "I have important business to discuss with your supervisor. Hurry and inform them. You cannot afford to delay my matters." The attendant, emboldened by his position at the Zhen Dan Pavilion, retorted arrogantly, "Get lost. What significant business could a notorious waste like you possibly have? If you don't leave, I'll have someone throw you out." It seemed he would need to create a commotion to catch the attention of the supervisor. Thus, Yang Lingtian declared sternly, "How dare you insult me?" He then swiftly raised his hand and struck the attendant, sending him flying with a resounding slap. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated Yang Lingtian would dare to assault someone from the Zhen Dan Pavilion. Enraged, the struck attendant bellowed, "You dare hit me? This is the Zhen Dan Pavilion. You want to leave here unscathed today." The attendant, merely at the third level of chi refining, had not sensed Yang Lingtian's true power. Mistakenly believing him to be the rumored second level of chi refining, he had merely let his guard down. Rising swiftly, he clenched his fist and charged at Yang Lingtian in a fit of fury. Yang Lingtian stood his ground, showing no inclination to retreat, coldly regarding his adversary with a glint of disdain in his eyes. Simultaneously, he unsheathed a gleaming long sword from his waist, as the attendant closed in on him. Yang Lingtian's figure flickered, vanishing from sight. The attendant, stunned, turned to look, only to find Yang Lingtian had appeared like a specter behind him, the long sword poised menacingly against his throat. The attendant froze. Feeling the cold steel and the imminent threat, stammering, he asked, What do you want?" The bystanders recoiled, witnessing Yang Lingtian's audacity in wielding a sword against a Zhen Dan Pavilion employee. It had been ages since anyone dared to cause a ruckus in the pavilion. Yang Lingtian remained unfazed, stating calmly, "I will ask you one more time. Will you inform them or not?" Suddenly, a voice boomed from within. "Who dares to cause trouble at the Zhen Dan Pavilion? Do you wish to court death?" Following this, a dozen individuals led by a middle-aged man emerged from inside, clearly alerted by the commotion outside. The attendant seized the chance to call out, "Elder Wang, come quickly to my aid." It appeared that this Elder Wang held a position of authority. With his objective achieved, Yang Lingtian released the attendant and remarked coolly, "I didn't intend to cause trouble. I merely wished to meet your supervisor." Elder Wang, infuriated, retorted, "Humph. You've drawn a sword against someone's throat and claim it's not trouble. Do you think that just because you're the Chen family's son, we won't dare to act against you?" Surround him. At once, the dozen individuals encircled Yang Lingtian, weapons drawn, exuding a formidable aura. Yang Lingtian sensed that these men were all at the 7th level of chi refining. Yet, he revealed no sign of fear, maintaining his composure. "So this is how the Zhen Dan Pavilion treats its guests?" He scoffed, "I have business to discuss with you. Do you not wish to hear about it?" Producing a slip of paper, he continued, "Take a look at this. If you cannot comprehend it, seek your superiors." Elder Wang took the paper, unfolding it with a look of surprise. He recognized it as a formula for a pill. And not just any formula, but a third-tier 1.AT, the Zhen Dan Pavilion. Most pills sold were first-tier, with second-tier being quite rare and third-tier almost non-existent. Acquiring an additional third-tier formula would be of tremendous significance for the Pavilion. However, he could not ascertain its authenticity without a qualified alchemist to verify it. Thus, his tone softened as he said, "Very well, follow me to the inner hall." The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what Yang Lingtian had presented to cause such a dramatic shift in Elder Wang's demeanor, compelling him to escort Yang into the inner sanctum. Soon, Yang Lingtian followed Elder Wang into the inner hall. Elder Wang, still maintaining an air of threat, warned, "Wait here. I will summon an alchemist to authenticate this formula. If it's a fake, you will not leave here safely." Yang Lingtian simply smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, I shall wait." After a brief interlude, an elderly man clad in a white robe entered. His eyes sharp and penetrating, Elder Wang clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Master Lay, this is Yang Lingtian, the one who provided the third-tier formula. Please assess its authenticity." Master Lay nodded, taking the formula from Elder Wang to scrutinize it closely. His brow furrowed deeper, his concentration intensifying, and a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. He recognized it as the formula for the third-tier Yang Dan, though it appeared incomplete. Master Lay was the Zhen Dan Pavilion's sole second-tier alchemist and had yet to refine a third-tier pill, thus hindering his advancement to a third-tier alchemist. The sudden emergence of this third-tier formula represented his hopes for promotion. After a long moment, Master Lay raised his head, scrutinizing Yang Lingtian deeply before addressing Elder Wang. "This formula is a forgery." Upon hearing these words, Deacon Wang was momentarily taken aback, and then a flash of anger crossed his face as he turned to Yang Lingtian and indignantly exclaimed, "Young Master Yang, how dare you attempt to deceive us at the True Dan Pavilion with a counterfeit prescription?" Yang Lingtian responded with a calm smile, "I never imagined that the esteemed True Dan Pavilion, in its quest to monopolize the prescription, would go so far as to label my formula as false. How utterly shameless. Master Lay, you must understand, this is merely a formula. I have not included the method of refinement. Holding the formula without the refinement technique, you could toil for years without managing to concoct a third-tier spirit pill, unless you are yourself a third-tier alchemist." Master Lay was about to erupt in anger, but Yang Lingtian's words struck a chord within him. Indeed, without the method of refinement, it could not be considered a complete prescription, and without proper control, it would be exceedingly difficult to produce, if one were to engage in continual experimentation. Enduring numerous failures, it would undoubtedly lead to a waste of vast quantities of medicinal materials. Thus, he mused to himself, "It seems I must acquire the method for refining this third-tier pill." He then said, "In that case, you must also provide the method of refinement for me to examine. It is quite challenging to discern the authenticity based solely on a mere formula." However, Master Lay's previous remarks had already caused Yang Lingtian to lose trust in them. He was acutely aware that if he were to divulge the refining process, it was highly likely that the other party would turn against him and seize the formula for themselves. At that moment, Yang Lingtian noticed that Master Lay's complexion was darkening, and, drawing upon his knowledge of third-tier alchemy, he discerned that it was a consequence of Master Lay consuming the poison dragon pill. The poison dragon pill was a notorious third-tier poison pill, and he found it perplexing that Master Lay would resort to such a toxic substance. Now that the toxins had entered his body, he required the third-tier De Huang pill to completely purge them. Otherwise, his life would be in grave peril. Seemingly struck by inspiration, Yang Lingtian approached Master Lay and softly said, "Not only do I possess the formula for the Tianling Dan, but I also have the formula for the De Huang Dan. Would you care to take a look?" Upon hearing the mention of the De Huang Dan formula, Master Lay's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware that the De Huang Dan could eliminate the toxic substance within him. The poison dragon pill had been forced upon him by Wei Chulin, the head of the Fengqiu branch, who was an adversary of Wu Shulong, the head of the branch in Tianjin City. Now he was left to consume antidotes periodically to alleviate the toxic episodes, but they could not cure it, and the pain it brought was unbearable, a constant source of anxiety for Master Lay. If he could acquire the De Huang Dan, he would be able to completely eliminate this toxin. Chapter 5. Cold Shadow of 100 Swords. Master Lay's eyes widened as he questioned, "Do you truly possess the formula for the De Huang Dan?" Yang Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "Of course. If I can present the formula for the Tianling Dan, I can certainly provide the formula for the Dehuang Dan as well." Master Lei pondered for a moment. Although he was not entirely convinced, he preferred to believe in its existence rather than dismiss it. Should he miss this opportunity, it would be challenging to find another like it in the future. Thus, Master Lei urgently implored, "Hurry, hand over the Dehuang Dan formula." With a smirk, Yang Lingtian said, "I am willing to provide the Dehuang Dan formula, but we must discuss the terms of our cooperation. In order to secure the Dehuang Dan formula." Master Lei had no choice but to agree to the negotiation of cooperation. Master Lei's status in the True Dan Pavilion of Tianjin City was second only to that of the Pavilion Master. Thus he had the authority to negotiate the terms of their collaboration. They swiftly began to outline the details of their agreement. Before long, they had reached a consensus and drafted a contract. According to the agreement, the True Dan Pavilion would first pay Yang Lingtian 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, followed by a monthly payment of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for a year. After 1 year, the ownership of the Tianling Dan would revert to the True Dan Pavilion. This meant that Yang Lingtian would receive a total of 1.2 million low-grade spirit stones for the sale of this formula. A considerable sum for him. After all, his family only provided him with 10,000 spirit stones each month, and that paltry amount was often squandered on indulgences, leaving him with nothing for cultivation. Occasionally, after gambling, he would even find himself in debt by several thousand spirit stones. Yang Lingtian reflected on how his previous self had been labeled a prodigal and a waste, and it was no wonder that others looked down upon him. Exchanging formulas for spirit stones was indeed a means to acquire cultivation resources. He also contemplated whether he should bring forth additional third-tier formulas for trade, but upon further consideration, he realized that producing even 1 or 2 third-tier formulas in Tianjin City was already astonishing. If he were to present more, it would inevitably draw undue attention. Given his current low level of cultivation, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles. Of course, some troubles were worth confronting. The overt negotiations had been completed, but an informal agreement had been established between Yang Lingtian and Master Lei regarding the Dehuang Dan formula, one that should not be widely known. Privately, they reached another arrangement. Master Lei would first pay Yang Lingtian 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with an additional 300,000 low-grade spirit stones to follow 3 months later. At that point, the Dehuang Dan formula would be handed over to Master Lei. This arrangement meant that Yang Lingtian could leverage Master Lei for a period of 3 months. In truth, Yang Lingtian could have directly concocted the Dehuang Dan to facilitate the trade with Master Lei, but he was reluctant to reveal his prowess as a third-tier alchemist. Master Lei, for his part, did not suspect that Yang Lingtian would be capable of refining pills. He believed that the 2 third-tier formulas had been acquired by the Chen family through some fortuitous means. Although it was indeed shocking for Yang Lingtian to produce 2 third-tier formulas simultaneously, it was not out of the realm of possibility for the Chen family, one of the 4 great families in Tianjin City, to occasionally stumble upon a fortuitous encounter. Thus, Master Lei did not delve further into how Yang Lingtian had obtained third-tier formulas that were unavailable to the True Dan Pavilion. With a considerable sum of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and several essential medicinal materials in hand, Yang Lingtian exited the True Dan Pavilion. Onlookers were astonished and puzzled to see him emerge unscathed. As he stepped through the door, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring a substantial amount of spirit stones for the first time, taking a significant step towards becoming a powerful being. As a reward, you have been granted first-tier refining skills." Yang Lingtian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that acquiring spirit stones would come with a reward. This was an unexpected delight. Just recently, he had received a formula, and now he was being awarded refining skills. The system seemed intent on fostering his well-rounded development. Moreover, since the Chen family had its roots in refining, and aside from Chan Zhangqing, only one first-tier refiner remained. Possessing this first-tier refining skill would undoubtedly prove advantageous in resolving future challenges for the Chen family. He was still uncertain about the criteria for the system's rewards, but one thing was clear. Continuously growing stronger was his primary mission. As long as he remained on the right path, the system would surely reward him at some point. For now, he needed to address the issue of his damaged meridians. Thus, Yang Lingtian purchased a standard alchemical furnace and returned to his quarters. He planned to concoct a continuation pill to swiftly restore his meridians. Although the alchemical furnace he used was of a low grade, his proficiency as a third-tier alchemist was sufficient to refine second-tier pills. This was his first attempt at alchemy, and Yang Lingtian cautiously placed the medicinal herbs into the furnace before igniting the flame. As the flames began to dance, he controlled the heat, gradually increasing the temperature. Once the temperature was maintained at an appropriate level, he could begin to extract the essence from the herbs. This process demanded exceptional skill and experience, but he gradually mastered the rhythm of refining. Drawing upon the alchemical knowledge he had acquired, his control over the flames was something even Master Lay could not compare to. After all, it was a feat achievable only by a third-tier alchemist. After a series of careful maneuvers, the continuation pill was finally completed. This marked Yang Lingtian's first successful attempt at pill refinement. Achieving a perfect success on his very first try, he was elated, reveling in the thrill of success. The alchemical skills granted by the system were indeed remarkable, equivalent to the decades or even centuries of arduous cultivation that other alchemists underwent. Yang Lingtian found himself effortlessly mastering both the control of the flames and the decomposition of the herbs. There was no challenge to be found. Immersed in his joy, he promptly consumed the continuation pill, and a warm current began to flow through his entire body. He felt as though this warmth was soothing his body, revitalizing his damaged meridians. Before long, his meridians had returned to their original state, even stronger than before. The restoration of his meridians made the circulation of spiritual energy within him feel remarkably effortless. His sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth had heightened, signifying a faster absorption rate. Ha ha ha, my meridians have finally recovered. I've taken my first step towards becoming stronger. Yang Lingtian was filled with uncontainable joy. At the moment his meridians were restored, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, on the restoration of your meridians. You have taken a significant step on the path of strength, as a reward. You have been granted the first level of the sword technique, Cold Shadow of 100 Swords. The first level of Cold Shadow of 100 Swords is equivalent to a top-tier yellow-grade martial skill, containing 100 sword techniques, each exhibiting remarkable power. Thus, Yang Lingtian found a new sword technique added to his repertoire, and his heart swelled with delight. This was a martial skill. Most cultivators only gained access to martial skills upon reaching the Golden Core stage. Even within the entire Chen family, only his adoptive father, Chen, had practiced a martial skill, which was considered a treasure of the clan. Moreover, this is merely the first layer. It is likely that there will be a second and third layer ahead, and the power will undoubtedly grow stronger as one ascends. Although the level of the first layer of the Cold Shadow 100 Swords is not particularly high, it is still suitable for cultivation during the Qi refinement stage. After all, sword techniques of a higher grade are difficult to wield due to the challenge of channeling one's spiritual energy, thus failing to unleash their full potential. The Cold Shadow 100 Swords emphasizes the perfect integration of body movement and swordsmanship, requiring a flawless combination of strength, speed, and precision with each strike. As such, it is an exceedingly difficult sword technique to master. However, once perfected, its power is immense. Its strength lies in the ability to swiftly and agilely evade attacks while delivering rapid and precise counterattacks through the unique movements of the Cold Shadow 100 Swords. Furthermore, each strike surpasses the last, culminating in a final blow that embodies the essence of 100 swords, wielding even greater force. The Cold Shadow 100 Swords is indeed remarkable, but it requires a suitable sword to accompany it. Yang Lingtian picked up an ordinary long sword that did not feel particularly comfortable in his hands, displaying a hint of disdain. This was merely an ordinary iron sword, devoid of any extraordinary capabilities. The Chen family, being a lineage of weaponsmiths, primarily engaged in the crafting of weapons. Their most common sales were these mundane arms, aimed chiefly at those in the Qi refinement stage and common folk. Therefore, he resolved to forge a long sword that suited him. However, for now, he had to make do with this long sword and begin practicing the Cold Shadow 100 Swords. The first step in mastering the Cold Shadow 100 Swords is to grasp the fundamental swordsmanship techniques. This includes the grip of the sword, its application, and various basic offensive and defensive stances. Through repeated practice, one can become proficient in these fundamental movements, making them more fluid and natural. The second step involves the actual practice of the Cold Shadow 100 Swords techniques, which encompass 100 lethal moves. The third step requires the circulation of one's internal spiritual energy, concentrating power within the sword to unleash even greater might. Thus, Yang Lingtian continually drew and swung his sword, repetitively executing various movements. His feet traced a remarkably rhythmic pattern upon the ground, and as his pace quickened, his body moved in tandem. The sword in his hand danced through the air, emitting flashes of cold light. And wherever it passed, a gust of sword wind followed. After half a day's practice, his stomach began to grumble, prompting him to venture to the kitchen for something to eat. Upon entering the kitchen, he found hundreds of kitchen staff busily at work, and his arrival caught their attention. One of the staff, speaking in a mocking tone, jested, "Hey, isn't this the parasite of the Chen family, young Master Yang? This kitchen is a place for us lowly servants. How could your delicate body possibly come to such a place? The master must be blind to have taken in such a useless adopted son." Hearing such disrespect from a mere servant ignited a rising fury within him, darkening his countenance. "It seems you do not understand the meaning of respect. How dare a lowly servant speak so insolently? Are you unaware of the distinctions of rank?" Yang Lingtian replied coldly, his voice as frigid as ice, chilling to the core. The staff member, undeterred, continued to mock him. "Respect? You, a good-for-nothing who only indulges in feasting and merriment. Talk of respect?" In his eyes, Yang Lingtian was merely a waste at the second level of qi refinement. Although he himself was a servant, he had reached the fourth level of qi refinement and could easily overpower Yang Lingtian. Furthermore, they regarded Yang Lingtian as an adopted son, merely an outsider. Had it not been for the master, Chen Zhengqing's protection, he would have been cast out long ago. Chapter 6. Forging the Spiritual Sword. Yang Lingtian was genuinely enraged this time. As a formidable individual, he could not tolerate provocation from a servant. While his uncle could endure, his aunt could not. He ceased to speak and, with a slight shift of his body, lightly tapped the ground with his feet. Swiftly approaching the staff member, he then delivered a powerful palm strike, striking the staff member squarely. Before the staff member could react, he was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Yang Lingtian's actions immediately caused a stir of shock and silence in the kitchen. Everyone halted their tasks, staring at him in disbelief. A mere second-level qi refinement practitioner had just taken down a fourth-level practitioner. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Lingtian had already broken through to the sixth level of qi refinement. While their perceptions were still mired in the belief that he was merely a stagnant second-level practitioner, a so-called waste for 3 years. The staff member lay on the ground in agony, clutching his chest and groaning, clearly injured from the force of the blow. Yang Lingtian surveyed the surroundings with a piercing and resolute gaze, then slowly approached the fallen staff member, coldly stating, "Remember, do not speak so carelessly in the future. Had this been outside, you would have been dead by now." The staff member looked up at Yang Lingtian in fear, too intimidated to utter another word. He could sense that Yang Lingtian's cultivation was undoubtedly superior to his own, and the frigid gaze directed at him instilled a profound terror. Having established his authority, Yang Lingtian grabbed a few buns and left. The onlooking servants parted to make way, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Only after Yang Lingtian departed did they dare to discuss among themselves. Heavens, when did Yang Lingtian become so formidable? Wasn't he a mere second-level qi refinement practitioner? Now he can defeat a fourth level with a single strike. And his temper has changed. He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. We must be cautious and refrain from speaking ill of him in the future. Upon returning to his room, night had fallen. He began to cultivate using the chaotic Dao Divine Art, marking the first time he practiced since his meridians were restored. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, aligning his mind and body to their optimal state. The moment he commenced the technique, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy surge into his body like a tidal wave, noticeably faster than before. Yet, he remained unsatisfied and took out 100,000 spiritual stones to absorb their spiritual energy. After all, the rate of cultivation from absorbing spiritual stones far exceeded that of merely drawing in the natural spiritual energy. Suddenly, the chaos pearl within his dantian seemed stimulated, beginning to tremble slightly. Remarkably, within a few minutes, it had absorbed all 100,000 spiritual stones, with only a small fraction spilling into Yang Lingtian's dantian. The chaos pearl then fell into silence once more. However, Yang Lingtian's cultivation had also broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement. He could not help but exclaim, This chaos pearl truly is a bottomless pit. It devoured so many spiritual stones. Yet, this time, the cultivation breakthrough system offered no rewards, indicating that such minor breakthroughs were insufficient for the system to bestow any recognition. At dawn, Yang Lingtian rose and made his way to the weapon forge. Intending to craft a long sword of his own in Tianqian city, the Chen and Tang families both engaged in the forging and selling of weapons, dominating the weapon manufacturing industry. Each family boasted a first-tier weaponsmith and numerous disciples. For ordinary weapons, these disciples could complete the forging. However, it required the oversight of a first-tier alchemist before they could be sold. Soon, Yang Lingtian arrived at a weapon forge belonging to the Chen family, where a variety of weapons were on display. However, he found them lacking, as he aimed to forge a low-grade spiritual sword. Low-grade spiritual swords belong to the spiritual weapon tier and can only be forged by a first-tier alchemist, with the process being exceedingly challenging. Consequently, each spiritual weapon commands a steep price, making them rare luxuries in Tianqian City. Aside from Chan Zhengqing, who himself is a first-tier weaponsmith, there are two other first-tier weaponsmiths in the family. However, recently one of the weaponsmiths had been assassinated, and as the family head, Chen Zhengqing did not personally engage in the forging work. Thus, the Chen family currently had only one first-tier weaponsmith actively working, leading to some disciples forging weapons that had not undergone proper oversight by a first-tier alchemist, allowing them to flood the market. This decline in quality significantly tarnished the Chen family's reputation. Upon entering the forging area, Yang Lingtian found many disciples busy crafting ordinary weapons. Their curiosity piqued at his arrival. They began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't that Yang Lingtian, the adopted son of the family head? What brings him here? I don't know. He usually only indulges in feasting and merriment and rarely visits places like this. I wonder what has gotten into him today. Humph. I can't fathom why the family head took him in as an adopted son. Not only is his talent for cultivation poor, but he is utterly useless and squanders resources, a complete waste." The disciples paid little mind to Yang Lingtian's presence, treating him with indifference. Yang Lingtian's displeasure became apparent as he called out, "Where is the overseer? Come out." His voice echoed through the forge, eliciting a brief silence. At that moment, the overseer, Mr. Su, slowly approached, greeting Yang Lingtian. "Are you not aware that only weaponsmiths are permitted in here? What brings you, young Master Yang?" Yang Lingtian replied directly, "I have come to forge a weapon, of course. Quickly prepare the materials for me and find a quiet place for the forging." Then he produced a slip of paper and handed it to Su Guanshi. Upon seeing the materials listed, Su Guanshi immediately recognized that they were only suitable for forging inferior spiritual weapons. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Young Master Yang, are you jesting? You likely cannot even forge ordinary weapons. Yet you seek to use materials for crafting spiritual artifacts?" Yang Lingtian, upon hearing Su Guanshi's words, could not help but smirk and retorted, "I instructed you to prepare, and I indeed intend to forge an inferior spiritual weapon." Su Guanshi and the other disciples erupted into laughter at Su Guanshi. With a disdainful expression, responded, "Young Master Yang, are you not aware that only a first-tier artifact master can forge spiritual weapons? You, an amateur, struggle to forge even basic weapons, and yet you aspire to craft spiritual ones. Your prodigality knows no bounds. These materials are precious, and such waste would be a travesty." Su Guanshi's words irked Yang Lingtian, who furrowed his brow and glared at him, then declared, "Su Guanshi, there is no need for your reminders. I shall not squander these materials today. I will forge a spiritual weapon." Su Guanshi continued to speak contemptuously. "Young Master Yang, you truly are naive. Do you think that possessing materials alone suffices to craft a spiritual weapon? If someone like you could forge one, then surely everyone would be able to do so." Yang Lingtian, now devoid of patience, fixed Su Guanshi with a piercing gaze and coldly commanded, "Enough with the nonsense. Prepare the materials promptly. If there is any waste, I will take full responsibility." Su Guanshi was taken aback by Yang Lingtian's icy demeanor and tone, then replied, "Very well, you have spoken. Should any blame fall upon me later, I shall not be held accountable." Soon, Su Guanshi procured the materials suitable only for a first-tier alchemist. Yang Lingtian ascended the forging platform with the materials and arranged them meticulously. Once prepared, he commenced the forging process. He first placed the refined iron and other materials upon the platform, igniting a fierce flame that blazed forth. The intensity of the fire caused the surrounding air to tremble, generating waves of heat. This was Yang Lingtian's first experience in weapon forging, yet the techniques were etched in his mind as if he had crafted countless weapons before. He felt no unfamiliarity. He began by heating the refined iron until it glowed crimson, then immersed it in a special potion to eliminate impurities. Subsequently, he introduced auxiliary materials into the refined iron with impeccable precision. Continuously heating and meticulously hammering the blade, Su Guanshi and the other disciples watched in astonishment as Yang Lingtian executed the process. Initially skeptical of his forging abilities, they were now taken aback by his adept command of the crafting technique. Feeling a sense of awe, such a display was something they had only witnessed when observing a first-tier artifact master. They couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Yang Lingtian truly was a first-tier artifact master? How astonishing it would be for an 18-year-old to possess such talent. Under Yang Lingtian's skilled hands, the refined iron gradually took shape amidst the roaring flames. Su Guanshi and the other disciples were riveted. Their gazes locked onto Yang Lingtian's actions. It was simply. Su Guanshi's eyes widened in disbelief. As an administrator, he often encountered first-tier artifact masters, and thus had a greater understanding of their crafting methods compared to the other disciples. He had witnessed many forging processes, yet Yang Lingtian's techniques bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a first-tier artifact master, leaving him utterly shocked. The forging process was long and arduous. Yang Lingtian sweated profusely, yet he never faltered. His gaze remained resolute, as if he could already envision the sword's eventual form. Finally, when the last drop of potion melded with the refined iron, he knew the spiritual sword had begun to take shape. He extinguished the flames and carefully placed the nascent long sword into water, causing a hissing steam to rise as a powerful energy emanated from the spiritual sword. Making the surrounding air quiver, Yang Lingtian gently manipulated the spiritual sword with his tools, allowing the once crimson blade to cool and harden. He then continued to polish it, meticulously removing every flaw and refining every aspect of the blade. As Yang Lingtian grasped the completed spiritual sword, a soft chime resonated, heralding its birth. The inferior spiritual sword shimmered under the light, radiating an aura of sharpness, while a formidable energy emanated from the blade, indicating its exceptional quality. Chapter 7. Mastery of Beast Tongue. Yang Lingtian raised the inferior spiritual sword and lightly swung it through the air, unleashing a wave of sword energy, a phenomenon exclusive to spiritual swords. At that moment, everyone was astounded. Yang Lingtian had truly forged a spiritual artifact. This shattered their preconceived notions of him. Undoubtedly, the ability to craft an inferior spiritual weapon confirmed him as a first-tier artifact master. It was unexpected that young Master Yang was not a fool, but rather a concealed master of crafting, and no wonder the clan leader held him in such high regard. It was likely that the leader had long recognized Yang Lingtian's extraordinary talent in forging. The depth of his concealment was remarkable. Others began to murmur among themselves, their perceptions of young Master Yang shifting dramatically. As a first-tier artifact master, he would undoubtedly garner significant attention from the family. At that moment, Su Guanshi hurriedly approached. His earlier disdain completely vanished. "Young master, I must admit, I failed to recognize your prowess. I never imagined you were indeed a first-tier artifact master. This is my apology. Please do not take it to heart that Su Guanshi presented Yang Lingtian with 10,000 inferior spiritual stones. Yang Lingtian had not intended to hold a grudge, but when such a windfall was presented, he accepted it without hesitation, saying, 'Rest assured, I shall not dwell on such trivial matters.'" Su Guanshi finally exhaled in relief. Although he was unafraid of Yang's status as the family's adopted son, he dared not offend a first-tier artifact master. After exiting the weapon workshop, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining your first spiritual sword, advancing further on the path of strength. As a reward, you receive a wisdom pill. The journey of a strong individual requires constant refinement through combat. A temporary mission has been issued. Within 3 days, venture to the Beast Mountain Range and slay 10 late-stage first-tier beasts." Yang Lingtian paused momentarily, then felt a surge of joy. This system is truly remarkable. Having crafted a spiritual sword, it grants rewards. The wisdom pill is a 4th-tier spiritual elixir, exceedingly precious and unavailable in a place like Tianjin City. With this wisdom pill, mastering martial techniques would be a matter of moments. Yang Lingtian felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the rewards bestowed by the system, especially as it had issued a new task. Presenting yet another opportunity for rewards, however, the Demon Beast Mountain Range was notorious as the territory of ferocious beasts. To hunt a first-tier beast, one could only venture into the outskirts. 4 late-stage first-tier beasts were equivalent in strength to humans at the 7th to 9th levels of Qi refinement. Thus, typically only those who had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement dared to hunt such formidable foes. For Yang Lingtian, who was merely at the 7th level, this presented a significant challenge. Yet, as a formidable warrior, how could he ever shy away from a challenge? Therefore, he resolved to immediately journey to the Demon Beast Mountain Range to slay a beast. Eagerly, he set forth without even bidding farewell to his family. After a day's journey, he arrived at the treacherous expanse of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, a realm teeming with mystery and peril, igniting within him a fervent excitement and anticipation. Utilizing the dense foliage for concealment, he progressed stealthily, striving to avoid detection by the beast's eye in his perception. Every powerful beast posed a threat, and he could not afford to be careless. With his innate caution and agility, Yang Lingtian evaded several seemingly formidable beasts. Soon, he pinpointed a late-stage first-tier beast as his target. Once he had established his focus, Yang Lingtian commenced his hunting endeavor. He approached the beast cautiously, his steps deliberate and steady. Each footfall was taken with meticulous care to minimize sound. As he drew nearer, an intense sense of danger enveloped him. This late-stage first-tier beast was no ordinary adversary. It possessed formidable strength and keen awareness. Nevertheless, Yang Lingtian did not waver. He inhaled deeply, gripping his low-grade spirit sword tightly, and continued his advance. The late-stage first-tier beast was massive and robust, resembling a tiger, yet its body was clad in hard scales that shimmered with a cold light under the sun. Its large head bore a pair of sharp fangs, exuding an aura of intimidation. The beast seemed to sense Yang Lingtian's presence, abruptly lifting its head and locking its yellow eyes upon him. At that moment, Yang Lingtian launched his attack, propelling himself toward the beast with the speed of a rocket. His spirit sword sliced through the air, emitting a dazzling flash of light. This was his full-powered strike as a 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Bolstered by the low-grade spirit sword, radiating immense might, the beast, seemingly anticipating the assault, swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Yet, Yang Lingtian's onslaught did not relent. He immediately unleashed a series of relentless strikes. Each of his attacks was precise and ferocious. Aimed at swiftly concluding the battle, however, the late-stage first-tier beast was equally powerful. Had it not been for Yang Lingtian wielding the low-grade spirit sword, he would have been bested long ago. As the battle intensified, the air around them seemed to tremble. Yang Lingtian's strikes became increasingly rapid, each imbued with a fierce gust of sword wind, while the beast's counterattacks grew ever more ferocious. In desperation, Yang Lingtian resorted to the recently learned technique, Cold Shadow 100 Swords. Though only at an elementary level, the power of each strike was significantly enhanced. He executed his swordsmanship with utmost finesse. Each swing imbued with a chilling aura. With each clash, their attacks resonated violently, causing nearby trees and underbrush to be ravaged by the conflict. Soon, the late-stage first-tier beast, battered by Yang Lingtian's relentless barrage, began to falter. Sensing imminent danger, it attempted to flee. However, Yang Lingtian would not allow it to escape. He unleashed his most powerful strike, the culmination of 100 swords in one. This monumental attack consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, making it a last resort to be employed only in critical moments. The power of this strike was unfathomable, as if all his strength coalesced into this final blow. The sword light was radiant, causing the very air to quiver in its wake. It struck like a bolt of lightning, delivering an unparalleled force upon the beast. The moment the sword tip made contact, a mournful cry pierced the air, the lament of the beast. Ultimately, the first late-stage beast fell lifeless beneath Yang Lingtian's sword. The battlefield lay in disarray, with trees severed and torn asunder. After this fierce confrontation, Yang Lingtian found his inner qi significantly depleted, and minor wounds marred his body, yet they were of little consequence. He sought a suitable spot to recuperate, restoring himself to peak condition before continuing his hunt for beasts. With each successive battle, Yang Lingtian accrued valuable combat experience, and his understanding of the Cold Shadow 100 swords evolved from rudimentary to a level of minor proficiency, enhancing its potency and making it increasingly effortless to slay late-stage first-tier beasts. He had now vanquished 9 such beasts, with just one remaining to complete the system's task. At that moment, he noticed a group of individuals besieging a late-stage first-tier beast whose strength rivaled that of a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, significantly more formidable than those he had previously slain. The individuals emitted auras corresponding to the 8th and 7th levels of Qi refinement. Clearly, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Without additional means, they would surely be unable to defeat such a beast. Yang Lingtian observed from a distance, having no intention of intervening. Before long, they realized that the beast was far too powerful to conquer. Despite the various injuries it bore, they too had suffered wounds. Prolonging the stalemate would yield no benefit, prompting them to retreat, thereby bringing the skirmish to an end. The beast, recognizing its inability to completely vanquish the group, chose not to pursue them. Once the others had withdrawn, Yang Lingtian seized the opportunity to act. With lightning speed, he brandished his low-grade spirit sword and charged toward the beast. His movements resembled a flash of lightning, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages in the air. The beast, sensing danger, lifted its gaze toward Yang Lingtian and let out a furious roar. It then charged at him, initiating a fierce battle. Having just engaged in combat with the group, the beast had not yet fully recovered. Its strength still diminished, allowing Yang Lingtian the courage to attack. Even so, at first, he found it challenging to subdue the late-stage first-tier beast. He then unleashed the Cold Shadow 100 swords once more, each strike now more potent than before. However, the commotion from Yang Lingtian's battle caught the attention of the departing group, prompting them to turn back. By the time they arrived, Yang Lingtian had already executed his final strike, merging the 100 swords into one, thereby slaying the late-stage first-tier beast. Congratulations, host, for slaying 10 late-stage first-tier beasts. You are hereby rewarded with proficiency in beast language. Proficiency in beast language? What a peculiar reward from this system. What use could such a thing possibly serve in becoming stronger? Yet, contemplating from another angle, did this not imply that I could communicate with beasts in the future? Was the system guiding me down the path of a beast master? Recalling the memories of the original owner, it appeared that this world harbored shape-shifting creatures such as fox spirits and rabbit maidens, their fluffy tails undeniably alluring. I must nurture them from the moment they have not yet transformed. What a promising prospect. While Yang Lingtian was still immersed in his daydreams, several pairs of eyes were already fixated on him. Impressive. A mere 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner managed to slay a late-stage first-tier beast on par with a 9th-level practitioner. The group was taken aback. That sword. It's a low-grade spirit sword. He wields a low-grade spirit sword. One individual exclaimed excitedly. What? A spirit sword? Such a treasure. Even Foundation establishment practitioners may not possess one, yet a Qi refinement practitioner has it. It seems he must be a scion of a prominent family. Otherwise, how could he possibly own such a magnificent sword? At that moment, greed flickered in someone's eyes as they spoke with a glint of malice. Who cares if he's a scion of a prominent family? Out here in the wilderness, if he dies, no one will know. If we seize that spirit sword and sell it, we could become immensely wealthy. Why toil away hunting beasts for meager spirit stones? Upon hearing this, the others were also tempted, recognizing the value of a low-grade spirit sword. If they could acquire it, it would indeed be a golden opportunity for wealth. Fine. He's just a 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner. It was that sword that enabled him to slay the beast we had previously damaged. After some discussion, the group charged forth, surrounding Yang Lingtian. Kid, this beast was injured by us earlier, and you merely picked up the pieces. Had it not been for our efforts, you would have perished under its claws long ago. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? One individual said, his tone laced with subtle menace. Yang Lingtian furrowed his brow. It was evident this group intended to kill him and seize his treasure. With an icy tone, he replied, What do you want me to express? How about this? That sword of yours looks quite nice. Hand it over. One individual pointed directly at the spirit sword. Yang Lingtian let out a cold laugh, mocking, You lot think you can take my sword? Do you even have the right? Such a statement incited the ire of all present, igniting the already tense atmosphere like a spark to kindling. "You brat, how dare you speak like that? Are you courting death?" they exclaimed. "If you wish to make a move, then do so. Spare me the chatter." Yang Lingtian replied indifferently. "Very well, if you seek death, we shall oblige," they retorted, brimming with arrogance after having slain a wounded late-stage first-tier beast. "Let us all attack together." In an instant, all 8 of them surged towards Yang Lingtian. His expression grew grave, for this was his first experience of being besieged, and several among them possessed greater cultivation than he. Thus, he did not dare to underestimate them and immediately unleashed his sword technique. Cold Shadow 100 Swords. With a sweep of his spiritual sword, he unleashed a flurry of sword chi, deftly evading their oncoming assaults. Thus commenced a chaotic battle, despite facing the onslaught of 8 opponents. Yang Lingtian skillfully dodged their attacks, countering with precision each time, leaving them utterly astonished. "What kind of swordsmanship is this? It's fast, accurate, and ruthless," they marveled. For a moment, they found themselves unable to subdue Yang Lingtian. "Form a formation," one of them bellowed. The other 7 quickly complied, retreating to arrange themselves into a sword formation. Yang Lingtian felt a slight jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated their ability to form a sword array, which was undoubtedly more formidable than their earlier chaotic attacks. 8 Star Sword Formation. Activate. Commanded the leading cultivator, at his command. The 8 swords were raised in unison, creating brilliant arcs of light that formed a dazzling star pattern in the air. Each strike bore a cumulative effect, generating an oppressive weight in the atmosphere. Yet, undeterred, Yang Lingtian shouted back, "Himph! No matter your sword formation, watch me shatter it with a single strike." He executed the final move of Cold Shadow 100 Swords. Merging the 100 swords into one, with a sudden movement, his spiritual sword glimmered with cold light, piercing directly towards the heart of the 8-star sword formation. In that instant, his figure resembled a streak of lightning, slicing through the starry design of the formation. His sword light morphed into a dragon, weaving through the radiant stars, before striking fiercely at the core of the array. At that moment, the 8-star formation seemed to shatter under his single blow, and the oppressive aura dissipated instantly, causing the 8 cultivators to spew blood and be sent sprawling to the ground. Clearly, they suffered the backlash of the sword formation, compounded by Yang Lingtian's attack, rendering them incapable of further resistance. How is this possible? Even a 9th-layer chi refinement cultivator could not so easily dismantle our sword formation. How could a mere 7th-layer cultivator do it? They gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with terror. Yang Lingtian sheathed his spiritual sword and coldly regarded them. "Now, it is your turn to express your intentions." Realizing they were no match for him, the 8 began to plead for mercy. "If you spare us, we will hand over all the spirit stones on us." Yang Lingtian sneered, "Foolish, if I kill you, all your spirit stones will belong to me anyway. Is that all you can offer?" His words were cold and resolute, sending a chill down their spines. One older man, barely managing to lift himself, cautiously spoke. "We know of a treasure trove that contains a wealth of spiritual herbs. We are willing to take you there." Yang Lingtian raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Oh, if such a treasure exists, why haven't you gathered the herbs for yourselves?" The middle-aged man replied, "To be honest, there is a 2nd-tier beast guarding it, making it impossible for us to approach." "Humph, is that a treasure? More like a death trap. Do you want me to perish at the claws of a 2nd-tier beast?" Yang Lingtian's eyes glinted with coldness. The middle-aged man quickly flattered, "Not at all. I merely believe your strength is exceptional. You must surely have a way to deal with that 2nd-tier beast." At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "True strength requires one to confront challenges head-on. A time-limited quest has been issued. Within 2 days, venture to the treasure trove and collect the spiritual herbs." Yang Lingtian paused, realizing the system had timed the mission perfectly. It seemed that for the sake of the rewards, he had no choice but to go. "Fine, I will grant you a quarter of an hour to recover some strength. Then lead the way," Yang Lingtian said, his expression devoid of emotion. After a quarter of an hour, the 8 had only managed to recover a third of their strength, guiding Yang Lingtian towards the treasure trove they had discovered. After more than an hour of travel, they arrived at the vicinity of the so-called treasure trove, where they could sense the powerful aura of the 2nd-tier beast. it was a second-tier early-stage beast. And despite being in the early stage, it was vastly superior to a late-stage first-tier beast, belonging to an entirely different realm. They, as chi refinement cultivators, stood no chance against such a creature. A direct assault would be futile. Suddenly, the second-tier beast roared, its voice resounding loudly enough for even those at a distance to hear. However, Yang Lingtian understood the beast's roars. Grasping its meaning, it turned out that the second-tier beast had been wronged. It bellowed, "Cursed Pidden, you stole my mate. Once I consume these spiritual herbs and break through to the mid-second tier, I shall hunt you down for a duel." An idea struck Yang Lingtian. Perhaps he could negotiate a partnership with the beast. If he helped it break through by refining pills, he could claim the remaining spiritual herbs for himself. After all, confronting the second-tier beast directly was not an option. Yet, given the historical animosity between humans and beasts, it was uncertain whether a negotiation would succeed. Nevertheless, one could only find out through trial. Resolute, he set off towards the second-tier beast. This bold move startled the eight, as this was a second-tier beast. If it attacked, death would be inevitable. How could he dare approach the beast so brazenly? Soon enough, the second-tier beast noticed Yang Lingtian approaching. It roared, "You insignificant ant of the human race, how dare you trespass in my territory? You seek death." Just as it prepared to charge at Yang Lingtian, he mimicked the beast's roar, conveying, "Brother, no need to be so fierce. I mean no harm. I'm here to assist you to this moment." The beast was taken aback. This human could speak its tongue? Meanwhile, the eight onlookers were equally bewildered, wondering how Yang Lingtian had learned the beast's language. They had expected the beast to pounce on him. Yet it seemed to comprehend his words and remained stationary, leaving them utterly confused. The second-tier beast roared once more, "Human ant, you understand our tongue?" Yang Lingtian replied confidently, "Indeed, I understand and can speak it. I sympathize with you. Your mate has been taken and I wish to help you." "What? Help me? How would you do that?" The beast's interest was piqued. Yang Lingtian felt a surge of joy. "Having taken the first step towards persuading it, I know you yearn to break through to the mid-second tier and reclaim your mate. However, simply consuming these spiritual herbs will not guarantee a rapid breakthrough. I am an alchemist and can refine these herbs into pills, which would yield far greater effects. Why would you help me?" the beast inquired. Yang Lingtian replied, "I merely wish to propose a trade. If you succeed in your breakthrough, the remaining spiritual herbs will be mine. If you fail, you may kill me. After all, with your strength, dispatching me would be a trivial task, wouldn't it?" "That makes sense. Very well, I shall trust you for now. Come closer," the second-tier beast replied, seemingly simple-minded. Thus, a deal was struck between Yang Lingtian and the beast amidst their vocal exchange. The eight onlookers, hidden in the distance, were left dumbfounded, wondering what Yang Lingtian had said to the beast to prevent it from attacking. His abilities were astounding, shrouding him in an air of mystery. Then, Yang Lingtian called out, "You all come here and lend me a hand." Upon hearing his request, they exchanged glances, hesitating. They feared approaching the beast would lead to their demise. As they lacked Yang Lingtian's formidable prowess, "You need not fear. I have assured the beast that it will not harm you." Yang Lingtian's voice rang out once more, incredible. How did he manage to persuade that ferocious second-tier beast? They wondered. Seeing him approach unscathed, they decided to follow suit. Eventually, they approached with trepidation. Yang Lingtian retrieved a cauldron from his spatial ring and began preparing to concoct a spirit pill. He opted for a third-tier spirit pill, the Beast Essence Pill, which holds significant benefits for second-tier beasts, facilitating their breakthroughs more swiftly. Chapter 9. Confronting second-tier beasts. The moment Yang Lingtian unveiled the cauldron, the eight individuals realized that he possessed a spatial ring, indicative of an extraordinary status. None among them bore such a ring. Those who could wear one were undoubtedly individuals of exceptional standing. The eight were tasked with locating specific spirit herbs, while Yang Lingtian ignited the flames to refine the Beast Essence Pill. Various spirit herbs, exuding a unique medicinal fragrance, were arranged around him. He then placed these herbs into the cauldron, meticulously controlling the heat. Witnessing such adept alchemical techniques, the eight individuals felt an even deeper admiration for Yang Lingtian. It was indeed rare for someone so young to be an alchemist. However, they presumed him to be merely a first-tier alchemist, unaware that he was, in fact, a third-tier one, Had they recognized his true prowess, they would have been utterly astonished, for there were no third-tier alchemists in the nearby cities. As time passed, the herbs within the cauldron began to undergo remarkable transformations. They gradually fused and condensed, forming translucent spirit pills, which were now in their preliminary stage. After several hours of refinement, 5 third-tier spirit pills were successfully produced. Although the beast essence pill was of little use to humans, it was immensely beneficial for beasts. Otherwise, a single third-tier spirit pill would be a prized possession in Tianjin City, obtainable only through auction. The distinctive fragrance of the beast essence pill swiftly attracted the nearby second-tier beast, which roared, "How delightful! I sense an immense energy within. Consuming it will surely aid my cultivation breakthrough. Human brat, bring it here. I wish to test its effects." In response, Yang Lingtian spoke in the beast tongue. "Beast elder, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain some precautions. This pill is potent. You cannot consume it all at once. You must take them one by one, refining one before consuming the next." "Understood, understood." The second-tier beast bellowed impatiently. It took the beast 5 days to fully refine the 5 beast essence pills. Upon consuming the last one, the initial stage second-tier beast successfully advanced to the mid-stage. Upon achieving this breakthrough, the second-tier beast erupted into jubilant roars, celebrating its newfound strength. Subsequently, it sought out its rival. Meanwhile, Yang Lingtian efficiently collected all the spirit herbs into his spatial ring. With these herbs, he would no longer need to purchase materials from the Zhen Dan Pavilion. He could concoct a plethora of pills himself, facilitating his cultivation advancement. Clearly, Yang Lingtian's identity was not only extraordinary but also encompassed considerable abilities. The 8 individuals began entertaining thoughts of aligning themselves with him. One among them, with a sycophantic demeanor, inquired, "Young Master Yang, do you require any subordinates?" Yang Lingtian, recognizing their intentions, responded with a dismissive smile. "I do not require anyone at this moment. When you prove your worth to me, I may consider accepting you, but I do not take on those who lack utility." Within the Chen residence, Chen Zhangqing anxiously awaited news from below. Yang Lingtian had been missing for 6 or 7 days, having not returned home a week prior. He had left the weapon shop and ventured directly into the Beast Mountain range without informing anyone. Through relentless inquiries, it was discovered that someone had seen him leave the city, but his whereabouts remained unknown. Chen Zhangqing was also aware of Yang Lingtian's forging of a spirit sword, which struck him as incredulous. When had this adopted son of his become a first-tier weapon craftsman? He, as a father figure, was completely oblivious to this fact. This information had come from the weapon shop, where many claimed to have witnessed it firsthand. However, he himself had not seen it, leaving him in doubt. "Someone, go forth and search outside the city," he ordered. "Spread the word throughout Tianjin City. If anyone has news of Yang Lingtian, report it immediately. For those with credible information, a reward of 100 low-grade spirit stones will be granted. If someone can locate and bring him back, they shall receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Rumors of Yang Lingtian being a first-tier weapon craftsman began to circulate throughout Tianjin City, but many were skeptical. What? The Chen family's wasteful adopted son is a first-tier craftsman? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is only 18. How could he ever achieve that status? This must be a fabrication by the Chen family to salvage his reputation. Indeed, not long ago, one of the Chen family's first-tier craftsmen perished. Now, another first-tier craftsman is supposedly surfacing, merely to placate the populace. The city was rife with scornful disbelief towards the rumors. Nonetheless, they recognized that Yang Lingtian was genuinely missing. Otherwise, the Chen family would not be so mobilized in their search. This behavior indicated that Chen Zhangqing held Yang Lingtian in high regard, as evidenced by his anxiousness after only a week. At this moment, Yang Lingtian had parted ways with the 8 individuals. After leaving that treasure-laden area, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. As a reward, you have acquired the first level of the movement technique, wind accompanying flowing clouds." Suddenly, a martial technique appeared in Yang Lingtian's mind, unexpectedly revealing itself as a movement-based skill. This first level of wind accompanying flowing clouds was equivalent to a high-quality yellow-grade martial technique. Remarkably rare. Martial techniques were already uncommon, and movement-based techniques were even scarcer. Most Golden Core experts had never even encountered such skills. For For someone at the Qi refinement stage, to possess one was exceedingly rare. The system's rewards were undoubtedly of great significance, demonstrating their quality. Once mastered, this movement technique would allow him to move with the grace of flowing clouds, achieving exceptional speed and agility. Should he encounter someone stronger, he could flee with ease, leaving his adversaries helplessly staring. This not only enhanced his combat flexibility but also provided a valuable means of escape, a truly life-saving technique. Yang Lingtian smiled in satisfaction. With the task completed, he resolved to return to Tianjin City and diligently practice the martial technique. The following morning, as he sat cross-legged in meditation, Yang Lingtian slowly opened his eyes. Although he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at an astonishing rate after employing the chaos Dao Divine Art, almost rivaling that of a golden core expert, the vast majority of this spiritual energy was seized by the chaos pearl within his dantian. His dantian could only absorb a minuscule amount. Had it not been for this, a single night's cultivation would have propelled him from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement. He remained uncertain whether acquiring this chaos pearl was a blessing or a curse. However, he found solace in the fact that the spiritual energy he absorbed seemed to be refined by the influence of the chaos pearl, resulting in a purer form of spiritual power. Although he was still at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the purity of his spiritual power was on par with that of an 8th level practitioner. Yang Lingtian rose and made his way toward Tianjin City. After walking a distance, he suddenly heard the roars of beasts in the distance. As the underbrush ahead rustled violently, a beast standing a full meter tall emerged before him. Yang Lingtian understood its roar, which startled him. It conveyed, "Boy, I've finally found you." This aura is unmistakable. Before him stood a creature resembling a wild boar, yet distinct with its elongated tusks and a pair of horns protruding from its forehead. Yang Lingtian's expression grew grave. This was a mid-stage second-tier beast, albeit appearing injured. Nonetheless, it was beyond his capacity to contend with. Yang Lingtian cautiously addressed the creature, "May I ask your name? You seem quite intent. What business do you have with me?" The horned beast approached Yang Lingtian. Upon hearing him speak in the beast's tongue, it paused, visibly surprised. "I am called Pai Dan." What Yahoo said was indeed true. "You, a mere human ant, can speak our language." Upon hearing the name Pai Dan, Yang Lingtian recalled that the beast's mate had been taken by one named Pai Dan the day prior. And a sense of foreboding washed over him. It was evident that Pai Dan had suffered defeat and was now seeking retribution. "Indeed, I am well versed in your language. What is it that you seek from me?" Yang Lingtian maintained a calm demeanor while inquiring. Pai Dan regarded Yang Lingtian, replying, "Your ability to speak our language is exceedingly rare. Initially, I intended to devour you, but I have reconsidered. I shall take you as my slave and have you concoct pills for me." Yang Lingtian's brow furrowed at the mention of servitude, especially as a slave to a beast. Internally, he cursed, "To hell with that. You ugly beast. How dare you presume such a thing?" As a formidable individual, how could he ever accept being anyone's slave? However, the opponent is, after all, a second-tier demon beast, and he estimated that he might not be able to defeat it, so he refrained from making harsh remarks. Thus, Yang Lingtian smiled cheerfully and said, "Becoming a slave is out of the question. I could never be a slave in this lifetime. However, I am open to discussing the possibility of refining some elixirs for you." Upon hearing this, the unicorn demon beast became furious and roared, "What? You refuse to be my slave? Then perish." It seemed that the unicorn demon had a rather foul temperament, exhibiting considerable volatility and leaving no room for negotiation. Understandably, having just snatched away a woman only to have her taken back would indeed sour one's mood. After a furious roar, the unicorn demon beast charged directly at Yang Lingtian with astonishing speed, catching him off guard and sending him flying. This was a mid-second-tier demon beast, comparable in strength to a mid-stage foundation-building human cultivator. Fortunately, the beast had not intended to kill Yang Lingtian outright and had controlled the force of its attack. Otherwise, Yang Lingtian would have been gravely injured, if not killed, by such a blow. It appeared the demon beast wished to subdue Yang Lingtian. As he fell to the ground, Yang Lingtian was momentarily astonished. "Wow. It's this powerful, and it can launch a sneak attack. This creature possesses some skill." He cursed in beast language, "A sneak attack? You dare to ambush me, a mere 18-year-old? You beast have successfully enraged me. Now I shall fight seriously." Then, Yang Lingtian drew his spirit sword, his aura surging dramatically as he unleashed the final move of the sword technique, 100 Shadows of Cold, launching a combined strike towards the unicorn demon beast. Chapter 10. The mysterious powerful being dare to insult me, you presumptuous little human ant. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, the unicorn demon beast bellowed. Yang Lingtian's sword danced in the air, accompanied by a fierce sword wind that instantly transformed into innumerable phantoms, resembling countless ice blades slicing through the air. However, the unicorn demon beast's reaction was astonishingly swift. It blocked Yang Lingtian's sword with its horn, producing a deafening crash that created a powerful shockwave, instantly devastating the surrounding trees. Yang Lingtian was knocked back several dozen meters by the formidable recoil, while the demon beast remained steadfast in its position, as stable as a mountain. Damn it! Second-tier demon beasts are indeed too strong. Yang Lingtian's heart grew heavy. Yet, a flicker of surprise appeared in the demon beast's eyes. Yang Lingtian's strike had nearly approached the power of a beginner foundation-building cultivator. You human brat, I never expected you. A mere 7th layer chi cultivator, to unleash such a powerful strike, it seems I underestimated you. However, this is your strongest attack, isn't it? The gap between us remains insurmountable. Surrender to me and become my slave. The unicorn demon beast roared. Yang Lingtian's expression turned grave. This mid-second-tier demon beast was indeed beyond his current capabilities. Yet, he felt no fear within. Even in death, he would not yield. He aspired to become the strongest. And no formidable opponent should instill dread. A powerful conviction surged within him, causing his aura to rise even further. You wish to make me submit? That is impossible. Take this. Yang Lingtian once again executed the 100 Shadows of Cold, channeling energy from his dantian into the spirit sword, unleashing a tremendous force. His body leapt forward like an arrow aimed at the unicorn demon beast. The spirit sword glimmered with a chilling light. The air around the sword tip seemingly sliced apart. Under the forceful momentum, the surrounding atmosphere grew frigid, as if even the heavens and earth were on the verge of freezing at that moment. Yang Lingtian had remarkably mastered the 100 Shadows of Cold, significantly augmenting its power. Even without executing the final move of the combined strike, each swing of his sword approached the might of an ordinary beginner foundation-building cultivator's attack. The unicorn demon beast sensed Yang Lingtian's escalating aura and, from the spirit sword, felt a hint of threat die in that moment. Yang Lingtian transformed into a merciless swordsman, cold and sharp. Although the mid-second-tier demon beast was injured and not at its peak, it still managed to effortlessly counter Yang Lingtian's assaults, thoroughly suppressing him. Human ant, do not waste your energy. Submit to me. The unicorn demon beast roared. At this juncture, Yang Lingtian seemed to meld with his sword, continuously executing the 100 Shadows of Cold technique. Yet, he was unable to inflict even a scratch upon the unicorn demon beast, while his own body bore numerous wounds. Combined strike of 100 swords. Yang Lingtian shouted with resolute fury, unleashing his strongest sword. The blade shimmered, illuminating his steadfast and determined visage. At that moment, Yang Lingtian seemed to transcend his limits, perfectly fusing his strength with his swordsmanship, transforming into a piercing beam of light aimed at the unicorn demon beast. With a resounding boom, this strike struck the unicorn demon beast, finally leaving a wound upon its body, a testament to Yang Lingtian's ultimate attack. Yet, this injury was merely superficial, hardly a fatal blow. At that moment, the unicorn demon beast truly became enraged, screeching furiously, "Damn human ant! How dare you inflict a wound upon me? I have changed my mind. I shall ensure your death." Subsequently, a powerful aura erupted from the unicorn demon beast, surging violently towards Yang Lingtian. After executing the combined strike, the spiritual energy within Yang Lingtian's dantian was significantly depleted, leaving him considerably weakened. Caught off guard by the rapid assault, he was ultimately struck by the beast, which clearly delivered a far stronger blow than before, shattering his internal organs. He collapsed to the ground, gravely injured, utterly devoid of combat capability. Indeed, even after exerting all his strength, he ultimately could not contend against a wounded mid-second-tier demon beast. Is this how I perish in this world, having just arrived and not yet become the strongest? Yet even in death, he had never submitted. At the very least, he would not die in vain. As Yang Lingtian's consciousness gradually faded, he felt no fear within. Suddenly, the chaos pearl in his dantian trembled. A surge of powerful energy burst forth, coursing through Yang Lingtian's body, sharpening his awareness. To his astonishment, his aura began to ascend steadily, reaching mid-foundation building stage. He surmised that this might merely be the temporary power bestowed upon him by the Chaos Pearl. And he had to seize this opportunity. He sprang to his feet, bellowing, combined strike of 100 swords, condense. Subsequently, the energy within him surged entirely into the spirit sword, emanating waves of pressure. The unicorn demon beast's eyes widened in shock. From this imposing aura, it sensed the scent of death. How is this possible? Yang Lingtian's spirit sword brimmed with power, the pressure intensifying, the blade radiating a chilling brilliance. He swung the sword, charging toward the unicorn demon beast with unstoppable momentum. The unicorn demon beast, eyes agape, hastily summoned its own strength. It howled to the heavens, its voice reverberating across the land. Yet, under the weight of Yang Lingtian's overwhelming aura, its voice seemed so feeble. Yang Lingtian moved like the wind, rapidly closing in on the unicorn demon beast. The immense power surged within the sword, as if it intended to tear everything apart. The sword light flickered, instantly piercing through the unicorn demon beast's body. However, contrary to expectations, blood did not splatter. Instead, dazzling beams of light shot forth from its form. At that moment, the overwhelming energy erupted entirely, engulfing the unicorn demon beast within the brilliance. After a while, as the light dissipated, the unicorn demon beast's figure had vanished without a trace, its body utterly obliterated, more tragic than being torn apart by 5 horses. Yang Lingtian exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Damn. I nearly met my end at the hands of this beast. Fortunately, the Chaos Pearl provided me with strength at a crucial moment, though I can't shake the feeling of pain throughout my body and the dizziness in my head. Standing in place, Yang Lingtian suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, collapsing to the ground. Time passed, and eventually, his consciousness began to awaken slowly. Yang Lingtian gradually opened his eyes, only to be assaulted by an intense headache that jolted his nerves. With a dazed gaze, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was lying in a small wooden hut constructed from timber. Where am I? Yang Lingtian's face was filled with confusion, just as he attempted to rise. A piercing pain coursed through his body. The intense agony compelled him to emit a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his face turned pale. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man dressed in simple attire entered. He appeared to be in his 40s, bearing a resolute expression. His unpretentious clothing could not conceal his extraordinary aura, suggesting he was a formidable cultivator of unfathomable strength. You are awake, the middle-aged man said, gazing at Yang Lingtian with a calm demeanor. Yang Lingtian regained his senses and softly replied, You saved me, didn't you? Thank you. The middle-aged man approached Yang Lingtian, examining his injuries, and smiled gently. You truly have a strong life force. When I encountered you, I found your internal organs shattered, yet you did not perish. Had it been anyone else, even a peak foundation-building cultivator would find it challenging to survive. The middle-aged man paused momentarily before continuing, Your injuries are quite severe. The fact that we have encountered one another indicates a fateful connection. Here, take this medicinal pill. With that, he produced a pill exuding a rich fragrance. Yang Lingtian gazed at the elixir, and despite being a third-tier alchemist, he was unable to discern its rank. However, he was certain that it surpassed the 3rd tier. The fact that this invaluable pill was presented without hesitation by the middle-aged man left him astounded. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Lingtian consumed the pill without further ado. At that moment, a layer of milky white light enveloped his body, while the small pill contained an extraordinary vitality. Subsequently, his internal organs began to heal at an astonishing pace, and the ghastly wounds on his body closed up at a visibly rapid rate. The blood, once dried and withered, shed like old skin, revealing skin as smooth and tender as mutton fat, leaving no trace of scars behind. In the span of a brief tea break, Yang Lingtian had completely rejuvenated. With all his injuries restored, he marveled at the miraculous recovery, noting that without the pill, it would have likely taken him 1.5 years to heal. Thank you for the gift of the pill. I will surely repay you in the future. May I ask your esteemed name? Yang Lingtian inquired. It is merely a chance encounter. If fate allows us to meet again, I shall reveal it then, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Very well, my gratitude once more. Yang Lingtian bowed deeply to the mysterious man. I shall not impose further. I take my leave now. After Yang Lingtian departed, a woman suddenly appeared beside the middle-aged man. She inquired, perplexed, Master, given your stature, why would you rescue a mere chi refinement stage cultivator? The man gazed in the direction Yang Lingtian had taken and replied nonchalantly. This young man possesses something peculiar. I can sense an unusual energy within his dantian, yet I cannot ascertain its nature despite my probing. This indicates he is no ordinary individual, and forming a good relationship with him is beneficial. What? You, with your cultivation, cannot see through a mere chi refinement stage cultivator? How is that possible? The woman exclaimed, taken aback. The middle-aged man chuckled. The world is vast, and wonders abound. Nothing is impossible. Come, let us attend to our business. Chapter 11. Return to the city. As soon as he finished speaking, the two vanished from their location, reappearing thousands of meters in the sky. At that moment, the two emanated an aura that resonated with the principles of heaven and earth, as though they had merged with the very fabric of the universe. The man's consciousness expanded outward, enveloping several kingdoms, seemingly searching for something. As his consciousness swept through the various realms unchecked, it disturbed the reclusive nascent soul cultivators within those kingdoms. Yet, none could perceive the source of this powerful consciousness. What an impressive consciousness! It even evaded the scrutiny of my heavily guarded chamber. One nascent soul elder thought, astonished, feeling as if all his secrets had been laid bare. After a few minutes, the middle-aged man withdrew his consciousness, shaking his head. Not here. He and the woman then vanished once more, flying in another direction. Meanwhile, an elder sat within a horse-drawn carriage, his aura concealed. Appearing as an ordinary person, he gazed out the window towards the horizon, his deep-set eyes reflecting a hint of weariness, muttering to himself, I almost got discovered by that old fool. Yang Lingtian had already been away from Tianjin City for 8 or 9 days and sensed that his adoptive father might be growing anxious. Thus, he hurried back towards the city. A day later, Yang Lingtian arrived in Tianjin City. During his absence, the Chen family had been actively searching for him, with his likeness displayed in numerous locations. Hence, upon his appearance, someone recognized him. Isn't that Yang Lingtian, who went missing from the Chen family for 10 days? Indeed. I thought he had perished out there. Humph, such a useless person shouldn't have returned. He is merely a burden to the Chen family. Not necessarily. There are rumors he is a first-tier weapon craftsman. If you believe that, you might as well believe my family's dog is a first-tier weapon craftsman. Haha, yes, I think he is even inferior to a dog. At least dogs guard the house, while he does nothing but waste resources. Faced with the crowd's chatter, Yang Lingtian initially chose to ignore them. However, being compared to a dog was intolerable for someone of his stature. Anger and dissatisfaction swelled within him, yet his expression remained calm and composed. He then fixed a cold gaze upon the two who had belittled him, exclaiming, Your mouths are quite foul. Be careful lest I break them. His voice was deep and powerful, laced with a menacing undertone. Yet, the two remained unafraid, for in their eyes, Yang Lingtian was merely a second-tier chi refinement waste. Known for his timid demeanor they themselves were already at the 6th tier of chi refinement. They considered themselves capable fighters in Tianjin City. They arrogantly proclaimed, Ha ha ha, what can a waste like you do to us? A waste is a waste, only capable of empty threats without any real skill. A cold smirk flashed across Yang Lingtian's eyes as his aura began to rise steadily. At that moment, his body erupted with a formidable energy, startling everyone present. He had reached the 7th tier of chi refinement. How had he achieved such a breakthrough? Wait, wasn't he only at the 2nd tier not long ago? How did he suddenly reach the 7th tier? Some gasped, their previous perceptions of Yang Lingtian shattered. In an instant, Yang Lingtian had closed the distance to the two, swiftly raising his right foot to kick towards them in succession. Two pained cries echoed simultaneously as the two were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, writhing in agony. The crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the Yang Lingtian they had once scorned had become so powerful. 2 6th-tier chi refinement cultivators had been effortlessly dispatched. The two men stared at Yang Lingtian in terror, truly feeling the force behind that kick. Even a typical 7th-tier Qi refinement cultivator would not possess such overwhelming strength. Yang Lingtian slowly approached them, his voice icy. "Will it be I who breaks your mouths, or will you do it yourselves?" They trembled in fear, hurriedly responding, "We'll do it ourselves, we'll do it ourselves." They then began to slap their own faces repeatedly, eliciting laughter from the onlookers, in front of the crowd. Yang Lingtian had established his dominance. It was not until they had bruised their mouths that he chose to depart. Soon, Yang Lingtian arrived at the gates of the Chen residence. The news of his return had already reached Chen Zhengqing, who promptly summoned Yang Lingtian to the main hall. Within the hall, Chen Zhengqing wore a serious expression. "Lingtian, you finally decided to return. After being away for so long without a word, I feared you had met with misfortune." His tone bore a mix of reproach and concern. Yang Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "Adoptive father, I merely went to the outskirts of the Beast Mountain to hunt beasts for training. I have grown. I am no longer a child and understand my own limits." Since he had returned safely, Chen Zhengqing did not press further but shifted the topic. "Lingtian, I received reports from one of the weapon shops that you crafted a low-tier spirit sword yourself. Is that true?" Chen Zhengqing gazed at Yang Lingtian with anticipation. "Indeed, I forged a suitable spirit sword myself. Please deduct the material costs from my allowance," Yang Lingtian stated plainly, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. He then produced the low-tier spirit sword. "What? This is real? I thought the weapon shop was exaggerating. I can't believe it is true." Chen Zhengqing exclaimed in surprise, immediately examining the sword closely. His pupils widened in astonishment. "Remarkable. Just by observing this spirit sword, one can tell the craftsmanship is quite adept. Lingtian, when did you learn to forge spirit artifacts?" "This requires the skill of a first-tier weapon craftsman," Yang Lingtian replied casually. "I acquired this skill not long ago." Chen Zhengqing looked at Yang Lingtian with suspicion, feeling as though he could no longer comprehend him. Alongside his confusion, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Incredulous that Yang Lingtian had not only advanced from the 2nd tier to the 7th tier of Qi refinement within a month, but had also become a first-tier weapon craftsman. This felt surreal. He recalled how he had toilingly practiced for decades to reach the rank of first-tier weapon craftsman. It seemed as if Yang Lingtian had transformed overnight, a change so abrupt and astonishing that it left him reeling. Seizing Yang Lingtian's hand, he checked his pulse and discovered that his damaged meridians had been fully restored. This only deepened his perplexity. Could it be that his adopted son had somehow obtained a miraculous recovery pill? However, now that it is known that all is well, there is no need for excessive concern, nor for the search for the continuation elixir. At this moment, Chen Zhengqing's gaze towards Yang Lingtian had shifted. Filled with both astonishment and delight, in just a few short days, Lingtian's cultivation had soared, advancing directly from the 2nd layer of Qi refinement to the 7th, demonstrating his remarkable talent for cultivation. At merely 18 years of age, he had already ascended to the rank of a first-tier artifact craftsman, undoubtedly heralding an illustrious future ahead. Previously, marriage for their daughter had been merely a promise. But now it seemed that if she were to wed him, it would indeed be a worthy match. Presently, the Chen family was in dire need of a first-tier craftsman to oversee the weapons they sought to sell. And Yang Lingtian's presence could perfectly alleviate their urgent predicament. Chen Zhengqing stated earnestly, "Lingtian, recently our Chen family's weapons workshop has only one first-tier craftsman managing the weapons that are about to be sold. He is overwhelmed with the workload, and I hope you can assist by taking on the role of the 2nd chief craftsman. You may relinquish this position once we recruit a new first-tier craftsman. Of course, I shall compensate you generously during this period." Yang Lingtian furrowed his brow slightly. How long would it take to recruit a first-tier craftsman? However, considering that aiding the Chen family was a long-term task set by the system, he ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I shall commence my duties tomorrow." Yet, Yang Lingtian had another plan in mind, to find someone to cultivate diligently, even if he could not train them to become a first-tier craftsman. He hoped to elevate them to a commendable standard, capable of overseeing the quality of the weapons for sale. This was far more reliable than waiting for the arrival of a new first-tier craftsman, especially since first-tier craftsmen in the entire Tianjin city could be counted on one hand. Moreover, following the recent assassination of a first-tier craftsman from the Chen family, others were even more reluctant to apply. In truth, Artifact apprentices are categorized by their skill level into novice, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier apprentices. As long as one can nurture a top-tier apprentice, they would be capable of ensuring the quality of various weapons. Unfortunately, most of the apprentices in the Chen family's workshop were merely novice apprentices, with only a handful at the intermediate level, while there were no advanced or top-tier apprentices. This was because the first-tier craftsmen were too busy to instruct them properly, only teaching the basics sufficient for them to become novice apprentices, leaving the rest for the apprentices to figure out on their own. After all, these apprentices were not true disciples of the first-tier craftsmen. They were merely workers hired by the Chen family. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yang Lingtian began to practice the newly acquired martial arts technique, Wind Half-Flowing Cloud. To become a formidable force, one must continually refine their skills. And thus he sought not to squander time. He directly consumed the comprehension elixir awarded by the system to enhance his insight, its effects lasting for the better part of a day. Yang Lingtian then endeavored to practice according to the cultivation mantra of Wind Half-Flowing Cloud. This technique demanded an extraordinary mastery over one's own strength, requiring the adept manipulation of the spiritual energy within the dantian to enhance one's agility and enable rapid movement. Under the influence of the comprehension elixir, his mind grew clearer, and his understanding of Wind Half-Flowing Cloud deepened significantly. With closed eyes, he began to vividly visualize himself moving gracefully through the wind. His body began to mimic the characteristics of the wind, becoming supple and agile. Subsequently, he envisioned himself as a cloud, floating freely through the air without hindrance, as he delved deeper into his practice. His steps began to embody the traits of flowing clouds, both unpredictable and difficult to decipher. Throughout his cultivation, Yang Lingtian constantly adjusted his posture and breath, allowing his body to shift as freely as the wind and flowing clouds. In a nearly transcendent state, he devoted himself entirely to his training. After a substantial portion of the day had passed, Yang Lingtian finally grasped the fundamentals of Wind Half-Flowing Cloud, achieving the entry-level proficiency. At that moment, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have entered the realm of Wind Half-Flowing Cloud. Please continue your efforts." Yang Lingtian's heart swelled with joy. The effects of this comprehension elixir are truly remarkable. I have achieved entry-level proficiency in just half a day. Even a golden core cultivator would take months to grasp a superior yellow-tier martial art. Now, as he moved, his body felt more agile than before. And his steps lighter, he felt capable of moving as swiftly as the wind, and shifting his form like flowing clouds. Now it was the latter part of the night, and the effects of the comprehension elixir began to wane. Yang Lingtian decided to rest, planning to report to one of the Chen family's weapon workshops the following day. Upon waking the next day, Yang Lingtian traversed the bustling streets and arrived at the workshop where he had previously forged the spiritual sword. The personnel at the workshop had been informed in advance and were aware that Yang Lingtian would be taking on the role of chief craftsman. Thus they all came forth to greet him, courteously introducing him to the situation there. However, upon entering the workshop, he noticed one exception. A youth of similar age to himself was engrossed in forging weapons, immediately capturing Yang Lingtian's attention. The manager, Lay, also noticed the young man and reprimanded him. "Hey, you? What are you doing? How can you be so oblivious? Young Master Yang has arrived, and you fail to come and greet him?" The youth, still absorbed in his work, was startled and hurriedly set down his tools to approach. Nervously apologizing, "My apologies, I wasn't paying attention." Yang Lingtian recognized that the youth's intense focus on his forging could signify potential talent. Manager Lei concurred, saying, "Young Master Yang, this lad is new and hasn't been here long. He is still unfamiliar with the rules." Yang Lingtian replied sternly, "What rules? Is it necessary for all of you to gather around? You should take a page from this newcomer's book and focus on your work." He commanded, "Return to your respective stations and do not crowd around me." Upon hearing this, everyone dispersed. Just as the newcomer was about to leave, he was called back by Yang Lingtian. "Wait, come here. What is your name? And how long have you been here?" "My name is Wang Taiju, and I've been here for 3 days," the newcomer replied uneasily. "3 days? You have managed to become a qualified novice apprentice after just 3 days of learning?" Yang Lingtian continued to inquire. Wang Taiju nervously responded, "Pretty much. After 2 days of learning, they let me forge on my own." Hearing this, Yang Lingtian was somewhat taken aback. To become a qualified novice apprentice in merely 2 days is quite extraordinary. His talent in artifact crafting is exceptional. Before arriving, he had learned that most new apprentices required over a month to independently forge weapons and be deemed qualified. Wang Tieju's rapid advancement could be considered a rare gift. Achieved without the guidance of a first-tier craftsman, Yang Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. Was this not precisely the individual he wished to cultivate? Talented and focused. If he could nurture him into a top-tier apprentice capable of ensuring quality, Yang Lingtian could step aside. Very well, Wang Taiju, you are a born talent in forging. For now, you will learn under my guidance. I do not expect you to become a true first-tier craftsman, but becoming a top-tier apprentice will suffice. Upon hearing this, Wang Taiju was momentarily dumbfounded. Did he hear correctly? Young Master Yang intended to take him as a disciple. He excitedly replied, Young Master Yang, I will not disappoint you. I will strive to become a top-tier apprentice in the shortest time possible. The others looked on with envious eyes, realizing how rare it was to receive direct guidance from a first-tier craftsman. Soon, Yang Lingtian led Wang Taiju to a private forging room, where he began imparting the techniques and knowledge of crafting. During the teaching process, Yang Lingtian noted Wang Tieju's impressive comprehension ability. Thus, in addition to overseeing the quality of the weapons slated for sale, Yang Lingtian devoted himself to instructing Wang Taiju in forging. Over the past few days, the defect rate of the Chen family's weapons had significantly decreased, with the quality surpassing any previous standards. In the boudoir of Chen Yue, her parents were engaged in conversation with her. Chen Zhengqing advised Yue that young man Lingtian is indeed a first-tier craftsman and has achieved remarkable success. Ever since I appointed him as the chief craftsman, the defect rate of our weapons has diminished considerably. Furthermore, his cultivation has reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, bringing him very close to your level. Recently, he has not frequented any brothels. I believe you should consider accepting him. Chen Yue maintained her composure, yet her perception of Yang Lingtian had shifted slightly. Luing Xue, usually reserved, joined the conversation, adding, Indeed, daughter, from recent observations, he is not devoid of merit. Just being a first-tier craftsman holds significant status in Tianjin City. Although his current status has yet to gain widespread recognition, it is indeed legitimate. Perhaps you should visit the workshop and see for yourself. Chen Yue, weary of their incessant persuasion, ultimately conceded, Very well, I shall visit the workshop to see him. As she departed, Luing Xue, still harboring doubts, inquired, Zhengqing, is Lingtian truly a first-tier craftsman? Instead of secretly summoning other first-tier blacksmiths, are you? Chen Zhengqing's expression darkened slightly. Are you implying that I am deceiving you? No, it's just that Lingtian suddenly became a first-tier blacksmith without a word, which is quite unexpected and truly hard to believe, explained Luing Snow. Chen Zhengqing, with a hint of pride, remarked, This young lad Lingtian is extraordinary. He is no longer the useless person he once was. He must have matured and thus awakened his potential. Yue is also approaching adulthood. You should start preparing for their wedding slowly. My judgment has proven correct. Very well, as long as Lingtian is not like he was before, Luing Snow had to accept this unwelcome son-in-law. Before long, Chen Yue arrived at the weapons shop where Yang Lingtian was located. Under the guidance of Manager Lay, she entered Yang Lingtian's workshop. At that moment, he was imparting forging techniques to Wang Taiju, who had already become a mid-level blacksmith apprentice in just a few days. He had advanced to mid-level. Yang Lingtian believed that within a month, he could train Wang Taiju into a top-tier blacksmith apprentice. Yang Lingtian noticed Chen Yue's arrival and turned to face her. He recalled the system's long-term quest, to win Chen Yue's heart. However, the last domineering approach seemed inappropriate, so he decided to take a different tactic. With a smile, he teased, Yue, what brings you here? Did you miss me? Upon hearing Yang Lingtian's words, Chen Yue's face flushed slightly but quickly returned to normal, in a cold tone. She replied, Hemph, do you say this to every beautiful woman you meet? I came to inspect the weapons shop. I've heard that the defect rate of the Chen family's weapons has been quite low lately, and your contributions are significant. Just as her words fell, a commotion erupted outside. Compensation, compensation. Look at the weapons produced by your Chen family. They break so easily. Hurry up and call your manager out, or we will smash your shop. A burly man, flanked by a dozen subordinates, stormed into the workshop, throwing dozens of broken swords onto the ground. His tone was exceedingly arrogant, clearly not coming with good intentions. The onlookers were astonished. After all, this was the Chen family's workshop, and they dared to cause trouble here. Hearing the commotion, Yang Lingtian and Chen Yue stepped outside. Who are you to dare create a ruckus in my Chen family's weapons shop? Chen Yue coldly demanded. We are merely a small mercenary team. We are not causing trouble but rather pointing out that the quality of the weapons you provided is subpar. Look, a dozen broken swords. They broke so easily. Compensation is a must. Do you think you can bully us just because your shop is large? The burly team leader arrogantly proclaimed. Hemph, are these broken swords not the result of being shattered by those with profound cultivation? Chen Yue questioned. The team leader laughed maniacally. Ha, does Miss Chen intend to play tricks? You overestimate us. If the quality of your weapons were good, only a late-stage foundation cultivator could break them. We are merely a small mercenary team and cannot hire such powerful individuals to commit fraud. Furthermore, if someone were to break them intentionally, there would surely be many traces left behind. But look at these broken swords. The fracture surfaces are perfectly clean, with no signs of violent attacks elsewhere. Clearly, they came prepared, and this team leader was merely at the 9th level of chi refinement. Yang Lingtian picked up one of the broken swords and remarked casually, the quality of these swords is indeed poor. Even someone at the 7th level of chi refinement could break them. This statement. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Did this not imply that the Chen family's weapons indeed had issues? Many recognized Yang Lingtian, for the rumors of his appointment as the chief blacksmith had spread widely. After all, a person once deemed useless, now only 18 years old, had suddenly become a first-tier blacksmith. Such news had certainly caused quite a stir, quickly becoming common knowledge in Tianjin City. See, even your chief blacksmith has stated that the quality of this batch of swords is extremely poor, the team leader said with a hint of pride. Yang Lingtian, what are you saying? Chen Yue asked in disbelief. Chapter 13. Disturbance. I have not finished speaking. The quality of this batch of swords is indeed poor, but they were not forged by our Chen family. Yang Lingtian calmly added. The team leader's expression darkened, yet he maintained his arrogance. Young Master Yang, these weapons bear the unique mark of your Chen family. You cannot shirk responsibility. You must provide evidence that they were not produced by your family. Yang Lingtian did not respond directly but instead glared at him with a fierce gaze. Speak up, who sent you to cause trouble? For a moment, the team leader was taken aback by Yang Lingtian's fierce gaze. But he quickly regained his composure. Young Master Yang, what do you mean? No one sent us. The problem lies with the swords you produced. Do not change the subject. Yang Lingtian continued with a sharp tone. I am giving you a chance. If you do not speak, I will produce evidence, and you will all regret it. Humph, do you think I am easily intimidated? There is no evidence proving these swords are not from your Chen family. Do you think you can frighten me? The team leader stubbornly retorted. Yang Lingtian fixed him with a deep gaze before sneering. Very well, since you insist, I shall present the evidence. He then turned to Wang Taizhu and instructed, Taizhu, bring over a mobile forging platform. Soon, Taizhu brought over the mobile forging platform. Yang Lingtian placed the broken swords into the forge and increased the fire's intensity. The onlookers were puzzled, uncertain of his intentions. As the fire intensified, the broken swords glowed red-hot before finally melting into a pool of molten iron. Yang Lingtian stirred the molten iron rhythmically, channeling his spiritual energy into it with precise force. Some knowledgeable onlookers began to realize what Yang Lingtian was doing, exclaiming, this is the forging restoration method, a technique only a first-tier blacksmith can perform. As gasps filled the crowd, the atmosphere grew tense. While rumors of Yang Lingtian being a first-tier blacksmith circulated, many had never witnessed his abilities firsthand and remained skeptical. However, the exceptional forging skills he displayed left them in awe, compelling them to believe he truly was a first-tier blacksmith. Before long, the molten iron separated into 2 layers, and Yang Lingtian extracted the upper layer. Once cooled, a block of purple ore emerged. This was high-purity purple iron ore. The mercenary team leader began to feel uneasy, but he had no idea what Yang Lingtian's actions signified. He feigned calm and asked, Young Master Yang, what exactly are you doing? What does this prove? Yang Lingtian held up the purple gold iron and stated, as you all know, the ore used by our Chen family is yellow iron ore. The broken swords yield purple iron ore, which clearly indicates they were not forged by our family. The troublemakers looked astonished, while the team leader incredulously asked, you can tell just from the broken swords? These swords look no different from those forged by your Chen family. How did you discern this? Yang Lingtian smirked. Indeed, an ordinary person could not tell, and even a top-tier blacksmith apprentice would struggle to see the difference. But do not forget, I am a first-tier blacksmith. I can certainly distinguish such discrepancies. Now, what do you have to say? The team leader's shocked expression stiffened, and he hurriedly said, Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. We must have received these swords after they were swapped. We had no idea they were not produced by your Chen family. This is indeed a misunderstanding. We will not seek compensation. Consider it our misfortune for acquiring a batch of defective swords. With that, the team leader turned to leave with his men. Yang Lingtian barked, Stop. You come here to cause trouble, and you think you can leave so easily? I will say it once more. If you do not reveal who instructed you to come, do not think of stepping out that door. At Yang Lingtian's signal, the apprentices surrounded them. In that tense moment, the weapons shop became a powder keg. The mercenary team realized that if they did not disclose the mastermind today, the Chen family would not let them off easily. The team leader seemed to make a decision, his expression darkening. Charge out. The lowest cultivation level among these mercenaries was the 7th level of Qi refinement, while the apprentices were only at levels 5 or 6, making them no match for the mercenary team. Soon, the apprentices were sent flying, creating an opening through which the mercenaries rushed out. At that moment, Chen Yue sprang into action, her aura surging as she leapt in front of the group. She was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yang Lingtian sensed the aura of Chen Yue, who had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, and felt a flicker of surprise within. Not long ago, she was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, yet after just a few weeks, she had made a remarkable breakthrough to the 9th level. With such extraordinary talent, it was no wonder she exuded a hint of arrogance. If you wish to leave, did you even consult me? Chen Yue's icy demeanor sent a chill through them. The captain of the mercenary group wore a grave expression. The pressure emanating from Chen Yue was undeniably formidable. Everyone, attack together. At the captain's command, more than a dozen individuals launched an assault on Chen Yue. Suddenly, a spiritual sword appeared in her hand, and in a swift motion, she darted through the throng like a specter. Her figure was as swift as lightning, eluding capture. The attacks from the multitude were deftly avoided, as if her body had melded with the air, becoming ubiquitous. Simultaneously, she wielded her sword. Each strike was executed with precision and force, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, rendering her opponents defenseless. Within mere minutes, a dozen corpses lay before Chen Yue, while she remained unscathed. Now, only the captain of the mercenary group stood frozen in place, terror etched on his face. He then knelt and pleaded, I was wrong, please spare my life. The spectacle unfolding left the onlookers in shock, gasping in disbelief. What a tragedy! This is the fate of those who dare to create trouble at the Chen residence. This young lady from the Chen family is truly formidable. It seems that few below the foundation establishment stage can defeat her. Chen Yue slowly approached him, the spiritual sword poised at his neck. Her voice cold as ice. Speak, who sent you? If I tell you, will you let me go? The captain stuttered, his voice trembling. If you disclose the truth, I may spare your wretched life, Chen Yue replied, her expression unyielding. It was the Tang family. Tang Qi instructed us, he confessed. With so many witnesses, he believed Chen Yue would uphold her word and grant him mercy. Humph, I suspected as much. It was indeed the Tang family's influence. Chen Yue replied, her frustration evident. I have spoken. Release me at once. I can grant you release, but while your death may be avoided, your punishment cannot. You shall forfeit one of your arms. With that, Chen Yue raised her spiritual sword and severed one of his arms. A scream echoed through the weapon shop. Yang Lingtian swallowed hard at the sight, contemplating how Chen Yue, seemingly a delicate lady, possessed such a fierce side. She was remarkably formidable. It seemed imperative for him to elevate his cultivation swiftly. If he were to marry her in the future and could not restrain her, it would spell disaster. Congratulations, host, for aiding the Chen family in overcoming a crisis. You are hereby rewarded with 100 enlightenment pills. The system's voice resonated in Yang Lingtian's ears, filling him with joy. The long-awaited system reward had finally arrived. Such precious and rare pills, receiving 100 at once was truly a boon. The system was indeed generous. Just one enlightenment pill could incite a frenzy among golden core cultivators, and yet here, it seemed as if they were handed out freely. With such an abundance of enlightenment pills, mastering various martial arts and techniques would be effortlessly achievable. Meanwhile, the captain of the mercenary group left the weapon shop in utter disarray, and the spectators' fixed perceptions of Yang Lingtian and Chen had undergone a transformation, especially regarding Yang Lingtian, whose reputation had shifted a full 180 degrees. Once deemed a useless wastrel, he had now become an enviable first-tier weaponsmith, a status that held considerable prestige in Tianjin City. Similarly, Chen Yue's view of Yang Lingtian had altered, though she still maintained a certain coldness toward him. After resolving the matter, she departed the weapon shop and returned to the residence. Soon, news of the incident reached the Tang family, as there were indeed spies among the onlookers. Initially, the Tang family dismissed the notion that the wasteful Yang Lingtian was a first-tier weaponsmith, believing it was merely an excuse concocted by the Chen family to cover their tracks. However, after the incident, suspicions began to arise among the Tang family. Could Yang Lingtian truly be a first-tier weaponsmith? Yet, they had not witnessed it firsthand, only receiving reports from their subordinates. In the grand hall of the Tang residence, a resounding slap echoed, "Useless fool! Look at the caliber of people you sent. They easily betrayed us." Tang Dayo, the head of the Tang family, struck his son Tang Qi across the face and rebuked him. "This not only tarnishes our Tang family's reputation, but also reveals to the Chen family that we are targeting them. This will cause them to be on guard against us, making our future endeavors exceedingly difficult." Tang Qi, flustered, exclaimed, "Father, I had no idea that Yang Lingtian was able to discern that the broken sword was not forged by them. Moreover, he demonstrated the forging restoration technique that only a first-tier weaponsmith would know. Many witnessed it." Tang Dio composed himself and declared, "You must investigate thoroughly. Ascertain whether Yang Lingtian is indeed a first-tier weaponsmith." Just then, the Tang family's elder, Tang Defa, entered, casually remarking, "Head, is such a display of anger truly necessary? Our clandestine skirmishes with the Chen family have always been ongoing. What difference does it make if they become overt? Regardless of whether Yang Lingtian is truly a first-tier weaponsmith, we can always find an opportunity to eliminate him." Chapter 14. The assassin Tang Dio regarded the elder with some trepidation. "We must proceed with caution. We cannot afford to give the Chen family any leverage against us." The elder smirked, "Rest assured, I will find someone to handle this discreetly. I intend for Yang Lingtian to vanish silently from this world. He has disrupted our plans. His death is of no consequence." For the past few days, Yang Lingtian had been at the weapon shop, tirelessly instructing Wang Taizhu in weapon forging. At last, after half a month, Wang Taizhu's forging skills reached the standard of a top apprentice, fully capable of ensuring weapon quality. Yang Lingtian exhaled in relief. He had not practiced during this time but had dedicated himself to mentoring Wang Taizhu. Now, he could report back to his adoptive father and relinquish his responsibilities as the chief weaponsmith. Finally, he stepped out of the weapon shop and began his journey back to the Chen residence. As he turned a corner, a flying needle suddenly shot toward him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, employing the wind half-flowing cloud technique to narrowly evade the attack. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise rang out. "I never expected that a mere 7th-level chi refiner like you could evade my attack." The speaker, cloaked in black, emanated the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator, with a glint of greed and excitement in their eyes, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Yang Lingtian's expression turned serious as he inquired, "Who are you? Why did you attack me? How disgraceful for a Foundation establishment cultivator to ambush a chi refiner. Do you not fear tarnishing your reputation?" The black-clad figure sneered, "I am merely a hired hand. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Your movement technique was impressive. Surrender this martial art to me, and I can grant you a swift death." Yang Lingtian scoffed, "Humph, if you have the ability, come and take it yourself." The black-clad figure seethed with rage, "Arrogant fool. Do you think that dodging once makes you my equal? I will show you the vast chasm that separates a Foundation establishment cultivator from a chi refiner." In the face of the black-clad figure's threat, Yang Lingtian's expression remained grave, yet his tone was unwavering. "Whether I am your opponent or not, you are welcome to test it." The black-clad figure's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving only a dark afterimage. Suddenly, a sharp sword energy materialized behind Yang Lingtian. Sensing the danger, he swiftly employed his movement technique to evade, then turned and drew his spiritual sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy with the cold shadow 100 swords technique. The two sword energies collided violently. Yang Lingtian was jolted back, struggling to maintain his balance. He was forced to retreat over 10 meters before finally halting, his previously calm expression now pale. After all, the disparity between him and a Foundation establishment cultivator was substantial. Had it not been for the assistance of the spiritual sword and his mastery of 2 martial techniques, he would have been slain by a single strike, a spiritual sword. It seems you hold a significant position within the Chen family to possess such a weapon. The black-clad figure remarked in astonishment. You, a mere chi refiner, cannot unleash the full potential of a low-grade spiritual sword. It would be better off in my hands. The black-clad figure's eyes gleamed with avarice. Your earlier defense was indeed stronger than that of an ordinary 9th-level chi refiner, yet it pales in comparison to a Foundation establishment cultivator. I advise you to surrender. Even with the aid of a spiritual sword, you remain no match for me. Yang Lingtian remained silent, channeling all his strength as he unleashed the wind half-flowing cloud technique and the cold shadow 100-sword swordplay, directly attacking the man in black. The 2 figures began to intertwine in the air, their movements growing increasingly intense. That moment, Yang Lingtian's speed and power were nearing that of a cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. However, he was facing a genuine cultivator at that stage, and he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Yang Lingtian relentlessly swung his sword, deftly evading attacks with his nimble footwork, momentarily preventing his opponent from overpowering him. The man in black grew increasingly astonished as he did not anticipate that Yang Lingtian could exhibit such strength, close to that of a Foundation cultivator. Moreover, the peculiar movement technique caused his strikes to consistently miss their mark. Angered, the man in black began to exert his full power, suppressing Yang Lingtian mercilessly. With a resounding bang, Yang Lingtian ultimately failed to evade one of the attacks, being violently thrown back and crashing to the ground. Blood spurting from his mouth. "Theo, be able to fight me to this extent is impressive. However, you are still not a Foundation cultivator, and today you shall meet your end." The man in black spat vehemently. Staggering to his feet, Yang Lingtian retorted with a cold smile, "Humph, indeed. I cannot defeat you, but killing me will not be so easy. Witness my final move." The 100 swords unite. With a thunderous shout, a more formidable aura erupted from him. He wielded the spirit sword, creating a resplendent beam of sword light, channeling all his power into it as it shot forth. The man's pupils widened. He could sense that this strike truly approached the might of a Foundation cultivator. He hastily swung his own sword, summoning his strength to counter this formidable attack. With a deafening crash, the man in black was also sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Lingtian executed his movement technique. The wind half-flowing cloud, and swiftly fled. By the time the man in black regained his footing, Yang Lingtian had already distanced himself significantly. Although this strike did not inflict substantial harm on the man in black, it afforded Yang Lingtian a chance to escape. The man in black could only watch in fury and frustration as Yang Lingtian fled, a hint of shock in his eyes. Unable to believe that a mere 7th-layer chi cultivator could unleash such a powerful attack, a wave of humiliation washed over him. He had allowed a chi cultivator to escape. Damn it, I let him slip away. I never expected this brat to possess such remarkable strength, and with so many hidden cards, that inferior-grade spirit sword and martial techniques are rare finds. It is truly regrettable to miss such an opportunity. And now, having failed my mission, how can I face my employer? As Yang Lingtian fled towards the bustling market district, even if the man in black caught up, he could not act there. Meanwhile, Tang Dio and the Grand Elder awaited good news from the man in black. The news of Yang Lingtian's emergence was promptly relayed to the man in black. Rest assured, the death of Yang Lingtian is inevitable this time. I have spent a considerable fortune to send a Foundation cultivator assassin. A mere chi cultivator cannot possibly escape the assassination of a Foundation expert, proclaimed the Grand Elder with unwavering confidence. Tang Dio shared his belief that Yang Lingtian was destined to meet his demise, a smug smile gracing his face. If Yang Lingtian were truly a first-tier artifact refiner, the Chen family would again suffer the loss of a valuable artisan. Just as they reveled in their triumph, the man in black returned. Both Tang Dio and the Grand Elder stood, eagerly approaching to inquire. So, was it handled cleanly without anyone noticing? I made an error. I allowed him to escape, the man in black stated bluntly. What? He escaped? The smile vanished from Tang Dio's face, replaced by shock. What happened? I provided you with ample spirit stones, and yet you let him go? The Grand Elder, Tang Defa, also turned pale. That it was my mistake, but the information you provided was also flawed, the man in black explained. Although Yang Lingtian is merely a 7th layer Qi cultivator, he unleashed his full power, making him nearly equal to a foundation cultivator at the initial stage, especially with his mastery of a powerful sword technique and an unusual movement skill, along with the enhancement of the spirit sword. I could not achieve a guaranteed kill. Furthermore, we were within the city. I dared not pursue him. Outside the city, he would have undoubtedly met his end. Tang Dio and Tang Defa were both deeply shocked. A 7th layer Qi cultivator could exhibit strength close to that of an initial stage foundation cultivator? They found it hard to believe. Even with the support of an inferior grade spirit sword, such a surge in power seemed implausible. Additionally, although his aura indicates he is a 7th layer Qi cultivator, I sense that the purity of his spiritual energy appears to be significantly higher than that of an ordinary 8th layer cultivator. I believe this is also a reason for his formidable strength, the man in black added. Tang Dio and the Grand Elder fell into contemplation, realizing that Yang Lingtian was far from ordinary. The once dissipated waste had not only transformed into a first-tier artifact refiner, but also possessed numerous secrets. They increasingly suspected that Yang Lingtian had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, perhaps even inherited the legacy of a powerful being. This brat has changed drastically. He is a completely different person, Tang Dio mused, his eyes narrowing. Such a rapid surge in strength must surely stem from a significant opportunity. I must uncover it this moment. Yang Lingtian had returned to the Chen residence, recounting the assassination attempt to his adoptive father. What? A foundation assassin? They actually sent a foundation assassin to deal with a 7th layer Qi cultivator. Chen Zhengqing exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. Logically, there should be no need for a foundation expert to assassinate a 7th layer Qi cultivator. That would be overkill. This indicates that they truly regard him with utmost seriousness. Dispatching a foundation assassin as a precaution. Unfortunately, that precaution proved necessary. Are you all right, Lingtian? How did you manage to escape? Chen Zhengqing continued, his concern evident as he examined Yang Lingtian's body, discovering only minor injuries. It was astonishing that a 7th layer Qi cultivator could escape from a foundation expert with such little harm. I held my ground for a while, and seized the chance to flee into the bustling market district. The assassin dared not pursue me further, Yang Lingtian explained. However, this still astonished Chen Zhengqing. For an ordinary 7th layer Qi cultivator, a casual strike from a foundation expert would easily result in death, leaving no time to react or escape. Yang Lingtian's ability to escape indicated that his true strength was not merely that of a 7th layer cultivator. Who on earth is it that has sent a foundation assassin? Chen Zhengqing fumed. Father, I suspect that the Tang family is the most likely culprit, but I have no evidence, Yang Lingtian conjectured. Humph, the Tang family is becoming increasingly outrageous. When one of our first-tier artifact refiners was assassinated, I suspected they were behind it, Chen Zhengqing said, his eyes glinting with malice. For years, the Chen and Tang families had been embroiled in covert skirmishes, but they had never made it explicit. Now, the conflicts had escalated to the point of assassination. Yet, without evidence, the Chen family could not seek justice, and they could only continue investigating in secret. After discussing the assassination, Yang Lingtian expressed his desire to resign from the position of chief artifact refiner. Father, I will no longer be going to the weapon shop. I have already selected someone to take over my duties. Oh, you are recommending that fellow named Wang Tietue, right? I have heard you have been mentoring him, but isn't he still unqualified for the position? Chen Zhengqing questioned. Rest assured, Father. Wang Tietue has now reached the level of a top apprentice and is fully capable of fulfilling the role, Yang Lingtian assured. What? In less than a month, he has achieved the level of a top apprentice. Such rapid progress. It took me years to reach that level, Chen Zhengqing exclaimed in disbelief. I have been tirelessly guiding him day and night. And given his exceptional talent in artifact refinement, it is entirely reasonable for him to become a top apprentice in such a short span of time. Perhaps soon, he will become a first-tier artifact refiner. Yang Lingtian stated casually. Chen Zhengqing's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. If that is the case, I need not seek out a first-tier artifact refiner. Very well, I shall appoint him as the new chief artifact refiner tomorrow. ensuring the continued operation of our weapon shop. Congratulations, host, for aiding the Chen family in overcoming a significant crisis. As a reward, you receive a drop of Divine Ape bloodline. Refining the Divine Ape bloodline can alter your physique and enhance your physical strength. How delightful! I have finally received a system reward once more. Furthermore, a treasure that can enhance the physique of this wasteful body, the Divine Ape bloodline. Sounds extraordinary. Yang Lingtian felt a surge of joy within. To become a formidable force, possessing a powerful physique was undeniably crucial. The body he inhabited was inherently ordinary, yet the bloodline of the Divine Ape had the potential to transform his constitution and enhance his physical prowess. Precisely what Yang Lingtian sought. Thus, he took another step forward on the path of strength. Upon returning to his chamber, Yang Lingtian promptly retrieved the Divine Ape bloodline and commenced its refinement. This bloodline was imbued with an exceptionally potent life force, and he sensed himself enveloped by this formidable energy, as if a great power was gradually permeating his body, intertwining with his blood and dancing with his soul. This force was both powerful and wild, relentlessly battering against his physique. Under Yang Lingtian's continuous refinement, the power of the Divine Ape bloodline began to seamlessly integrate into his being. He felt as if his body was undergoing a profound transformation, his constitution growing ever stronger and his physical strength surging. After 3 full days of relentless effort, he finally completed the refinement of the entire Divine Ape bloodline. Now, traces of the Divine Ape's attributes were manifesting within Yang Lingtian. Although he remained at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his physical strength had escalated to the 9th level. Such was the might of the Divine Ape bloodline. As his cultivation advanced, so too would his physical power. Presently, even without channeling his spiritual energy, he could exert strength equivalent to that of the 9th level of Qi refinement. If he were to harness the energy within him, that power would multiply, increasing his might exponentially. Yang Lingtian brimmed with confidence, believing that had he faced the assassin from a few days prior, he would not have fled in such a disheveled manner. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. His cultivation required further enhancement. Thus, he produced an alchemical furnace, intending to concoct a multitude of elixirs to elevate his cultivation. After all, relying solely on the absorption of the world's spiritual energy was far too slow. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a vast array of spiritual herbs from the Beast Mountains, providing ample resources for his alchemical endeavors. After 5 days and nights of diligent crafting, Yang Lingtian successfully produced over 100 spiritual elixirs. Each of these pills was infused with tremendous energy, capable of advancing one's cultivation upon refinement. Typically, a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage would need 1.5 years to fully refine such a number of elixirs. However, Yang Lingtian was aware that the Chaos Pearl within him could assist in hastening the process. Although most of the energy would be absorbed by the Chaos Pearl, there was little he could do about that. He began to refine the freshly concocted elixirs. As expected, the pills swiftly transformed into waves of energy that surged into the Chaos Pearl within his dantian, leaving only traces of pure energy for absorption. This was an extraordinary feat, refining over 100 spiritual elixirs at once. None of the other 3 major families possessed such audacity. Before long, Yang Lingtian's aura involuntarily radiated outward. He had broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement, now merely a step away from the 9th. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his supply of spiritual herbs for elixir crafting and could only seek other means to bolster his strength. His swordsmanship, Cold Shadow 100 Swords, had just reached a state of mastery, while his movement technique, Wind Half-Flowing Cloud, was still only at the beginner stage. Should he cultivate both techniques to perfection, his power would see a significant increase. Especially with the Wind Half-Flowing Cloud, if perfected, even if facing an opponent of higher cultivation who lacked an equivalent movement technique, he could escape without being pursued, provided the gap was not enormous. However, mastering these 2 techniques was arduous, and given his current level of comprehension, it would likely take several years. Fortunately, he still had 100 understanding elixirs, a rare 4th-tier spiritual elixir, each one immensely valuable. In Tianqian City, a single understanding elixir could incite a frenzy among buyers, typically only available in auction houses. Yang Lingtian consumed an understanding elixir and began to cultivate these 2 techniques. For an entire month, he remained secluded, immersed in his training, ultimately bringing both techniques to a state of completion. Congratulations to the host. Both the first stage of Cold Shadow 100 Swords and Wind Half-Flowing Cloud have been cultivated to perfection. The system's congratulatory prompt resounded. His strength surged dramatically. Indeed, this system was a formidable aid for the aspiring strong. Without the understanding elixirs provided by the system, it was doubtful he could have mastered both techniques even after years of closed-door cultivation. In high spirits, Yang Lingtian decided it was time to emerge from his seclusion. At this juncture, the Chen residence was bustling with activity. For over a month, he had remained oblivious to the world outside. Even his meals were delivered at set times. During this period, Chen Zhengqing had refrained from disturbing Yang Lingtian, recognizing his dedication to cultivation. Having resolved to exit his seclusion, Yang Lingtian tidied his attire and stepped out of his courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was taken aback. The entire Chen residence was adorned with festive decorations, exuding a celebratory atmosphere. What occasion is this? A festival? Yang Lingtian pondered, his expression one of confusion. After inquiring, he learned that in a few days it would be Chen Yue's 18th birthday, which would also mark her wedding day with Yang Lingtian. The entire Chen household was aware, save for Yang Lingtian, who was the last to know. How inattentive he had been. However, Chen Yue was somewhat resistant to the notion of marriage. At that moment, Chen Zhengqing was in her chamber, earnestly persuading her, Yue, in 2 days you will wed Lingtian. You must not maintain that stern expression. You should be joyful. Lingtian has changed significantly. He is no longer the reckless youth he once was, having devoted himself to rigorous training, he urged. Chen Yue, showing signs of impatience, replied, All right, father, I understand. You need not say more. I have not expressed any intention of refusing the marriage. Very well, you two have not played together since childhood. I hope that post-wedding, you will come to understand one another and deepen your bond. Chen Zhengqing concluded, leaving the room. Yang Lingtian then approached Chen Yue's courtyard. Upon seeing him, Chen Yue's demeanor remained frosty. Faced with her icy disposition, Yang Lingtian began to contemplate strategies. Yue appeared to be the epitome of aloofness. Her heart seemed difficult to sway. This task assigned by the system posed quite a challenge. How could he win her heart? Women often admire the strong. If he could best her in combat, perhaps she would regard him with newfound respect. Resolute, he spoke, Yue, it has been a while. I have made some progress in my training over the past month and would like to spar with you. Chen Yue was taken aback. What? You have come here to spar with me? You should consider carefully. Although I am still at the 9th level of Qi refinement, I am merely one opportunity away from breaking into the foundation establishment stage. Yang Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. No worries. Feel free to unleash your full strength. I shall go easy on you. Humph, so stubborn. Chen Yue regarded him with disdain. Yang Lingtian drew forth an ordinary longsword, advancing without hesitation to launch an attack on Chen Yue. She remained composed, unsheathing her own sword. As their blades clashed, a powerful aura erupted, causing the surrounding air to quiver. Yang Lingtian's swordplay was sharp and swift, akin to a tempest, overwhelming in its ferocity, while his movements appeared casual. The latent power was formidable. Each strike resonated with a sound that reverberated through the atmosphere. Conversely, Chen Yue's swordplay was fluid and graceful, resembling flowing water. While seemingly gentle, it was filled with subtle strength. Her swordsmanship was elegant, at times as fierce as a startled dragon, at others resolute and decisive. Their swords collided, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds as their figures intertwined, both employing the simplest of techniques without invoking any martial arts. Appearing evenly matched, internally, Chen Yue was somewhat astonished. She could sense that Yang Lingtian's strength was on par with her own. She had long cultivated at the 9th level of Qi refinement, her internal spiritual energy nearing the foundation establishment stage. Logically, her power should surpass Yang Lingtian's, who was only at the 8th level. Yue, be cautious. I am about to employ a martial technique, Yang Lingtian warned. Chapter 16. The wedding turmoil. Yang Lingtian then unleashed the technique of Cold Shadow 100 Swords, albeit without exerting his full strength. Otherwise, at the perfected stage of this technique, his power would increase several-fold, and inadvertently injuring Yue would be undesirable. Chen Yue, having never practiced any martial techniques, quickly found herself at a disadvantage. How has he become so formidable? Throughout our childhood, I was always the one dominating him. Now, I am being suppressed. His progress is astonishing, Chen Yue thought in shock. After a brief exchange, the victor became clear. Yang Lingtian sheathed his sword and grinned mischievously. So, what do you think? Your future husband is quite strong, isn't he? With me around, no one will dare to bully you. Chen Yue, however, wore a displeased expression, snorting coldly. What martial technique was that you just employed? Its power was quite remarkable. Chen Yue was genuinely astonished by Yang Lingtian's ability to wield martial techniques. Her gaze was filled with disbelief, perplexed as to where he had acquired such skills. This does not resemble the martial techniques my father practices. Moreover, he is merely at the chi refinement stage. How could he possibly cultivate martial techniques? This is unprecedented. It is no wonder that she was astonished. After all, even among those who have reached the foundation establishment stage, few possess martial arts skills. Such techniques are typically closely guarded secrets of grand families and prestigious sects, compounded by the fact that mastering them is exceedingly challenging. Consequently, it is almost unheard of for anyone in the chi refining stage to grasp martial arts. Only the geniuses of eminent sects and families stand a chance of acquiring and initially mastering such skills. Even within the Chen family, only Chen Zhengqing has knowledge of a single yellow-tier martial art. Yang Lingtian playfully remarked, "My swordsmanship is called Cold Shadow 100 Swords. Would you like to learn it? I can teach you. But you must give me a kiss in return for a day's lesson. Get lost? You are becoming too demanding. Once I break through to the foundation establishment stage, I will make sure to teach you a lesson." Chen Yue retorted angrily, though she appeared somewhat endearing. With a grin, Yang Lingtian replied, "Yue, we are soon to be wed. Is it too much to ask for a kiss? I have agreed to marry you at my father's behest. But let me make this clear. After we are married, you are not allowed to touch me, or I will make you regret it," Chen Yue declared firmly. Yang Lingtian scoffed inwardly, "Humph, who would want to touch you? If it weren't for completing the system task, I wouldn't even bother with you." He wanted to say more but simply responded, all right, you can have it your way." After saying this, he departed, realizing that staying any longer might lead to an actual fight. Soon, the day of their grand wedding arrived, and the Chen family sent invitations to those of high status. Given the significance of the occasion, the four great families of Tianjin City sent representatives bearing gifts to offer their congratulations. Although the relationships among the four families were not particularly cordial, they still afforded some respect to the Chen family. Before long, the news of Yang Lingtian's marriage into the Chen family spread throughout Tianjin City. Previously, the rumors of Yang Lingtian marrying into the Chen family circulated only within limited circles, garnering little attention. Now that it had become a confirmed fact, it became the subject of much discussion. This news quickly reached the Lay family, one of the three great families of the nearby city, Shenwu. Upon hearing the news, Lay Dabin, the son of the Lay family head, was agitated. He had once visited Tianjin City and had a brief encounter with Chen Yue. At that time, he was captivated by her beauty and had been unable to forget her since. Back then, his cultivation was only at the 8th level of chi refining, and Chen Yue had not paid him much heed. He had boasted that once he achieved foundation establishment, he would come to propose. However, Chen Yue had merely regarded it as a jest and did not take it seriously. After returning to the Lay residence, he trained day and night, finally breaking through to the foundation establishment stage recently. At the age of 20, he had become the most talented individual in Shenwu City. Just as he was preparing to propose, he heard the news of Chen Yue's imminent wedding. "What? Yue is the one I have my eyes on, and someone has beaten me to it," Lay Dabin exclaimed in fury. His subordinate, Wu Lu, urged him, "Young master, why not go and snatch the bride?" Although the Chen family is one of the four great families of Tianjin City, they are relatively new and lack the deep roots of established families like ours. Without a second thought, Lay Dabin arrogantly declared, "Good. I shall set off at once." There is no woman that Lay Dabin cannot have. Half a day later, the wedding was well underway in the grand hall of the Chen family. Guests filled the room as Yang Lingtian and Chen Yue prepared for their final vows, honoring their parents and the heavens. Suddenly, a servant rushed in to report that Lay Dabin from the Lay family had come to congratulate them. This left everyone perplexed. How could the Chen family command such respect as to attract a visitor from the distant Shenwu city? Since he had arrived, they could not simply turn him away. So they welcomed him inside. Lay Dabin entered with a dozen subordinates, his eyes fixated on the veiled Chen Yue. Chen Zhengqing, maintaining his composure, politely addressed Lay Dabin, "We appreciate the Lay family for coming to offer congratulations. Please have a seat." However, Lay Dabin bluntly stated, "Chen family head, I did not come to congratulate you but to propose. This declaration left everyone in attendance bewildered. A proposal? The Chen family had only one daughter. So whom was Lay Dabin intending to propose to? Chen Zhengqing inquired, Young Master Lay, what do you mean by that? Who are you proposing to? With determination, Lay Dabin turned toward Chen Yue and declared, Of course, I am proposing to Miss Chen Yue. What? Young Master Lay, please do not jest. Today is my daughter's wedding. Do not cause any trouble, Chen Zhengqing said, visibly displeased. I am not joking. Chen family head. Rather than let your eldest daughter marry a wastrel, it would be better for her to marry me. If the Lay family and the Chen family were to unite, with our backing, the Chen family would be able to establish a stronger foothold in Tianjin City. Lay Dabin spoke with unrestrained arrogance, relying on his status as the son of the Lay family. This sudden turn of events astonished everyone present. Lay Dabin had come to snatch the bride. Yang Lingtian could no longer contain himself. On his wedding day, someone dared to interrupt, claiming he was a wastrel. Young Master Lay, this is too much. On my wedding day, you dare to come and snatch the bride. Yang Lingtian's voice was laced with barely suppressed fury. I'm speaking with the Chen family head. What right do you have to interrupt? Lay Dabin scoffed dismissively. You, a wastrel, are unworthy of Chen Yue. You should withdraw from the marriage and allow her to marry me. Chen Zhengqing, incensed, raised his voice enough. Young Master Lay, do not act recklessly. You are a guest, but if you continue this way, I will have to throw you out. Lay Dabin's disturbance would undoubtedly lead to more gossip about the Chen family, igniting Chen Zhengqing's anger. However, due to the Lay family's influence, he felt restrained in his response. But Yang Lingtian was unwilling to let this slide. He could not tolerate the attempted snatching of his bride or the insult of being called a wastrel. Lay Dabin, what makes you think you are worthy of my Yue? As soon as Yang Lingtian's words left his mouth, the atmosphere grew tense. Lay Dabin's expression darkened, and a powerful aura characteristic of a foundation establishment expert erupted from him. Do you not know who I am? I am the son of the Lay family of Xinwu City, recognized as the #1 talent in Xinwu City. Am I not qualified? The attendees were startled. Achieving foundation establishment at 20 was indeed remarkable. Many had struggled for decades at the 9th level of Qi refining without a breakthrough, while Lay Dabin had effortlessly reached the foundation establishment stage. However, in Yang Lingtian's eyes, a foundation establishment expert was nothing significant. Lay Dabin, you are overly arrogant. What does it matter if you are the so-called #1 talent in Xinwu City? I see you as a wastrel. If you have the capability, come and spar with me. If you defeat me, I will withdraw from the marriage. But if you lose, you must kneel and apologize. This challenge left everyone dumbfounded. A Qi refining 8th level cultivator daring to challenge a foundation establishment expert? Was he seeking death? Do not act rashly, Lingtian. Chen Zhengqing quickly intervened, doubting his ability to defeat Lay Dabin. Ha ha ha, Yang Lingtian, has your brain turned to mush? You dare to challenge me, Lay Dabin sneered. Yang Lingtian calmly replied, Father-in-law, I know what I am doing. Are you afraid to accept the challenge? Afraid of the humiliation of kneeling before me? Fine. If you seek death, I shall grant it. This wedding is off. Let everyone here bear witness, Lay Dabin retorted. The crowd was uncertain about Yang Lingtian's motives in challenging a foundation establishment expert, especially one as formidable as Lay Dabin. Only Chen Yue remained unperturbed. Having sparred with Yang Lingtian before, she knew he was not ordinary. Yet, she too was uncertain if he could defeat Lay Dabin, leaving her to wait and see. With both sides resolute in their challenge, Chen Zhengqing found it difficult to intervene, though his heart was filled with worry. Before long, they arrived at an open area outside. Lay Dabin taunted, You overestimate yourself. Come at me, I won't even use a weapon. I'll still take you down. Yang Lingtian showed no hesitation, drawing forth a low-grade spirit sword. Lay Dabin, still arrogant, did not take out a weapon, believing that even with Yang Lingtian's spirit sword, he could not be defeated. The audience buzzed with discussions, all expressing disbelief in Yang Lingtian's chances. I bet young Master Yang can last only a few minutes after drawing his spirit sword, but he is bound to lose. Indeed, the gap between the foundation establishment and Qi refining stages is vast. With Lay Dabin being a prodigy, it was even less likely for a mere 8th level Qi refining cultivator to defeat him. A few minutes? I doubt he can last even a few seconds. What does it matter if he has a spirit sword? This Yang Lingtian is truly overconfident, thinking he's invincible just because he reached the 8th level of Qi refining in a month or two. True, although my master has just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, he has previously battled early Foundation establishment experts without defeat. The subordinates of Lay Dabin boasted with pride. Chapter 17. A Battle to Fame. Yang Lingtian remained unfazed by the idle chatter from the crowd. Exuding an air of calmness, he held a profound confidence in his own abilities. Having refined the bloodline of the divine ape, his physical strength had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, equivalent to that of the 9th level, even while he was at the 7th level. Now, having broken through to the 8th level, his physical prowess had reached its utmost limits, surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The synergy of these two aspects brought him infinitely close to the true strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Even without employing martial techniques, bolstered by his spirit sword, he was confident in his ability to defeat a typical Foundation establishment novice. Yet, he intended to give Lay Dabin a taste of humility. Taking advantage of his overconfidence, a sinister smile crept across Yang Lingtian's lips as he calmly declared, "Young Master Lay, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. I advise you to take this seriously. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing when I knock you down." Lay Dabin laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, such brazen words. Enough chatter. I stand here. Come at me." Yang Lingtian wasted no more breath and leaped into action, immediately unleashing a torrent of the cold shadow 100 swords toward Lay Dabin. Without any preliminary tests, he launched a full-scale assault. His figure darted through the air like a flash of lightning, racing toward Lay Dabin with tremendous momentum that left the onlookers in awe. The low-grade spirit sword glimmered with a chilling light, unleashing dazzling sword energies. Each strike was a manifestation of Yang Lingtian's full strength, amplified by the perfected cold shadow 100 swords technique, resulting in an explosive increase in power. The powerful sword chi radiated an icy intent, hurtling toward Lay Dabin. Lay Dabin's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed the formidable power of the sword energies. Shock coursed through him. Was this truly the might of a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement? However, due to his earlier overconfidence, he could only hastily channel his internal spiritual power and swiftly draw out a low-grade spirit artifact to withstand the assault. The impact of the strikes sent Lay Dabin flying, blood spilling from his mouth. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, incredulous that a mere exchange had brought down Lay Dabin. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had rarely witnessed a Qi refinement cultivator defeating a Foundation establishment one. How could this be possible? When had Foundation establishment cultivators become so weak? It was not that Foundation establishment cultivators were weak, but rather that Yang Lingtian, a Qi refinement cultivator, was exceptionally strong. Martial techniques? It truly is martial techniques? A gasp echoed through the crowd as they were once again astounded. To be able to wield martial techniques at the Qi refinement stage was a rarity indeed. Utilizing martial techniques allowed one to unleash a far greater power from their cultivation, serving as a means of mobilizing internal strength. Yet, in attendance, there were virtually no cultivators who had practiced martial techniques. Aside from their difficulty in cultivation, martial techniques were scarce in circulation. Even low-tier martial techniques were treated as treasures by influential factions like the Four Great Families. It was exceedingly rare for anyone at the Qi refinement or even Foundation establishment stages to gain access to them. Chen Zhengqing was internally astonished. He found it increasingly difficult to fathom his adopted son. He had imparted no martial techniques to Yang Lingtian, yet somehow, he had unexpectedly learned them. Where had he acquired such knowledge? Moreover, from Chen Zhengqing's perspective, Yang Lingtian's execution of the martial techniques had reached perfection. Yet he had never seen such techniques before, and just a fleeting glance was insufficient for him to ascertain their rank. Lay Dabin, now sprawled on the ground, was equally astonished by his own defeat. Yang Lingtian coldly remarked, "So, young Master Lay, I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you've already fallen. You have lost?" Slowly rising to his feet, Lay Dabin, seething with anger, retorted defiantly, "Humph, I have not lost. What are you unwilling to concede? You were careless just now. Did you not evade?" Yang Lingtian scoffed, "Humph, don't get too pleased with yourself. This time, I will unleash my full strength." Lay Dabin growled ferociously, and suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, his internal spiritual power surging and brimming with potential. "Yang Lingtian, I shall show you my true strength," he bellowed, leaping into action. a torrent of spiritual energy surging into his spirit sword as he struck fiercely toward Yang Lingtian. Standing firm, Yang Lingtian remained unperturbed, his expression devoid of fear, radiating calmness. Just as Lay Davin's attack was about to land, a beam of sword light flashed in Yang Lingtian's hand. His spirit sword unleashed a powerful sword chi that collided violently with Lay Davin's strike. A cacophony of sounds erupted in the air, as if the very atmosphere were being torn apart. "Very well, I shall indulge you," Yang Lingtian declared, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Indeed, he had employed the wind half-flowing cloud technique, achieving a speed that rivaled even the true Foundation establishment cultivators, if not surpassing it. The two figures engaged in a relentless dance of clashes. Lay Davin, wielding his spirit artifact, felt his own strength surge. Yang Lingtian had to concede that Lay Davin's power exceeded that of the Foundation establishment assassin he had previously encountered. Yet, it was still insufficient to pose a threat to him. Utilizing both the Cold Shadow 100 swords and the Wind half-flowing cloud techniques, Yang Lingtian relentlessly suppressed Lay Davin, forcing him into a series of retreats. Minutes later, with a resounding crash, Lay Davin was once again sent flying by Yang Lingtian, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd was once more left in stunned silence. He had truly been defeated. A Foundation establishment cultivator had been bested by a chi refinement one, which left them utterly astonished. Soon, Yang Lingtian's sword was pressed against Lay Davin's neck, rendering him motionless. At that moment, Lay Davin's eyes reflected not only fury but also a hint of trepidation. "You are no match for me. It would be wise to kneel and admit your fault," Yang Lingtian spoke icily. As the son of the Lay family and a Foundation establishment cultivator, Lay Davin was naturally unwilling to bow before a mere chi refinement cultivator. He retorted arrogantly, "Humph, my father is Lay Gang. You dare to ask me to kneel? That would be a slap in my father's face. I care not if your father is Lay Gang or Li Gang. We agreed that if you lost, you must kneel." Yang Lingtian's imposing aura pressed down upon him, his tone sharp. "The witnesses are all here. Do you wish to go back on your word?" Forcing the son of the Lay family to kneel indeed tarnished the family's reputation and could potentially sow seeds of enmity. Yet, Yang Lingtian was unconcerned with such matters. Under his coercion, Lay Davin had no choice but to kneel. From that moment on, this incident would become a topic of discussion among the onlookers. After kneeling, Lay Davin, unable to show his face, hastily fled the Chen residence. Today, he had sworn vengeance on Yang Lingtian. "Yang Lingtian, you wait for me. So what if you've mastered martial techniques? When I return and perfect my family's ancestral martial techniques, I will ensure your dismemberment." Lay Davin shouted fiercely as he turned his back to the Chen family entrance, leading his subordinates away amidst the murmurs of the onlookers. Within the Chen residence, the gazes directed at Yang Lingtian underwent a significant transformation. Everyone was astonished by the transformation of Yang Lingtian. They had witnessed firsthand how someone once regarded as a prodigal waste had evolved into such a formidable figure. To think he could defeat a Foundation establishment genius with merely the cultivation of the chi refinement stage completely shattered their perceptions. Yang Lingtian had achieved renown in battle. Once this news spread, the label of waste would be stripped from him. He had subtly emerged as the foremost genius of the younger generation in Tianjin City. The subsequent wedding proceeded smoothly, despite some minor hiccups, and did not suffer any major setbacks. As night deepened, it was the fateful night of Yang Lingtian and Chen Ayue's wedding chamber. The two sat across from each other at a small round table, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Dressed in bridal attire, Chen Ayue appeared particularly enchanting, eliciting a flurry of thoughts. In contrast, Yang Lingtian bore a serious expression, internally contemplating how to win her heart in such a situation. Women likely preferred assertiveness. Perhaps he should take a bold approach, however, recalling the incident at the weapon shop where Chen Yue had swiftly severed the arm of a troublemaker. He recognized her formidable nature. No, Yue seemed aloof and reserved. Yet when angered, she was truly fierce. Yet, what of it? Ultimately, she could not outmatch him. Perhaps the more formidable a woman, the more she yearned to be conquered, for when a woman says no, it often signifies yes. Just as passionate images began to surface in Yang Lingtian's mind, Chen Ayue interrupted his reverie. "Yang Lingtian, I have told you before, after our marriage, you must not touch me," Chen Yue stated sternly. However, A flicker of shyness and unease passed through her eyes, which Yang Lingtian keenly observed. A smile crept into Yang Lingtian's heart. It appeared this little girl was quite nervous about her first night. Not touching you. As if I were particularly eager for you. Yang Lingtian scoffed. Feigning indifference, which irked Chen Yue. Here she was, a stunningly beautiful young lady, and he dared to express disinterest. Then you should leave. I wish to sleep. Chen Yue pointed to the door, issuing her dismissal. Why should I leave? After our marriage, this is also my room, Yang Lingtian retorted, standing tall in defiance. If you refuse to leave, then you'll have to sleep on the floor. Chen Yue showed no sign of yielding, declaring, why should I sleep on the floor? I want to sleep in the bed. Yang Lingtian rose to his feet, his voice rising slightly. So, does that mean you want me to sleep on the floor? Chen Yue questioned, if you wish to sleep in the bed, then share it with me. I promise not to touch you, Yang Lingtian said, a playful smile gracing his lips. What if your beastly nature awakens? Chen Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. What are you worried about? I shall be exceedingly gentle, Yang Lingtian replied with a serious demeanor. You mustn't harbor any improper thoughts. Chen Yue's face reddened further. How can this be deemed improper? We are, after all, husband and wife now. Yang Lingtian chuckled. He then slowly approached Chen Yue, causing her to stand up in alarm and retreat towards the bed. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer, Chen Yue exclaimed. Her complexion paling. If you act recklessly, you may only claim my body, but never my heart. Chapter 18. Trouble approaches. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingtian paused, contemplating the system's task. Indeed, the system's mission is to win her heart. He mused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. If I were to force the issue, I would leave a negative impression in her mind, making it all the more challenging to win her affection in the future. Yue has just come of age. She likely hasn't fully comprehended the situation. We can consummate our marriage later. He then smiled and added, I was merely joking. Go ahead and sleep. I shall return to my own room. With that, Yang Lingtian exited, leaving Chen Yue in a state of bewilderment. Did he just leave like that? No insistence whatsoever, he simply walked out. Yet, deep down, Chen Yue grappled with her true feelings. Did she want him to stay or to leave? A vague sense of loss unexpectedly welled up within her. Just as she stepped out the door, the system's voice abruptly sounded, detected emotional fluctuations from Chen Yue towards the host. Progress made in the task of winning Chen Yue's heart. Reward: 1 protective talisman and 1 swift wind talisman. The protective talisman can withstand a single attack from any golden core cultivator. The swift wind talisman allows the host to control their speed at will, reaching the peak speed of a golden core cultivator for 1 hour. To use, simply crush it in hand. Oh my, this is quite sudden, a delightful surprise. Yang Lingtian thought. Such remarkable treasures. Now I possess 2 additional trump cards for my survival. With these, I fear most golden core cultivators no longer, as long as I can withstand 1 strike before making my escape. However, I must use them cautiously, as golden core cultivators possess numerous methods. And I have but 1 protective talisman and 1 swift wind talisman. They cannot be squandered. Filled with joy, Yang Lingtian cast aside his earlier displeasure regarding the consummation of his marriage and cheerfully returned to his room. Meanwhile, Chen Zhengqing observed from a distance as Yang Lingtian exited Chen Yue's room, shaking his head with a sigh. It seems Lingtian has yet to gain the upper hand over that girl. Patience, time will tell. With time, she will surely come to accept him. Upon returning to his own room, Yang Lingtian felt unexpectedly relaxed and joyful. Although Chen Yue was indeed stunningly beautiful, her perpetually stern demeanor made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Once back, he commenced his cultivation. The Ling Stone had been returned in accordance with their cooperation agreement, and he planned to absorb all of them that very night. Thanks to the presence of the Chaos Pearl in his Dantian. The ordinary spirit stones that would take other Qi refinement stage cultivators years to absorb were consumed in mere minutes. Of course, most were absorbed by the Chaos Pearl, but the remaining small portion allowed him to successfully break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. At that moment, Lei Dabin had also returned to Xinwu City and hurriedly sought out his father, Lei Gang, to report. Father, you must stand up for your son. Seeing the injuries on Lei Dabin's body, Lei Gang immediately inquired, what happened? Tell me who harmed you. It was the Qin family from Tianjin City. I kindly went to congratulate them, and they actually harmed me and threatened me to kneel. What? How dare the Qin family act so audaciously? Decades ago, they were merely a small family, Lei Gang exclaimed in fury that it was only after Chen Zhengqing broke through to the Golden Core that the Chen family became a prominent family in Tianjin City. Now they have the audacity to provoke our Lei family? Indeed, fathered, I mentioned your name. But they were utterly unafraid, dismissing our family as inconsequential, claiming they would wipe our Lei family out of Shenwu City one day. Lei Dabin embellished. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Lei Gang clenched his fists, his anger intensifying. As a well-known Golden Core cultivator, he had attained mid-level Golden Core cultivation, earning the Lei family great respect. Such brazen remarks filled him with profound disdain. He looked at Lei Dabin and asked solemnly, Dabin, are you certain they truly said such things? Feeling his father's gaze, Lei Dabin's heart sank, and he quickly nodded in affirmation. Although he often acted brazenly, he held deep respect for his father. Lei Gang, being quite indulgent towards his son and recognizing his talent, did not doubt Lei Dabin's words. Well, the Chun family, Lei Gang sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Daring to provoke our Lei family? It seems they believe we are easy prey. Dabin, rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved. Not long after, news began to spread across nearby cities regarding Lei Dabin kneeling before the Chen family's son-in-law. It was uncertain whether this information was intentionally disseminated. Upon learning of this, Chen Zhengqing began to worry. These individuals seemed intent on stirring up trouble. Such rumors, while elevating his family's status, would undoubtedly incite great animosity from the Lei family. He was well aware that Lei Gang had already reached mid-level Golden Core cultivation, while he was still merely at the early stages, albeit at the pinnacle of early-stage Golden Core. The gap between them was significant. Although he could escape from mid-level Golden Core cultivators, the entire Chen family could not. He could not afford to be selfish. He had to consider the entire family. Days later, a figure appeared above the Chen residence. A powerful aura belonging to a Golden Core cultivator enveloped the area, causing those below to feel an overwhelming pressure. Is Yang Lingtian here? Step forward. The booming, authoritative voice echoed above the Chen residence, reaching ears within a 10-mile radius, drawing their attention. This individual was none other than Lei Gang. Inside the secret chamber, Chen Zhengqing sensed the overwhelming aura and his expression turned grave. He knew the visitor bore ill intentions. So it has finally come, he sighed. He then opened the door to the chamber and leaped out to confront Lei Gang. Fellow Taoist Lei, what brings you to seek my son-in-law? Chen Zhengqing asked politely. Lei Gang scoffed, don't feign ignorance. Bring Yang Lingtian out so he can kneel before my son, Lei Dabin. Lei Gang, what do you mean by this? Chen Zhengqing's expression darkened. My meaning is quite clear. I want Yang Lingtian to kneel before my son in front of everyone. Lei Gang insisted relentlessly. Is that not excessive? They entered into a wager previously. Chen Zhengqing attempted to reason with him. Lei Gang remained unyielding. That is of no concern to me. For my son to kneel before a mere son-in-law is a slap in my face. Regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure Yang Lingtian kneels today, or I will not rest. As soon as Lei Gang's words fell, Chen Zhengqing's expression grew even more serious. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. He realized that a confrontation was inevitable. However, he could not allow Yang Lingtian to endure such humiliation, nor could he let someone as arrogant as Lei Gang prevail. Lei Gang, you should understand that it is your son who lacks skill. Yang Lingtian has done nothing wrong. If you wish for him to kneel before your son, you shall have to cross over my corpse first. Chen Zhengqing retorted defiantly. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if the very air had solidified. Nearby onlookers gasped, murmuring amongst themselves, that is the head of the Lei family, Lei Gang, who is said to have reached mid-level Golden Core cultivation. The Chen family is in deep trouble now. Chen Zhengqing is merely at early-stage Golden Core. If a fight breaks out, he is no match for Lei Gang. It's all the fault of that son-in-law, Yang Lingtian, who knows no better, forcing Lei Dabin to kneel before him. Indeed, Yang Lingtian brings nothing but trouble to the Chen family. Every time there is an issue, he hides away while the family head comes to resolve it. Given Lei Gang's fierce demeanor, it seems certain that Yang Lingtian will have to kneel. At this moment, Yang Lingtian realized that trouble had come his way. Yet, he was acutely aware that his opponent was a formidable Golden Core expert, capable of extinguishing his life with a mere slap, an existence he could not hope to contend with. Nevertheless, he felt no fear within. Instead, he pondered how to break the deadlock. Above the Chen family, Lei Gang paused for a moment, Astonished that Qian Zhengqing would so fiercely defend a son-in-law, he erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Splendid! Are you attempting to provoke me?" Without a flicker of emotion, Chen Zhengqing retorted, "Humph! I stand by my word. If you wish for my son-in-law to kneel, you must first pass through me." The atmosphere became charged, as if swords were drawn. Qian Zhengqing stood tall, like a majestic mountain reaching for the heavens. His gaze was resolute and piercing, shimmering with the brilliance of stars. In stark contrast, Lei Gang's aura was akin to a thunderstorm, wild and unrestrained. Their energies clashed in the air, reminiscent of colossal waves surging in the depths of the ocean. Lei Gang's laughter echoed, cold and mocking, his expression darkening as he glared at Chen Zhengqing. "Chen Zhengqing, your courage is commendable. I shall grant you your wish. I will first incapacitate you, and then seize your son-in-law." Knowing that battle was inevitable, Chen Zhengqing declared, "Then let us fight. Follow me outside the city." As soon as his words fell, Chen Zhengqing transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the skies. Lei Gang sneered, his figure flickering as he turned into a whirlwind, pursuing Chen Zhengqing's direction. He understood that within Tianjin City, battles between Golden Core experts were strictly forbidden due to the immense destruction they could wreak, requiring them to move outside. However, if pressed, he would not hesitate to engage in combat within the city, aware that he could merely compensate the city lord's mansion with a few spirit stones. Both men moved with blinding speed, like lightning streaking across the sky, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Soon, they exited Tianjin City, and at the moment of their impending clash, Chen Zhengqing pivoted, becoming a whirlwind, a lower-grade spiritual sword, gleaming with a chilling light, materialized in his grasp. He then swung the sword toward Lei Gang, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that surged toward him like an avalanche. Chapter 19. The battle outside the city. Lei Gang's expression hardened as a massive battle axe appeared in his hand, and he swung it to meet the oncoming sword energy. Their attacks collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. Chen Zhengqing was pushed back by the powerful shockwave, while Lei Gang remained steadfast, unyielding in the AI art. It was evident that in this initial encounter, Chen Zhengqing found himself at a disadvantage. After all, his Golden Core initial stage cultivation was inferior to Lei Gang's mid-stage prowess. Once more, the two squared off. Lei Gang boasted arrogantly, "You are no match for me. Why engage in combat? The outcome will be the same. Better to simply hand over Yang Lingtian." Chen Zhengqing's expression turned grave, yet he felt no trepidation as he replied, "Humph, spare me your idle chatter. Let us battle." Infuriated, Lei Gang shouted, "If you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige." In a flash, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Chen Zhengqing. His battle axe carved an arc through the air, accompanied by a deafening sound. Aimed at Chen Zhengqing's head, a flicker of cold determination crossed Chen Zhengqing's eyes as he deftly maneuvered his spiritual sword to intercept Lei Gang's axe. Their weapons clashed again, producing a sharp metallic clang. The terrifying energy waves wreaked havoc in the air, ravaging the flora and fauna below. The clash between Golden Core experts was indeed fearsome. Chen Zhengqing was forced back several steps, while Lei Gang stood immovable like a mountain. In this exchange, Lei Gang still held the upper hand. However, Chen Zhengqing did not waver. Instead, a more intense fighting spirit ignited within him. He gazed deeply at Lei Gang, inhaled sharply, and felt his aura surge dramatically. His spiritual sword traced a semicircle in the air, its tip directed at Lei Gang, resembling a silver serpent swiftly coiling toward him. Lei Gang's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated Chen Zhengqing's combat prowess to be so formidable, surpassing many initial stage Golden Core cultivators he had encountered. Initially, he had aimed for a swift resolution to the confrontation, yet now it appeared more troublesome. Chen Zhengqing's sword struck like a flurry of lightning, relentlessly cleaving toward Lei Gang. His sword energy intensified, radiating powerful arcs of electricity that danced in the air. Lei Gang was forced to defend with all his might, his battle axe tracing arcs as it sought to thwart Chen Zhengqing's relentless assault. At that moment, Chen Zhengqing suddenly pivoted, becoming a whirlwind once more. His spiritual sword carved another semicircle through the air, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Each blow was imbued with fierce sword energy, striking toward Lei Gang like bolts of lightning. This was a martial technique. Chen Zhengqing understood that his opponent was formidable, necessitating the immediate application of his skills. Yet Lei Gang remained unfazed, absorbing the blows, though he was pushed back a few meters. Despite slightly gaining ground on Lei Gang, Chen Zhengqing's expression remained stern. He knew that his opponent had yet to unleash his martial techniques, and even with his own techniques, he could only match Lei Gang's might. Indeed, your strength is impressive. No wonder you dared to provoke me. Lei Gang remarked, slightly surprised. But you are ultimately merely an initial stage golden core cultivator. Your defeat is inevitable. I simply require more time. Though Chen Zhengqing's displayed strength astonished him, Lei Gang's inner disdain lingered. As cultivators, we must never speak of defeat. Let us engage in a decisive battle, Chen Zhengqing retorted, undaunted. With a flicker of his figure, he resumed his fierce contest against Lei Gang, now wielding martial techniques. Each of Chen Zhengqing's strikes was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Lei Gang struggling to keep pace. However, thus far, Lei Gang had yet to employ any techniques of his own. Overall, the two appeared evenly matched, their battle intensifying. Each clash generating terrifying shockwaves. The powerful energy fluctuations caught the attention of several Golden Core experts within Tianjin City. Nearby onlookers gazed in awe at this rare spectacle. After all, no such fierce combat had erupted in the vicinity for decades. In this realm, Golden Core experts stood at the pinnacle and rarely engaged in confrontation. Amidst the clouds above Tianjin City, Tang Dio wore a mischievous grin, murmuring to himself, the elder's suggestion has proven effective. The news of Lei Gang's son kneeling before the Chen family's son-in-law had indeed unsettled him. As Lei Gang sensed the scrutiny from onlookers, he resolved to demonstrate his might by swiftly defeating Chen Zhengqing. Breaking heaven technique? He bellowed, initiating his most formidable martial skill. Suddenly, the winds roared, and a tempest erupted. A terrifying pressure enveloped the area, its intensity surpassing that of earlier. The nearby spectators felt an overwhelming weight descend upon them. Akin to Mount Tai crushing down, a surge of even greater power coalesced upon Lei Gang's battle axe, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Chen Zhengqing. The ground trembled beneath the might of this force, as if rejoicing in Lei Gang's ferocious assault. Chen Zhengqing's countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily summoned all his strength to withstand Lei Gang's frenzied attacks. In an instant, Chen Zhengqing found himself once again at a disadvantage, thoroughly suppressed. The several Golden Core experts observing from a distance felt the ferocity of the atmosphere and were momentarily moved. Lei Gang is too powerful. Chen Zhengqing stands no chance, they mused. However, they acknowledged that a mere initial stage Golden Core cultivator holding his ground against Lei Gang was no small feat. Boom, boom, boom. After several minutes of fierce combat, Chen Zhengqing could no longer endure, and he was abruptly struck down to the ground. With a resounding crash, he plummeted like a meteor, creating a vast crater upon impact. Blood spurted from his mouth, his pallor indicating grave injury. In a concealed location, Lu Yingxue, Chen Yue, and Yang Lingtian observed the scene, their hearts tightening at the sight of Chen Zhengqing's fall. Lu Yingxue's face grew increasingly anxious as she reproached Yang Lingtian. This is all your fault, Lingtian. If you had known when to retreat and prevented Leda from kneeling, none of this would have happened. Yang Lingtian found himself at a loss for words. Had he the power, he would have fought alongside his adoptive father. Yet, his abilities paled in comparison to a Golden Core expert, leaving him acutely aware of the harsh reality of a world where strength dictated respect. Intensifying his resolve to grow stronger, now, he needed to contemplate how to turn the tide. He could not bear the thought of losing his adoptive father here, as that would weigh heavily on his conscience. Everyone gazed toward the direction of Chen Zhengqing's fall, shaking their heads in despair. He has been defeated. Chen Zhengqing is utterly vanquished. They hoped he would concede. Otherwise, if the battle continued, it was likely his life would be forfeited here. The other Golden Core experts within Tianjin City showed no inclination to intervene, seemingly wishing for the Chen family to falter. Suspended in midair, Lei Gang's face radiated triumph as he addressed Chen Zhengqing, who lay in the crater. Chen Zhengqing, now you should understand the disparity between us. You might as well concede and surrender. Yang Lingtian. However, the response was a resolute refusal. Suddenly, a formidable sword aura surged into the sky, its resplendent brilliance shooting forth from the deep pit where Chen Zhengqing stood, piercing the heavens. Subsequently, Chen Zhengqing ascended into the air, confronting Wu Gang once more. Lei Gang was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the spirit sword in Chen Zhengqing's grasp. Sensing the overwhelming sword energy emanating from it, he exclaimed in astonishment, "A mid-grade spirit weapon. It is indeed a mid-grade spirit weapon." The other Golden Core experts observing were equally astonished, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Their eyes fixated on the battlefield in the distance. A mid-grade spirit weapon was a rare treasure for them, and they were astonished to discover that Chen Zhengqing possessed one. Mid-grade spirit weapons could only be forged by a second-tier artificer, requiring materials that were exceedingly rare. There had yet to be any second-tier artificers within 1,000 miles, making mid-grade spirit weapons extraordinarily scarce. This particular mid-grade spirit sword was a trump card gifted to Chen Zhengqing by Yang Lingtian's father, his benefactor from years past. Now, faced with such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to reveal this formidable weapon. After his initial shock, Lei Gang quickly composed himself, his tone dripping with disdain. "Humph, so this is your trump card. No wonder you still have the audacity to stand firm. But what of having a mid-grade spirit weapon? You still cannot defeat me. Our disparity cannot be bridged by a mere mid-grade spirit weapon." Chen Zhengqing remained silent, gathering his strength in silence. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted from his being, a tempestuous force radiating from him. Gripping the mid-grade spirit sword tightly, its tip quivered, and waves of potent sword energy burst forth from him. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, propelling himself towards Lei Gang with the mid-grade spirit sword, unleashing his martial skills. Lei Gang sensed the significantly enhanced sword energy, his expression turning serious as he began to regard Chen Zhengqing with genuine concern. He summoned all his strength, wielding a low-grade spirit battle axe to meet Chen Zhengqing's assault. The two figures clashed once more, a terrifying wave of energy erupting like a thunderclap, deafening to the ears. Their strikes were imbued with destructive force, as if they aimed to rend the very fabric of reality, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers, as the two figures intertwined in the air. Their relentless barrage of attacks collided like a tempest, driving nearby spectators to retreat in haste, desperate to avoid the cataclysmic aftermath of this fierce battle. Their faces were etched with horror, having never witnessed such a terrifying confrontation. Good heavens, how has Chen Zhengqing suddenly become so powerful? It seems the sword in his hand has transformed, one Foundation establishment cultivator exclaimed. Many shared his bewilderment, failing to recognize that the spirit sword wielded by Chen Zhengqing was a mid-grade spirit weapon. Their experiences paled in comparison to those of the Golden Core experts, as they had rarely encountered even low-grade spirit weapons, let alone mid-grade ones. The atmosphere crackled with the ferocity of their ongoing battle. As the two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch. Empowered by the mid-grade spirit sword, Chen Zhengqing's strength surged, leveling the playing field, though he did not gain the upper hand. "Chen Zhengqing, cease this futile resistance. You cannot hold out much longer," Lei Gang bellowed. It was evident that the fierce conflict between Chen Zhengqing and Lei Gang had devolved into a battle of attrition. The other Golden Core experts shook their heads, convinced that Chen Zhengqing's defeat was merely a matter of time. It was only a question of when he would succumb, as wielding a mid-grade spirit weapon would exact a tremendous toll on his spiritual energy. Indeed, without a miraculous elixir to rapidly restore his energy, the moment his reserves ran dry would herald his downfall. No one believed that Chen Zhengqing possessed such a precious elixir, for those capable of swiftly replenishing the energy of Golden Core experts were at least fourth tier. A rarity even more elusive than mid-grade spirit weapons, having never been witnessed by any of them. In truth, Chen Zhengqing did not possess such a miraculous elixir. He was acutely aware that if this continued, defeat would be inevitable. After all, his spiritual energy in the early stages of the Golden Core was no match for Lei Gang's more robust mid-stage Golden Core energy, compounded by the significant drain from wielding a mid-grade spirit weapon. Yet, his resolve remained unshaken. He would not yield until the final moment. Yang Lingtian observed the escalating battle, recognizing Chen Zhengqing's determination to fight to the bitter end. This unwavering commitment stirred emotions within Yang Lingtian. The system's overarching mission was to assist the Chen family in overcoming various adversities, yet it now seemed to bring them trouble. If this continued, his adoptive father would surely falter, leading to their ultimate defeat. And since Lei Gang's target was him, his absence from the Chen family might deter Lei Gang's relentless pursuit. It appeared that he must redirect Lei Gang's enmity and attention toward himself. thus resorting to his two life-saving trump cards. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take responsibility, no longer allowing his adoptive father to bear the burden alone. He sprang forth into a conspicuous open area, channeling his power to call out, "Halt, Master Lay, the person you seek is me." His voice was loud enough for all to hear, drawing their attention to Yang Lingtian. "It's over. This lad has dared to step forward so brazenly. He will surely be seized." Had he not emerged, the head of the Chen family would have faced defeat by now. His appearance at least shows he has some conscience. Should he be captured? It would likely not be as simple as kneeling. He would suffer torment beyond imagination. The crowd murmured, convinced that Yang Lingtian would be unable to escape Lei Gang's clutches. The fierce confrontation between Chen Zhangqing and Lei Gang came to an abrupt halt. Both their gazes now fixed upon Yang Lingtian. "You insolent wretch, is it you who has compelled my son to kneel and become a laughingstock?" Lei Gang roared in fury. "Indeed, it is I. Your son instigated the trouble, and being outmatched, he ought to accept the consequences." Yang Lingtian replied with unwavering composure. The sight of Yang Lingtian, a mere chi refinement cultivator, standing undeterred before him, only fueled Lei Gang's rage. "You little brat, that is my son. You dare to humiliate him. You shall kneel first. Then I will take you back to make you kneel before him, so you learn that the Lei family is not to be trifled with." As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous pressure surged toward Yang Lingtian, akin to a boulder crashing down upon him. "Lei Gang, do you think I am absent?" Chen Zhangqing unleashed his own pressure, countering Lei Gang's overwhelming force. "Lingtian, retreat swiftly. As long as I am here, I will not allow him to take you." Yang Lingtian's gaze sharpened as he stated, "Adoptive father, this matter has nothing to do with the Chen family. It is between me and the Lei family." He then called out to Lei Gang, "Lei Gang, I will never kneel before you, even if it costs me my life." "Very well, you dare to provoke me. I will deal with you first, then take you back to suffer until your last breath," Lei Gang declared, his tone growing ever more menacing. Lei Gang knew that with Chen Zhangqing present, he would have no chance to strike unless Chen Zhangqing chose to stand idly by, which seemed implausible and no need. "I shall grant you one opportunity to strike me. If I survive, you will never again trouble the Chen family," Yang Lingtian proclaimed with resolute conviction. "Adoptive father, do not interfere. Trust me." At the same time, Yang Lingtian grasped the protective talisman sent by the system. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, bewildered by Yang Lingtian's intentions. Was he not courting death? How could a chi refinement cultivator withstand a blow from a golden core expert? A single slap from a golden core cultivator could reduce him to ashes. Some speculated that Yang Lingtian was willingly sacrificing himself to resolve this crisis. A few onlookers began to feel moved, recognizing his selflessness in choosing to risk his life for the sake of the Chen family in their eyes. Yang Lingtian could not possibly endure a strike from a golden core cultivator. Chen Zhangqing too regarded Yang Lingtian with suspicion, pondering the young man's sudden composure. Could it be that Lingtian had some hidden card up his sleeve? Facing a golden core expert, what could a chi refinement cultivator possibly possess as a counter? Yet, Yang Lingtian had changed so significantly. Perhaps he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity that granted him powerful means. Then, Chen Zhangqing responded, "Very well, I shall refrain from intervening." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Yang Lingtian, you are indeed seeking death, and I shall oblige." Lei Gang cackled. He raised his palm, instantly conjuring a colossal imprint imbued with terrifying power, which he unleashed upon Yang Lingtian with ferocity. What a terrifying strike! The head of the Lei family is unleashing such power against a mere chi refinement cultivator. It's over. Yang Lingtian will likely be reduced to nothing under this assault. The onlookers gasped in alarm as Yang Lingtian's pupils dilated. In a swift motion, he crushed his protective talisman, and instantly, a formidable energy shield enveloped him. At that moment, a terrifying palm print struck the energy barrier with a resounding crash, unleashing a violent wave of energy that wreaked havoc in all directions, yet the shield remained unshaken. Soon, everything fell silent, and the energy shield surrounding Yang Lingtian abruptly vanished. "What?" Lei Gang exclaimed, his eyes widening. He could distinctly sense a powerful energy barrier had thwarted his attack, leaving him utterly astonished. The onlookers were equally dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. For a fleeting moment, Everyone thought they were imagining things. Yang Lingtian was inexplicably standing there unscathed. A treasure. He must possess some life-saving artifact, the crowd murmured in shock. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Lingtian promptly shattered a wind talisman, enveloping himself in an enigmatic aura. He dared not linger, taking flight and fleeing at once. He could not be certain whether Lei Gang would strike again. Without his protective talisman, a subsequent attack would undoubtedly spell his doom. Regaining his composure, Lei Gang immediately pursued, bellowing, "You little brat, don't run. You can't escape. That life-saving trump card of yours is surely a one-time use, so tell me, where did you acquire such a divine treasure?" In Lei Gang's eyes, Yang Lingtian's possession of such a card hinted at a significant secret. "Haha, dream on. First, catch up to me," Yang Lingtian taunted. "If you can't capture me today, I shall return and settle the score. And as for your son, Lei Dabin, he is but a useless waste, a foundation establishment cultivator incapable of besting even me, a mere chi refinement stage practitioner. Such a worthless fool dares to cause a ruckus and attempt to seize a bride. If I see him again, I shall make him kneel, and you, Lei Gang, are equally pathetic. A dignified golden core master who cannot even slay a mere chi refinement cultivator. How embarrassing for you." Yang Lingtian continued to hurl insults, aiming to further incite Lei Gang's fury, ensuring that all his hatred and attention were directed towards him. Once he had fled, Lei Gang would likely focus his energy on hunting him down, rather than causing undue trouble for the Chen family. Upon hearing the repeated provocations from a mere chi refinement cultivator, Lei Gang's heart ignited with a tempest of rage. After Yang Lingtian's remarks, he accelerated with all his might. Under the influence of the wind talisman, Yang Lingtian's speed surged to that of a peak golden core cultivator. Although Lei Gang pursued with all his strength, his mid-golden core speed could not match that of Yang Lingtian's peak golden core velocity. Before long, Yang Lingtian vanished into the horizon, and Lei Gang lost all trace of him, suspended in midair. Lei Gang's expression darkened to a deep shade of anger, an intense killing intent radiating from him. "Yang Lingtian, I shall find you. Such a trump card cannot last forever." Enraged, he continued to scour Tianjin City. However, Yang Lingtian had already vanished without a trace, rendering his efforts akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Yang Lingtian had fled far away, and only a little over 20 minutes had passed. This meant the wind talisman's effects would last for another 30 minutes, ample time for him to escape to a safer distance. Yet, worry gnawed at him, although Lei Gang was fixated on him. What if he could not locate Yang Lingtian and, in his frustration, unleashed his ire upon the Chen family? This would inadvertently bring trouble to them, rendering his escape futile. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly thought of the Zhen Dan Pavilion. Perhaps he could leverage its deterrent influence to ensure Lei Gang would think twice before harming the Chen family. Having made up his mind, Yang Lingtian summoned all his energy to propel himself back to Tianjin City at lightning speed. He did not return to the Chen family, but went directly to the Zhen Dan Pavilion to meet Master Lei Yi. Master Lei Yi was deeply engrossed in alchemical pursuits and had yet to grasp the unfolding events outside. However, upon Yang Lingtian's arrival, he could not afford to be negligent, especially since the recipe for the Great Yellow Pill remained in Yang Lingtian's possession. "Young friend Yang, what brings you here in such haste?" Master Lei Yi inquired with a smile. Yang Lingtian responded candidly, "I have come to propose an addition to our agreement." Master Lei Yi's expression stiffened, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. This lad isn't planning to impose an unreasonable clause, is he? Chapter 21. Becoming a mercenary despite his apprehensions, Master Lei Yi was indeed eager for the Great Yellow Pill. Thus, he could only politely inquire, "Young friend Yang, please proceed. I will do my utmost to accommodate your request." Yang Lingtian glanced at Master Lei Yi and stated directly, "Very well, let us add this clause. If the Lei family from Shenyu City troubles the Chen family during this period, I require the Zhen Dan Pavilion to protect them for 3 months. In return, I shall continue to provide you with the Great Yellow Pill and include a new recipe for a third-tier pill. Should you refuse, the agreement shall be void, and you may forfeit the Great Yellow Pill." His forthrightness left no room for negotiation. Yang Lingtian knew it was unreasonable to expect the Zhen Dan Pavilion to protect the Chen family indefinitely. 3 months was neither too long nor too short, presumably within acceptable limits for the pavilion. Upon hearing this, Master Lei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, his desperation for the Great Yellow Pill, combined with the prospect of acquiring another recipe, prompted him to forego any questions regarding Yang Lingtian's motivations. He readily acquiesced. Very well, if the Lei family from Xinyu City seeks trouble with the Chen family, I shall intervene. After discussing a few more details, Yang Lingtian hurriedly departed. An hour later, after Yang Lingtian had exited Tianjin City once more, the effects of the wind talisman began to wane. He was compelled to descend from the sky and continue fleeing on foot. Not daring to pause, Yang Lingtian's heart was tumultuous. He understood that this departure would mean a lengthy absence from the Chen family. Unless his strength could adequately confront the Lei family, he had no intention of returning and dragging the Chen family into further trouble. Following this departure, he was poised to navigate a perilous world rife with the scent of bloodshed all on his own. Meanwhile, Lei Gang had scoured Tianjin City for Yang Lingtian to no avail. Consumed by rage, he ultimately returned to the Chen family, intent on obliterating them to vent his fury. He stormed above the Chen estate, unleashing a powerful attack without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, Chen Zhengqing had returned home and could not permit Lei Gang to act with impunity. Lei Gang, do not overstep your bounds, Chen Zhengqing declared. Soaring into the air, he unleashed a beam of sword light that shattered Lei Gang's assault. The two attacks collided with a thunderous roar, and as Chen Zhengqing ascended, the two adversaries faced off once more in the sky. Today, I shall raze the Chen family to the ground. Blame your precious son-in-law for this, Lei Gang declared with audacity. The commotion drew the attention of all nearby. How domineering of the Lei family to threaten to destroy the Chen family. How outrageous to wreak havoc without a care in Tianjin City. Alas, what can we do? Lei Gang is a mid-golden core cultivator, and there are no mid-golden core experts in Tianjin City to suppress him, the crowd murmured, voicing their discontent regarding the Lei family's overreach. Then let us battle once more, Chen Zhengqing exclaimed, his anger boiling, yet unwilling to engage in lengthy discourse. Just as they prepared to clash again, a resonant voice interjected, Head of the Lei family, cease at once. The speaker was none other than Master Lei, and all eyes turned to him in confusion. Why was the Zhen Dan Pavilion intervening in this matter? Lei Gang, aware of Tianjin City's dynamics, recognized Master Lei as the chief alchemist of the Zhen Dan Pavilion. His expression hardened as he inquired, Master Lei, what is your intention? The Zhen Dan Pavilion has always refrained from meddling in family disputes. Are you now choosing to intervene? With unwavering confidence, Master Lei replied, Indeed, the Zhen Dan Pavilion shall protect the Chen family for 3 months. During this time, we do not wish for them to suffer any harm. As for the reason, that is not for you to inquire. Upon hearing this, Lei Gang's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated the Chen family would have the backing of the Zhen Dan Pavilion. This was no trifling matter. Lei Gang, still wary of the Zhen Dan Pavilion's extensive influence throughout the Xingyue dynasty, scoffed disdainfully and departed. Thus, the Chen family narrowly escaped crisis once more. My goodness. The Zhen Dan Pavilion has actually come to the aid of the Chen family. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What kind of significant backing does the Chen family possess to warrant such favor from the Zhen Dan Pavilion? Even Chen Zhengqing was left bewildered, pondering why the Zhen Dan Pavilion would extend its protection to their family. He approached Master Lei and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master Lei, for your intervention. May I inquire why you chose to assist the Chen family, if it is inconvenient to disclose? I understand. Master Lei candidly responded. It was Yang Lingtian's request. He has a collaboration with our Zhen Dan Pavilion. One of the conditions of this collaboration is to ensure the safety of the Chen family for 3 months. What? Chen Zhengqing was taken aback. He never anticipated that his adopted son had established a connection with the Zhen Dan Pavilion. Clearly, this was a significant partnership, for how else could the usually neutral Zhen Dan Pavilion have intervened? However, Master Lei did not divulge further details before taking his leave. Chen Zhengqing let out a sigh of relief, for the Chen family had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Yet, Lei Gang had not given up. The Zhen Dan Pavilion merely stated they would protect the Chen family for 3 months. Thus, if he were to fail to capture Yang Lingtian in that time, he intended to return and settle the score with the Chen family afterward. Subsequently, Lei Gang continued his search for Yang Lingtian. After several days of travel, Yang Lingtian arrived at a city called Qingyun City, where he planned to rest. Meanwhile, Lei Gang, having searched for Yang Lingtian in vain, returned to his family and began mobilizing more individuals to assist in the search, even issuing a substantial bounty for any information regarding Yang Lingtian's whereabouts. Not only was the Lay family involved in the search, but other factions in Tianjin City were also secretly seeking him out. Chen, deeply concerned for Yang Lingtian's safety, dispatched individuals discreetly to locate him, and even the members of Zhen Dan Pavilion were leveraging their networks and informants in the search. As Master Lei Yi had an undisclosed agreement with Yang Lingtian.ina flash, Yang Lingtian became the target of many. However, the distance between Qingyun City and Tianjin City, separated by several other cities, provided him with a certain degree of safety. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant and cautious of his surroundings. The most pressing matter was to establish a new identity, and the most feasible option was to become a mercenary. Thus, he made his way to the Mercenary Guild at the center of Qingyun City. On the Divine Martial Continent, mercenary guilds can be found in nearly every country and city. However, these guilds are relatively loose organizations, functioning primarily as intermediaries. The Mercenary Guild was bustling, with a continuous stream of mercenaries coming and going. Those looking to register had already formed a long queue, as this was a necessary procedure to become a mercenary. Yang Lingtian located the registration window amidst the numerous counters and approached it. To conceal his identity, he decided to change his name to Yang Lingtian, wary that his original name might reveal him. The registration process was quite simple. After paying a fee in spirit stones and undergoing a cultivation assessment, he officially became a mercenary, receiving a badge that marked him as such. However, given his current strength, he could only attain the lowest rank of mercenary badge, specifically a bronze badge. Mercenaries engage in perilous tasks, often risking their lives, so as long as one's cultivation level is adequate, there are no barriers to joining. After all, who could prevent someone from courting danger? Moreover, being a mercenary offers a degree of freedom. As there are no mandatory assignments, to earn a higher reward, one must take the initiative to accept tasks. It is also possible to form mercenary teams to undertake tasks collectively. Generally, those at the Qi refinement stage receive bronze badges, allowing them to accept only the most basic yellow-level tasks. Currently, Yang Lingtian understood that mercenary tasks were categorized by difficulty into 4 rankings: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Mercenary ranks, such as Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Diamond, are determined by the honor points accrued through completed tasks and one's inherent strength. Thus, it is rare for individuals at the Qi refinement stage to reach Silver rank unless they are exceptionally powerful and have completed numerous tasks to gather significant honor points. Yellow-level tasks are plentiful, often mundane and of low difficulty, such as helping people find lost items, delivering goods for shops, or even guarding a door for a few days. Yang Lingtian had no interest in such trivialities. He sought tasks that would challenge him and enhance his strength. Nevertheless, the priority was to distance himself from Tianjin City, as Lei Gang's influence was considerable and his reputation resonated across several surrounding cities. He needed to flee further away. Ultimately, he found a merchant caravan preparing to embark on a journey and joined them. This was a task to escort the caravan, as various bandits could emerge at any moment across the Divine Martial Continent. And powerful beasts, or even beast tides might appear, necessitating the protection of merchant caravans. The strongest member of this escort was a silver-ranked mercenary at the Foundation establishment stage named Wang Yun, who commanded the attention of all present mercenaries. Following the caravan out of the city, Yang Lingtian traversed a vast plain where human presence was scarce, save for a few caravans on the move. Such desolate areas are prime spots for bandit attacks, which is why every caravan is typically accompanied by a contingent of mercenaries for protection. The plain was extensive, and the caravan had traveled an entire day without exiting it. As night fell, the caravan halted its advance, setting up camp in a relatively flat area. Yang Lingtian began conversing and dining with the other mercenaries, learning many intriguing tales. That night, he sat cross-legged within his tent, commencing his cultivation of the chaotic Dao Divine Art. Outside, all was quiet, save for the occasional soft footfalls of patrolling mercenaries. Chapter 22. Confronting a Foundation establishment expert, the cultivations of these mercenaries were generally between the 5th and 9th levels of Qi refinement, placing Yang Lingtian at the 9th level among the stronger individuals present, thus exempting him from patrol duties. Soon, deep into the night, many had fallen asleep, including some of the patrolling mercenaries, who were now bleary-eyed. Suddenly, a black flash appeared, darting swiftly from the distance towards one of the patrolling mercenaries. Clearly, This black projectile was a deadly weapon, striking the mercenary in the throat without allowing him a chance to utter a sound before he collapsed lifelessly. Before long, multiple black flashes emerged, and the patrolling mercenaries fell one by one. One body landed near Yang Lingtian's tent, prompting him to sense the commotion outside. He abruptly opened his eyes and stepped outside, only to be startled by the sight before him. Numerous corpses lay scattered on the ground. The only Foundation establishment expert in the caravan, Wang Yun, also sensed the disturbance and emerged to witness the horrifying scene. They both realized that bandits had launched an attack. Wang Yun shouted a warning. "This is bad. Everyone be alert. We are under attack." At that moment, two more black flashes shot toward Yang Lingtian and Wang Yun. Fortunately, both were adept cultivators, swiftly evading the strikes and scanning the dark surroundings with heightened vigilance. Wang Yun's loud voice had roused all the sleeping mercenaries, who emerged from their tents armed and ready for battle. They were accustomed to living on the edge and were highly sensitive to threats. Upon hearing the alarm, they sprang into action. Surrounding them were numerous figures, encircling the caravan. The expressions of everyone changed drastically as it became evident that the bandit group was substantial. "Wow, this caravan has quite a few people," indicating that whatever they are transporting must be quite valuable. "Indeed. This time we've hit the jackpot," came the voices of the bandits amidst the darkness. "You there? Who are you? This caravan is under my protection. I advise you to leave at once," Wang Yun bellowed. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. You have only one Foundation establishment cultivator here. We have two. I suggest you surrender obediently," retorted the bandit leader arrogantly. "Stop wasting time with them. Attack? Leave none alive," the bandit leader commanded, and soon, brigands from all directions surged toward them. Upon witnessing this, Yang Lingtian understood that he could no longer remain passive. However, he merely drew his ordinary longsword, employing the simplest techniques of movement and swordplay to engage in a fierce battle with the bandits. The cacophony of battle cries resounded through the crowd, and the clashing of weapons created a deafening din, accompanied by the anguished screams of the fallen. Meanwhile, two early-stage foundation-building experts from the bandit group focused their assault on Wang Yun, believing that eliminating him would render the remaining foes mere trifles. Easily dealt with, Yang Lingtian unleashed the full extent of his physical strength and pure spiritual energy, reaching a level of power that rivaled an ordinary early-stage foundation-building expert, even without revealing his trump cards. As he entered the fray, he moved like a whirlwind, deftly weaving through the chaos. His sword strikes were not only swift enough to leave opponents defenseless, but also remarkably precise, piercing the throats of his adversaries with lethal accuracy. Many of the less experienced bandits found themselves unable to evade his lightning-fast strikes. Alone, he faced a multitude of enemies, and the air was filled with wretched cries of despair. This was his first experience of such mass slaughter. Yet the bloody scene did not perturb his composure in the slightest. His brow remained unfurrowed, as if he had been through countless battles and was accustomed to such brutality, possessing the mindset of a true warrior. With each thrust of his sword, bandits fell one after another. Realizing the magnitude of Yang Lingtian's prowess, the remaining bandits hesitated to approach him, particularly those of lower cultivation levels. As the bandits began to retreat from Yang Lingtian, 10 figures surrounded him. These were 10 experts at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It appeared that Yang Lingtian's demonstrated strength had garnered their attention, prompting them to confront him directly. All at once, the 10 launched their assault. Faced with 10 simultaneous attacks, Yang Lingtian remained unfazed, his heart devoid of fear. In an instant, he moved with uncanny agility, evading their collective strike. He then swiftly advanced, his movements ghostly, arriving before one of the bandits in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, his sword flashed like lightning, aiming directly for the bandit's throat. So fast, it was almost imperceptible. The bandit had no time to react. He merely saw a glimmer of the sword before feeling a tingling sensation in his throat, accompanied by the onset of breathlessness. Suddenly, crimson blood gushed from his neck, and he was unable to utter a sound as he slowly collapsed backward. The remaining 9 Qi refinement bandits were taken aback, their expressions shifting in shock. How could a fellow 9th level Qi refinement cultivator be so easily dispatched? They pressed on with their full force attack against Yang Lingtian. In order to swiftly resolve the conflict, Yang Lingtian unleashed his movement technique, wind half-flowing cloud, moving with such speed that they could scarcely perceive his figure. As he darted among them, The remaining 9 experts at the 9th level of Qi refinement fell one by one. His speed was so overwhelming that they could not evade or counter it, and the swiftness of his sword strikes rendered them incapable of escape. Yang Lingtian's one-sided slaughter drew the attention of the 2 foundation-building experts who were engaged in battle with Wang Yun. They had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable Qi refinement cultivator. If they did not intervene immediately, their men would be systematically eliminated. They had already managed to suppress Wang Yun, and with a little more time, they would have claimed victory, but now they were forced to allocate one of their own to deal with Yang Lingtian. Impressive skills you possess. Allow me to test you. A deep voice resonated in Yang Lingtian's ears as a powerful attack followed suit. Upon sensing the immense energy radiating from the attack, Yang Lingtian's expression shifted dramatically. This was the formidable strike of a foundation-building expert, and if it connected, it would undoubtedly leave him gravely injured in the face of this sudden assault. He executed the movement technique half-step flowing cloud, his figure vanishing like a specter, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. The attack struck the afterimage, missing entirely, and instead crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Impressive reflexes. A figure came into Yang Lingtian's line of sight. He looked up to see, illuminated by the faint moonlight, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, robust and well-proportioned. This was a foundation-building expert and likely the leader of this band of brigands. "Are you here to meet your demise?" Yang Lingtian responded coolly. This statement evidently infuriated the man. "Arrogant. How dare you be so brazen with just a modicum of strength? Allow me to teach you a lesson." In an instant, his aura erupted, and he charged toward Yang Lingtian with tremendous force. Unfazed, Yang Lingtian countered with the martial technique, Cold Shadow 100 Swords, fully aware of the need to remain cautious against a foundation-building expert. Before long, the 2 figures clashed, unleashing waves of powerful energy that deterred the surrounding Qi refinement cultivators from approaching. The foundation-building expert grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange, astonished that a mere 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator could unleash such formidable strength, a feat he had never encountered before. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Martial technique. It must be a martial technique, and not a simple one at that. He was astounded that a lowly 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator could wield such a technique, and it became clear why Yang Lingtian could exhibit such might. His initial shock transformed into exhilaration as he gazed at Yang Lingtian, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. "If I could obtain such a martial technique, my power would skyrocket. I will capture you alive." Yang Lingtian sneered in response. "I fear you may lack the capability." The foundation-building expert's anger intensified at Yang Lingtian's provocation. His attacks became even more ferocious, each strike akin to thunder, hurling toward Yang Lingtian with immense power, clearly intent on delivering a decisive blow. With unwavering determination, Yang Lingtian met the foundation-building expert's onslaught. Wielding his long sword in defiance, the clash of their powerful strikes generated shockwaves that reverberated through the air. However, the bandit found no advantage in his assault, discovering that his attacks scarcely inflicted any tangible harm upon Yang Lingtian. "This kid is truly remarkable," the foundation-building expert mused inwardly, beginning to comprehend that he had underestimated Yang Lingtian's capabilities. Given the current circumstances, victory was far from assured. Yang Lingtian faced the foundation-building expert's relentless attacks with composure. Not rushing to defeat him, he refrained from drawing his low-grade spiritual sword, wishing to conceal his full array of abilities. He had already revealed a considerable portion of his strength, but was wary that excessive display would attract unwanted attention. Hence, he intended to maintain this stalemate. After more than an hour of combat, the bandits, realizing they could not subdue the merchant convoy, reluctantly called for a retreat. "Damn it. It seems we cannot prevail." Who would have thought that a mere merchant convoy would possess a Qi refinement cultivator of comparable strength to a foundation-building expert? "Fall back." The surviving bandits swiftly retreated, and the 2 foundation-building experts were compelled to withdraw as well, recognizing that further conflict would only result in greater losses. The foundation-building expert engaged with Yang Lingtian reluctantly retreated, unwilling to leave without a taste of victory. Thus, the night, once rife with the sounds of battle, quickly descended into silence. "We won! We won!" As the fighting ceased, the remaining mercenaries erupted into jubilant cheers. However, although they had driven off the bandits, A third of their own had perished in the conflict, significantly diminishing their overall strength. Chapter 23. The first layer of the chaotic Dao Divine Art. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Yang Lingtian's mind. Congratulations, host. You have repelled the bandits and gained valuable experience in battle, advancing further on the path of the strong. As a reward, you receive a 5th-tier insight pill and unlock the first layer of the chaotic Dao Divine Art. The system's announcement shocked Yang Lingtian. He had never anticipated that repelling bandits would yield rewards. The unlocking of the first layer of the chaotic Dao Divine Art suggested that his previous studies had only scratched the surface. The portions he had practiced had not even reached the first layer, yet he was already remarkably powerful. How formidable would the true first layer be? And if this was merely the first layer, what awaited him in the second, third, and beyond? This is incredible. The chaotic Dao Divine Art can be upgraded. Yang Lingtian felt a surge of elation, realizing that he would no longer be at a loss for cultivation techniques. Unlike some cultivators who, upon advancing, had to seek higher-level arts, he would not be tethered to inferior techniques that slowed his progress. He could hardly contain his eagerness to begin practicing the first layer of the chaotic Dao Divine Art. Especially with the 5th-tier insight pill, which promised to enhance his comprehension even further. It was clear that the intention was for him to grasp the first layer of the technique as swiftly as possible. At that moment, Wang Yun approached Yang Lingtian, his expression one of astonishment, followed by gratitude. I owe you a great debt, young friend Chen Xiangtian. Your intervention against a foundation-building expert saved me. Otherwise, I truly would have been overwhelmed. It is merely my duty as a member of the escort for this merchant convoy, Yang Lingtian replied. Yang Lingtian responded with a courteous gesture, while the other mercenaries regained their composure. Turning their astonished gazes toward him, their hearts were profoundly shaken. The strength of a mere chi refinement stage cultivator was astonishingly comparable to that of a foundation establishment stage. This was not merely a minor gap in realms, but a significant leap across boundaries. Their admiration for Yang Lingtian's sword, accompanied by a deep sense of gratitude. From a certain perspective, it could be said that Yang Lingtian had effectively saved their lives. His standing within the merchant caravan had risen to second only to Wang Lu, given his strength that rivaled that of a foundation establishment master. Consequently, several mercenaries gravitated toward Yang Lingtian, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Some even proposed to follow him after the completion of this mission, while others, belonging to mercenary groups, sought to recruit him into their ranks. However, Yang Lingtian politely declined each offer, preferring the freedom of solitude over the burden of companionship or constraints. Following the battle, the merchant caravan decided to take some time to recuperate and tend to their wounds. They relocated to a safer, less populated area to set up camp once more. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Lingtian consumed a comprehension pill and began to delve into the first level of the chaotic Dao Divine Art. As the effects of the pill took hold, his body trembled slightly, and he immediately closed his eyes. He felt his mind becoming extraordinarily clear, as if emerging from a fog that was gradually lifting. His understanding of the first level of the chaotic Dao Divine Art deepened progressively. After half a day, as the effects of the pill began to wane, he finally grasped the profound secrets of the first level. The system's congratulatory voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for fully comprehending the first level of the chaotic Dao Divine Art. Yang Lingtian's heart surged with joy as he experienced the unique sensations that accompanied his newfound understanding. Suddenly, the chaos pearl within him seemed to be stimulated, vibrating violently. It attracted the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which surged wildly towards Yang Lingtian's dantian. Even the spiritual energy from 100 miles away was drawn in, creating a tempest of wind and flying debris. Especially within a radius of several miles centered around Yang Lingtian, fierce gusts of wind began to whip around, powerful enough to lift even the frailest of bodies. This tumultuous movement of spiritual energy immediately alarmed those nearby. They wondered what had transpired to provoke such a sudden storm. How strange! I have traversed this vast prairie countless times and have never witnessed such a fierce wind. Could it be that a treasure has manifested nearby? They speculated, perplexed, as they noticed that all the wind seemed to be directed toward their camp. In a moment, a formidable aura emanated from Yang Lingtian, the unmistakable presence of a foundation establishment master. Simultaneously, the fierce winds abruptly ceased. Yang Lingtian had broken through, and in his newly attained state, he was unable to control the aura emanating from him. This potent energy involuntarily radiated outward, allowing the nearby mercenaries to feel its overwhelming power. "It's Yang Lingtian. He has actually broken through," they exclaimed in astonishment. Could the earlier tempest have been caused by his breakthrough? Surely not. Such a violent disturbance accompanying the Foundation establishment is inconceivable. Once Yang Lingtian stabilized his cultivation, he opened his eyes, his heart brimming with elation. Not only had he fully comprehended the first level of the chaotic Dao Divine Art, but he had also ascended to the Foundation establishment stage. Although the majority of the spiritual energy had been absorbed by the Chaos Pearl, the portion that was released became remarkably pure. His Dantian absorbed this exceptionally pure spiritual energy, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the early Foundation establishment stage, nearly matching that of the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, due to the unique traits of his physique, which bore a hint of the divine ape's essence, his physical strength had also attained the peak of the early Foundation establishment stage. The synergy of these factors made his power comparable to that of a mid-Foundation establishment master, bringing him one step closer on the path of the strong. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in as anticipated. "Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. You have advanced further on the path of strength. As a reward, you receive the mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Yutian boat." The Yutian boat was a flying spiritual artifact, generally defensive in nature but remarkably swift, a rare treasure for flight. Yang Lingtian's heart leaped with joy once more. The system had finally bestowed him with a weapon. The Yutian boat was immediately stored within his spatial ring. Although it was not an offensive artifact, it served as a means of escape, a crucial safeguard in times of peril. As Yang Lingtian basked in his joy, he was greeted by Wang Yun's congratulatory voice. "Congratulations, young friend, on breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. You are merely 20 and already a Foundation establishment master. Such talent is truly a rare sight." Wang Lu marveled. Yang Lingtian smiled modestly and replied, "Your praise is too generous. No need for modesty. You demonstrated strength rivaling that of a Foundation establishment master even at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Now that you have broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, your power must have surged significantly," Wang Lu exclaimed, a hint of envy dancing in his eyes. "When I broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, I was already over 50. You achieved this in just over a decade of cultivation. Such speed is indeed exceptional, and it is not an exaggeration to call you a prodigy." Yang Lingtian maintained his gentle smile, responding, "Thank you for the compliment, but there are many prodigies in this world. We need only to diligently cultivate without envying others." Had they known that he had ascended from the 2nd level of Qi refinement to the Foundation establishment stage in less than 3 months, their astonishment would have been even greater. They would hardly believe it. Wang Lu assumed Yang Lingtian had been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for many years, accumulating profound strength until breaking through with the aid of a Foundation establishment pill. As for the earlier tempest, they merely regarded it as a coincidence. In their jovial conversation, the admiration for Yang Lingtian grew among the group, a reflection of their reverence and awe for the strong. Soon, they resumed their journey, safeguarding the merchant caravan as they made their way to their destination. Throughout an entire day, they encountered no further bandits or robbers. Finally, after several days, they arrived at their destination, Luyun City. Their task was complete, and after settling their rewards at the Mercenary Guild, they would part ways. Lingtian planned to rest in Luyun City for a while, so he entered a tavern, eager to indulge in a delightful meal. "Guest, may I inquire what you would like to eat?" As Yang Lingtian settled down, an enthusiastic waiter approached him. "I would like some stir-fried tiger meat and tomato scrambled eggs." Yang Lingtian replied casually, "Certainly, please wait a moment." While he waited, several mercenaries entered through the tavern's door. 4 in total, each adorned with silver badges, clearly indicating their status as Foundation establishment masters. Upon entering, they scanned the room and discovered that it was nearly full. "How unfortunate, there are no seats available," grumbled a middle-aged man in a blue long robe. Another middle-aged man beside him glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on Yang Lingtian, who occupied an entire table alone. Noticing Yang Lingtian's bronze badge, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he chuckled. "Who says there are no seats? There's a table over there. We can just squeeze in." Upon hearing this, the group turned their eyes toward Yang Lingtian, wearing unkind smiles. They approached him, and one of them slapped Yang Lingtian on the shoulder, grinning maliciously. "Friend, we're taking this table. You'll need to find another." Yang Lingtian's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of displeasure rising within him. He lifted his head and quickly scanned the four men. Although their auras were not explicitly released, he could discern from their silver badges that they were Foundation establishment masters. Yet he felt little trepidation. He replied coolly, "I'm sorry, but I also intend to use this table. You should look for another." The middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly, his voice low and threatening. "Boy, don't be ungrateful. You see our silver badges, don't you? You dare disrespect us with your bronze badge? Be wise and vacate the table, or else you'll regret it." The commotion drew the attention of many patrons in the tavern. However, such occurrences were commonplace, and many merely watched with curiosity. Yang Lingtian's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sharpening as he spoke in a low tone. "With just the few of you, you aren't qualified to claim my table." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression hardened, and a disdainful chuckle escaped his lips. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Since you refuse to see reason, I'll teach you a lesson to make you remember." As soon as his words fell, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap towards Yang Lingtian. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yang Lingtian did not retreat or evade. Instead, he swung his hand to meet the middle-aged man's palm. With a loud clap, their hands collided, instantly forcing the middle-aged man back several steps. Since both had summoned their cultivation power, their auras involuntarily radiated outward. It was at this moment that the onlookers realized Yang Lingtian was also a formidable cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Heavens, he is truly a Foundation establishment cultivator and looks so young. Now that he has reached the Foundation establishment stage, he still wears a bronze badge. It must be that he has just broken through and hasn't had the chance to replace it. However, he is facing 5 Foundation establishment experts. Being at the initial stage, he probably cannot cope with them. Whispers began to circulate among the patrons of the tavern. Just as the middle-aged man regained his footing, Yang Lingtian swiftly employed his movement technique and unsheathed his long sword, appearing before the middle-aged man in an instant. His sword was as swift as lightning, suddenly positioned at the man's throat, the tip piercing the outer layer of his skin, causing a drop of blood to fall. The middle-aged man felt a slight sting at his throat, and his expression changed drastically in horror. This scene unfolded too quickly for anyone to discern how Yang Lingtian had materialized before the middle-aged man. The once boisterous tavern was instantly shrouded in an eerie silence. All eyes widened, fixed upon Yang Lingtian's sword, filled with profound shock. The speed displayed was far beyond what a cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment could achieve. The middle-aged man stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, terrified that any movement would result in the sword piercing his throat. His companions, regaining their wits from the shock, realized the gravity of their situation. They quickly exclaimed, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, young brother, please show mercy." His tone was exceedingly gentle, his expression sincere. Yes, a misunderstanding. We were intruding, and we sincerely apologize." The middle-aged man, with the sword pressed against his throat, hurriedly echoed in agreement. Yang Lingtian had no intentions of letting them off so easily. He retorted sharply, "Humph, do you think you can leave so effortlessly after provoking me?" The mercenary seemed to grasp Yang Lingtian's intent and quickly produced 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, handing them over while saying, "This is all the spirit stones we possess. Consider it our apology." Yang Lingtian accepted the spirit stones, his tone remaining frigid. "Is this all? There's more. This is a ticket for this year's beast fighting conference." "We obtained it with great difficulty," another mercenary interjected, holding up what appeared to be an invitation. "What is the beast fighting conference?" Yang Lingtian inquired. "It is an enormous beast fighting event hosted by the Huang family. One of the 5 great families of Luyun City. It occurs only once a year, inviting participants from various families in the city. Even the prominent families from nearby towns send representatives. Thus, the tickets are quite precious." The man quickly explained, "Beast fights? What use is that to me? I have no interest in watching any beast fights." Yang Lingtian replied disinterestedly. Noticing Yang Lingtian's indifference, the middle-aged man continued, "It is useful. Many attend to gamble on the beasts. The odds are high, and if you bet correctly, you could earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Upon hearing about the potential for substantial winnings, Yang Lingtian's interest peaked. As he was in dire need of cultivation resources on his path to strength, the more spirit stones he could gather, the better. All right, I will accept these. Now, you all may leave, Yang Lingtian declared coldly as he sheathed his sword. The four, thoroughly embarrassed from the ordeal, hurriedly departed. Yang Lingtian opened the so-called ticket, which indicated that the beast fighting conference would commence the following day. After finishing his meal, he sought lodging at an inn. However, before resting, he gathered some information about the arena. It turned out that the beast fighting conference had only begun to gain prominence 300 years prior. 301 years ago. The patriarch of the Hong family acquired a beast taming technique that allowed him to easily tame even second-tier beasts. It was said that the patriarch had even tamed third-tier beasts, creatures powerful enough to rival Golden Core experts. Recognizing the commercial potential, the patriarch established the arena in Luyun City. These various arenas provided cultivators with opportunities for practical training, as those unwilling to venture into the Beast Mountain range could come to the arena and select beasts for combat. Enhancing their combat abilities, depending on the chosen beast's strength, a fee would be required, and should a beast be killed, an additional fee would be incurred. Such arenas proved immensely popular, allowing the Huang family to prosper. 300 years have passed, and although the patriarch has long since passed away, the beast taming technique has been inherited, gradually elevating the Huang family to become the fifth great family of Luyun City. To maintain the arena's popularity, the Huang family hosts the beast fighting conference annually. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, aside from the invited guests, others must acquire tickets to attend. The following morning, Yang Lingtian made his way to the venue of the beast fighting conference. With his ticket in hand, he smoothly entered the bustling arena filled with throngs of people, the air alive with the roars of various beasts and the cheers of spectators. Painting a vibrant and lively scene, as Yang Lingtian wandered about, he encountered many beasts he had never seen before. However, his objective was not to observe the beasts, but to wager for spirit stones. After all, he possessed the ability to communicate with beasts, perhaps allowing him to discern the likely victor before the fights commenced. After some investigation, he learned that not only were there battles between beasts, but there were also contests between beasts and humans. Aside from betting on the beasts, spectators could also participate in the fights, earning substantial rewards if victorious. At this moment, Yang Lingtian arrived at one of the arenas, where two first-tier beasts were preparing to fight. One appeared rather frail, while the other was robust. Most spectators placed their bets on the sturdier beast, though a few believed the frail one, being more agile, could win through speed. The odds reached 1-10. As the two first-tier beasts roared at each other, Yang Lingtian discerned their conversation. The frail beast said, "Let us put on a good show. And in the end, you let me win." The robust beast replied, I know. The beast tamer has already indicated that I should lose. If I don't, I'll be punished when I return." Understanding the exchange between the two beasts, Yang Lingtian furrowed his brow. Goodness, there is a hidden scheme behind this betting. It seems the Huang family has profited significantly from such underhanded dealings, with mere minutes remaining before the battle commenced. Yang Lingtian hastily wagered 90,000 low-grade spirit stones on the frail beast's victory. The odds on the arena immediately shifted from 1-10 to 1-1, meaning that the amounts bet on both the frail and robust beasts now stood at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the frail beast won, Yang Lingtian would not only reclaim his original stake, but also gain an additional 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yang Lingtian's sudden wager astounded the crowd. Is that lad insane? He dares to bet 90,000 low-grade spirit stones on that seemingly hopeless frail beast. Indeed, he must be either mad or foolish. That 90,000 spirit stones are bound to be wasted. I wonder which family's prodigal son he is. To wager such a hefty sum on a single bet is sheer lunacy. Laughter erupted among those betting on the robust beast, as the odds had been too low prior. If they won, they would only earn 1/10 of their stake, but now, with the odds equalized, they stood to gain double their investment. The spectators regarded Yang Lingtian as if he were a curiosity, unable to comprehend his audacity to wager 90,000 low-grade spirit stones on a seemingly doomed frail beast. Those daring to bet on the frail beast did so with small amounts. Genuinely gambling, losing would not inflict significant harm, yet winning would yield a modest profit, albeit with a low probability. Unfazed by the crowd's jeers, Yang Lingtian remained resolute. Just then, an elderly man approached, furrowing his brow and questioning. "Are you certain you wish to bet on that frail beast? Are you aware that its strength is far inferior to that of the robust beast? Such a wager is exceedingly reckless." The old man attempted to dissuade Yang Lingtian, knowing that bets could be freely placed and withdrawn before the match commenced. With a smile, Yang Lingtian replied, "I am certain I believe that frail beast will surprise me." The elderly man cast a deep glance at Yang Lingtian before shaking his head and departing. Yang Lingtian, however, paid him no heed, unaware that this venerable figure was actually affiliated with the Huang family. This old man had foreseen the frail beast's victory and subsequently wagered 5,000 low-grade spirit stones on its success. With a prior odds of 10 to 1, he stood to win 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, due to Yang Lingtian's interference, he could now only secure a mere 5,000. Ignoring the counsel of the aged, misfortune loomed ahead. Someone in the crowd sighed upon witnessing this scene. Yang Lingtian remained unfazed. Eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match, he understood that the unscrupulous beast tamers would subtly inform the beast backstage whether it was destined to win or lose before its appearance in the arena. Once on the battlefield, no further prompts could be given, leaving the beast to act according to its prior instructions. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding any potential changes in the beast's behavior during the contest. Chapter 25. Drawing attention soon, the battle commenced, and once it began, neither betting nor withdrawals were permitted. Initially, the two beasts fought fiercely, but gradually, the frail beast began to gain the upper hand. This development sent ripples of anxiety through those who had wagered on the robust beast's victory. What could be happening? How could the frail beast possibly dominate? Fear not, it's merely the beginning. The frail beast possesses a speed advantage, and those betting on the robust beast are merely unfortunate. Once the frail beast tires, the robust will surely retaliate, someone explained. Clearly, many shared this belief. Meanwhile, Yang Lingtian merely smiled faintly. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the two beasts clashed for half an hour. Suddenly, the frail beast leaped into the air and swiftly kicked the robust beast aside. With a resounding crash, the robust beast fell to the ground, emitting a pained cry. "Robust beast, you brute, could you not be gentler? Your kick has truly pained me to the core, frail beast. It's all an act." It must be believable that, of course, only Yang Lingtian could comprehend the dialogue between the beasts. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena, soon followed by an uproar. Everyone stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Many unable to believe their eyes. The frail beast had triumphed. All eyes turned to Yang Lingtian, their gazes filled with envy. They had not anticipated that his keen insight would allow him to discern the frail beast's victory. Yet, some dismissed his success as mere luck, believing he had stumbled upon a fortunate bet. After the match concluded, Yang Lingtian successfully claimed his spirit stones, amassing 90,000 low-grade spirit stones in less than an hour. His heart soared with joy. This place was undoubtedly a treasure trove tailored for him. He continued placing bets in various arenas, both large and small. Naturally, not every arena operated under deceit. Were they all corrupt? The Huang family would fear exposure. However, a small fraction of the arenas did indeed engage in underhanded dealings. To ensure his victory, Yang Lingtian deliberately chose arenas known for such corruption, only betting when he could ascertain which beast would emerge victorious through their dialogue. This strategy proved unfailingly effective, and by the end of the day, he had amassed a staggering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, his remarkable success drew the attention of others, who noticed his consistent victories and began to follow his lead. Resulting in a decline in odds and consequently reducing the potential winnings, he contemplated wagering all his spirit stones at once, yet such a move would further decrease the odds, yielding minimal returns while attracting even more scrutiny. As anticipated, Yang Lingtian's repeated wins soon caught the eye of the Huang family. On a high platform, a man clad in opulent robes listened intently to his subordinate's report. "Master, there is a peculiar young man. We have observed that he wins every wager he places on beast matches." "What? Such a person exists? Have you uncovered his background?" Huang Qi inquired, his gaze deep and imposing, emanating an aura of authority born from years of leadership. The subordinate replied, "According to our preliminary investigation, he is merely a bronze-level mercenary, seemingly lacking any special background. Intriguing, in that case. Summon my son Huang Hao to meet him." I have a few old friends to entertain. Understood. Meanwhile, as Yang Lingtian prepared to place another bet, a voice interrupted him. Hold on, are you Yang Xiangtian? A young man approached, accompanied by several subordinates. This was Huang Hao, who had learned of Yang Lingtian's alias through his subordinates' inquiries. Yang Lingtian turned to face Huang Hao, assessing him with a discerning gaze. Indeed. What do you seek? Huang Hao replied with a smile. I have heard of your keen insight. Young Master Yang at IT is said you can accurately predict which beast will win. And I wish to wager with you. Yang Lingtian, maintaining a stoic expression, responded, if you wish to bet, simply place your wager. There is no need for discussion. However, if you desire a private bet, I must decline. My time is valuable, and I have no interest in playing games with you. How dare you speak to my family's young master in such a manner? One of Huang Hao's subordinates interjected, visibly agitated. Although Huang Hao's expression darkened, his curiosity about how Yang Lingtian discerned the winning beast remained. He continued to smile, albeit with an edge of malice. Of course, I will place a wager as well. However, these stakes are rather trivial, just tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. How about we elevate the stakes to a second-tier beast arena? Upon hearing this, Yang Lingtian realized Huang Hao's ulterior motive. The second-tier beast arena employed specialized beast tamers who could discreetly signal which beast was destined to win or lose. Such a scenario would render his victory impossible. Sensing Yang Lingtian's hesitation, Huang Hao prodded, What's the matter? Are you afraid? You've been winning consistently. Are you now hesitant to risk losing? At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Yang Lingtian's mind. Strong individuals must continually acquire resources for cultivation. A time-limited mission has been issued. Wager against Huang Hao and win over 2 million spirit stones. Just as Yang Lingtian contemplated refusing, he was taken aback by the system's unexpected task. To fulfill the challenge, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I will wager with you, Yang Lingtian declared. Ha ha ha, you truly possess courage. Come, follow me, Huang Hao replied, still smiling, though inwardly scheming, determined to ensure Yang Lingtian's downfall, this time. Not only will I ensure you lose all your winnings, but I shall also strip you of every spirit stone you possess. Before long, he led Yang Lingtian to the second-tier beast arena section. A domain frequented only by the wealthier patrons. Each arena was grand in scale, surrounded by robust iron fencing and fortified walls, essential for containing the immense power of second-tier beasts, which rivaled foundational experts in combat. The stakes in this arena were no less than 1 million spirit stones. One needed considerable capital to dare bet here. Young Master Yang, please select which arena you wish to wager in. So I cannot be accused of cheating. Huang Hao feigned innocence. Yang Lingtian remained silent, striding toward the nearest arena. This one will suffice, he replied. In this arena, a match was set to feature a beast known as the Gale Wolf against a creature called the Whirlwind Tiger. The Gale Wolf appeared large and muscular, its fierce fangs enhancing its terrifying visage, while the Whirlwind Tiger's claws looked exceptionally sharp, capable of shredding solid rock with a mere swipe. Both were second-tier beasts in their early stages, making it difficult to discern which was superior before the fight commenced, resulting in nearly equal odds of 1-to-1 at that moment. Yang Lingtian overheard the beasts conversing. Gale Wolf. Why hasn't the beast tamer given us our instructions yet? Whirlwind Tiger. Could it be that there are no instructions, and we are to determine the victor ourselves? As Yang Lingtian pondered which beast would ultimately prevail, Huang Hao began to urge him onward. Young Master Yang, hurry and place your bet. You have the opportunity to choose first, and the wager must be no less than 500,000 spirit stones. The announcement elicited gasps from those nearby. A minimum of 500,000 was indeed a significant wager. Although the total stakes had already surpassed 100,000, that was the result of many individuals betting together, making an individual wager of 500,000 a true gamble. Yang Lingtian did not respond, continuing to observe the dialogue between the beasts. At this juncture, someone ignited the crowd's excitement, declaring, It seems he is hesitating. Such a large amount must daunt him. Indeed, he likely lacks the spirit stones to make such a wager. Noticing Yang Lingtian's silence, Huang Hao pressed, Young Master, what is your decision? The window for placing bets is closing in just a few minutes. Yang Lingtian did not glean any useful information from the conversation between the two demon beasts, which left him feeling quite uncertain. He truly did not wish to engage in matters shrouded in ambiguity. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he remarked, these two demon beasts appear to possess equal strength. I must draw closer and observe them closely to discern who is superior. Young Master Huang, would you mind if I took a few minutes for this? Huang Hao's expression tightened. He had not anticipated Yang Lingtian making such a request. What good would it do to get closer? Ultimately, they would still succumb to him. Hence, Huang Hao acquiesced to this seemingly fruitless request. Very well, feel free to approach and observe, but do not forget to return and place your bet. Yang Lingtian slowly approached the arena, coming to the enclosure where the two demon beasts were situated. He softly conversed with them in beast language. Greetings, esteemed brothers of the beast realm. This genuinely startled the two demon beasts, who looked at Yang Lingtian with astonished expressions. The Gale Wolf inquired, "Are you the one speaking?" The Whirlwind Tiger confirmed, "Indeed, the voice just now emanated from this lad. Who would have thought that a member of the human race could speak our tongue?" Yang Lingtian smiled faintly and continued to speak softly in beast language. "It is indeed I. Esteemed brothers, I have a request to make of you." The Gale Wolf responded, "No need to elaborate. You wish for us to throw the match, do you not?" The Whirlwind Tiger added, "Do not harbor such thoughts. We would never agree to a fixed match." Yang Lingtian replied, "Brothers, I understand that you await the Beast Master's commands. I am curious. Why do you submit to his orders? Are you truly content to bow down to the Huang family?" The Gale Wolf sighed, "Alas, speaking of it only brings tears. What can we do now? We are unwilling, yet we cannot escape." The Whirlwind Tiger lamented, "Indeed, they used a special mist to cloud our minds. Eventually, we were brought back and forced to consume a beast control pill, which led to our subjugation. At that moment, Yang Lingtian comprehended that the essence of the Huang family's beast taming technique lay in the use of drugs. He continued in beast language. "Esteemed brothers, do you desire freedom?" The Gale Wolf exclaimed. "Need you even ask? Of course we do. Do you possess a means to achieve it?" Yang Lingtian replied, "Certainly, but I require your assistance in winning this match. In return, I can grant you your freedom." The Whirlwind Tiger scoffed, "You must be jesting. Do you truly possess such capabilities?" Yang Lingtian countered, "Is my ability to converse in your language not a testament to my prowess?" The Gale Wolf queried, "Then enlighten us on how you intend to secure our freedom." Yang Lingtian explained, "It is quite simple. I possess the antidote to the beast control pill. Once you assist me in winning the bet, I shall find an opportunity to administer the antidote. After the beast gathering concludes, when there are fewer people around, you can escape." That he added, "I understand that because you have all ingested the beast control pill. They are not concerned about your fleeing. The guards watching over you are merely low-tier chi refinement cultivators, not your match. Escaping would be quite easy." The Gale Wolf and the Whirlwind Tiger exchanged glances, finding Yang Lingtian's reasoning sound. Although they could not be certain that he truly had the antidote, what if he did? This was an opportunity for freedom. Ignoring the Beastmaster's commands would result in nothing more than a beating upon their return. The Gale Wolf conceded, "Very well, I shall trust you for now." The Whirlwind Tiger added, "Since Wolf Brother has agreed, I shall take a gamble as well. Speak. Whom do you wish to win or lose?" Yang Lingtian was astonished that these two demon beasts were so naive, actually agreeing to his proposal. Although he had the capability to concoct such an antidote, he did not have a ready supply on him at present. After the competition concluded, he could not provide them with the antidote immediately. However, he had only promised to give them the antidote, without specifying an immediate time frame. He would simply have to concoct it later and find an opportunity to administer it. Yang Lingtian declared, "Then I must trouble you, Gale Wolf. Let the Whirlwind Tiger emerge victorious." Huang Hao, noticing that Yang Lingtian had been lingering for a while, grew somewhat impatient. He called out, "Young Master Yang, how long will you tarry? The time is drawing near. We are about to close the betting." Yang Lingtian had been conversing softly with the demon beasts, and Huang Hao and his companions could barely hear them. Even if they did catch snippets of the conversation, it mattered little, as they did not understand beast language. After finalizing his discussion with the demon beasts, Yang Lingtian strolled back to Huang Hao's side. Unfazed, with a slight smirk, he said, "What is the rush? You mentioned that the bet cannot be less than 500,000 spirit stones, so allow me to extend you a courtesy. I shall wager 1,000,000 spirit stones." How does that sound? This proclamation left everyone astonished. A wager of 1,000,000 spirit stones was truly audacious. Currently, the stakes for the two demon beasts were just over 1,000,000 each. To double that amount right off the bat was nothing short of a high-stakes gamble. If he were indeed to wager 1 million low-grade spirit stones, this would make the total betting pool the highest of the day's competitions. Huang Hao was equally taken aback. He had initially thought that Yang Lingtian would only dare to bet low. Yet here he was, boldly calling for a wager of 1 million spirit stones. Nonetheless, this pleased him immensely. Huang Hao chuckled very well. Let us wager 1 million spirit stones. Which demon beast do you predict will triumph? Yang Lingtian replied with a calm smile. I bet on the whirlwind tiger to win. He then proceeded to the betting area, placing 1 million spirit stones on the whirlwind tiger's victory. Then I shall wager on the gale wolf to win, Huang Hao declared, also producing 1 million spirit stones for his bet. Such a grand gamble instantly attracted more spectators. Heavens! There is indeed someone bold enough to wager 1 million spirit stones. Who is that person, daring to stake against young Master Huang? Young Master Huang is of the Huang family and knows his own demon beasts intimately. Who would be foolish enough to bet against him? Certainly, if young Master Huang is confident in his victory, we should follow suit and place our bets alongside him. We might earn some small profit. Indeed, let us hurry. The betting will close in a few minutes. The crowd overwhelmingly favored Huang Hao, eagerly placing their bets. Many who had initially wagered on the whirlwind tiger quickly withdrew their bets and switched to betting on the gale wolf. Consequently, the odds shifted from 1 to 1, 3. This meant that only 1.2 million low-grade spirit stones were wagered on the whirlwind tiger, while bets on the gale wolf soared to 3.6 million low-grade spirit stones. This indicated that if Yang Lingtian emerged victorious, he would not only reclaim his 1 million principal but also gain an additional 3 million low-grade spirit stones. It was an extraordinary windfall, filling Yang Lingtian with delight. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Would these two demon beasts have a change of heart midway? Nevertheless, he believed that the allure of freedom would surely sway them to assist him. At that moment, the beast master emerged, casting a glance toward Huang Hao. Huang Hao returned the gaze, signaling with his eyes. Yang Lingtian fixed his gaze intently on the beast master, eager to see what actions he would take. Indeed, he observed the beast master making a peculiar gesture with his hand, after which the gale wolf and whirlwind tiger nodded in agreement. It appeared that this unique gesture represented the signal for who would win and who would lose. Thus, the battle between the demon beasts officially commenced. The gale wolf launched the first attack, gathering a powerful gust akin to a tornado and charging towards the whirlwind tiger. Unfazed, the whirlwind tiger leaped into the air, executing a somersault to deftly evade the assault. The two demon beasts engaged in a fierce battle from the outset. It hardly resembled a mere performance, but rather a genuine struggle for survival. The spectators outside erupted in cheers, the majority rallying for the gale wolf, as most had placed their bets on it. Huang Hao remained calm, standing resolutely with an expression of assured victory. As the two demon beasts continued their intense clash, the atmosphere outside grew increasingly tense. At this point, the battle between the two demon beasts remained evenly matched. With no clear indication of who would prevail, the two demon beasts began to roar, yet only Yang Lingtian understood their utterances. The gale wolf stated, "It is about time. I should feign a loss." "Correct?" The whirlwind tiger agreed. "I think it is time as well. When I unleash my ultimate move, you should allow yourself to be sent flying to make it appear more convincing." The gale wolf responded. "Understood. I will sacrifice myself for the antidote." Yang Lingtian, having grasped their conversation, felt a smile tug at his lips. It seemed that these two demon beasts had chosen to place their trust in him. Soon, following a fierce strike from the whirlwind tiger, the gale wolf was sent crashing to the ground. Unable to rise, it was evident that the whirlwind tiger had emerged victorious. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. All astonished, Huang Hao's face contorted in disbelief. How could this be? Had the beast master issued the wrong command? Huang Hao inwardly lamented. Then, a wave of murmurs spread through the crowd as many struggled to comprehend the situation. How could this be? The whirlwind tiger had lost. In truth, among these individuals, only a select few are aware that this beast-fighting event is shrouded in secrecy. They simply choose not to voice their thoughts. They understand that the Huang family can designate which beast is to emerge victorious in advance, but this does not affect them significantly. The wager merely shifts from betting on a specific beast to betting on the one chosen by the Huang family's beast master, which is a negligible change. However, The fact that young Master Huang Hao personally placed his bet raises eyebrows, as it stands to reason that he would ensure the beast he wagered on would triumph. The unexpected outcome leaves many perplexed. Even the beast masters, who had explicitly instructed for the Gale Wolf to win, are astonished that the two beasts deviated from their commands. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Yang Lingtian's triumphant laughter rings out. Ha ha ha, young Master Huang Hao, thank you for your wager. It has made me quite wealthy. Huang Hao's expression fluctuates between anger and disbelief as he questions, what did you do beside the beast before the match? Yang Lingtian retorts, are you insinuating that I tampered with the results? If I truly possessed such skills, with so many witnesses present, it would surely be exposed. Are the people here blind? Huang Hao finds himself at a loss for words. Yang Lingtian continues, I was merely observing them. Although these two beasts appeared evenly matched upon closer inspection, I discerned an underlying ailment in the Gale Wolf, which is why I dared to bet on its defeat. After Yang Lingtian's explanation, many in the crowd see no flaw in his reasoning, and some grow even more convinced of his keen insight. Of course, this justification is entirely fabricated by Yang Lingtian to rationalize his proximity to the beasts. Huang Hao is seething inside, having lost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, an amount equivalent to an entire year's allowance, his heart bleeding at the thought. Meanwhile, Li Tian happily collects the over 3 million spirit stones he has won, along with the initial wager of 1 million, bringing his total to 4 million low-grade spirit stones, a respectable fortune, surpassing the annual revenue of many families. Huang Hao glares menacingly at Yang Lingtian, contemplating how to reclaim his honor and vent his frustration. At that moment, the whirlwind tiger roars, which to the onlookers seems like a celebration of victory. However, Yang Lingtian knows it is a demand for the antidote. Approaching the beast, he softly replies in beast language, rest assured, I will provide it. However, with so many eyes around, it is inconvenient. Please wait a moment. I will come to you. The whirlwind tiger, growing increasingly agitated, continues to roar. You do not intend to give us the antidote, do you? If you do not provide it now, what will happen once we leave the arena? It seems all humans are cunning at that moment. The system's voice echoes, congratulations, host, for winning over 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Task completed. As a reward, you receive a spirit pill gift package. What on earth is a spirit pill gift package? Yang Lingtian discovers that this package contains various spirit pills, including the rare cleansing beast pill, which can nullify the effects of the beast control pill, essentially, an antidote. This system is truly remarkable. It provides exactly what he needs. Calming his elation, Yang Lingtian once more engages in quiet dialogue with the two beasts. All right, here it is, Whirlwind Tiger, come closer. The Whirlwind Tiger approaches cautiously, its eyes filled with suspicion. Yang Lingtian glances around, then produces 2 cleansing beast pills. He gently pats the Whirlwind Tiger's head, concealing the pills beneath its thick fur. Ensuring no one notices, the Whirlwind Tiger questions, will this pill truly work? Yang Lingtian assures, do not worry. It will be effective. Now, let out a roar. Understanding Yang Lingtian's intent, the Whirlwind Tiger realizes that since he is currently touching the beast, many will be watching. If it does not roar, it may appear overly compliant, raising suspicion. The Whirlwind Tiger lets out a mighty roar, and Yang Lingtian feigns shock, stepping back quickly, exclaiming, it seems I cannot touch the tiger's head after all. You startled me. Yang Lingtian, do you dare to gamble again? Huang Hao demands, frustration evident in his tone. Yang Lingtian shakes his head, unwilling to wager further. He has already completed the system's task and obtained a substantial amount of spirit stones. Betting again would be risky, as he cannot guarantee that the next beast will be as naive and compliant as this one. After all, many beasts view humans as cunning and untrustworthy. Should the next beast be skeptical? He could find himself in a precarious situation. It is wiser to withdraw while ahead. Are you refusing to show me respect? Huang Hao's anger bubbles over. Yang Lingtian's expression darkens as he retorts, I have already shown you respect. You wish to coerce me into gambling. Is this how your Huang family treats guests? Huang Hao is rendered speechless once more. Indeed, whether to gamble is a personal choice. Observing Huang Hao's silence, Yang Lingtian scoffs and turns to leave. The commotion draws the attention of those nearby, who are astonished at Yang Lingtian's audacity in speaking so defiantly to the son of the Huang family patriarch. Some shake their heads in disbelief, noting,
How dare he provoke young Master Huang? Does he not realize that Huang Hao is the most vengeful among the many sons of the Huang family? It is clear that Huang Hao will not let this affront go unpunished, and those observing predict dire consequences for Yang Lingtian. Yang Lingtian overhears the murmurs but remains unfazed. As the Beast Conference nears its conclusion, he decides to rest at an inn nearby. Before returning to rest, however, he stops at a restaurant for a meal. Seated by the window and enjoying his food, his expression suddenly darkens. He notices that the establishment is surrounded by over 100 people, including Huang Hao. They have arrived quickly, evidently seeking trouble with him. During the Beast Conference, Huang Hao refrained from taking action to avoid disrupting the event and sullying his reputation. Now that the conference has concluded, the situation is different. The restaurant is thoroughly encircled. Escaping unnoticed is nearly impossible. Some patrons still dining are hastily ejected by Huang Hao's men, a clear indication that they intend to clear the premises. All around, disgruntled patrons rise from their seats, grumbling as they exit the restaurant, their faces reflecting indignation. The Huang family is truly arrogant. We were enjoying our meal, and they have the audacity to throw us out. How outrageous, indeed. Do they truly believe they are the foremost family in Luyun City? Their arrogance knows no bounds. But they are one of the 5 great families of Luyun City. We lack the power to offend them. Most diners are mercenaries, some hot-tempered and bold enough to voice their complaints, albeit in hushed tones, as if whispering to themselves, fearing repercussions. The strong do not oppress those in their territory, and soon, all patrons have vacated the restaurant. Leaving only the staff and Yang Lingtian behind, a throng of onlookers stands guard at the entrance, their eyes sharp and watchful, scanning the departing patrons to prevent Yang Lingtian from slipping away unnoticed. The once bustling restaurant now sits empty, with a few bewildered waiters standing idly by, unsure of what to do. The restaurant manager stands off to the side, wearing a worried expression, yet Yang Lingtian remains unfazed, leisurely enjoying his meal, a picture of calm. Although internally composed, he is acutely aware of the situation, having sensed the presence of several formidable experts among the crowd. That moment, Huang Hao, akin to a star surrounded by admirers, strides into the restaurant, flanked by his entourage. As he enters, his gaze immediately falls upon Yang Lingtian, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. You did not expect this, did you? Your moment of glory at the Beast Conference has come to an end. I will reclaim both principal and interest. Huang Hao's face beams with smug satisfaction as he fixes his gaze on Yang Lingtian, as if he has already sealed the latter's fate. Are you frightened? Do you regret crossing me? Yang Lingtian dismissively snorts, slowly surveying Huang Hao and his entourage. Do you truly believe that you and your motley crew can intimidate me? How presumptuous. Huang Hao's smile falters, his expression darkening as he coldly replies, You are far more arrogant than I anticipated. Yet I must commend you. Even in this dire situation, you refuse to plead for mercy or grovel before me. Do you truly believe you have any chance of escaping in front of so many skilled individuals? Young Master Huang Hao exuded an air of unparalleled confidence. In his eyes, Yang Lingtian was bound to face inevitable capture today. Yang Lingtian initially responded with a slight smile, but his tone gradually darkened as he spoke. Do you believe that not only will I leave today, but I will also ensure that your forces suffer significant losses? Upon hearing Yang Lingtian's words, Huang Hao could not suppress a mocking laugh, disdainfully retorting, Just you? I am eager to see how you intend to escape the encirclement of so many. No sooner had he finished speaking than Huang Hao, impatient to waste further words, gestured to his subordinates, commanding, Seize him. Today, I shall teach this arrogant young man a thorough lesson. Consequently, several men stepped forward, weapons in hand, charging towards Yang Lingtian. A glint of scorn appeared in Yang Lingtian's eyes. These individuals were merely at the chi refinement stage, their strength utterly insufficient in his estimation. As the assailants approached, Yang Lingtian swiftly drew the sword from his waist. In an instant, the blade transformed into a blur, unleashing a flurry of strikes at blinding speed. Simultaneously, the attackers halted abruptly, faint crimson lines emerging on their throats. Suddenly, blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining their garments a deep red, and they collapsed to the ground in unison. Huang Hao and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the speed of Yang Lingtian's swordplay. However, These men were merely expendable pawns sent by Huang Hao to gauge Yang Lingtian's capabilities. So their demise held little significance for him, as Huang Hao and the seasoned warriors behind him observed Yang Lingtian's technique. A sense of unease washed over them in that fleeting moment. They could barely discern the indistinct shadows of his sword strikes. Quick, it's far too swift, they thought, their eyes straining to follow the movements. Yang Lingtian's lethal efficiency in dispatching Huang Hao's subordinates stunned the majority present. Plunging the tavern into an eerie silence, I ask there anyone else who wishes to step forward? I shall grant them a taste of my blade. Yang Lingtian provocatively challenged. Enraged, Huang Hao shouted to his remaining subordinates. What are you standing around for? Attack! In short order, a throng of practitioners, all at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, surged forward. Yang Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Faced with the onslaught, he was compelled to unleash some of his own cultivation power. An aura characteristic of a foundational stage cultivator erupted from him, and he met the charge head dash on S. A multitude of sword shadows flickered. His blade struck out rapidly, delivering over a dozen thrusts. The assault was overwhelming. The Qi refinement 9th layer practitioners stood no chance of defense. When the sword light descended, the foremost attackers crumpled, their throats and hearts pierced. Crimson blood cascading forth, the foundational stage cultivator? I cannot believe he looks so young, someone exclaimed in astonishment. As Yang Lingtian unleashed his sword, the oppressive aura made his cultivation level evident to all. Consequently, the remaining onlookers hesitated to advance. Facing a foundational stage cultivator rendered their 9th layer capabilities utterly inadequate. How bold of you to slay so many of my Huang family's Qi refinement 9th layer subordinates. Huang Hao's fury intensified in their Huang family. Such practitioners were already considered elite enforcers. In the flowing cloud city, even prominent families like theirs boasted only a couple of golden core experts and nearly a dozen foundational stage cultivators. While the number of Qi refinement 9th layer practitioners barely reached 100, most of their forces ranged from the 4th to the 8th layers of Qi refinement. Huang Hao himself was merely at the 9th layer, and his foundation was not yet deep enough to risk a forced breakthrough with foundational pills. However, the two middle-aged men behind him appeared to be foundational stage experts, and Yang Lingtian could not ascertain their exact capabilities before they acted. Standing like a reaper, Yang Lingtian coldly declared, "What of killing a few of your subordinates? If you do not call them off, I shall eliminate you as well." Huang Hao's face darkened. As the son of the Huang family, he could not fathom someone threatening his life so brazenly. "I initially intended to capture you and toy with you before releasing you," he seethed. "Now, however, I have changed my mind. I shall kill you." Chapter 28. Escape from Flowing Cloud City. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Lingtian's eyes. Since his opponent had already harbored intentions to kill, he need not hesitate. Retaliation was the only course. Suddenly, Yang Lingtian moved, employing the wind half-flowing cloud technique to ensure a decisive strike, surging towards Huang Hao with astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. "Young master, be careful," the two middle-aged men, suspected foundational stage cultivators, exclaimed in alarm as Yang Lingtian's velocity astounded them. They barely had time to react when Yang Lingtian's sword was already hurtling towards Huang Hao's throat. Too late to intervene. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through Huang Hao's throat. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Yang Lingtian with a gaze filled with incredulity and unyielding defiance. He had never imagined that Yang Lingtian would dare to attack him directly. The two middle-aged men responsible for Huang Hao's protection turned pale, horror dawning upon them. They had failed in their duty to safeguard the young master, and they could scarcely imagine the wrath that would befall them when the head of the Huang family learned of this incident. Shivering at the thought, they glared at Yang Lingtian with seething anger. "You wretch! You have murdered young master Huang Hao. Prepare to face your demise." Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their full might, weapons drawn, charging at Yang Lingtian. Sensing their formidable presence, Yang Lingtian's expression turned grave. One was at the foundational early stage, while the other was at the mid-stage. An arduous battle lay ahead. Thus, he engaged in fierce combat with the two, the overwhelming force of their clash reducing the tavern to ruins. As their ferocious struggle spilled into public view, onlookers gasped in shock upon seeing Huang Hao's lifeless body. "Who is this person?" daring enough to kill the Huang family's scion in Flowing Cloud City? Does he not value his life? Panic surged through the crowd. He is finished. There is no way he can escape Flowing Cloud City now. Yet, some among the spectators reveled in the spectacle, exclaiming, "Good riddance. Let him pay for his tyranny," believing himself untouchable just because he is the son of the Huang family. The tumultuous battle drew more and more spectators. Yang Lingtian understood that lingering here would only heighten his peril. Should the Huang family dispatch stronger reinforcements, his chances of escape would dwindle significantly. Though he could contend with mid-stage foundational cultivators, facing those at the late stage or peak of foundational strength would pose a grave challenge. With a flicker of resolve in his eyes, Yang Lingtian executed a swift maneuver, altering his trajectory just in time to evade an attack. He then unleashed his sword technique, channeling all his strength into a powerful strike. The sword became a whirlwind of deadly force, pushing back his two opponents. Without hesitation, Yang Lingtian utilized his agility, moving like a wraith as he made a rapid escape. Foundational stage cultivators could not fly, so he was left with no choice but to leap and evade. The crowd, sensing the danger, parted to clear a path. Yang Lingtian's speed was astonishing. With each bound, he covered vast distances upon landing. He propelled himself into the air with tremendous force, only to touch down lightly, maintaining his swift pace. The two pursuers followed closely behind, relentless in their chase. Suddenly, a formidable aura approached from the distance. A peak foundational stage cultivator was closing in, daring to kill young Master Huang. "Today you shall find no refuge." The booming voice echoed ominously. Yang Lingtian's expression hardened. A peak foundational stage cultivator had arrived. If he were to be caught, his life would very well be forfeit. Although he had employed the half-step flowing cloud technique, eluding mid-stage foundational cultivators, the speed of a peak foundational stage cultivator was a different matter altogether. Yang Lingtian knew it was time to unveil his hidden cards. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the flying spiritual artifact, the Yutian boat, bestowed upon him by the system. Stepping onto the Yutian boat, he exerted his utmost effort, and despite being at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he was unable to fully unleash the true speed of this mid-grade spiritual artifact. Nonetheless, it propelled his speed to that of a pinnacle foundation establishment expert. Soaring through the air, the expressions of the two pursuers changed drastically, their faces a mask of astonishment. What treasure is this that allows his speed to surge so dramatically? Surely, this speed rivals that of a pinnacle foundation establishment. They understood that although they could no longer catch up, they had to persist in their pursuit, at least to maintain the appearance of exerting themselves. Meanwhile, a pinnacle foundation establishment expert behind them swiftly surpassed the two. Hastening after the fleeing Yang Lingtian, this expert was equally astonished, recognizing that Yang Lingtian was utilizing a flying spiritual artifact, which was even rarer than offensive or defensive artifacts. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. This young man possesses such a treasure. No wonder he dared to commit murder in Luyun City. He must have something to rely on. After a relentless flight, Yang Lingtian successfully escaped from Luyun City aboard the Yutian boat, while the Pinnacle Foundation establishment expert continued to pursue him relentlessly. Such a treasure must consume spiritual energy when activated. I wonder how long you can endure. At that moment, Huang Qi, the head of the Huang family, was entertaining several old friends within the Huang residence. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, breathless, to report, "Not good, master. Young Master Huang Hao has been murdered." Upon hearing this, both Huang Qi and his old friends turned pale. Huang Qi's formidable aura, characteristic of a golden core expert, erupted uncontrollably as he bellowed in rage. "What? Who dares to kill my son?" The servant trembled as he replied, "It was that Yang Lingtian," and recounted the events with meticulous detail. Useless. Are the two foundation stage guards I assigned to my son truly incompetent? How could they allow a mere initial stage foundation establishment to commit murder right under their noses? Huang Qi was seething with rage, roaring in indignation. He then stormed out, intent on capturing Yang Lingtian himself. However, they had already lost precious hours, and Yang Lingtian had vanished into the Beast Mountain Range. The terrain of the Beast Mountain Range was complex, teeming with various magical beasts. Relying on the terrain and the distance he had gained from the pursuing Pinnacle Foundation establishment expert, Yang Lingtian deftly evaded his pursuer as he traversed the mountain range. Although he had escaped the immediate threat, Yang Lingtian was not complacent. He had now provoked one of the 5 major families of Luyun City. The Huang family. They would not let this matter rest easily. Reflecting on his predicament, Yang Lingtian felt a wave of emotion. He had just angered the Lay family, and now he had incited the Huang family. And this time it was far more severe. He had killed their son. The Lay family had merely forced their son to kneel, whereas he had crossed a line with the Huang family. Nevertheless, Yang Lingtian remained unrepentant. To become a strong individual, one must act without fear. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should they offend me, I shall retaliate. Having failed to capture Yang Lingtian, Huang Qi returned to the Huang residence in a furious rage. Someone, issue a high bounty. Mobilize all family resources. I want that damned Yang Shangtian found. Capture him alive, and I will skin him alive. Subsequently, posters of Yang Lingtian were plastered across Luyun City and nearby towns, and his alias, Yang Shangtian, spread throughout these regions. Yang Lingtian understood that he could not return to Luyun City, nor could he venture into the neighboring towns. If discovered, it would spell trouble. He continued to propel the Yutian boat, occasionally stopping to walk, and after 2 days of travel, he finally exited the Beast Mountain range. Along the way, he had slain countless magical beasts that sought to impede him, ultimately arriving at a desolate area sparsely populated by humans. Here, he found a road marked by the passage of numerous carts. Ahead, a small caravan was slowly approaching, pulling several carts in Yang Lingtian's direction. He surmised that it was a merchant caravan, appearing to be of modest size, consisting of only a few dozen individuals. As he walked at a normal pace, he soon encountered the caravan. Several burly guards from the caravan fixed their sharp gazes upon Yang Lingtian. Uncertain of his surroundings, he contemplated approaching them to inquire for directions. Just as he was within 10 meters of the caravan, both parties came to a halt simultaneously. Who goes there, and why do you block the way? One of the burly men at the front of the caravan shouted sternly at Yang Lingtian. Yang Lingtian clasped his hands together and replied, "Esteemed sirs, I seem to have lost my way. Could you kindly direct me to the nearest town?" Upon hearing this, several individuals furrowed their brows, exchanging glances. If they were seasoned mercenaries accustomed to traveling, they would either be familiar with the local terrain or carry a map. It was almost unheard of for someone to be as lost as Yang Lingtian claimed to be. Clearly, they did not readily believe his words and instead grew wary, suspecting ill intentions. "Cut the nonsense and get out of the way. Or don't blame me for being rude," bellowed one of the hot-tempered men. Yang Lingtian's expression darkened slightly as he replied solemnly, "I merely asked for directions. You are not obligated to answer. But mind your words. Do not let a single phrase cost you your life." At his words, the expressions of the group turned grim, their weapons shifting slightly, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a deep voice emerged from behind. "My friend, your words are rather excessive, are they not?" As the voice fell, a middle-aged man on horseback slowly approached from the rear. The middle-aged man's countenance was slightly sullen, and a chill glimmered in his eyes as he regarded Yang Lingtian. Captain Liu. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, the others respectfully called out to him. Yang Lingtian met the gaze of the man known as Captain Liu with a calm demeanor, stating, "Before you speak, you should first discipline your subordinates." Before Captain Liu could respond, one of the burly men shouted, "Impudent brat! How dare you speak to our Captain Liu in such a manner? You shall learn respect." With that, the burly man charged forward, raising his hand to strike Yang Lingtian's face. Yang Lingtian's expression changed abruptly, a fierce killing intent flickering in his eyes. He swiftly raised his hand to firmly grasp the burly man's incoming palm while simultaneously launching a powerful fist towards the man's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated as Yang Lingtian, using only his physical strength, caved in the burly man's chest. A scream of agony erupted as the burly man writhed in pain, his previously fierce demeanor vanishing entirely, leaving his face pallid. Yang Lingtian then raised his leg, delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest. The burly man was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A cloud of dust erupting as he spat blood, his body crumpling into a heap. The others stood in stunned silence for a moment before they all reached for their weapons, intent on killing Yang Lingtian. "Stop!" Captain Liu shouted immediately, halting his enraged subordinates. He stepped forward, his expression grave as he addressed Yang Lingtian. Young friend, do you truly only wish to ask for directions and have no other intentions? Indeed. Yang Lingtian nodded slightly, affirming. Captain Liu, please provide this young brother with a map. Before Captain Liu could respond, an elderly voice resonated from the rear of the caravan. Though the voice was aged, it was filled with vigor. Hearing this voice, Yang Lingtian turned to look back, sensing an aura of profundity emanating from it. Captain Liu exhibited a trace of reverence, slightly bowing towards the source of the voice from the cart. Yes, esteemed elder. Yang Lingtian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he glanced back at the cart. Inside, an elderly man with a head of white hair peered through the curtain of the cart, seemingly having seen through Yang Lingtian entirely. Internally, he marveled. This young man is merely 18 yet has achieved foundation establishment. He is indeed a prodigy. More importantly, there exists within him an energy fluctuation that I cannot fathom. He must also be a person of great fortune. Given my current predicament, it is wise to cultivate more good relationships. At that moment, Captain Liu produced a scroll from his spatial ring and offered it to Yang Lingtian, stating, "This is a map of the Xinhua dynasty. Take it." Accepting the scroll, Yang Lingtian slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." He then turned and departed in the opposite direction of the caravan. Captain Liu cast a deep glance at Yang Lingtian, inhaling deeply before gesturing. "Let us go." The entire caravan set forth once more, when suddenly, an aged voice resonated beside Yang Lingtian's ear, as though someone were whispering directly to him. "Young man, possessing such prowess at your tender age, devote yourself diligently to your cultivation. I believe that in the near future, you shall achieve great renown across the continent." Yang Lingtian's expression shifted slightly, momentarily taken aback, before he glanced around, realizing that there was no one in proximity. His gaze fell upon the caravan continuing its journey not far away. He understood that the voice must have originated from someone within the carriage. However, he noticed that the numerous mercenaries guarding the caravan appeared oblivious to the earlier utterances. Their expressions remained unchanged as they persisted in their forward march. Was this a sound only he could perceive? A directed transmission? A look of incredulity began to manifest on Yang Lingtian's face. Could it be that such a feat was accomplished by a formidable Yuaning expert? Should you ever find yourself in the divine dominant city of the heavenly holy empire, you may seek me out using this token. At that moment, the voice echoed once more. A radiant token, shimmering with golden light, flew out from the carriage window and landed steadily in Yang Lingtian's hand. The guards surrounding the carriage gazed at the token as it soared toward Yang Lingtian. Their eyes filled with deep envy, mingled with a hint of confusion. At this juncture, Yang Lingtian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He discerned that the mysterious elder seated within the carriage was undoubtedly an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet, he could not fathom why such a mighty figure would require the protection of these relatively weak individuals. As the carriage gradually receded into the distance, Yang Lingtian examined the token in his hand. Recognizing its exceptional nature, the entire token was forged from a rare material known as purple gold, a substance seldom utilized in the crafting of spiritual artifacts. Just the value of the token alone likely amounted to a considerable sum of spirit stones. The heavenly holy empire? Could it be one of the three great empires of the divine martial continent? What on earth was the identity of this enigmatic elder? Yang Lingtian murmured softly to himself. He was quite unfamiliar with the heavenly holy empire, having never ventured beyond Tianjin City in his previous life, only coming across references to it in various texts. However, he was aware that he was still within the confines of the Xinhua dynasty. And Tianjin City was merely a tertiary city within that realm. A staggering 80% of the cities in the Xinhua dynasty were tertiary, with the remainder consisting of a handful of secondary and primary cities. Yang Lingtian pondered why this elder had bestowed the token upon him. Nevertheless, since it had been given, should the opportunity arise to travel to the heavenly holy empire, it would be prudent to seek him out in this unfamiliar territory. He produced a map and located a nearby tertiary city named Qingfeng City. He proceeded along the official road toward Qingfeng City. 2 days later, he finally arrived at Qingfeng City. This place was relatively distant from Tianjin City, and it seemed unlikely that the influence of the Lay family could extend this far. As Yang Lingtian strolled through the bustling streets, his curious gaze flitted over the various stalls lining the way. Suddenly, the chaotic pearl within his dantian began to pulsate violently, Yang Lingtian's expression changed dramatically. This was the first time the chaotic pearl had trembled so unexpectedly, leaving him bewildered. At that moment, a peculiar sensation surged through Yang Lingtian's mind, as if he could sense a wave of excitement emanating from the chaotic pearl. Subsequently, a wondrous feeling inexplicably flooded into his consciousness, akin to appearing out of thin air. Yang Lingtian distinctly felt a subtle connection forming between the chaotic pearl and himself. A bond reminiscent of a mental link. Abruptly, a childlike voice echoed in his mind. Quickly, the golden feather stone. It lies ahead. This voice emerged for but an instant before plunging back into silence, and no matter how Yang Lingtian called out within his mind, no further sound emerged. Yet, the chaotic pearl continued to quiver slightly. Yang Lingtian lifted his gaze, locking onto a fist-sized black stone nestled in a corner of a stall, through the connection with the chaotic pearl. He sensed that this black stone was no ordinary object. Its shape was round, and it appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary rock. As he approached, he could palpably feel the joyful emotion radiating from the chaotic pearl. After a brief observation, Yang Lingtian nonchalantly reached out to touch the black stone, feigning casual interest rather than desperation. Upon lifting it, he was astonished to find it considerably heavy. An ordinary person would likely struggle to lift it, as it weighed more than several individuals combined. As he held the black stone, he could clearly sense the excitement and elation conveyed by the chaotic pearl. "Young brother, are you fond of this peculiar stone?" the vendor inquired with a broad smile. Yang Lingtian set the black stone down and asked, "May I inquire what this stone is?" "It is remarkably heavy. What is its purpose?" The vendor chuckled awkwardly, responding, "I'm afraid I cannot say it. I only know it is exceptionally heavy and likely not an ordinary trinket." "And where did you acquire this black stone?" Yang Lingtian continued to probe. After a moment of contemplation, the vendor replied, "Many have inquired, but I have not divulged the details. However, since I feel we share a connection, I shall tell you that I actually found this stone in the Beast Mountain range. It seemed so heavy that I thought it might be a treasure, so I brought it back." Noticing Yang Lingtian's keen interest in the black stone, the vendor added, "Young brother, why not purchase it? I have kept this stone for several years, and I usually do not display it. However, I have recently found myself in need of spirit stones, which is why I have reluctantly put it up for sale. Surely, this black stone must be a remarkable treasure. You will not regret acquiring it." Yang Lingtian picked up the black stone again, scrutinizing it carefully. He then turned to the vendor and inquired, "What price do you seek for it?" His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were merely curious and not particularly intent on acquiring the stone. The vendor hesitated, realizing that the black stone was likely not an ordinary item. Yet, he genuinely had no knowledge of its potential. He had perused numerous tomes on rare treasures, but found no answers. Even when he consulted friends with greater cultivation, they too were at a loss. Despite having displayed the stone for an extended period, those who showed interest invariably walked away after hearing his asking price. He had once asked for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, only to have the buyer scoff and depart. He longed to sell it for a fair price, but feared that if he set the price too high, this potential buyer would do the same. After a lengthy pause, the vendor finally spoke. "How about this? You name your price, and if it is reasonable, I shall sell it to you." Upon hearing this, Yang Lingtian was not inclined to engage in further discussion. He promptly declared 20 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, the vendor's expression turned sour. The disparity between this offer and his internal valuation was astronomical. He shook his head and replied, "Young brother, that price is far too low. How about this? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." "What? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? Are you jesting?" Yang Lingtian feigned astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief as he emphasized the number 1,000, as though it were an exceptionally significant figure. The vendor's face flushed slightly. He could tell from Yang Lingtian's expression that selling for 1,000 spirit stones was out of the question. "Well then, please propose another price," the vendor said with a bitter smile. Yang Lingtian appeared indecisive for a moment before stating, "The most I can offer is 100 low-grade spirit stones." The vendor feigned a troubled expression and murmured, "Young brother, could you possibly increase your offer?" Yang Lingtian shook his head, responding, "I cannot raise it further. I know you have been unable to sell this black stone for a long time. I am merely a collector of peculiar items, which is why I showed interest. I can only offer 100 low-grade spirit stones." You may decide whether to accept the offer. I must remind you, once this opportunity passes, it may be difficult to find another willing buyer. Seeing Yang Lingtian unwilling to raise his offer, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in the vendor's eyes, and he finally gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well, then it shall be 100 low-grade spirit stones." Ultimately, Yang Lingtian acquired the extraordinary black stone for a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones. He understood that whatever could evoke such excitement from the Chaos Pearl was undoubtedly not an ordinary item. Perhaps its true worth could reach tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Acquiring it for a mere 100 was indeed a remarkable bargain. After obtaining the black stone, Yang Lingtian retreated to a secluded corner and eagerly activated the Chaos Divine technique. Suddenly, the black stone in his hand vanished in an instant, transforming into a stream of black vapor that surged directly into his dantian, completely absorbed by the Chaos Pearl. The cracked surface of the Chaos Pearl seemed to have fewer fissures, as if it had been slightly repaired. Soon after, the Chaos Pearl fell silent once more, showing no further signs of activity. Having completed this, Yang Lingtian returned to the bustling streets, hoping to encounter more such black stones. However, after wandering for half a day, he found nothing. It appeared that treasures capable of repairing the Chaos Pearl were indeed rare and hard to come by. At that moment, he noticed that someone was tailing him. A cold smile creeping onto his lips, he deliberately entered a quiet, deserted alley and came to a halt, speaking in a calm tone. "You've followed me for so long. Are you not going to show yourselves?" No sooner had he spoken than a group of over 10 individuals emerged from around the corner of the previously deserted alley. Yang Lingtian regarded the group with an air of indifference and continued, "Pray tell, after following me for so long, what is your intention?" Through his formidable perception, Yang Lingtian discerned that these individuals were merely at the chi refinement stage. Their auras were concealed, so he could not ascertain their precise level of cultivation. Regardless, in the face of his foundation establishment prowess, they were utterly insignificant. Moreover, Yang Lingtian's cultivation was superior, and they were oblivious to his true strength. The foremost man, with a piercing gaze, fixated on Yang Lingtian and barked, "You must be from out of town. Surrender all your spirit stones and treasures, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to lie here forever. To claim what is mine, you must first demonstrate your capability." Yang Lingtian scoffed, "Humph, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Everyone, attack!" The man gestured with a wave of his hand, and the group charged at Yang Lingtian, weapons drawn. Yang Lingtian smiled lightly, then leaped gracefully into the air, his form soaring like a swallow. His movements were agile and swift. He thrust his sword with fierce precision, weaving through the ranks of his attackers. They could only glimpse a fleeting shadow darting past, and soon found themselves frozen in place, disbelief etched on their faces. As Yang Lingtian landed and sheathed his sword, the assailants collapsed one after another, blood gushing from their throats. In mere seconds, the group of foolish ruffians lay lifeless, each slain with a single, precise stroke. Yang Lingtian recognized them as mere bandits. Eliminating them was a service to the public. Not long after Yang Lingtian departed, a lookout from the outside noticed the eerie silence and ventured in to investigate. The sight of a dozen corpses on the ground startled him, and he hurried back to inform their leader. After resting for half a day in Luyun City, Yang Lingtian exited the city. Upon leaving, he was once again targeted by a group of individuals. "Is that him?" A bearded, middle-aged man inquired of his underlings. "Indeed, that is him. Surround him in the alley." "I went in and found all our men dead." "He must be the one who killed them," one of the subordinates replied excitedly. "Humph, daring to kill members of the Tianhu gang. I shall make him pay today." The bearded man's eyes glinted with malice as he gazed at Yang Lingtian from afar. As Yang Lingtian walked into a small thicket, the group sprang forth, surrounding him completely. "I wonder what your intentions are." Yang Lingtian's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the crowd. "What do we want?" "You killed over 10 of my subordinates. How do you intend to settle this?" the bearded man retorted. "Oh, those foolish little pests were your subordinates?" Yang Lingtian replied with disdain. He regarded the group with little concern, his powerful perception revealing that, aside from the bearded man, the rest were merely chi refinement cultivators. It was likely that the bearded man was the only one at the foundation establishment level. Under normal circumstances, without any significant difference in their realms, unless they actively released their aura, one could not ascertain another's true strength. The bearded man couldn't determine Yang Lingtian's exact cultivation, but given his youth, he assumed it was low. You're still defiant even when death is at your doorstep. Our leader is a foundation establishment expert. Why not kneel and beg for mercy? One of the younger men boasted arrogantly. Do you think you stand a chance? Speak plainly. Will you come at me one by one, or all together? Yang Lingtian retorted coldly, dismissing them entirely. Arrogant fool. Brothers, attack. The bearded man bellowed angrily. At that moment, dozens of his men charged towards Yang Lingtian, while the so-called leader remained in place, merely sending them to test Yang Lingtian's strength. Yang Lingtian stood firm, his cold gaze sweeping over the group in a mocking tone. He declared, a pack of bullies relying on numbers. Do you think you can do as you please? With that, he moved, drawing his sword and dashing towards the crowd like a bolt of lightning. The blade flashed, and with each strike, Yang Lingtian delivered a lethal blow. He refrained from using his cultivation power, relying solely on his physical strength to unleash devastating strikes. Before long, several more fell, leaving the remaining assailants too intimidated to advance. The sheer display of power left them in shock. The middle-aged man, observing from a distance, began to grow serious. Though he could not determine Yang Lingtian's exact cultivation level, the fact that he could effortlessly dispatch over 10 Qi refinement cultivators in under a minute suggested he was at least nearing the foundation establishment stage. Thus, he concluded that even if Yang Lingtian was not a foundation establishment expert, he was undoubtedly a formidable peak Qi refinement cultivator. You are no match for him. Retreat, the bearded man commanded. Hearing this, his subordinates hastily withdrew, while he cautiously approached Yang Lingtian. This young man possesses quite the strength. I offer you two paths. Either join me and assist me in my endeavors, or leave your life here. The middle-aged man threatened. Enough of your prattle. I have no time for your nonsense. I shall also present you with two options. Either surrender all your spirit stones and treasures, and I shall spare your lives. Or prepare to meet your end at my hands, after which I will take your belongings. Yang Lingtian shot back defiantly. Arrogance. Do you think having some strength makes you invincible? Allow me to teach you a lesson. The middle-aged man, clearly enraged by Yang Lingtian's words, erupted with a powerful aura, causing his subordinates to retreat even further. Is he a foundation establishment initial stage? Yang Lingtian, sensing the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't help but snicker derisively. Seeing Yang Lingtian's dismissive expression only fueled the middle-aged man's ire. He launched himself at Yang Lingtian, raising his large blade for a fierce strike. Yet, Yang Lingtian remained unfazed. His gaze resolute and profound. As the middle-aged man's attack approached, Yang Lingtian suddenly moved, vanishing from sight, leaving only a shadow behind. What? The middle-aged man stared in astonishment, only to discover Yang Lingtian had reappeared behind him. Quickly, he spun around, raising his blade to cleave down at Yang Lingtian. Yang Lingtian smirked contemptuously, swiftly dodging to the right, evading the attack. He then thrust his sword forward, aiming directly for the middle-aged man's throat. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Yang Lingtian moved like the wind, relentlessly attacking the middle-aged man with blinding speed. His sword flashed like lightning, too swift to be perceived, accompanied only by the sound of the blade slicing through the air and the clang of metal against metal as the middle-aged man's blade clashed with Yang Lingtian's sword. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He found himself overwhelmed by Yang Lingtian's swordplay, continually forced to retreat. Yet, this was merely the foundation of Yang Lingtian's sword technique. He had yet to employ the advanced skill. Frost Shadow 100 Swords, however, the middle-aged man remained undeterred, swinging his large blade in a frenzy, desperately attempting to fend off Yang Lingtian's relentless assault. Yang Lingtian's gaze turned icy as he suddenly shifted behind the middle-aged man. His sword plunging downward. In a panic, the middle-aged man spun around to meet the incoming blow. With a resounding clash, their weapons collided, sending the man hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. His blade nearly flew from his grasp as torrents of blood erupted from his mouth. Leaving his complexion pale, fear and despair filled his eyes as he stammered. You? How can you be so powerful? What level of cultivation do you possess? From beginning to end, Yang Lingtian refrained from utilizing any spiritual power. Merely through his swordsmanship and physical strength did he bring this individual to the ground, leaving the opponent utterly bewildered regarding Yang Lingtian's true level of cultivation. Yang Lingtian gazed coldly at him, the tip of his sword trembling as it pointed threateningly in his direction. I have afforded you an opportunity, which you have squandered. Now, you may all perish. His voice was chilling and resonant, instilling a profound sense of dread. The middle-aged man understood that he was no match for Yang Lingtian, and in a state of panic, he hastily pleaded for mercy. It is we who have failed to recognize the imminent. Having offended you, I implore you, spare us. All the spirit stones and treasures we possess are yours. It is too late. Yang Lingtian retorted coldly, just as he raised his sword to end the middle-aged man's life. The man cried out in desperation, wait. I possess crucial information that I hope might exchange for my life. Yang Lingtian's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, oh, what news could possibly be worth your worthless life? Speak, and should I find it advantageous, I might consider sparing you. The middle-aged man quickly responded, my associates have overheard some rumors. Deep within a northern forest lies the cultivation cave of a senior expert. Purported to belong to a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. It is said to contain a wealth of treasures, including spirit artifacts, martial techniques, and various elixirs. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingtian felt a stir of interest. Is this information genuine? Surely it cannot be mere fabrications. Indeed, individuals have already begun to journey there. It must be true. We had intended to go ourselves, the middle-aged man continued. Humph, so others have already set forth. Am I to merely join them for the scraps? Yang Lingtian scoffed. Not at all. It is said that powerful second-tier beasts guard the cave. They can only wait for more individuals to arrive before they might have a chance to attack the beasts within the cave. The middle-aged man hastily explained, oh, so you wish for me to face those formidable beasts? This information is of no use to me. It is insufficient to barter for your life. Prepare to meet your end. Yang Lingtian declared sternly. Without waiting for the middle-aged man's reaction, his swift sword pierced the man's throat. Blood gushed forth, and thus the middle-aged man met his demise. Such individuals warranted no mercy. To spare them would only invite future retribution. The remaining followers, witnessing their leader's swift execution, displayed expressions of sheer terror. They fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Yang Lingtian deemed them insignificant and, after allowing them to relinquish their spirit stones, let them go. The bandits, as expected, proved to be quite affluent. From this gang, Yang Lingtian acquired nearly 500,000 low-grade spirit stones along with some first-tier elixirs. However, to him, these were merely trifles, insufficient to facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. At that moment, he recalled the cave mentioned by the bandit leader. Surely, it would attract numerous Foundation establishment cultivators. As for Golden Core cultivators, they would likely not bother. After all, why would such individuals deign to pursue the cave of a mere Peak Foundation establishment cultivator? Yet, it remained speculation. Who could ascertain that the cave did not belong to someone of even higher cultivation? Thus, Yang Lingtian resolved to investigate. Perhaps he might encounter some fortuitous event. He journeyed northward for half a day. Arriving at a lush forest. Initially, such locations were seldom trodden by human feet, yet as he ventured deeper, he encountered increasing numbers of people. They were likely those drawn by the rumors. It was said that many Foundation establishment cultivators from Qingfeng City had also come, having clashed with the beasts inside multiple times, only to retreat in defeat. Indeed, it was rumored that several early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators had perished during those encounters. The beasts guarding the cave were exceedingly formidable, estimated to be peak second-tier beasts, and there were said to be more than one. As word of the situation spread, it was likely that even more powerful cultivators would arrive, possibly from other cities. Along the way, Yang Lingtian overheard conversations among the crowd, further confirming the existence of a cave belonging to a powerful expert. Before long, Yang Lingtian, following the throng, arrived at a level clearing that had been artificially hewn. Here, several hundred individuals had gathered, clustered in groups of 3 or 5. Upon closer inspection, Yang Lingtian discerned that most were Qi refinement cultivators. And no wonder, as the nearest Qingfeng city likely boasted only a limited number of Foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, only a small fraction had managed to arrive. Just then, a ragged group emerged from the depths of the forest, several middle-aged men among them bearing injuries and blood at their lips. their faces pale from their evident wounds. Their return drew the attention of the crowd, and soon, murmurs of speculation arose. It appears they have failed again. They are the most powerful bandits in the nearby mountains. The individual in front was the leader, rumored to have reached the late Foundation establishment stage, yet even they had been defeated. How could they hope to repel the guarding beasts with just a few of them? Success is nearly impossible without dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators working in unison. Let us wait a while longer. With more numbers, surely we can breach the cave. I've heard that the 4 prodigies of Qingfeng City have arrived. Once they are here, we should be able to mount an assault. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingtian's interest was piqued, and he inquired of a nearby individual, "Are the 4 prodigies truly formidable?" The individual looked at Yang Lingtian with surprise and replied, "You must be from out of town. You are unaware of Qingfeng City's 4 prodigies? Indeed, I have only recently arrived in Qingfeng City and am not well acquainted with the local circumstances." Yang Lingtian replied with a slight smile. "Very well, allow me to enlighten you. The 4 prodigies are Gu Jianfeng, Shi Weiran, Lingmur, and Leda. All broke through to the Foundation establishment stage before the age of 25, and now, 10 years later, they have all reached the late Foundation establishment stage. Their ascension to Golden Core cultivators seems assured, and they will undoubtedly stand among the top powers in Qingfeng City, though not be deceived by their late Foundation establishment stage. Their true strength far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators at the same level." This individual spoke with great detail, likely out of boredom from prolonged exposure to the area. Yang Lingtian, however, paid little heed to the so-called prodigies. He was merely listening out of curiosity. As hours passed without anyone daring to provoke the beasts guarding the cave, Yang Lingtian had initially considered entering under the guise of beast language. But he realized that given the current situation, the beasts had likely grown irate at the commotion. Even with his ability to communicate with beasts, he doubted he could persuade them to allow him entry, and would have to wait to join the crowd. Suddenly, several potent auras approached from a distance. "The 4 prodigies have arrived," the crowd exclaimed. Yang Lingtian turned to gaze toward the source of the auras, shaking his head internally. These 4 prodigies certainly knew how to make an entrance, announcing their presence from afar, as if they feared others might not notice them. Upon their arrival, the 4 prodigies instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Their eyes filled with reverence. For most present, being from Qingfeng City, the prodigies were well-known figures, their prowess firmly established in the public consciousness. However, Yang Lingtian remained unimpressed. These so-called prodigies were merely renowned in a small locale like Qingfeng City. If they were to be placed within larger families or sects, their talents would scarcely be considered remarkable. Nevertheless, the 4 were accustomed to being the center of attention, which had fostered a sense of arrogance. Their gazes filled with disdain, as if they regarded everyone present as worthless. Gu Jianfeng swept his gaze over the crowd, scoffing, "So many of you. Yet you cannot breach a mere cave. It takes our arrival for you to make any progress." Truly a gathering of incompetence. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted, revealing displeasure, though none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, among them, the 4 prodigies were the most powerful. To offend them would surely invite dire consequences. Yang Lingtian felt a surge of irritation and, unperturbed, coldly retorted, "Ha! What nonsense are you spouting? If you possess the ability, why not charge in alone and see for yourself?" Gu Jianfeng turned his gaze toward Yang Lingtian, his expression sharpening. "What did you say? Who is this brash young pup daring to question me?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Yang Lingtian, astonishment evident on their faces. "Oh no, this fool has dared to speak to Gu Jianfeng in such a manner." Among the 4 prodigies, Gu Jianfeng was known for his volatile temper. It was unwise to provoke him. Whispers of concern rippled through the crowd. Yet, Yang Lingtian remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he stated, "What makes you think you can assert dominance here? If you have the capability, prove it by storming into the cave this very moment." I shall indeed enter the cave. But before that, I shall teach you a lesson." Gu Jianfeng replied. Gu Jianfeng glared fiercely at Yang Lingtian. Just as Gu Jianfeng was about to take action, the enchanting voice of Mu Linger resonated, for she was the sole female among the 4 great prodigies. "Enough, brother Gu, why bother arguing with a brash youth? The priority now is to eliminate the demonic beasts within the cave." Chapter 32. Seizing the opportunity upon hearing this, Gu Jianfeng relented, as he still wished to maintain favor with Mu Linger. He had long pursued her affections, yet she had never acquiesced, leaving him as a devoted admirer for over a decade. Very well, Linger is right. This boy is not worth my effort. I shall disregard him. Gu Jianfeng remarked with a grin directed at Mu Linger. For safety's sake, let us four join forces to deal with the demonic beasts inside. As for the treasures, we shall seize them based on our abilities. Declared another prodigy, Lay Da. The four great prodigies reached a consensus and proceeded towards the cave nestled within the thicket. At that moment, Mu Linger turned, casting a flirtatious glance at Yang Lingtian, seemingly filled with admiration. Yang Lingtian, noticing her unusual gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. What on earth? Why is she looking at me? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? But she is over 30. This is simply inappropriate. Yang Lingtian's mind raced with self-adoration. Grateful for Mu Linger's intervention, he felt a flicker of appreciation towards her. After all, with his initial cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, if he were to engage a late-stage expert, his only recourse would be to flee. Moreover, Gu Jianfeng was one of the four great prodigies, significantly stronger than an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Nevertheless, Yang Lingtian harbored no fear. Though he could not match a late-stage expert in strength, he believed he could escape if necessary. As the four great prodigies advanced into the cave, others followed closely behind, eager to benefit from the endeavors of the prodigies. Suddenly, a series of tremendous roars echoed from ahead, reverberating through the air with deafening intensity. Instantly, a colossal demonic beast burst forth from the cave entrance. A giant python, an overwhelming aura enveloped the vicinity, pressing down on everyone as if a heavy stone rested upon their chests. This was the terrifying presence of a peak second-tier demonic beast, causing solemn expressions to spread across the faces of the crowd. Everyone, charge, Gu Jianfeng bellowed, drawing a massive sword from his back, a low-grade spirit weapon of considerable might. As Gu Jianfeng charged towards the giant python, the other three prodigies brandished their own low-grade spirit weapons and joined the fray. The python, enraged by the multitude of attacks, emitted piercing shrieks. Boom! The four engaged in a fierce battle with the giant python, the tumultuous waves of combat sweeping outward like a cataclysmic tide. The previously disordered terrain was once again ravaged beyond recognition. Though the four great prodigies were merely at the late foundation establishment stage, their combined strength, wielding low-grade spirit weapons, approached the peak of that stage. Faced with the peak second-tier giant python, they fought a fierce and contentious battle. Why aren't you all joining in? Gu Jianfeng called out to the onlookers. The overwhelming battle waves deterred Qi refinement stage cultivators from advancing, while only those at the foundation establishment stage dared to engage, brandishing their weapons against the giant python. Dozens of foundation establishment cultivators joined the fray, and under the relentless assault, the giant python began to falter. In the midst of the fierce battle, the python showcased the formidable power of a peak second-tier beast. Its scales resembled impenetrable armor, rendering it unscathed amidst the storm of attacks. Its tail lashed out like a massive whip with unpredictable speed, forcing the crowd to retreat. Gu Jianfeng understood he could not allow the giant python a chance to counterattack. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he ignited the giant sword with a brilliant glow, then struck towards the giant python like a shooting star. The other three prodigies also exerted their full strength, wielding their spirit weapons like phantoms, relentlessly closing in on the giant python. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted as dozens of foundation establishment cultivators battled the giant python, causing the forest to tremble. The residual waves of combat surged forth like frenzied ocean waves, sweeping away both the hardest stones and the gentlest grasses, turning them to dust. Under the relentless onslaught of the crowd, the giant python began to weaken. Its attacks grew increasingly sluggish, while its defenses became more formidable. However, the onslaught of the cultivators showed no signs of abating. They coordinated their efforts flawlessly, leaving the giant python no openings to exploit. The giant python let out another deafening roar from a distance. Yang Lingtian discerned its cries. It was calling for help. The giant python continued to bellow. Old beast inside, why aren't you coming out to assist? Within the cave, another beast's roar echoed. Oh dear, why have you faltered so quickly? I fear if I emerge, someone might rush in. The giant python replied. I have effectively restrained nearly all of the human cultivators. The remaining Qi refinement stage, Trash lacks the courage to charge in. Besides, they are unaware that there are only the two of us beasts inside. They are surely concerned there are more beasts lurking, hence their hesitation. The cave's beast responded, "You make a valid point. Very well, I shall come to your aid." Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from within the cave. It was a golden tiger, also a peak second-tier beast, racing towards the engaged cultivators. Not good, another one is coming. Split into two teams to confront them. The arrival of the golden tiger alleviated the pressure on the giant python, swiftly turning the tide of battle in favor of the demonic beasts. Nevertheless, the humans relied on their numerical advantage to maintain a stalemate against the two beasts. Yang Lingtian sensed that this was an opportune moment, knowing there were no other beasts inside, if he did not charge in now. When would he? However, he needed to act swiftly, lest they react in time to thwart him. He promptly produced the Yutian boat and, utilizing all his strength, surged forward with a speed comparable to a peak foundation establishment expert. With a swift motion, Yang Lingtian propelled the Yutian boat into the cave's depths. His fleeting figure instantly captured the attention of the crowd, while the two demonic beasts roared furiously. Who is that? Who slipped in? Which wretched soul has taken advantage of our efforts to restrain the beasts to sneak in? It's impossible to discern their identity, but that speed is surely one only a peak foundation establishment expert could achieve. Do not worry. There are likely more beasts inside. Let him scout the way for us as the dozens of foundation establishment cultivators continued to battle. They muttered among themselves, however. The two demonic beasts seemed disinclined to linger, continuously repelling the crowd before charging into the cave themselves. The battle-weary cultivators collectively sighed in relief, reveling in schadenfreude. That poor soul who dashed in is in for a world of hurt. Humph, he believed he could claim the treasures for himself. How naive. Until the beasts within are dealt with, none can take the treasures. For the moment, the crowd hesitated to enter the cave, uncertain of how many beasts awaited them inside. They could only patiently observe the situation unfold. Upon entering, Yang Lingtian discovered the cave was vast, exceeding his expectations. It was a labyrinth of interconnected passages, leading him to wonder how it could possibly belong to a peak foundation establishment expert. Such a grand design must belong to a golden core expert. Perhaps the rumor that it was the lair of a foundation establishment expert was merely a ruse to deter golden core cultivators from plundering. As Yang Lingtian traversed the cave like a maze, he searched each stone chamber for treasures, only to find them disappointingly empty. However, the sheer number of chambers meant that each exploration consumed a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, the two demonic beasts were locked in combat at the entrance of the cave, waiting for the humans to emerge. Just as Yang Lingtian aimlessly searched, a child's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, there are treasures in the fourth stone chamber ahead." The sudden voice startled Yang Lingtian, but it also felt oddly familiar. Who is speaking?" he whispered into the air. "Master, I am the Chaos Pearl within your Dantian. We have formed a connection of the soul." Yang Lingtian suddenly recalled the time when the Chaos Pearl had reacted during his purchase of the Black Stone. Producing such a voice, it seemed that after absorbing and refining the Black Stone, the Chaos Pearl had regained some of its abilities and could now communicate with him. This revelation astonished him. Possessing a system was already extraordinary, and now he had acquired a sentient Chaos Pearl. Was this not equivalent to wielding two immense advantages? He felt invincible, destined to become a supreme being, capable of reshaping the world and shattering the stars. In that moment, he envisioned a future where the entire world lay prostrate at his feet. As he gazed down upon the heavens and the earth, reigning supreme, after a moment of overwhelming joy, Yang Lingtian regained his composure and realized he must continue his treasure hunt. Following the guidance of the Chaos Pearl, he arrived in this stone chamber, only to find it still devoid of treasures, save for a solitary stone table. A child's voice echoed in his ears once more. Approaching the stone table, Yang Lingtian indeed spotted a mechanism button, which he pressed without hesitation. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and to his astonishment, a door opened in the stone wall. It turned out that this stone chamber concealed another chamber within. With anticipation etched on his face, Yang Lingtian stepped inside, and the sight before him filled him with astonishment, causing his breath to quicken. Dozens of spiritual artifacts hung within the chamber, including two mid-grade spiritual artifacts. More importantly, These mid-grade artifacts comprised a spiritual sword and a piece of armor, seemingly tailored for him, a weapon for offense and a protective gear for defense, coupled with his own speed-oriented flying vessel. The Yutian boat, he had effectively gathered a complete set of 3. These could serve as his trump cards. However, he resolved not to utilize these mid-grade artifacts unless absolutely necessary, for it was exceedingly rare for a Foundation establishment cultivator to possess 3 mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Even Golden Core cultivators might not own a single one. If some ill-intentioned Golden Core cultivators were to learn of this, it would surely lead to trouble. Chapter 33. The remnant soul of the nascent soul Yang Lingtian stored all the spiritual artifacts within his spatial ring, then took a moment to calm his racing heart as he resumed his search within the stone chamber. Suddenly, he noticed a wooden box in the corner. Upon retrieving and opening it, he discovered a stone jade radiating terrifying energy. Just as he became entranced by its beauty, a flash of light shot from the jade directly into his soul. An eerie voice echoed within his consciousness. He. After 1,000 years, I have finally awaited a fated person. Within the sea of his consciousness, a shadow gradually took shape, startling Yang Lingtian. Who are you? Why have you entered my consciousness? He inquired, bewildered. You need not know. All you must comprehend is that I desire your body. The shadow responded in a desolate tone. Possession? You intend to possess me? Yang Lingtian suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, astonishment flooding his heart as he faced this unprecedented encounter. You wish to take my body? What exactly are you? He pressed further, seeking to unveil the identity of the shadow within his consciousness. Considering you are offering me this rather decent body, I shall provide a brief introduction. A millennium ago, I was a formidable nascent soul cultivator, but during a great battle, my physical form was destroyed, and my spirit was severely injured. I have been in slumber for a millennium, only recently awakening to seek a body to re-enter the mortal realm. The shadow recounted leisurely, seemingly confident that Yang Lingtian would not escape, showing no urgency to seize his body. This body of yours is quite remarkable. It possesses a trace of the divine ape's characteristics, indicating that your physical strength is extraordinary, even in the face of such a dire predicament. Yang Lingtian gradually steadied his heart. I presume your spirit has become quite fragile after your severe injuries. Otherwise, why would you seek to possess a Foundation establishment body rather than a Golden Core one? Indeed, my spirit has become quite weak, yet it is more than sufficient to handle a Foundation establishment soul. I have no desire to waste words with you. Allow me to take control of your body. The shadow within his consciousness began to tremble violently, preparing to unleash its spirit power to erase Yang Lingtian's consciousness and merge with his soul, thereby seizing complete control of his body. Suddenly, a radiant light imbued with chaotic energy erupted within Yang Lingtian's sea of consciousness, instantly enveloping the shadow. The shadow could only perceive a dramatic shift in its surroundings, revealing a vast starry sky before it. Countless powerful beings engaged in fierce battles within this celestial expanse, the terrifying energy waves causing the very fabric of the sky to tremble. It witnessed innumerable stars being shattered as if they were mere tofu, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the universe. It felt as though even the weakest among these beings could obliterate a realm with a single punch, rendering itself far inferior to them. Akin to an insignificant ant, each of these powerful entities appeared to wield the capability to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Even a mere hint of their oppressive aura felt capable of erasing its existence. The vividness of this experience was so authentic that the shadow was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Where is this place? The shadow, formed from the condensation of the spirit, trembled violently. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. How can there be so many terrifyingly powerful beings in existence? It's merely an illusion, just an illusion. It cannot be real. Faced with the unfolding scenes, the shadow, now paralyzed by fear, could scarcely believe its eyes, overwhelmed beyond its capacity for comprehension. Suddenly, within the sea of consciousness, a tremendous sword energy coalesced, locking onto the shadow's essence and shooting forth with unerring precision. No. The shadow let out a terrified scream, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, the sword energy was far too swift. Escape was utterly impossible. The shadow, formed from the condensation of the spirit, emitted a piercing cry of despair as the sword energy pierced through its being. causing it to begin to dissipate. Under the relentless onslaught of the sword energy, the essence of this once mighty nascent soul cultivator finally disintegrated. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and Yang Lingtian gradually came to his senses. Deeply shaken by the spectacle he had just witnessed, he understood that it was the Chaos Pearl that had intervened and inquired, "Chaos Pearl, what was that battle scene in the starry sky all about?" "Master, that was merely a fragment of my memory. I suffered severe damage and can only recall bits and pieces," the childlike voice responded. "I believe I may have been shattered during that battle." Hearing this, Yang Lingtian's heart filled with terror. What kind of cataclysmic battle could possibly shatter the Chaos Pearl? He reckoned that no one on this continent possessed such terrifying power. Just as he was still processing this shock, he suddenly sensed the presence of an imperceptible spirit power within his sea of consciousness. This spirit power was extraordinarily pure, merely a fragment of spirit energy, devoid of any consciousness. Yang Lingtian's heart leapt with joy as he realized that the spirit power of the shadow had not dissipated into the cosmos, but was instead trapped within his consciousness. A tremendous boon for his spirit. Without hesitation, he began to absorb this pure spirit power, discovering it to be a gentle energy. The process was effortless, and he quickly drained it completely. Instantly, an indescribable sense of euphoria surged through his spirit. As if he were undergoing a profound transformation, he soon found his perceptive abilities significantly heightened, enabling him to sense the slightest rustling of the wind hundreds of meters away. He was astonished by the newfound strength of his spirit. Should his spirit reach the nascent soul stage, he would be capable of condensing a true spirit form. Clearly, he had not yet achieved this. While his spirit had indeed strengthened, it likely only matched the intensity of a golden core cultivator's spirit at this juncture. After stabilizing his emotions, Yang Lingtian turned his gaze back to the stone jade within the wooden box. The enhancement of his spirit allowed his perceptive abilities to flourish, and he could distinctly feel the terrifying energy emanating from the jade. This jade contained an unsettling and fearsome power, yet it seemed incapable of being refined. Yang Lingtian murmured to himself. At that moment, the voice of the Chaos Pearl chimed in, "Master, this should be called the Thunderous Jade. Simply grasp it in your hand and channel your own spiritual energy to unleash a formidable strike in an instant." However, this jade has been dormant for a long time, and much of its energy has dissipated. It can likely only deliver a strike at the peak of the Golden Core stage. What? A strike from a peak Golden Core cultivator? Yang Lingtian's face reflected his astonishment. With this jade, he would have another trump card for survival. Yet, a bold idea suddenly struck him. What if he used this powerful strike against the head of the Lay family? If the head of the Lay family were to perish, he could return home without a care. This was indeed a daring and risky notion, necessitating a decisive strike. Otherwise, if he merely injured the head of the Lay family, he would still be at a disadvantage. The head of the Lay family, Lay Gang, was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Only when he was entirely unguarded could this peak golden core strike potentially kill him. Thus, a surprise attack was essential, and careful planning was imperative. Yang Lingtian stored the jade containing the peak golden core strike within his spatial ring, and the terrifying energy aura it exuded vanished in an instant. This spatial ring could effectively shield the jade's presence, rendering it undetectable even to his own keen senses. Perhaps only a nascent soul cultivator would be able to discern the jade's presence within his spatial ring. As Yang Lingtian was preparing to continue his search for treasures, the entire cave suddenly began to tremble violently. The ground shook incessantly, as if an earthquake had occurred. Thick cracks spread out like spider webs in all directions, quickly covering the entire cavern. The sudden upheaval caused Yang Lingtian's expression to shift. He realized this was a sign of the cave's impending collapse. Could it be that by taking this piece of jade, the cave had lost its source of structural support? Meanwhile, those outside the cave felt the intense shaking. It was alarming. The cave was about to cave in. Was it due to a fierce battle occurring within, causing the structure to succumb to the immense impact? Could it be that the intruder had engaged in a conflict with the beasts inside? That person was truly despicable. We hadn't even entered to seek treasures. And now the cave was on the brink of destruction. The individuals outside were filled with righteous indignation, discussing among themselves. With a thunderous roar, the entire cavern collapsed. What once appeared as a small mountain from the outside was now reduced to a heap of ruins. The two guarding beasts had long since fled, They were merely under the control of the remnants of a nascent soul, tasked with defending the cave. The so-called guardianship was merely a means to filter out stronger individuals for possession. Unfortunately, the remnants of the nascent soul had encountered Yang Lingtian, who had thwarted their attempts. Though the cave had collapsed, those outside rushed to the ruins, hoping to uncover any treasures hidden within it that moment. A section of the debris trembled slightly, and then, like an explosion, dust and debris flew into the art. As the dust settled, a figure emerged into view. Yang Lingtian, who had been buried beneath the rubble. Forcefully dispersing the surrounding stones and dust, was that brat. Could it be that the one who charged into the cave earlier was him? It must be, otherwise how could he have been buried in the ruins? The gaze of the crowd fell upon the suddenly reappeared Yang Lingtian. They knew this individual had previously engaged in a war of words with Gu Jianfeng, nearly coming to blows. You brat. It was you who sneaked into the cave. Gu Jianfeng confronted Yang Lingtian. Stop calling me brat. I have a name. Yang Xiangtian, Yang Lingtian calmly declared, undeterred by the peculiar looks of the crowd as he stated his alias. Indeed, it was I who infiltrated the cave. Is there a problem with that? What? You managed to move so quickly? Gu Jianfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 34. Escaping the abyss. Gu Jianfeng found it hard to believe. The figure that had rushed into the cave was so swift that even he had failed to catch a clear glimpse. Such speed could only be attained by someone at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Unless aided by some treasure. Quick, it was merely a matter of your focus being on fighting, creating the illusion of swiftness, Yang Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Now, tell me what transpired inside. Did you acquire any treasures? Hand them all over, Gu Jianfeng pressed. I did obtain some treasures, but I acquired them through my own efforts. Why should I relinquish them? Yang Lingtian's voice grew stern. Humph, how shameless. While we were preoccupied with restraining the beasts. You sneaked in. The treasures should belong to all of us, so hand them over promptly. If you don't, you likely won't leave here alive. Others chimed in, accusing him, their discontent palpable upon learning that Yang Lingtian had secured treasures. What, do you all intend to gang up on me? Yang Lingtian maintained his composure. Humph, do you think you need all of us to take you down? I alone suffice. I will face you, a burly man declared. With enhanced perception, Yang Lingtian immediately discerned that this individual was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Before Yang Lingtian could respond, the burly man raised his sword and charged at him without mercy. The crowd watched intently, eager to gauge Yang Lingtian's true strength. Against a mid-stage Foundation establishment powerhouse, relying solely on physical strength was insufficient. Yang Lingtian had no choice but to harness his cultivation power. Channeling his internal spiritual energy, combining it with his physical prowess, he wielded his sword and, with a resounding clang, met the burly man's strike head-on. Both were subsequently forced back by the tremendous recoil. Due to Yang Lingtian's use of cultivation power, the fluctuations in spiritual energy quickly drew the attention of the onlookers. He's merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, yet he is so arrogant. However, the fact that he managed to withstand a blow from a mid-stage powerhouse was no small feat. The burly man regarded Yang Lingtian with a grave expression, acutely aware that the latter's strength was not inferior to his own. He felt a twinge of surprise. Though only a minor realm apart, such gaps were typically challenging to bridge. Not bad. You possess some strength, but you're overly proud, the burly man boomed. Next, I will unleash my full power. Let's see how you withstand it. With that, the burly man's aura erupted, a formidable presence radiating outward, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified. Both combatants became mere shadows, their weapons clashing with a thunderous impact. A deafening boom reverberated as the air around them surged, an invisible force rippling outward. Their battle intensified. The sounds of sword and blade colliding echoed incessantly. Yang Lingtian wielded his sword with the grace of a dragon, darting toward the burly man with astonishing speed. His sword strikes were fierce, akin to lightning, each thrust imbued with terrifying power. The burly man's pupils constricted as he swiftly raised his massive blade, meeting Yang Lingtian's assault with a powerful arc of energy. Clang. At first, the two appeared evenly matched, but gradually, Yang Lingtian began to gain the upper hand, forcing the burly man back. The spectators' expressions shifted to astonishment. Even the four great prodigies were visibly moved. Mu Linger watched with growing interest, seemingly more impressed by Yang Lingtian with each passing moment. It was truly astonishing for an initial stage cultivator to possess such strength. It seems the mid-stage cultivators can't handle him after all. Let us all join forces, suggested a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the sidelines. Here, the number of Foundation Establishment cultivators was only in the dozens, with most being at the initial and mid-stages. The late-stage cultivators included only the four prodigies and the bandit leader, who looked down upon the need to intervene. As others began to stir restlessly. Mu Linger's voice rang out again. Isn't it a disgrace to gang up on someone when you can't win one-on-one? Moreover, the burly man's cultivation is already higher than that brat's. And he still can't handle him. How embarrassing! The burly man, engaged in fierce combat, felt the sting of humiliation and, after being knocked back once more, ceased his attacks, coldly snorting before turning to leave. He no longer cared for the treasures. With so many present, there was little for him to gain. Why engage in such a thankless endeavor? Others, witnessing this, hesitated to advance, apart from a few late-stage cultivators. Most felt uncertain about defeating Yang Lingtian. Yang Lingtian surveyed the surroundings and calmly stated, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Just as he turned to depart, a terrifying attack suddenly struck from behind. Fortunately, Yang Lingtian possessed formidable perception and instantly sensed the impending strike. The power emanating from this attack surpassed that of a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator and approached with remarkable speed. Yang Lingtian had no choice but to employ his martial arts technique. Wind half-flowing cloud, his figure shifting like a phantom to evade the strike. With a resounding crash, the attack struck the ground, creating a vast pit, demonstrating its immense power. This attack was none other than a casual strike from Gu Jianfeng. What? He actually dodged a strike from a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator? The crowd gasped. The other mid-stage cultivators present also sensed the speed and overwhelming might of the attack. Were they in the same situation? They believed they would have been unable to evade it, forced to endure the blow. Yang Lingtian gazed at the enormous pit and then fixed a murderous glare on Gu Jianfeng. How dare he launch a sneak attack? Thankfully, his spirit was robust and his perception exceptional, allowing him to react swiftly. Otherwise, if caught off guard, he would have suffered severe injury, if not death. Gu Jianfeng's expression reflected mild astonishment, though he had not exerted his full strength. He was confident that an ordinary mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator would struggle to evade such an attack. Yet, Yang Lingtian, merely at the initial stage, had managed to evade it with such ease. Did that brat just employ a martial arts technique? Gu Jianfeng murmured to himself. Yang Lingtian's gaze sharpened as he confronted Gu Jianfeng, his voice ringing with authority. You lack martial ethics, launching a sneak attack on someone of a lower cultivation level. I am fortunate to have dodged it. Gu Jianfeng felt somewhat embarrassed, particularly since his attack had failed. Humph, I was merely holding back to avoid injuring you. I only used less than 10% of my power. Gu Jianfeng retorted, still maintaining his arrogance. Hand over everything you acquired in the cave. Otherwise, you won't escape at this moment. Lade also spoke up, brat, it's better to hand it over. You may be young, but you've already reached the Foundation Establishment stage. Demonstrating considerable talent, don't let some treasures that aren't rightfully yours cost you your life. Indeed, surrender it. You lack the strength to safeguard those treasures. Even Shi Weiran, who seldom speaks, voiced his opinion. 3 of the 4 great prodigies have now made their remarks. And everyone believes that Yang Lingtian is about to be subdued. Yang Lingtian cast a slightly grave glance at the crowd, aware that while he could triumph over those at the mid-foundation stage, he would still be at a disadvantage against those at the late foundation stage, unless he summoned his mid-grade spirit artifact. With the enhancement of the mid-grade spirit artifact and martial skills, he might stand a chance against an ordinary late foundation stage cultivator without facing defeat. However, these 4 great prodigies were no ordinary late foundation stage cultivators. If a confrontation ensued, he would undoubtedly be at a loss. Thus, escape was his best option. If he couldn't win, he could at least flee. He resolved to return when he had a breakthrough in his cultivation to teach this so-called prodigy of Qingfeng City a lesson. Yang Lingtian feigned weakness and said, "All right, I shall retrieve it now. That's more like it." A wise man knows when to yield, Gu Jianfeng declared triumphantly, believing Yang Lingtian was intimidated by his imposing presence. Seizing the moment while the crowd relaxed their guard, Yang Lingtian swiftly produced the Yutian boat, stepping onto it and urging it forward with all his might, shooting towards the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Everyone was left in stunned silence, the speed so astonishing that they barely had time to react. A spirit artifact, a flying type no less. He actually possessed such a treasure. One person's exclamation shattered the stillness. And soon, all the great prodigies, save for Mu Linger, began pursuing Yang Lingtian's fleeing form. Damn it, he must have many treasures on him. We cannot let him escape, Gu Jianfeng shouted as he chased after him. However, Yang Lingtian propelled the Yutian boat, its speed rivaling that of a peak foundation stage cultivator, far surpassing the pursuit speed of Gu Jianfeng and his companions. After several hours of pursuit, they lost sight of Yang Lingtian. Damn it, he still got away. We were careless. Had we surrounded him earlier, even with a flying spirit artifact, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Indeed, after all this effort, we ended up making a wedding dress for that little brat. Let me not encounter him again. Otherwise, I shall make him suffer. The three great prodigies lamented, their frustration palpable at Yang Lingtian's escape. Yang Lingtian, piloting the Yutian boat through the air, took out a map, intending to return to Tianjin City. After all, he possessed Shiyu, capable of unleashing a peak golden core strike, and with such a trump card, he had no reason to fear the Lay family. However, activating the mid-grade spirit artifact consumed an excessive amount of spiritual power. In less than half a day, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Fortunately, the system had provided him with a bundle of recovery elixirs. Otherwise, it would take him a significant amount of time to recover to his peak state by absorbing the natural spiritual energy. Glancing at the map, he realized Tianjin City was still quite distant. It was indeed his fault for venturing too far. It seemed he would have to endure a considerable trek. Yang Lingtian stowed away the mid-grade spirit artifact, deciding to return on foot. After all, the consumption of activating a mid-grade spirit artifact was substantial, and if he continued its use, it could attract the attention of formidable golden core experts, which would spell trouble. With his foundation stage cultivation, he had already been traveling for over 10 days without reaching Tianjin City. However, he was close now. The city was not far off. At that moment, he came across a river. Its waters crystal clear, tempting him to leap in. Having not bathed in days while on the road, and with the heat of the weather, he decided to plunge into the refreshing water. After a brief wash, he lazily reclined in the river, gently closing his eyes, allowing the current to carry him downstream. Chapter 35. Water Fairy Palace. At this moment, Yang Lingtian relaxed completely, savoring the river's cool caress, his soul enveloped in a refreshing sensation. The river flowed toward Tianjin City, allowing him to make progress while enjoying the moment. He drifted into a light slumber, but suddenly, his keen senses alerted him to the presence of individuals downstream. He snapped his eyes open and looked downstream. Not far away, he spotted a group of over 10 women bathing, each possessing exquisite beauty and splendid figures. However, compared to his wife, Chen Ayue, they fell short. Among them, one woman was the first to notice Yang Lingtian upstream. Peeping Tom, there's a rogue spying on us, one of the women exclaimed. The group of women turned in unison to gaze at Yang Lingtian, their faces turning to shock. Damn it, I want to gouge out his eyes. Realizing the situation, they began to seethe with anger. Yang Lingtian, taken aback, found himself momentarily entranced by the unexpected view. However, he quickly realized he had to make a hasty retreat. With a swift motion, he leaped from the riverbank, calling out to the women below, I apologize. I did not mean to look. He hurriedly donned his clothes and fled. He must not escape, they cried, rushing onto the shore. Hastily dressing as they pursued him, Yang Lingtian was astonished at their speed. These women were unexpectedly swift, relentlessly chasing him. Moreover, they were all foundation stage cultivators. His spirit sensed their formidable power. Suddenly, one of the women jumped in front of him, blocking his path, while the others soon caught up. The woman turned to her companions, Sisters, what has happened? Why are we pursuing this young man? Sister, he was peeping at us while we bathed. We must gouge out his eyes. One of the women declared angrily. The one referred to as sister glared fiercely at Yang Lingtian. You dare to spy on my junior sisters while they bathe? Truly audacious. Yang Lingtian hurriedly explained. It's a misunderstanding. I was merely washing and fell asleep upstream. I didn't know you were bathing downstream. It was purely accidental. Besides, this river isn't yours. Swimming in it is perfectly normal. Humph. Regardless, you have seen us. We cannot simply let you go, the sister retorted. Sister, don't waste words with him. Just gouge out his eyes, another woman urged. You all look youthful and vibrant, yet your hearts are so cruel and vicious. Yang Lingtian remarked disdainfully. Humph, we are from the Water Fairy Palace. Our bodies are not for a rogue like you to gaze upon. One of the women snapped back, Oh, not kill you, but merely gouge out your eyes is already a great mercy. The anger of the women remained unabated. Oh, Water Fairy Palace? What is that place? Yang Lingtian inquired, feigning ignorance. You don't even know of our Water Fairy Palace? Truly a sheltered country bumpkin. We are one of the 3 prominent sects within the Xingyue dynasty, holding an exalted status. One of the women explained proudly, as if they were celestial beings descended to earth. Oh, I haven't heard of this sect around here. Are you sure it's not a fabrication? Yang Lingtian questioned skeptically. Humph. Our Water Fairy Palace is located in the heart of the Xingyue dynasty, a frog in a well, like you would naturally have never heard of it in such a remote place. The woman replied haughtily. Then why not stay in your esteemed sect? What brings you to such a secluded area? Yang Lingtian continued to inquire. We naturally came with our master. The woman began, but was interrupted by the sister. Sister, why waste more words with him? Enough talk. Our Water Fairy Palace must not be sullied. Let us gouge out his eyes. The group of women surrounded Yang Lingtian, seemingly intent on making good on their threats. Yang Lingtian wore a disdainful expression. Of those present, only the so-called senior sister was at the mid-foundation stage. The rest were merely at the initial foundation stage. You truly wish to gouge out my eyes? So aggressive. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Lingtian's eyes gleamed dangerously. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful and sharp sword aura from the long sword in his grasp. Before they could act, Yang Lingtian struck first, his figure darting forward with lightning speed, sword in hand. They were merely at the initial foundation stage. How could they hope to resist? Come at me together, the senior sister scoffed disdainfully. And soon a dozen women brandished their weapons, surrounding Yang Lingtian. Yet, in the face of this onslaught from several early-stage foundation establishment practitioners, Yang Lingtian remained unperturbed. His long sword swung with a contained ferocity and sharpness, akin to the roar of dragons and the howls of tigers, cleaving through the air. His movements were as swift as lightning, nearly imperceptible to the eye, as he deftly parried the attacks of the women with dazzling sword light weaving through the crowd. Yang Lingtian exerted all his strength, showcasing a prowess comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, despite this, he found himself suppressed by the collective force of the early-stage practitioners. Indeed, the Water Fairy Palace was a prominent sect. Although these women were merely early-stage cultivators, each possessed strength significantly superior to the average. Their combined assault rendered even ordinary mid-stage cultivators impotent against them. While Yang Lingtian was internally astonished, the women across from him were even more shocked that an unknown early-stage practitioner could withstand their combined efforts. Yet, united in their assault and executing their attacks in an orderly fashion, they swiftly forced Yang Lingtian into a precarious position. He evaded their strikes with rapid shifts, his sword light flickering, realizing that without revealing some hidden trump cards, escape was futile. Consequently, he unleashed the martial technique Cold Shadow of 100 Swords, where sword chi surged forth, amplifying the power of each strike. The sudden escalation in his sword energy left the women awestruck. Yang Lingtian swiftly turned the tide of battle, gradually gaining the upper hand. The martial technique? The senior sister, observing from the sidelines, also experienced a change in countenance. Think that in such a secluded place, there existed a foundation establishment cultivator skilled in martial techniques. Could this individual's background be anything but remarkable? As a senior sister, her insight was exceptional, and she instantly discerned that Yang Lingtian had employed a martial technique. She herself was also cultivating a martial technique, having reached a state of great accomplishment. Step aside. I shall confront him, the senior sister commanded vehemently. Clutching a low-grade spirit weapon, she charged towards Yang Lingtian with formidable force, prompting the others to retreat. Yang Lingtian immediately sensed the overwhelming pressure from this senior sister, causing his expression to change. He swiftly gathered all his strength. With a resounding clash, Yang Lingtian met her strike with his long sword, only to be forced back repeatedly. Indeed, she was formidable. An ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner would be no match for her. Moreover, wielding a low-grade spirit weapon, her strike approached the power of a late-stage foundation establishment blow. However, this only ignited Yang Lingtian's fighting spirit. He simultaneously unleashed the perfected sword technique and body technique, surging towards her with the ferocity of a tempest. Their figures intertwined in an instant, each clash igniting sparks, and the terrifying aftershocks of their battle radiated outward. Their movements were so rapid that they nearly became indistinguishable to the naked eye. The dozen women retreated, their faces filled with astonishment. Is he truly that formidable? He can contend with the senior sister without yielding an inch. Could he genuinely be only in the early stages of foundation establishment? This is astonishing. It seems he wasn't even using his full strength against us earlier. After some exchanges, Yang Lingtian grasped the extent of his opponent's abilities. He realized that without utilizing a spirit weapon, he could not hope to defeat her. Not wanting to linger in conflict, he swiftly exchanged his long sword for a low-grade spirit sword. Instantly, his aura surged, resembling a sword immortal. The enhancement from the low-grade spirit sword was pronounced, allowing Yang Lingtian to quickly subdue the Water Fairy Palace senior sister. With a thunderous boom, he repelled her and deftly retreated, leaping away towards the distance. After all, these women were from one of the three major sects, the Water Fairy Palace. Yang Lingtian had no desire to harm them and thus wished to avoid provoking further complications. Moreover, they had not truly inflicted harm upon him, so he opted to let them be for the time being. As Yang Lingtian made his escape, the women contemplated pursuing him, but their senior sister called out to halt their advance. "Stop, do not pursue. This individual is not to be underestimated. He may possess a significant background. We should avoid drawing unnecessary trouble to our sect." The senior sister gazed in the direction of Yang Lingtian's retreat, her eyes narrowing slightly. He is heading towards Tianjin City. Isn't our master intending to go there as well? Let us follow him to Tianjin City. Yang Lingtian pressed onward, and after half a day, he finally arrived at the gates of Tianjin City. This time, he planned to enter brazenly, deliberately exposing himself. For surely, there would be spies arranged by Lay Gang here, perfectly positioned to draw out the hidden threats. Tianjin City, Chen family, I have returned. Yang Lingtian sighed as he gazed at the city gates. He had been forced to leave home and now, at last, could seek vengeance. Armed with the peak golden core strike from Shiryu, he felt emboldened, confident that even if he could not slay Lay Gang, he could severely wound him, instilling a sense of dread. And his adversary remained oblivious to the fact that he possessed multiple hidden trump cards, allowing him to play tricks and instill caution in the opponent. Yang Lingtian strolled down the bustling street, heading towards the Chen family. Indeed, among the crowd, someone recognized him. That person seems to be Yang Lingtian, the one with a bounty from the Lay family. Yes, that's him. He dares to return so brazenly? Is he courting death? Does he think that with over a month past, the Lay family would have forgotten about him? The Lay family would surely learn of his return swiftly. A spectacle was about to unfold. The Lay family's spies stationed in Tianjin City had also caught sight of Yang Lingtian. Quickly, Yang Lingtian has appeared. Hasten to report this to the family head. Chapter 36. The sacred body of the dark moon within the Chen family's main hall. Chen Zhengqing still wore a worried expression. Besides facing some troubles in his business, he was increasingly anxious about Yang Lingtian's safety. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless. Family head, the son-in-law has returned. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengqing stood up in astonishment. What? Lingtian has truly returned? The servant confirmed. Indeed, family head. The son-in-law is nearing the main gate. Initially excited, Chen Zhengqing's expression shifted to one of concern. Alas, returning in broad daylight, the Lay family will likely learn of this news very soon. Quickly, summon him to the main hall. Yes, shortly after, Yang Lingtian, appearing calm and composed, entered the main hall, greeting his long-lost father-in-law. Lingtian, why did you choose to return in broad daylight? Couldn't you have come back stealthily at night? Chen Zhengqing reproached upon seeing Yang Lingtian. If you had returned covertly, I could have concealed your return for a while. But now, the Lay family will quickly get wind of it. Yang Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "Father-in-law, there's no need for concern. If I were to sneak back, it would only lead to a life of hiding, and I refuse to live in such a stifled and unfree manner." Qian Zhengqing sighed, uncertain of Yang Lingtian's confidence. He stated seriously, "Very well, if Lei Gang dares to come, I shall confront him once more. During this time, I have sought a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Golden Core. Although I have not succeeded, I have gained some insights. While I still lack certainty in defeating him, I will not allow him to take you away so easily." At this moment, warmth surged through Yang Lingtian's heart. In this world, the only one who genuinely cared for him was this father-in-law. "Rest assured, father-in-law, I have my own means to deal with this," Yang Lingtian replied earnestly, having grown accustomed to referring to him as father-in-law, neglecting to address him as such. Chen Zhengqing chuckled, as he did not truly believe Yang Lingtian possessed any genuine means to contend with Lei Gang. After all, he was a Golden Core powerhouse, not someone that a mere early-stage foundation establishment practitioner could confront. "Lingtian, your talent is commendable. You returned from your journey and have already attained foundation establishment in Tianqin City, besides EU, who broke through at 18. You are the only one. I recall that it took me until I was 26 to break through to foundation establishment. I believe your future accomplishments will surpass mine." Chen Zhengqing remarked with appreciation as he sensed the subtle aura of early-stage foundation establishment emanating from Yang Lingtian. "What? EU has also reached foundation establishment?" Yang Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. With his System S assistance, he had achieved his breakthrough so swiftly, while EU had done so through her own efforts. Her talent was truly extraordinary. Indeed, she just broke through not long ago. Moreover, the day she did, a phenomenon occurred, as if she awakened some unique constitution. Qian Zhengqing spoke proudly, "I have resided in this secluded place for so long, and with my limited knowledge, I cannot discern what constitution you awakened. You haven't seen you in a while, do go and visit her." Yang Lingtian, intrigued, wished to learn what extraordinary constitution you had awakened. "All right, father-in-law, I shall go find her." With that, Yang Lingtian made his way to Chen Yu's chamber. Arriving at the courtyard's entrance, he found the door tightly shut, with no one to attend it. He called out directly, "Wife, are you inside? Your husband has returned." As soon as the words left his lips, the door swung open abruptly, and a figure darted in with incredible speed. A delicate, snow-white hand, as graceful as jade, surged with immense power and, accompanied by a piercing sound that shattered the air, struck towards Yang Lingtian in a flash. Feeling the formidable force contained within that jade-like hand, Yang Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Immediately, his internal spiritual energy surged forth, gathering fiercely in his right palm, before he unleashed it with a resounding crash. Bang! The two palms collided, producing a deep, resonant sound. A powerful wave of energy erupted from the point of contact, surging outward in all directions, while Yang Lingtian's body was sent flying back as if struck by a heavy blow, ultimately landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. The assailant was none other than Chen Yue. What an astounding force! It is comparable to that of a typical mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Yang Lingtian looked up at his wife, who was as beautiful as a celestial being, his face a mask of astonishment. What kind of physique is this, to allow a person in the early stages of foundation establishment to exert such mid-stage power? "Yue, why did you suddenly attack me? I am your husband, after all. And you struck so fiercely," Yang Lingtian complained as he slowly rose to his feet. "If you had killed me, you would have been left a widow. Humph, if you cannot withstand even my single strike, then you do not deserve to be my husband," Chen Yue replied coldly. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yang Lingtian's mind from the Chaos Pearl. "This is the sacred body of the Taiyin? An exceedingly rare physique in the world. The sacred body of the Taiyin? Is it very powerful?" Yang Lingtian inquired with curiosity in his thoughts. "Though my memories are fragmented, I do recall some details about the sacred body of the Taiyin. Any physique that remains in my memory must be extraordinary. However, my recollection of the Taiyin sacred body is also lacking. I only know that if one can fully develop the Taiyin sacred body, they can wield the power of the Taiyin," the Chaos Pearl explained slowly. "This power is both formidable and mysterious, capable of unleashing immense destructive force. Furthermore, those with the Taiyin sacred body cultivate at a speed exponentially faster than others. Although the Chaos Pearl conveyed much information to Yang Lingtian, this exchange was purely mental and transpired in an instant. Wow, that's incredible. I can't help but think about how I possess no sacred body myself. But thankfully, I have this auxiliary system, Yang Lingtian muttered inwardly. You have quite the audacity to return. Chen Yue's reproachful voice interrupted Yang Lingtian's reverie. You would have been better off not coming back? Now I must have my father deal with it. Rest assured, if Lei Gang dares to come this time, I will handle it myself, Yang Lingtian declared confidently. Humph, just you? He could crush you with a single slap. Chen Yue scoffed. Do not worry. I have my own means, Yang Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At that moment, a powerful aura descended upon the Chen family estate, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire vicinity. It's Lei Gang. He has arrived swiftly. Yang Lingtian gazed upward. Yang Lingtian, come out. I know you have returned. I was careless last time and let you escape, but this time I have arranged for people around Tanshan City. You cannot flee. Lei Gang's thunderous voice reverberated above the Chen estate, audible even 10 miles away. Just then, a figure shot up from the Chen residence, confronting Lei Gang. Lei Gang, why must you cling to this matter? It has been a month already, Chen Zhengqing said with a serious countenance. Humph. The reputation of the Lei family has been tarnished. Do you think I can simply let it go? Lei Gang retorted relentlessly. Last time, I only asked Yang Lingtian to kneel before my son in public. This time, it will not be so simple. I want him to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. That's excessive. Lei Gang, Chen Zhengqing responded, his face filled with indignation. Chen Zhengqing, do you intend to stop me? Lei Gang sneered. Even with a mid-grade spiritual weapon, you are no match for me. You might only last a little longer. Regardless, I will not allow you to take Yang Lingtian, Chen Zhengqing stated firmly. Then it seems we must settle this with a battle? Lei Gang roared, his aura erupting. At this moment, tensions in the air above the Chen residence escalated. As if the very atmosphere had solidified. Hee, another thrilling spectacle awaits. Indeed. I wonder why Chen Zhengqing is so stubborn in protecting a son-in-law. Exactly, forcing Yang Lingtian to kneel would be a trivial matter. Merely a loss of face. Lei Gang had come prepared. This time, Yang Lingtian would not escape. The onlookers outside the Chen estate began to discuss, all believing that Yang Lingtian was doomed. Wait, I'm coming out. Lei Gang, aren't you looking for me? Yang Lingtian called out loudly, stepping into the courtyard of the Chen residence. As Yang Lingtian emerged, the atmosphere shifted just as Lei Gang and Chen Zhengqing were about to engage. Kid, you finally came out. Lei Gang's sharp gaze locked onto Yang Lingtian below. Just as he intended to leap down, Chen Zhengqing again positioned himself in front of him. Foster father, let him come down. Yang Lingtian shouted at Chen Zhengqing. Chen Zhengqing glanced at the composed Yang Lingtian, unsure of his intentions, but ultimately stepped aside, allowing Lei Gang to descend. However, Chen Zhengqing's eyes remained fixed on them, ready to intervene at any sign of trouble. Lei Gang landed in the courtyard with a fierce expression. I didn't expect you to have advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage now. An 18-year-old Foundation Establishment practitioner, 2 years younger than my son. He remarked, his face showing slight surprise. Suddenly, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lei Gang's eyes. Since an enmity had been established, he could not allow such a prodigy to live. Yang Lingtian maintained his gaze on Lei Gang. His spirit strength comparable to that of a golden core practitioner, allowing him to sense the fleeting aura of malice emanating from Lei Gang. Lei Gang slowly approached Yang Lingtian, intending to draw closer before striking, thereby leaving Chen Zhengqing unable to intervene. He doubted that Yang Lingtian would possess the same instantaneous energy shield he had displayed previously. Even if he did, it would merely allow for a fleeting struggle. At such close range, he was confident that Yang Lingtian could not escape. This confidence stemmed from his own formidable strength. After all, a practitioner in the early stages of Foundation establishment was but an ant in the face of a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner. Yang Lingtian, too, hoped for Lei Gang to come nearer, so he could swiftly activate the Stone Jade and unleash a strike at the pinnacle of the Golden Core level before Lei Gang could react. Seeing Lei Gang inching closer, Chen Zhengqing called out in alarm. Stop! Leader of the Lei family, how about I personally take Yang Lingtian to the Lei family to apologize? Humph, no need. I will go over now and bring him back. Lei Gang rejected flatly. Foster father, let him take me away. One person is responsible for their actions, Yang Lingtian stated calmly. But, Chen Zhengqing was at a loss for words. Chapter 37. A terrifying strike. Chen Zhengqing sensed that Yang Lingtian had a hidden card. Yet he remained worried that Yang Lingtian's trump card might not suffice against Lei Gang. When Lei Gang was less than 2 meters from Yang Lingtian, he stopped and revealed a sinister smile. Yang Lingtian's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sharpening. He felt that Lei Gang was about to strike. He quickly retrieved the stone jade from his spatial ring, its terrifying aura rapidly emanating. Lei Gang felt the overwhelming energy and his expression changed dramatically. However, before he could utter another word, Yang Lingtian had already activated the stone jade with remarkable speed. In that instant, a terrifying strike comparable to the peak of the golden core erupted forth. As this fearsome attack manifested, a powerful wave of energy spread outward. What an astonishing surge of energy! Is that coming from the Chen residence? How could there be such a potent energy fluctuation? The other 3 great families and the city lord's mansion within Tianjin City sensed this terrifying presence and turned their gazes towards the Chen residence. At that moment, Lei Gang's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He never imagined Yang Lingtian possessed such a horrifying treasure. Just as he was about to raise his hand to defend himself, he realized it was too late. The distance was too close, and he had been caught off guard. The strike at the pinnacle of the golden core level was simply too swift, piercing through his brow like lightning. The violent force instantly shattered his spirit. "I was careless," he managed to utter before collapsing. Dead, a golden core practitioner perished just like that. Lei Gang could not fathom that Yang Lingtian possessed a treasure capable of delivering such a terrifying blow. Such a life-saving artifact was something even golden core practitioners could not obtain. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone within the Chen estate. Even Chen Zhengqing was left in utter astonishment. He had felt the full force of that terrifying strike and knew that had it been aimed at him, he would have undoubtedly perished at that moment. Everyone was frozen in disbelief, the atmosphere thick with silence as they struggled to comprehend what they had witnessed. Did Lei Gang truly die? Someone finally broke the silence. "He's dead. Just look at him lying there without moving." Impossible! Lei Gang was a top-tier powerhouse, having reached mid-golden core. What treasure does my son possess that could unleash such a terrifying attack? The servants of the Chen residence began to exclaim in astonishment, as the scene before them left them utterly shocked. The stone jade in Yang Lingtian's hand had lost its luster, its terrifying aura dissipating into that of an ordinary stone. He cast a cold glance at the corpse of Lei Gang, then approached him and thoroughly searched his body for any treasures or spirit stones. With this troublesome matter resolved, Yang Lingtian noted the absence of any system rewards. Realizing that his troubles did not count towards aiding the Chen family in their long-term quest of resolving various issues, at that moment, Chen Zhengqing approached, his face still reflecting the surprise that had yet to fade. "Lingtian, what was that strike just now?" he queried, perplexed. Yang Lingtian produced the stone jade, responding, "I fortuitously acquired a treasure capable of unleashing a peak golden core strike while I was outside." "What? Such a treasure exists?" "I've never heard of it," Chen Zhengqing exclaimed in disbelief. "Foster father, with Lei Gang dead, the Lei family poses no threat to us now," Yang Lingtian remarked with a faint smile. "That may be the case. But who knows if the Lei family has a more formidable backing?" Chen Zhengqing replied, still slightly anxious as he regained his composure. "Do not worry, foster father. When faced with soldiers, we shall wield our weapons. When confronted with water, we shall build dams," Yang Lingtian stated nonchalantly. Subsequently, Chen Zhengqing ordered the disposal of Lei Gang's corpse and instructed that news of the incident should not be disclosed outside. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. They merely sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation followed by an eerie silence. However, several Golden Core experts who had been secretly observing from the clouds witnessed the occurrence and were equally astonished. Never expecting such a fearsome strike. What just happened? How could a single blow eliminate Lei Gang? One of them pondered. That strike was no weaker than a peak Golden Core attack. We could not withstand such a force. Another remarked, the Chen family grows increasingly enigmatic. Indeed, there was an unusual phenomenon above the Chen family not long ago, and no one knows what transpired at that time. The Chen family had already shrouded themselves in mystery. Even the usually neutral Zhen Dan Pavilion has taken a stand for them. Clearly, the Chen family's background is formidable. We have yet to uncover the depths of the Chen family. It would be wise to provoke them as little as possible. The terrifying strike had left these Golden Core experts feeling apprehensive and wary of the Chen family. Once Lei Gang entered the Chen residence, he did not emerge again, which sparked various speculations. Many believed that Lei Gang had merely paid the Chen family a courtesy by quietly taking Yang Lingtian away without alarming others. Few could guess that Lei Gang had perished within the Chen family, with only those few Golden Core experts who had witnessed the event knowing the truth. After a day of calm, a group of women clad in white suddenly arrived at the entrance of the Chen residence. Led by a middle-aged woman whose restrained aura made her appear quite ordinary, that moment, Chen Zhengqing and Yang Lingtian were still deliberating matters in the main hall when a servant reported the arrival of individuals from the Shuixian Palace. Upon hearing this, both Yang Lingtian and Chen Zhengqing's expressions changed. Chen Zhengqing, perplexed, knew that as a Golden Core expert, Shuixian Palace was one of the three major sects of the Xingyue dynasty. Although its disciples were all women, the sect was fortified by a formidable nascent soul elder. Why would they visit such a small family as the Chens? Meanwhile, Yang Lingtian was filled with suspicion. Having just clashed with members of Shuixian Palace 2 days prior, and now they sought him out. Truly, such a large sect could learn of his presence so quickly, he mused. Noticing Yang Lingtian's unusual demeanor upon hearing the mention of Shuixian Palace, Chen Zhengqing inquired, "Lingtian, could it be that you are the reason for their visit?" Yang Lingtian sheepishly explained, "I encountered them on my way back. Let us just say there were some minor grievances." With a sigh, Chen Zhengqing assumed Yang Lingtian had caused trouble outside. "You should step aside for now. I will meet with them," he instructed with a wave of his hand. Yang Lingtian had no choice but to retreat into a room within the main hall and observe the situation unfold. Shortly thereafter, the individuals from Shuixian Palace were brought into the main hall, totaling around 20. The leading middle-aged woman exuded a repressed aura that even Chen Zhengqing could not discern, giving off an impression of unfathomable depth. However, the 20 or so women behind her were all at the foundation establishment stage. "I am Chen Zhengqing, the head of the Chen family. What brings the esteemed Shuixian Palace to my humble abode?" he asked respectfully. The middle-aged woman, with an air of arrogance, replied, "I am Qin Shuilan, an elder of Shuixian Palace. Some time ago, your Chen residence experienced a celestial phenomenon, did it not?" Chen Zhengqing's eyes flickered slightly as he responded, "Indeed, but might I inquire what concern this raises?" Qin Shuilan cut to the chase. "I have been in Tianqin City for a day and have gathered some information. It is said that on the day of the celestial phenomenon, your daughter, Chen Yue, happened to break through to the foundation establishment stage." Chen Zhengqing was momentarily taken aback. They had come to investigate the celestial phenomenon for this reason? "What is your purpose in coming to my Chen family? Are you merely here to explore this phenomenon?" he asked, still puzzled. "Please bring your daughter forth. I have come to seek her," Qin Shuilan stated without directly addressing his questions. Reluctantly, Chen Zhengqing soon called for Chen Yue to join them in the main hall. As Qin Shuilan gazed upon Chen Yue, her expression softened considerably. She then produced a crystal ball, channeling a strange power into it. The crystal ball radiated a dazzling brilliance, its brilliance so intense that even daylight could not diminish it. Drawing Chen Yue's attention, Qin Shuilan's face lit up with excitement. Yes, we have found her." Both Chen Zhengqing and Chen Yue wore expressions of confusion, questioning her intentions. "Chen family head, you have indeed given birth to a remarkable daughter. Do you know? She has awakened the sacred body of the lunar Yin, though you may not have heard of it. Such a physique emerges only once in a millennium, and few are aware of its existence." Chen Zhengqing, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. It must be a heaven-defying constitution to attract the attention of Shuixian Palace. However, he still had some doubts. "So you came to seek my daughter? But how did you learn of her presence here? This celestial phenomenon was visible only to those in Tianqin City. How did Shuixian Palace, located in the heart of the Xingyue dynasty, come to know?" After confirming that Chen Yue was indeed the person they sought, Qin Shuilan's demeanor softened further. She patiently explained, "Naturally, it was our sect leader who sent me. The moment your daughter broke through to the foundation establishment stage and awakened the sacred body of the lunar Yin, our sect's ancestral artifact sensed it and directed us toward this location. We have been searching for many days, and finally, we have located her. We have come to take your daughter back to Shuixian Palace to become our sect's holy maiden." Chen Zhengqing was taken aback by this revelation. Shuixian Palace was a sect even older and more venerable than the other two major sections, although their strength seemed comparable in terms of history and prestige. Shui Xian Palace had existed long before the establishment of the Xingyue dynasty. Moreover, as an all-female sect, it bore an even more mysterious aura. As long as my daughter has no objections, then let her join Shui Xian Palace. Chen Zhengqing responded with delight. Chen Yue, aware of her extraordinary constitution, remained composed. She clasped her hands and responded calmly, I have no objections. It would be an honor to join Shui Xian Palace. Qin Shuolan smiled in satisfaction but suddenly recalled something and asked, I have heard that Yue was married over a month ago. Is this true? This inquiry from Qin Shuolan left Chen Zhengqing feeling somewhat uneasy. Yes, is there a problem with that? He asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yue is to become our holy maiden, and her status will be of the utmost nobility. It is said that your foster son was once a wasteful spendthrift, and now he has merely undergone a slight transformation. Such a person is unworthy of our holy maiden. Thus, this marriage contract shall be rendered null and void. Let Yue issue a divorce to that individual, Qin Shuolan declared emphatically, as if not seeking approval but rather issuing a decree. Fortunately, they had not yet consummated their marriage. It was still possible to annul the engagement. Outside, the commotion was loud enough for Yang Lingtian to hear everything within. While he had no objection to Chen Yue becoming the holy maiden of Shui Xian Palace, as a man, how could he tolerate being divorced by his wife? How could a wife divorce her husband? He burst forth, shouting, I do not agree. His voice rang out loud and resolute. Everyone turned to look at the suddenly emerged Yang Lingtian. Their faces filled with astonishment. The female disciples behind Qin Shuolan exclaimed in unison, It's him! It's him! He is the one, Master. He is the rogue who peeped at us while we bathed. Qin Zhengqing and Chen Yue displayed expressions of surprise and suspicion as they turned their gaze towards Yang Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuolan's complexion suddenly changed. What? It's actually you who spied on my disciples bathing in the Water Fairy Palace? Qin family head, is this what you refer to as your adopted son? Truly a lecherous individual. It is rumored that on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, he indulged in debauchery at a brothel indeed. A dog cannot change its nature. Hearing Qin Shuolan's harsh words directed at his adopted son, Chen Zhengqing's expression darkened slightly. Elder Qin, there must be some misunderstanding here. Lingtian is not that kind of person. He cautiously rebutted. Yang Lingtian explained, I had informed them that I fell asleep while bathing upstream and inadvertently drifted down, encountering them by chance. He was reluctant to clarify, but with both his adoptive father and Yue present, he felt it necessary to explain, lest they misinterpret the situation and further tarnish his already precarious reputation in their eyes. See, Lingtian did not act with intent, Chen Zhengqing continued to defend. Regardless, the engagement is irrevocably broken. Yue, quickly draft a divorce decree and dismiss him. Once you do, you shall ascend to the status of the saintess of the Water Fairy Palace. In that case, your position will be second only to the sect master and the esteemed ancestors. This is an opportunity that countless aspire to. Qin Shuolan urged vehemently. Yang Lingtian, incensed, retorted, Is the Water Fairy Palace truly so formidable? What makes me unworthy of my Yue? Matters of marriage are familial affairs. By what right do you presume to meddle? You old crone, who do you think you are to dictate terms? Can you simply declare the engagement void at your whim? If you insist on breaking it, do you not realize how humiliating it would be for us? Yue, do not heed her. What is the Water Fairy Palace but a mere sect? The onlookers were taken aback by Yang Lingtian's boldness. Even Chen Zhengqing was drenched in cold sweat. After all, the Water Fairy Palace was one of the three great sects, and one had to tread carefully. Yet, Yang Lingtian brazenly disparaged their sect and insulted an elder to her face. His penchant for trouble was remarkable. Lacking any semblance of decorum, however, Chen Yue, rather than being alarmed, wore a slight smile, seemingly admiring Yang Lingtian's audacity. At that moment, a voice resonated in Yang Lingtian's mind, startling him. Detection indicates that Chen Yue holds a favorable view of the host. Progress has been made towards winning her heart, reward, knowledge and skills of 9th-tier alchemy, knowledge and skills of 9th-tier formations. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with an array of peculiar knowledge. What? This system is incredibly generous. Awarding me 9th-tier status directly? Being a 9th-tier alchemist and artifact craftsman is legendary in this realm. I might be the only one of my kind. He felt an unexpected delight. Perhaps his earlier exchange had indeed stirred Yue's interest. It seemed she favored strong-willed individuals. Her attraction grew with their defiance. Yang Lingtian's spirits lifted, alleviating his earlier frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Shuolan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that this minor consort would dare speak to her in such a manner. Who granted him such audacity? For years, no one had dared to confront her so boldly. Enraged, a tempestuous aura erupted from her, a formidable pressure descending upon Yang Lingtian. You bold youth, how dare you speak so insolently to us of the Water Fairy Palace? At the moment of her outburst, Qian Zhangqing and the others sensed the overwhelming aura of her peak golden core cultivation. Yet, Yang Lingtian stood firm against this oppressive force, defiantly declaring, "What? You, a dignified elder of a grand sect, would lay hands on a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Truly, you only know how to bully the weak. Do you not fear the ridicule this will invite?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shuolan restrained her aura, realizing she had overstepped her bounds. Nonetheless, her inner fury remained unquenched. "I reiterate, your engagement must be dissolved. If you genuinely care for Iyue, you should let her go." What nonsense! To love her means to learn to let go. Yang Lingtian was resolute. Why must the saintess of your Water Fairy Palace remain single? Could it be that you've grown so accustomed to solitude that you cannot bear to see others in love? His words ignited outrage among the Water Fairy Palace members. Qin Shuolan retorted sharply, "You speak nonsense. Our disciples can indeed marry. However, suitable men for the likes of us are exceedingly rare. Moreover, our Saintess Iyue possesses the rare Taiyin holy body with limitless potential. You may have reached foundation establishment at 18, but compared to her, you are merely a waste of talent. Thus, you are entirely unworthy of her." Yang Lingtian scoffed, "You call me a waste? It is your Water Fairy Palace that is filled with incompetence. I wonder which sect's disciples failed to capture me, despite their numbers." What is this? Qin Shuolan's expression turned puzzled as she glanced at her disciples. Clearly, they had not disclosed the embarrassing incident of their failure to subdue Yang Lingtian, as it was rather humiliating to admit that a single person escaped a group of them. They eventually recounted the events of that day. "Humph! How could so many of you fail to capture a mere foundation establishment cultivator? What a disgrace! Had I known, I would not have brought you along." Qin Shuolan snapped. She then turned to Yang Lingtian, dismissively stating, "Those were merely our weakest disciples. Escaping from them is nothing to be proud of, I repeat. You remain unworthy of Iyue." With tensions rising, Chen Yue stepped forward calmly, addressing Qin Shuolan. "Whether to visit the Water Fairy Palace or dissolve the engagement is my decision to make. I shall go to the Water Fairy Palace, and if Lingtian's cultivation is lower than mine in 3 years, I will sever ties with him. However, if his cultivation equals or surpasses mine at that time, our marital bond shall endure. Elder Qin, what do you think? I shall certainly endeavor to cultivate diligently." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuolan was taken aback. She noticed that Chen Yue remained composed, unflinching even in the presence of a top-tier powerhouse like herself. At just 18, she exhibited no signs of the fear or anxiety typical for her age, as though she had experienced numerous significant events, rendering everything trivial in her eyes. Was this the innate aura of a being possessing a Taiyin holy body? Chen Zhangqing and Yang Lingtian also recognized that Chen Yue had indeed changed. Her demeanor exuded a distinct transformation. After a pause, Qin Shuolan conceded, "Then we shall proceed as the saintess wishes. However, I hope you will keep Iyue's status as the Taiyin holy body within the Water Fairy Palace confidential. This matter is of great importance. For her safety, we shall escort her back discreetly. Our enemies are numerous, and the saintess is the hope for our sect's rise, so this news must not be leaked until she has matured." Chen Zhangqing understood and agreed for the sake of his daughter's safety. Qin Shuolan's readiness to comply stemmed from her belief that Yang Lingtian's cultivation would not surpass that of the saintess in 3 years. After all, with the extraordinary Taiyin holy body and the Water Fairy Palace's extensive training, how could a cultivator from a remote area without exceptional traits outpace her? Yang Lingtian unhesitatingly accepted the 3-year agreement. Confident in his abilities, as he completed the system tasks, he anticipated further rewards, perhaps even a powerful constitution. However, with Chen Yue going to the Water Fairy Palace, achieving the task of winning her heart would be considerably more challenging, necessitating patience for future opportunities. Once both parties agreed, tranquility returned. Chen Yue gathered her belongings and departed with Qin Shuelon for the Water Fairy Palace. The news of her becoming the saintess of the Water Fairy Palace remained known only to a select few in the Chen family. With this newfound connection, although the Water Fairy Palace now served as the Chen family's ally, it was not a publicly acknowledged alliance, as no one was aware of Chen Yue's ascension. Meanwhile, in the True Dan Pavilion, Master Lei Yi paced anxiously. Has Yang Lingtian truly evaded capture by Lei Gang? Why have these two seemingly vanished without a trace? At that moment, a servant reported, Master Lei Yi, according to our informants placed within the Chen family, Yang Lingtian is still at the Chen estate. What, really? Master Lei Yi exclaimed, a mix of excitement and surprise. Yang Lingtian was not taken? How could Lei Gang let this go? The servant replied, that is uncertain. The insider claimed to have seen Yang Lingtian. The servant continued, stating that only those present on that day were privy to what transpired, as the head of the Chen family had ordered them not to disclose it. It seems that the Chen family has reached some sort of agreement with Lei Gang, Master Lei Yi speculated. However, this agreement must be quite embarrassing for the Chen family, resulting in significant losses. Hence the directive for silence. Upon learning that Yang Lingtian was still in the Chen residence, Master Lei Yi felt a sense of relief. 3 months had already passed, and he was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to obtain the recipe for the Grand Yellow Pill to resolve the toxins within him. Unable to contain his impatience, he instructed the servant, go to the Chen residence and inform them that I, Master Lei Yi, request the presence of Yang Lingtian at the Zhen Dan Pavilion. Before long, while engrossed in his cultivation, Yang Lingtian received the invitation from Master Lei Yi. That moment, he recalled the 3-month agreement he had with Master Lei Yi. He was not one to break promises. So after tidying himself up, he set off for the Zhen Dan Pavilion. It had been several days since Yang Lingtian last ventured outside, and many believed he had been captured by Lei Gang. Meanwhile, the Lei family in Xinwuchun City was in utter disarray, as Lei Gang had been absent for 3 days after visiting Tianquan City, leaving everyone in the dark about his fate. The only information they could gather was that Lei Gang had entered the Chen family residence and had not emerged since, which caused great unease among the members of the Lei family. The repercussions of Lei Gang's disappearance were still unfolding, but Yang Lingtian was indifferent to these matters. At that moment, he strode confidently down the street towards the Zhen Dan Pavilion, and many were astonished to see him. They had thought him captured by Lei Gang, yet here he was, appearing on the bustling streets. Soon, Yang Lingtian arrived at the Zhen Dan Pavilion, where he was warmly received. He was escorted to a private chamber, where he met Master Lei Yi. Upon seeing Yang Lingtian, Master Lei Yi greeted him with a cheerful smile, saying, "It has been a long time, young friend Yang." Yang Lingtian, wishing to avoid excessive pleasantries, bluntly remarked, "You seek the recipe for the Grand Yellow Pill, do you not? What I promised you will certainly be delivered. Here is the recipe for the Grand Yellow Pill." Subsequently, he produced the pre-written recipe from his hand. Master Lei Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the recipe, and he exclaimed, "Ha ha, excellent, excellent, thank you, young friend Yang." Just then, a powerful aura emanated from outside, an aura belonging to a golden core expert. Master Lei Yi's expression changed as he recognized this presence. It belonged to the head of the Zhen Dan Pavilion. He quickly tucked away the recipe and went out to greet the visitor, with Yang Lingtian following closely behind. The head of the Zhen Dan Pavilion, Wu Sulong, was a formidable golden core cultivator in the early stage and a first-tier alchemist. He rarely appeared before the public, and his arrival likely signified a matter of great importance. As Lei Yi and Yang Lingtian emerged, Wu Sulong's gaze towards Yang Lingtian held a hint of wariness. Just days prior, he had been one of the golden core experts observing the events from the clouds. Witnessing Yang Lingtian deliver a terrifying strike with an unknown treasure, Wu Sulong smiled slightly and said, "You are the one who provided our Zhen Dan Pavilion with the recipe for the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Are you not?" "Indeed, it was this young Master Yang who provided it. The cooperation agreement was drafted by me," Master Lei Yi interjected. Yang Lingtian nodded slightly and said, "That is correct. If you have matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. No need. It is not a secret. Your presence is welcome," Wu Sulong replied, waving his hand. "You are now considered a partner of our Zhen Dan Pavilion." Yang Lingtian smiled faintly and said no more. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Pavilion Master?" Master Lei Yi returned to the topic at hand. "Master Lei Yi, I am here to inform you." Wu Sulong turned his attention to Master Lei Yi. That 1 month from now, the decennial alchemy competition will be hosted in the capital of the Xingyue dynasty, Yueying City. This is the latest confirmed date from the main pavilion, hence my notification for you to prepare. Master Lei's expression grew troubled. Pavilion Master, I am currently attempting to refine third-tier spiritual pills. If I succeed, I will become a third-tier alchemist, and our Tianchun City will no longer be at the bottom. However, the timeline is too tight. We must travel half a month in advance, and with the limited time left, I may not achieve the rank of third-tier alchemist. Wu Sulong sighed. Alas, our Tianchun City branch was at the bottom last time. If you cannot become a third-tier alchemist in time, it seems we will once again occupy the last position. Should that occur, I would lose face as the branch master. Listening to their conversation, Yang Lingtian interjected, "What if we simply do not participate?" Wu Sulong shook his head, stating, "The headquarters requires every branch to participate. I, too, do not wish to participate. But this is no longer merely a matter of reputation. If we rank among the bottom 10, we must submit 50% of our branch's profits each year. However, should we secure a place in the top 10, we would not only be exempt from submitting any profits but also receive additional rewards." Wu Sulong's demeanor grew serious as he continued, "The first place winner will receive a 5th-tier spiritual pill, a 4th-tier recipe, and a 3rd-tier recipe. The second place winner will receive 5 4th-tier spiritual pills and a 3rd-tier recipe. The third place winner will receive 1 4th-tier spiritual pill and a 3rd-tier recipe. The 4th to 10th places will receive a 3rd-tier recipe. Most importantly, those in the top 10 will not have to submit any spiritual stones earned to the headquarters. The lower ranks, however, will be required to submit spiritual stones, with the proportion determined by their ranking. The most unfortunate are those in the bottom 10, who must submit 50% of their profits." Hearing this, Yang Lingtian felt that the stakes were indeed dire, with the requirement of submitting 50% of the profits. However, he pondered how it truly pertained to him. Although he was proficient in alchemy, he had no desire to assist their branch without any benefit to himself. Just then, the system unexpectedly issued a task. Ding! As a powerful being, one should be renowned far and wide. A time task has been issued. Assist the Tianchun City Zhen Dan Pavilion branch in securing first place in the alchemy competition. Yang Lingtian was momentarily taken aback. Since the system had issued a task, he felt compelled to accept it. Driven by the desire to grow stronger and earn rewards, he proactively proposed, "Pavilion Master, I can represent the Tianchun City branch in the competition and guarantee that you will secure first place." This declaration, both Master Lei and the Pavilion Master were momentarily stunned, wondering if they had misheard. "Young Master Yang, what did you just say? You wish to help us claim first place in the competition?" Wu Sulong asked in disbelief. "Indeed," Yang Lingtian affirmed with a nod. "Could it be that young friend Yang is also an alchemist?" Master Lei inquired with surprise. "Indeed, otherwise, how could I possess the recipe for the heavenly spirit pill?" Yang Lingtian replied with a faint smile. Previously, Master Lei had assumed that the recipe was an accidental acquisition by the Chen family and had never considered Yang Lingtian to be an alchemist. Furthermore, given Yang Lingtian's youth at merely 18, they found it hard to believe that he could be a skilled alchemist. Thus, both Wu Sulong and Master Lei harbored doubts. "And what tier of alchemist do you consider yourself?" Master Lei asked, his tone laced with skepticism. "I am uncertain of the specifics, but I believe it to be no less than 3rd tier. Yang Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "Haha, young friend, do not jest," Master Lei responded. Clearly unconvinced, "I have devoted the better part of my life to studying alchemy and am still merely a 2nd-tier alchemist." Wu Sulong echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, young Master Yang, while you may be able to concoct some ordinary pills, refining spiritual pills is an entirely different matter. Clearly, they would not be convinced without a display of true skill. How about this? I will personally refine a 3rd-tier spiritual pill, the heavenly spirit pill, for you to witness," Yang Lingtian stated calmly. Both Wu Sulong and Master Lei furrowed their brows slightly, wondering if he was serious, while the recipe for the heavenly spirit pill was in hand. Even Master Lei had yet to successfully refine it. If Yang Lingtian truly managed to concoct the 3rd-tier spiritual pill, he would undoubtedly be recognized as at least a 3rd-tier alchemist. "Very well, follow me," Master Lei said, still harboring some doubt but willing to give him a chance. Before long, they arrived at the location where Master Lei refined spiritual pills. The materials were abundant, and all the necessary herbs for refining the heavenly spirit pill were present. Yang Lingtian approached the alchemy furnace with determination, promptly igniting the fire and adding all the required herbs into the furnace at once. This action caused Master Lay to wince in pain. These were precious herbs. Typically, he would add them one by one in a specific order, yet Yang Lingtian had simply tossed them all in at once. To Master Lay's eyes, Yang Lingtian appeared to be a complete novice. Wu Sulong, a first-tier alchemist, also shook his head, initially hopeful for a surprise but now feeling dismayed, as this was clearly a waste of valuable materials. However, everything has already been put in place, and they cannot say much. They can only wait and see how things unfold. At this moment, Yang Lingtian clasped his hands into a circle, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge forth gradually. His hands moved with a rhythm both swift and slow, akin to butterflies dancing gracefully, perfectly synchronized. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by his movements, forming a gentle whirlwind. Wu Shulong and Master Lay fixed their gaze intently on every gesture of Yang Lingtian. Although they were well versed in various matters, this method of alchemy was something they had never witnessed before. This only further confirmed their belief that Yang Lingtian was incapable of refining pills. As time passed, Yang Lingtian's actions became increasingly rapid. His hands resembled a dragon soaring through the sea, swift as lightning, carving out phantoms in the air. The flames of the alchemical furnace, spurred by his spiritual energy, burned ever more fiercely, akin to a hidden beast roaring. Yang Lingtian channeled his internal spiritual energy, infusing it into the alchemical furnace bit by bit. Chapter 40. Moonshadow City. Yang Lingtian's gaze was resolute and profound, as if he could perceive the essence of all things. Under his manipulation, the essence of the spiritual herbs within the alchemical furnace began to slowly condense, forming small pills. The pills rotated languidly within the furnace, gradually radiating a dazzling light. After another hour of meticulous refinement, the fragrance of the pills began to waft through the air. 5 heavenly spirit pills slowly ascended from the alchemical furnace, emanating a resplendent glow. The sight left Wu Shulong and Master Lay utterly astounded. With their keen eyes, they could naturally recognize that these 5 pills were indeed the third-tier heavenly spirit pills. Their astonishment stemmed not only from the fact that Yang Lingtian had successfully refined the heavenly spirit pills, but also from the incredible feat of producing 5 at once, a task beyond the capabilities of an ordinary third-tier alchemist. They gazed at Yang Lingtian in disbelief, as if staring at a monster, a prodigy. Wu Shulong and Master Lay picked up the heavenly spirit pills, examining them closely. Indeed, these were heavenly spirit pills of superb quality. They exclaimed with excitement, "Young Master Yang truly has hidden depths. He is actually a third-tier alchemist. It was rumored that you were merely a first-tier artifact craftsman, yet it turns out you are also an alchemist. Are you truly only 18 years old?" Master Lay said in disbelief. He had never heard of anyone becoming an alchemist by the age of 18, let alone a third-tier one. This shattered Wu Shulong and Master Lay's understanding and upended their worldview. Yang Lingtian smiled lightly and asked, "So, do I have the qualifications to represent you in the upcoming pill competition?" Wu Shulong and Master Lay exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Of course, with a third-tier alchemist on our side, we certainly won't finish at the bottom. After all, 70% of the branches of the true pill pavilion in the Starmoon dynasty lack third-tier alchemists. Yang Lingtian confidently declared, "Rest assured, not only will we avoid the last place, but I will also help you secure the first position." "Ah, that is quite difficult, young Master Yang," Wu Shulong responded with a gentle smile, as he dared not even entertain the thought of first place. "You are unaware that there are several fourth-tier alchemists in the branches. For over a century, they have dominated the top ranks. Achieving first place is no easy feat. As long as my young friend ensures that our Tianqian city does not end up in the bottom ranks, I will be immensely grateful. However, if you can help us reach the top 10, I shall reward you handsomely." The rewards for placing in the top 10 of the pill competition were exceedingly generous, and if achieved, the Tianqian city branch would experience significant growth. Yang Lingtian's mind turned as he realized this was a splendid opportunity to acquire some spiritual stones. He earnestly inquired, "Oh, then, Pavilion Master, what sort of reward would you offer if I help your branch secure a place in the top 10? Wu Shulong gazed deeply at Yang Lingtian and countered, "Young Master Yang, what kind of reward do you desire?" Yang Lingtian replied with a slight smile, "I require spiritual stones." Upon hearing this, Wu Shulong's eyes gleamed as he contemplated. with his third-tier alchemical skills. There is a small probability of entering the top 10. However, securing a top 3 position is impossible, as only those branches with fourth-tier alchemists can achieve that. Thus, I will set the reward for the top 3 high. To keep him steady, knowing he cannot attain it anyway. After much deliberation, Yang Lingtian reached an agreement with the true Pill Pavilion. If Yang Lingtian could assist the Tianqian City branch in attaining a position between 4th and 10th in the pill competition, they would reward him with 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Third place would yield 600,000, second place 1 million, and first place 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. This reward was remarkably substantial, making Yang Lingtian's heart race. The 2 million low-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to the net profit of their branch for 5 years after deducting the contributions to the main pavilion. In Yang Lingtian's view, the Tianqian City branch of the True Pill Pavilion was indeed making a significant investment, showing genuine sincerity. However, in Wu Shulong and Master Lei Yi's perspective, it was inconceivable that Yang Lingtian could help them secure a top 3 finish. Setting such high rewards was merely a meaningless figure, one they wouldn't actually have to pay, regardless of how lofty it was. With half a month until their departure, Li Tian returned home to discuss this matter with Chen Zhengqing. What? You are to represent the True Pill Pavilion's Tianqian City branch in the capital for the pill competition? Chen Zhengqing asked in astonishment upon hearing the news. Indeed, so I will be away for a while. Yang Lingtian replied calmly. Chen Zhengqing was momentarily lost in thought before scrutinizing Yang Lingtian closely. Lingtian, are you truly an alchemist? Yet I have never seen you study alchemy since childhood. Moreover, all alchemists are monopolized by the True Pill Pavilion, with no apprentices available outside. Where did you learn to refine pills? Yang Lingtian found it hard to believe that, at Yang Lingtian's age, being a first-tier artifact craftsman was already impressive, yet he was a third-tier alchemist, surpassing even Master Lei Yi of the True Pill Pavilion. This was simply unimaginable. However, what he could not fathom was that Yang Lingtian was already a legendary 9th-tier alchemist. Yet claiming to be a 9th-tier alchemist would earn him no one's belief in this world. Thus, Yang Lingtian could only assert that he was a 3rd-tier alchemist. Chen Zhengqing's inquiry left Yang Lingtian at a loss for words. He could hardly admit to having extraordinary capabilities, though it was true that he did possess such advantages. Yang Lingtian concocted a plausible explanation, stating, I obtained the legacy of an alchemical master while I was out, which enabled me to become a 3rd-tier alchemist so quickly. Chen Zhengqing remained skeptical of this explanation. Even with the legacy, achieving the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist so swiftly seemed implausible. Nevertheless, it was the only explanation that made sense. Very well, Lingtian, your fortune is indeed extraordinary, to have received such a remarkable opportunity. However, the capital is vast and filled with both good and ill. You must exercise caution when you arrive. Furthermore, you must temper that reckless spirit of yours. The capital is not like Tianqian City. Once there, avoid causing trouble. No one will be there to shield you. Chen Zhengqing earnestly advised. It was evident that Chen Zhengqing genuinely cared for Yang Lingtian. Yang Lingtian nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. I will heed your advice. Foster father. Half a month later, Yang Lingtian arrived at the True Pill Pavilion, ready to accompany the pavilion master to the capital's Moonshadow City for the pill competition. Tianqian City was relatively remote within the Star Moon dynasty, situated far from the capital. Thus, they needed to set out early, as even with a leisurely pace, it would take half a month to arrive. After all, even Golden Core experts could not maintain full speed for the entire journey. They needed to rest along the way. Upon arrival, Pavilion Master Wu Shulong brought Yang Lingtian to the bustling royal city of Moonshadow City. The grandeur of the royal city left a profound impression on him. He had never beheld such a vast city, adorned with opulent architecture and bustling streets. The level of prosperity here far exceeded that of Tianqian City, for this was a first-tier city. Moonshadow City was the residence of the royal family of the Star Moon dynasty, which was home to several formidable nascent soul experts. These powerful beings rarely appeared before the public, seemingly having distanced themselves from worldly affairs. Only 2 prominent families in Moonshadow City had nascent soul ancestors guarding them, while the remaining noble families boasted peak Golden Core experts. It could be said that the capital was teeming with experts, where even initial-stage Golden Core cultivators were considered only moderately powerful. Thus, Wu Shulong had to tread carefully in the capital, fearful of offending any prominent family. Young Master Yang, let me take you to an inn to rest. The decade-long pill competition is approaching, and the capital has become much livelier. Many powerful cultivators have traveled great distances to witness the event, so during this period, you must exercise caution. No one here can protect you. Yang Lingtian assured him, "Fear not. As long as others do not provoke me, I shall not initiate trouble." Subsequently, Wu Shulong led Yang Lingtian to the inn area where various branches were resting. This area was designated by the headquarters of the Zhen Dan Pavilion, enclosed by walls and surrounding the venue for the alchemical competition. Access to this area was restricted. Only participants from the various branches attending the competition had the privilege to enter. Therefore, Yang Lingtian required an introduction from Pavilion Master Wu Shulong to gain entry. Before long, they arrived at one of the grand gates of this area. Meanwhile, representatives from other branches were arriving one after another. With over 200 cities in the Xingyue dynasty, 90% house branches of the Zhen Dan Pavilion. Thus, more than 200 branches were present for the competition, signifying intense rivalry. At that moment, a mocking voice pierced through the air. "Oh, isn't that Pavilion Master Wu from the Tianjin City branch? I heard that last time, they ranked third from the bottom in the alchemical competition. TOB third from the bottom out of 200 branches is simply embarrassing." Wu Shulong turned to see the source of the voice. His brow furrowed. It was none other than his rival, Pavilion Master Feng Qilin from the Minkai City branch. The poison dragon pill created by Master Lay Yi was actually concocted under Feng Qilin's guidance. He thought to himself, "Humph, as if your Minkai City branch is any better. You were 11th from the bottom last time. Isn't that just as shameful?" Wu Shulong retorted, "At least we weren't in the bottom 10. Feng Qilin sneered. "This year, our branch's Master Chen Lu has made significant progress in alchemy. Our ranking will far surpass yours. Speaking of which, where is Master Lay Yi this year?" Master Chen Lu, standing beside Feng Qilin, inquired. "Our Tianjin City branch has a new representative this time. It will be Master Yang here beside me," Wu Shulong explained coldly. "What? You're sending a mere child to replace Master Lay Yi in the competition?" Master Chen Lu exclaimed in astonishment. They glanced at Yang Lingtian, who appeared not yet 20, hardly fitting the image of an alchemist. "Ha ha, Wu Shulong, is your branch simply giving up? You send a little brat to compete, knowing full well you'll be at the bottom again." Feng Qilin guffawed loudly. "Mind your words. Master Yang is a third-tier alchemist," Wu Shulong interjected, his displeasure evident. The moment Wu Shulong's words left his lips, a wave of derisive laughter erupted. "What nonsense! A bottom-tier branch like Tianjin City could possibly have a third-tier alchemist? You truly have a vivid imagination. Ha! The alchemical competition hasn't even begun, yet you're already boasting." Feng Qilin joined in the mockery. Hearing the jeering comments surrounding him, Feng Qilin burst into laughter. "Wu Shulong, are you out of your mind? You dare claim he is a third-tier alchemist? If that child is a third-tier alchemist, then I must be a pill saint. It seems your Tianjin City branch is growing more desolate, resorting to sending a mere child to participate," he added with a sneer. Yang Lingtian remained unfazed. Choosing silence over futile words, knowing that actions would speak louder, he coldly replied, "Those with myopic views will soon see the truth in the competition." He then turned to Wu Shulong, "Pavilion Master, let us depart. There is no need to engage with these clowns." Wu Shulong nodded, leading Yang Lingtian away, leaving behind the still cursing Feng Qilin and his companion. Upon reaching the inn, Yang Lingtian inquired, "Pavilion Master, do you hold a grudge against that Pavilion Master from Minkai City? He seemed intent on belittling you. Just a minor grievance, I suppose." "Alas, it is a tale from long ago," Wu Shulong sighed. Respecting Wu Shulong's desire for discretion, Yang Lingtian refrained from further probing. Instead, he shifted the topic, saying, "Pavilion Master, I would like to explore the capital city for a while. After all, it is my first visit, and I find it quite intriguing. That is permissible, but do remember to keep the identity token you received earlier close. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to re-enter the inn," Wu Shulong cautioned. "Understood." Afterward, Yang Lingtian and Pavilion Master Wu Shulong retreated to their respective chambers. Once Yang Lingtian had refreshed himself, he stepped outside. With some time remaining before the alchemical competition commenced, he seized the opportunity to witness the splendor of the capital. As he strolled along the streets of Yueying City, Yang Lingtian observed his surroundings. He had come to the marketplace hoping to discover treasures akin to the Blackstone golden feather he had encountered previously. Clearly, the capital was teeming with remarkable individuals, and he felt out of his depth in such a vast pool of talent. after wandering for the better part of the day without encountering any extraordinary items worth his attention. He finally spotted an unoccupied spot at a street vendor's area. An idea struck him. If others could set up stalls, so could he. The capital undoubtedly housed many wealthy individuals, and he had recently acquired several low-grade spiritual artifacts from the Yuan Ing cave that were of little use to him. Rather than let them languish, why not sell them for spiritual stones? Resolute, he approached the vacant space and began to set up his stall. However, he did not display all of his spiritual artifacts at once. Instead, he started with a single piece. The low-grade spiritual artifact exuded a sharp aura, drawing significant attention. The neighboring vendor regarded Yang Lingtian with astonishment before his eyes lit up at the sight of the low-grade artifact. Despite only being at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he recognized the unique aura emanating from the item. After years of running his stall, it was the first time he had seen someone display a low-grade spiritual artifact. "Hey, young man, how can you possibly put such a precious low-grade spiritual artifact up for sale here?" the neighboring vendor asked. Yang Lingtian turned to him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have an abundance of spiritual artifacts and wish to exchange one for some spiritual stones." The vendor scoffed. "What nonsense! You must be joking. Surely, you didn't sneak out a family heirloom to sell it here." To him, a low-grade spiritual artifact was a treasure, and in the capital, only golden core cultivators or those from affluent backgrounds could possess such items. In certain families, a single low-grade artifact could be considered a clan treasure. "Don't believe me? Then why not buy it?" Yang Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "I can't afford it, but young man, I advise you to be cautious. Such a valuable item could attract the attention of bullies. Thank you for the warning, but fear not. If any bullies come, I can handle them myself," Yang Lingtian assured him. As he displayed the low-grade spiritual artifact, it caught the gaze of many passers-by. However, most on the street were either commoners or low-tier cultivators who recognized they could not afford such items and could only gaze in admiration. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young man accompanied by several followers approached. He exuded an air of privilege, unmistakably a wealthy scion from a prominent family. "Hey, vendor, how much are you selling that low-grade spiritual artifact for?" the young man inquired, directing his question at Yang Lingtian. 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. Yang Lingtian replied straightforwardly. The Chen family specialized in forging weapons and occasionally produced low-grade spiritual artifacts for sale when materials were abundant. Hence, they were well acquainted with the pricing. The base price for a low-grade spiritual artifact typically started at 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. The young man scrutinized Yang Lingtian and the artifact, then remarked meaningfully, "Let me see how this artifact feels. Is that acceptable?" "Of course," Yang Lingtian responded, his expression unchanging. The young man picked up the low-grade spiritual artifact and examined it closely. After a moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he demanded, "Isn't this the low-grade spiritual artifact that went missing from my family last night?" "Young man, you need to explain how this artifact came to be in your possession. Did you steal it?" Yang Lingtian's expression changed slightly as he realized the young man intended to frame him. The vendor selling medicinal materials nearby seemed to come to a sudden understanding. "Oh, this low-grade artifact isn't yours. No wonder you brought it out to sell. Who would display their own artifact at a street stall?" The nearby vendor echoed this sentiment, and the crowd began to agree. Yang Lingtian coldly retorted, "You claim I stole your family's artifact, yet where is your evidence? How dare you speak to my lord like that? My lord is Tianxiong family's heir, Tianxiong Lai." One of the young man's followers shouted angrily, "What is this Tianxiong family? I don't care. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, then leave," Yang Lingtian replied without hesitation. The young man named Tianxiong Lai, realizing his identity alone failed to intimidate Yang Lingtian, seethed with anger. "You must be from out of town. How could you not know about my Tianxiong family? We are a powerful family with a peak golden core ancestor overseeing us. I say that artifact is stolen. So it is stolen. Now, return what belongs to my family." A glint of determination flashed in Yang Lingtian's eyes as he swiftly reached out, snatching the artifact from Tianxiong Lai's hands. His speed was astonishing, catching Tianxiong Lai completely off guard. Regaining his composure, Tianxiong Lai furiously declared, "You are a fool. If your family is that formidable, how could you allow your artifact to be stolen?" Upon realizing he could not intimidate Yang Lingtian, Tianxiong Lai's fury escalated as he warned, "You should tread carefully, or you may lose your life over a low-grade spiritual artifact in this capital. In Yang Lingtian's eyes, a chilling aura emerged, followed by an explosive surge of energy characteristic of a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, as they had not anticipated that Yang Lingtian was, in fact, a formidable foundation cultivator. At that moment, two figures suddenly dashed forth from the distance, positioning themselves protectively before Tian Xiong. These two newly arrived cultivators were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, evidently tasked with covertly safeguarding Tian Xiong. Meanwhile, Tian Xiong and his remaining subordinates were merely at the qi refining stage. Although foundation cultivators were relatively common in the capital, they remained a rarity in proportion to the overall population. Consequently, it was indeed quite unusual for a foundation cultivator to set up a stall in such a manner. Tian Xiong had initially assumed that Yang Lingtian was merely a qi refining cultivator. However, with the emergence of these two foundation guards, Tian Xiong felt emboldened. He commanded the two foundation cultivators, "This brat dares to disdain the Tian Xiong family. Seize him." Just as the two foundation experts prepared to take action, a resonant voice interjected, "Halt." Following this, a figure descended from the sky, exuding the powerful aura of a golden core expert. The newcomer was none other than Wu Sulong, who had grown concerned over Yang Lingtian's prolonged absence and had come to investigate. He had sensed the energy explosion from Yang Lingtian and hurriedly arrived. In the capital, a golden core expert was regarded as a top-tier powerhouse. Any family possessing such a figure would undoubtedly be considered significant. Wu Sulong's golden core aura caused Tian Xiong and his companions to change their expressions once more. Uncertain of the relationship between the newcomer and Yang Lingtian, he cautiously inquired, "I am a member of the Tian Xiong family. May I ask what the relationship is between this esteemed golden core master and this young brother?" Wu Sulong, while wary of the Tian Xiong family, understood that as a golden core expert, he could not afford to lose face before the younger generation. "You need not concern yourself with that. However, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. Perhaps it would be best for young Master Tian Xiong to let this matter rest." Tian Xiong cast a glance at Wu Sulong. He had no desire to provoke a golden core expert and thus prepared to withdraw. At that moment, another voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, who would have thought that a self-proclaimed third-tier alchemist would come to the marketplace to set up a stall? Truly unprecedented and utterly embarrassing." A figure slowly emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing this person, Wu Sulong's brow furrowed. It was his nemesis, Feng Qiulin. "Feng Qiulin, this is not your concern. Do not meddle," Wu Sulong admonished sternly. Ignoring Wu Sulong, Feng Qiulin continued addressing the crowd. "You may not be aware, but this is Wu Sulong, the master of the Zhen Dan Pavilion branch in Tianjin City. And this young stall owner claims to be a third-tier alchemist, brought here by Master Wu to participate in the grand competition." At this moment, Wu Sulong's expression soured. Feng Qiulin was clearly intent on making him a laughingstock. Subtly mocking him, as anticipated, his words elicited waves of ridicule from the onlookers. What nonsense! A third-tier alchemist is of such high status. How could they possibly set up a stall? Indeed, to even claim to be a third-tier alchemist. Such youthful arrogance. Clearly a fraud. Master Wu actually brought him to participate in the alchemical competition. How utterly shameful! It was rumored that the Tianjin City branch had ranked at the bottom for several consecutive competitions. This time, they likely had no expectations and merely brought someone along. Chapter 42. A bold declaration. The crowd's chatter left Wu Sulong feeling utterly humiliated. At this juncture, Yang Lingtian stepped forward. Maintaining his calm demeanor as he declared, "Indeed, I am an alchemist. In this upcoming alchemical competition, I intend to secure first place for Tianjin City. I invite everyone to witness." His words immediately provoked further mockery. Who gave him such confidence? How incredibly arrogant. What a braggart. He is more likely to finish last. At such a tender age, with decent talent, why choose to boast instead of focusing on genuine skill? Such hubris. Wu Sulong also felt that this boast was excessive and no longer wished to linger. He swiftly grasped Yang Lingtian and flew toward the inn, leaving behind the gossipy crowd. Upon returning to the inn, Wu Sulong's expression remained grim as he reproached Yang Lingtian. "Young Master Yang, did I not advise you to exercise caution in public? Had I arrived later, you might have engaged in a conflict with the Tian Xiong family, and I would have been unable to rescue you." Unfazed, Yang Lingtian replied. I did not strike first. However, should they dare to act against me, I will not hold back. I have stated before that I will not provoke others unless they provoke me first. If they choose to initiate, I shall certainly retaliate. Wu Sulong shook his head. Sighing, it seems you are still brimming with youthful exuberance. You will understand the harsh realities of this world, where the strong prey on the weak, and one must tread carefully, he added. Tomorrow, the alchemical competition will commence. It would be best for you to refrain from going out and to rest well. With that, Wu Sulong returned to his own room. Yang Lingtian paid little mind to the events of the day. However, the incident had stirred quite a commotion throughout the capital. Whispers spread that the Zhen Dan Pavilion's Tianjin City branch had boldly proclaimed their intent to secure first place in the upcoming alchemical competition. In no time, various branches heard this rumor, though they dismissed it as mere folly. The following morning, Wu Sulong arrived early at Yang Lingtian's room. Although he had previously explained the competition rules and details, he felt compelled to reiterate them once more. Lingtian, let me remind you again. This alchemical competition is divided into 3 parts. The first part is identifying herbs, the second part is alchemical refinement, and the third part is evaluating the resulting elixirs. The first and third parts are scored out of 100 points, while the second part is scored out of 200 points. The overall ranking will be based on the total scores from all 3 parts. Lingtian, you are still young and lack the experience of those seasoned practitioners. Thus, you may score lower in the first and third parts. However, you are a third-tier alchemist, while many of the older experts are merely second-tier. You hold an advantage, as long as you perform well in the second part, you are unlikely to finish at the bottom. Yang Lingtian was already well-versed in these details and nodded, assuring him, I understand. Rest assured, I will achieve high scores in all 3 parts and help you secure first place overall. Wu Sulong smiled faintly, thinking of Yang Lingtian's words as mere bravado. As long as he did not place last or among the bottom 10, Wu Sulong would be satisfied. The thought of placing within the top 10 was beyond his wildest dreams, especially considering that among the more than 200 branches, 4 had 4th-tier alchemists, and over 50 had 3rd-tier alchemists. The competition was fierce, and those participants were seasoned alchemists. Soon enough, Wu Sulong escorted Yang Lingtian to the venue of the alchemical competition. The center of the venue was an expansive square filled with spectators, while the viewing area near the center was reserved for the esteemed and influential. Many prominent families had sent representatives to observe the event, and even the royal family from nearby cities had sent dignitaries, making the occasion exceedingly grand. The square was lined with over 200 tables, each marked with the names of various branches, and in front of each table sat a high-quality alchemical furnace. Above them, on the podium, sat the judges comprised of the main pavilion's officials. Among the dignitaries seated on the podium was an elderly man, Master Chen Chi, a 5th-tier alchemist and the chief judge of the event. Master Chen Chi held a prestigious position. Not only was he a peak golden core expert, but he was also one of the few 5th-tier alchemists in the entire Xingyue dynasty. There were only a handful of 5th-tier alchemists in the dynasty, making them exceedingly rare, and even the royal family held him in high regard. Seated beside Chen Chi were several 4th-tier alchemists from the main pavilion, all of whom were at the pinnacle of their tier, far surpassing the 4th-tier alchemists from the branches in terms of experience and strength. They constituted part of the judging panel, this moment. The host ascended the stage and began the opening remarks. Today marks our Zhen Dan Pavilion's decennial alchemical competition. Without further ado, let us invite all alchemists from the branches to enter the venue and take their designated seats. We will commence with the first part, the written examination, which entails identifying herbs. Each table contains a box containing 60 types of spirit herbs. Alchemists must identify the names, characteristics, and effects of these herbs and write them down on paper. Each correct identification earns 1 point, totaling 60 points. The remaining 40 points will be awarded for concocting an elixir using these herbs on site and submitting the formula to the judging panel for evaluation. If deemed a substandard formula, it will result in 0 points. If classified as a common elixir, it will earn 10 points. A first-tier formula will receive 20 points, while a second-tier elixir will garner 40 points. Are all alchemists from the branches clear on this? As the host concluded, the audience erupted in discussion, with many asserting that the most challenging aspect would undoubtedly be concocting a new elixir on site. It is said that in the previous competitions, only a select few 4th-tier alchemists managed to concoct first-tier elixirs within the stipulated time. Each elixir formula is the result of extensive validation over a considerable duration. Thus, the task of creating a new elixir formula in such a short span is exceedingly daunting. Indeed, the majority of second-tier alchemists typically score 0 in this segment. Just as the crowd was engaged in lively discussion, Feng Qilin, seated in the audience, abruptly stood up and declared, "I lodge a complaint. I accuse the Tianqian City branch of tarnishing the sanctity of our True Alchemy Pavilion's esteemed elixir competition." All eyes turned toward Feng Qilin, and Wu Shulong, the head of the Tianqian City branch, felt an ominous shift. This adversary was once again stirring trouble. He swiftly rose to his feet and admonished, "Feng Qilin, what nonsense are you spouting?" With a mischievous grin, Feng Qilin continued, "Yesterday, some may have heard a rumor. The alchemists from Tianqian City boasted in plain sight that they would secure the first place in the elixir competition. Astonishingly, this bold claim came from an 18-year-old youth who purports to be a third-tier alchemist. How can such a momentous event as the elixir competition be trivialized by sending a mere child to participate? Merely filling the ranks, is it permissible for anyone to compete in our elixir competition? This is an affront to the reputation of our True Alchemy Pavilion. I propose that this unknown alchemist from Tianqian City be expelled, and let their ranking be the last." As his words echoed, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience, and their gazes shifted to the table designated for the Tianqian City branch, where indeed sat a young lad. "I heard this rumor yesterday. Someone on the street boasted about taking the first place in the elixir competition, and I thought it was just a joke. I never imagined someone could be so arrogant. At just 18, how could he possibly be an alchemist, let alone a third-tier one? What a farce, indeed. What does the Tianqian City branch take the elixir competition for, casually bringing someone to compete?" Faced with the crowd's derision, Wu Shulong's expression darkened, while Feng Qilin wore a smug smile. However, Yang Lingtian remained unfazed amidst the commotion. With a voice both resonant and composed, he stated, "Indeed, I did assert my intention to secure the first place in the elixir competition. I speak solely based on my abilities, without an ounce of exaggeration. Every branch has the right and obligation to participate in this grand competition. How dare you, Feng Qilin, attempt to dismiss someone based solely on your narrow perspective? Since when did the True Alchemy Pavilion come under the jurisdiction of your Minkai City branch, allowing you to dictate who participates?" His words elicited another round of astonishment. Who endowed him with such confidence to boldly declare he would take first place? I have never encountered anyone so audacious, speaking grandiloquently without a hint of shame. He will soon be in for a surprise. This promises to be quite the spectacle. This moment, Master Qin Shi cast a sidelong glance at Yang Lingtian, his expression subtly shifting with surprise. Internally, he mused. This young man, facing such a significant occasion and the scorn of so many, remains remarkably composed, exuding a poise not typically found in one so young. Yet, his claims are undeniably grandiose, though he appears strikingly self-assured. How intriguing! Suddenly, Master Qin Shi's voice resonated through the hall, commanding attention. "Enough. It is their prerogative to send whomever they choose from their branch. Others need not interfere. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed with the competition." As soon as Master Qin Shi concluded his statement, a hush fell over the assembly, for his immense authority commanded compliance. Following his pronouncement, the host declared the commencement of the competition, and the alchemists began identifying the herbs. Yang Lingtian opened the box, casting but a fleeting glance. Being well-versed in elixirs, he instantly recognized the spiritual herbs within. He then seized a pen and began inscribing the names and specific properties of the herbs on paper, his examination sheet. While the other alchemists from various branches were still painstakingly identifying each herb, Yang Lingtian had already moved on, leading the audience to question his competence. That lad is indeed a sham alchemist. He merely glanced and is now scribbling indiscriminately. He probably thinks all the herbs look alike and can't distinguish even one. Minutes elapsed and Yang Lingtian ceased writing. Not only had he identified all the herbs, but he had also penned a second-tier elixir formula. He initially contemplated crafting a third or fourth-tier formula, but ultimately reasoned that securing full marks with a second-tier formula sufficed. Why aim higher? While the other alchemists continued their painstaking work, Yang Lingtian sat idly, prompting a fresh wave of mockery. What is he doing? Why has he stopped? Is it that he cannot identify a single herb and has chosen to forfeit? I told you, he is likely not even a trainee alchemist. He will probably set a record for the lowest score in elixir competition history. 0. Even the judges and Wu Shulong below shared their bewilderment. The first segment of the competition allowed only 1 hour, and time was precious. Every moment counted. Yet, Yang Lingtian appeared to be dawdling, having merely glanced at the herbs before writing down a few notes. Now seemingly lost in thought. What on earth is this lad doing? Wu Shulong felt a rising tide of anxiety. Meanwhile, Feng Chulin's expression grew increasingly triumphant, as if he could already envision the Tianjin City branch's embarrassment. Before long, an hour elapsed, and the exam papers of over 200 alchemists were collected and submitted to the judging panel. Each paper was scrutinized, with scores documented. Master Qin Shi specifically took Yang Lingtian's paper. Examining the answers inscribed, the normally composed master displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Full marks. It is indeed full marks, he exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. Instantly, the entire assembly turned their gaze toward the visibly excited Master Qin Shi. Many had never witnessed him so animated before. The unexpected revelation of full marks sent shockwaves through the crowd, and whispers erupted. What? Someone achieved full marks? In this first segment, the highest score was merely 80. How could there be a full score? This was the first time in the history of the elixir competition that someone had attained full marks. Who could it be? Unquestionably, it must be one of the renowned fourth-tier alchemists. The other judges, too, glanced at Master Qin Shi's paper, noting the name, Tianjin City Branch. Their expressions shifted dramatically. How is this possible? He actually achieved full marks, the correct identification of all 60 herbs, coupled with the formulation of a second-tier elixir. Astounded them. They recognized that this formula was sound without needing to concoct it. Such a feat was unfathomable, especially when the few fourth-tier alchemists had only managed to produce first-tier formulas, in the annals of the elixir competition. No one had ever successfully crafted a genuine second-tier formula in the first segment. This revelation left them utterly astounded. What further astonished them was that Yang Lingtian had merely glanced at the herbs and scribbled a few notes. Completing the task in less than an hour was truly preposterous. Master Qin Shi, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, regained his equanimity and marked Yang Lingtian's paper with full marks before recording it. Several minutes later, all scores had been compiled, and it was time to announce the top 10 scores, starting from the 10th place. The host, holding the list, found himself momentarily stunned by the scores written therein. His mind racing. Good heavens, it is indeed full marks. Yang Lingtian from the Tianjin City branch has achieved full marks. After steadying himself, he began. All right, the first segment of the elixir competition has concluded. I will now announce the scores and papers of the top 10th place. Lu Wuqing branch, score 50 points. 5th to 2nd place all scored the same, which is 80 points. As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience erupted in astonishment. The 2nd through 5th places belonged to the 4 branches with 4th-tier alchemists, yet the 1st place was not among them. We are witnessing history. This full score did not originate from any of those 4 branches. Could it be that another 4th-tier alchemist has emerged from a different branch? Not necessarily. Some seasoned 3rd-tier alchemists possess greater knowledge and experience than their 4th-tier counterparts. Yet, which branch could possibly claim the 1st place with a full score? The leaders of the 4 sub-guilds and the alchemists wore expressions of skepticism. None of their families had attained a perfect score, so which sub-guild could possibly have done so? While the audience was still in a state of confusion, the host paused momentarily before continuing. I shall now announce that the 1st place in the first part of the alchemy competition goes to the Tianjin City Sub-Guild, achieving a perfect score of 100. Upon hearing this proclamation, many were left in stunned silence. What? Did I hear that correctly? The first is the Tianjin City Sub-Guild. This must be a mistake. That seemingly unreliable young alchemist from Tianjin City actually scored full marks? Even Wu Shulong found it hard to believe that Yang Lingtian had indeed received a perfect score in the first segment of the competition. However, he distinctly heard the host declare their guild's name. And given the gravity of the alchemy competition, he knew the host could not be jesting. He had no choice but to accept that Yang Lingtian had genuinely secured 100 points for their sub-guild. Wu Shulong felt a surge of joy within. This lad truly did not boast. With this perfect score, even if he faltered in the subsequent rounds, they would not end up at the bottom. In stark contrast, Feng Chulin's countenance was one of jealousy and disbelief. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Impossible! There must be an error. How could the Tianjin City Sub-Guild possibly clinch first place? Are you questioning the rigor of the main guild's judging panel? The host retorted sharply, I dare not. I merely find it astounding that they achieved a perfect score, Feng Qilin hastily replied. Even if he could score 60 points, there is no way the subsequent formulation could yield full marks. After all, how could a new second-tier formula be concocted within an hour? Even fourth-tier alchemists would struggle. He expressed his suspicion that something dubious was afoot, implying that Tianqian City had surely engaged in some underhanded dealings. Seeing Feng Qilin still trying to undermine Tianqian City, Wu Shulong could no longer hold back. He countered, Feng Qilin, do you even comprehend what you are saying? The esteemed main guild would never allow a mere sub-guild to engage in trickery. Are you insinuating that the main guild is incompetent? Well then, since there are doubts regarding this second-tier formula, let us concoct it here and now, Master Qin Shi interjected, breaking the heated exchange. After all, whether a second-tier formula could indeed produce a genuine second-tier spirit pill was something many present could not ascertain. Sometimes, even the judging panel could overlook details, believing a formula could yield a spirit pill, only to discover something amiss during the actual concoction, resulting in a failed pill. Thus, even fourth-tier alchemists would only dare to write first-tier formulas, as that would be the safest approach. The main guild had established a rule. Should anyone question a new formula, it must be demonstrated live to produce an authentic spirit pill, with alchemists dispatched by the main guild to oversee the process. Soon, a third-tier alchemist from the main guild began concocting the pills according to the formula written by Yang Lingtian. An hour later, the spirit pill was successfully produced. Yang Lingtian, having waited too long, internally lamented, this is painfully slow. It took an entire hour. If I had done it myself, I would have tossed all the spiritual herbs in at once and produced a second-tier spirit pill in under 10 minutes. After the second-tier spirit pill was produced, it was sequentially presented to the alchemists present for inspection. All confirmed that it was indeed a new type of second-tier spirit pill, silencing any dissent. However, their internal astonishment had yet to subside. The leaders of the various sub-guilds continued to murmur among themselves, seeking to uncover the true background of this young alchemist from Tianqian City. After all, the sudden emergence of such a formidable alchemist, especially one so youthful, piqued their immense curiosity. Everyone now anticipated the subsequent performance of the Tianqian City sub-guild even more fervently. That lad claims to be a third-tier alchemist. It seems there may be truth to it. After all, anyone capable of formulating a second-tier formula on the spot must be extraordinary. Nonetheless, Feng Qilin remained unconvinced, continuing to voice his doubts alongside the other guild leaders. I believe he simply stumbled upon success by sheer luck. This second-tier formula must have been previously researched by someone else, and he merely happened to know the right materials, which just happened to include those 60 types of spiritual herbs. While such a possibility existed, it was highly improbable, and the other sub-guilds merely shook their heads in silence. Soon, the second part of the competition was set to commence. This segment would truly test their alchemical skills, marking the time for genuine evaluation of their abilities. The first part merely assessed the alchemist's understanding of various spiritual herbs. Some older, more experienced alchemists might have scored highly in the first segment, yet their actual alchemical prowess could be quite ordinary. At this juncture, Feng Qilin continued to taunt Wu Shulong, do not get too cocky. The second part is the most crucial, worth 200 points. Just because one performed well in the first part does not guarantee high skill in actual concoction. He smirked, look at that young lad. He surely lacks sufficient experience and will likely falter in this segment. Wu Shulong cast a cold glance at Feng Qilin, retorting, Himph, worry about your own standing. Be cautious, or it may be you who ends up at the bottom. The host first announced the competition rules before proceeding to the alchemical concoction. The rules for this segment stipulated a time limit of 3 hours, with only one attempt allowed. Based on the spiritual herbs provided, the spirit pills produced would be scored according to their quantity and tier. Within 3 hours, producing a first-tier spirit pill would yield 10 points, a second-tier spirit pill 30 points, a third-tier spirit pill 70 points, and a fourth-tier spirit pill 120 points. The maximum score was 200 points, with any excess counted as 200. Generally, fourth-tier alchemists would opt to produce fourth-tier spirit pills, while third-tier alchemists would choose third-tier ones. Most second-tier alchemists would typically select second-tier spirit pills. Of course, a small number might choose to produce first-tier spirit pills. If they managed to produce 4 or 5 within the allotted time, they would score considerably higher than if they had only produced one second-tier spirit pill. Occasionally, certain second-tier alchemists could surpass third-tier alchemists by producing multiple second-tier spirit pills. However, such instances were rare. Historically, there had been fourth-tier alchemists who successfully produced 2 fourth-tier spirit pills and achieved a perfect score, though such occurrences were seldom seen. Most alchemists could only manage to produce 1 pill. To produce multiple pills required exceptionally refined alchemical techniques. Despite the fact that the 4 major subguilds, which boasted fourth-tier alchemists, trailed Tianjin City by 20 points after the first segment, they were confident of securing high scores in the second part, hoping to leave their competitors far behind. Although Tianjin City had performed remarkably in the first segment, no one believed they could achieve high scores in the second part of the alchemical concoction, as Yang Lingtian appeared far too young and inexperienced, leading them to think his techniques would be unpolished. Unperturbed by the murmurs from the audience, Yang Lingtian began contemplating what tier of spirit pill to concoct. Why isn't there a score for 5th-tier spirit pills? Otherwise, I would simply concoct a 5th-tier spirit pill, he pondered. Perhaps I should attempt a 4th-tier spirit pill instead. I haven't made one in quite some time, so it would be a good practice. Once he made his decision, he commenced the preparation of the 4th-tier spirit pill, Phoenix Rebirth Pill. He audaciously tossed all the required spiritual herbs into the cauldron at once. This action caught the attention of the spectators, who displayed expressions of bewilderment. What is he doing? How can he throw so many spiritual herbs in at once? Some whispered in disbelief. My heavens, does he even know how to concoct pills? This seems excessively wasteful. Some alchemists recognized that Yang Lingtian had included several top-grade spiritual herbs and were taken aback. Only 4th-tier spirit pills would necessitate such high-quality materials. Most second-tier alchemists would typically use only inferior herbs. They were puzzled. Could it be that Yang Lingtian intended to produce a 4th-tier spirit pill? No one present believed that he could be a 4th-tier alchemist, as even achieving the status of a 1st-tier alchemist at such a young age was astonishing. The notion of him being a 4th-tier alchemist was beyond their wildest imaginations. Even Master Qin Shi, who possessed remarkable talent in alchemy, had only attained the rank of 1st-tier alchemist at that age. At this moment, Master Qin Shi was equally perplexed by Yang Lingtian's actions. He internally mused, could this lad truly be aiming to concoct a 4th-tier spirit pill? Yet even I would not dare to throw all the herbs in at once. Such an approach, where all the herbs were indiscriminately added rather than introduced sequentially, required exceptionally refined alchemical skills to succeed. Otherwise, the outcome would likely be a failed pill. Even I would only attempt such a method when concocting 1st- or 2nd-tier spirit pills. Otherwise, the likelihood of failing with a pill of 2nd tier or higher is considerable. Was it possible that he genuinely lacked the skills to concoct pills, or was he simply too young and overconfident? In the presence of all the alchemists in attendance, every action was visible to the audience. Except for Yang Lingtian, the operations of all the alchemists appeared to be quite ordinary. Yet, Yang Lingtian's actions inevitably drew more attention. Meanwhile, Feng Chulin erupted into a fit of laughter, mockingly exclaiming, "It seems that the alchemists from the Tianjin City branch are mere novices in the art of alchemy. I have never witnessed such a method. By placing all the spiritual herbs in at once, the result can only be a failed elixir. I suspect he has no real knowledge of alchemy. Perhaps he merely memorized some elixir manuals containing descriptions of various spiritual herbs and undisclosed recipes to achieve a perfect score in the first round. In truth, he cannot concoct an elixir at all." Those nearby began to murmur in agreement, casting doubts upon Yang Lingtian. Indeed, I thought he was impressive, but it turns out he's just a fraud. However, he is rather fortunate to have acquired such a rare elixir manual. But so what? I reckon he will score 0 in this alchemy round. At that moment, Yang Lingtian remained fully immersed in the alchemical process, demonstrating his unique techniques. This marked his first attempt at concocting a 4th-tier elixir, employing the most challenging method of control. Yet, he remained calm, his movements graceful and fluid, devoid of any hesitation or anxiety. While the crowd cast doubts upon Yang Lingtian, only Wu Shulong maintained his faith in him. Having witnessed Yang Lingtian successfully produce 5 third-tier elixirs previously, however, a hint of concern lingered in his mind, for it appeared that Yang Lingtian was attempting to craft a 4th-tier elixir, a feat far more complex than producing a 3rd-tier one. He worried that such an endeavor might be overly ambitious. After all, achieving 5 third-tier elixirs was already an outstanding accomplishment. Why pursue the more challenging 4th-tier elixirs? As time passed, numerous alchemists completed their crafting. extinguishing their furnaces while their elixirs floated gracefully from the cauldrons into the air. After more than 2 hours, both second-tier and third-tier alchemists had finished their concoctions, yielding respective second- and third-tier elixirs. Only a handful managed to produce 2 elixirs each, and following inspection by the main hall's alchemists, their scores were revealed. Now, only the 4 fourth-tier alchemists and Yang Lingtian remained in the process of alchemical creation, as the crafting of fourth-tier elixirs demanded additional time. However, outside, opinions diverged regarding the remaining 5 alchemists still at work. They believed that the 4 fourth-tier alchemists were indeed crafting elixirs, while concerning Yang Lingtian, they assumed he was merely fumbling about, with his concoction long since rendered a failure. Why is the Tianqian City branch still at it? If it's already ruined, they should cease immediately. Indeed, what a pity to waste so many superior spiritual herbs, only for them to turn into useless elixirs. Yes, the main hall has invested heavily in high-quality spiritual herbs for this elixir competition, only for a portion to be squandered by the Tianqian City branch. Amidst the murmurs, the first fourth-tier alchemist completed his task. Radiant fourth-tier elixir slowly ascended from the cauldron. Upon inspection by the main hall, it was confirmed as a fourth-tier elixir, awarding this branch a score of 120 points. Soon after, the second and third fourth-tier alchemists also finished, each producing a fourth-tier elixir. Their triumph was palpable, as they now stood jointly in first place with a score of 120 points each. Only the Tianqian City branch and the Qingchuan City branch had yet to produce their elixirs. Suddenly, the alchemical furnace of the Qingchuan City branch opened, revealing 2 dazzling fourth-tier elixirs that floated upward. After inspection by the main hall's alchemists, it was announced that the Qingchuan City branch had successfully crafted 2 fourth-tier elixirs, earning a total score of 200 points. This revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Goodness, they have managed to produce 2 at once. This is a fourth-tier elixir. It was said that in the history of elixir competitions, no one had succeeded in crafting 2 fourth-tier elixirs for over 50 years. It appeared that Qingchuan City would claim the top spot this time. 10 years prior, during the last competition, Master Yuchang from the Qingchuan City branch had only succeeded in producing 1 fourth-tier elixir. Who could have imagined that a decade later, he would achieve the remarkable feat of producing 2? As the accolades poured in, Master Yuchang beamed with pride. Crafting 2 fourth-tier elixirs was a resounding success, surpassing the scores of the other 3 branches by a staggering 80 points. Furthermore, as long as the final segment of the competition yielded a score of at least 20 points, their overall score would remain superior to those of the other 3 branches. To everyone's perception, the winner of the elixir competition had already been determined. Qingchuan City was set to claim victory, while the Tianqian City branch was already dismissed. Master Yuchang, buoyed by his success, hardly regarded Yang Lingtian as a competitor. Initially, he had suspected that Yang Lingtian might be a hidden alchemical genius, but witnessing Yang Lingtian's reckless method of indiscriminately tossing all the herbs into the cauldron, coupled with his unorthodox techniques, led Master Yu to conclude that Yang Lingtian's elixirs were destined for failure. Just as the scattered discussions began to fade, Yang Lingtian's alchemical furnace unexpectedly opened, revealing an astonishing spectacle before the astonished crowd. 5 elixirs slowly ascended, radiating brilliance and emitting a rich fragrance that enveloped the surroundings, capturing everyone's attention. The more discerning judges and the 4 fourth-tier alchemists from the other branches immediately recognized that all 5 were fourth-tier elixirs. They stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. The 4 fourth-tier alchemists exclaimed in unison, "This is impossible." Although most spectators could not discern the elixir's tier, they could feel that these 5 were extraordinary. Certainly not failures. They were left in a state of shock and awe. How can this be? He actually produced 5 elixirs. Could those 5 truly be fourth-tier elixirs? Surely they are not first-tier. What first-tier elixirs? Do first-tier elixirs radiate such brilliance and emit such a potent aroma? I believe they must be at least second-tier. Chapter 45. Consecutive perfect scores. However, these 5 elixirs bore resemblance to the fourth-tier elixirs produced by the previous 4 alchemists. Could it truly be that he had crafted 5 fourth-tier elixirs? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the hundreds of years of the Zhen Dan Pavilion's elixir competitions, no one has ever managed to produce 5 elixirs, let alone 4-tier ones. The crowd buzzed with speculation. At that moment, Master Qin Shi could no longer remain seated. He swiftly approached the 5 elixirs hovering above the furnace. He intended to conduct a personal inspection. his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the 4 fourth-tier elixirs. With excitement coursing through him, he declared, the Tianjin City branch has succeeded in crafting 5 fourth-tier elixirs, achieving a score of 200 points. Master Chen knew that even he could not produce 5 fourth-tier elixirs in a single attempt, which was why he was so exhilarated. As the authoritative Master Chen made his announcement, the entire venue fell silent. The fact that he had personally inspected and confirmed this outcome was unprecedented. The news of the Tianjin City branch producing 5 fourth-tier elixirs struck the audience like thunder, leaving them profoundly shaken. They realized they had witnessed the birth of a legend. Wu Shulong's rival, Feng Qilin, refused to accept this outcome. He shook his head vigorously, seemingly trying to awaken himself, muttering, "This is impossible. This is impossible." Gradually, murmurs began to circulate, and the crowd regarded Yang Lingtian with looks akin to that of encountering a monster. Some even wondered if Yang Lingtian was truly only 18 years old, or if he were a hidden alchemical master in disguise. At this moment, Yang Lingtian maintained a demeanor of serene composure. He understood that to become a formidable force, one must cultivate an unwavering calmness in the face of any circumstance. Master Qin's gaze was fixed intently upon Yang Lingtian, keen to ascertain whether he truly was a mere 18 years of age. After a thorough observation, his keen insight, honed from years of experience at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, revealed the youthful essence of a nascent foundation cultivator. Upon confirming his age, it became evident to him that producing a 4th-grade spiritual pill required at least the expertise of a 4th-grade alchemist. This revelation profoundly astonished Master Qin, a venerable alchemist who had lived for centuries. An 18-year-old 4th-grade alchemist was a rarity in the world, unprecedented and almost mythical. Yes, the crowd continued to be enveloped in a state of astonishment. The host commenced the announcement of the 3rd segment of the competition. This final phase involved the identification of various spiritual pills, necessitating the participants to not only name the pills but also elucidate their effects and the specific recipes employed in their creation. The esteemed assembly would present 30 first-grade pills, 20 second-grade pills, 10 third-grade pills, 5 fourth-grade pills, and 2 fifth-grade pills for appraisal. Correctly identifying a first or second-grade pill would earn 1 point, while a third or fourth-grade pill would yield 5 points, and a fifth-grade pill would garner 10 points. Achieving perfect identification would result in a flawless score. Just as the array of spiritual pills was about to be revealed, Master Qin rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Hold on!" He approached the table laden with the concealed pills and gently lifted the covering cloth, revealing one of the spiritual pills in his possession. In a deft maneuver, he exchanged a 5th-grade spiritual pill for one of the newly unveiled pills. Internally, Master Qin speculated, "I will replace a 5th-grade pill with a rare 6th-grade pill. I wonder if that young lad will recognize it." This 6th-grade pill, a rare treasure he had come across by chance, was of utmost significance, and despite having memorized its recipe, he had been unable to concoct it for over a century. The importance of this 6th-grade spiritual pill was paramount, and he had never before presented it publicly. Yet, in order to gauge the young man's capabilities, he felt compelled to do so. Following Master Qin's secretive substitution, the collection of spiritual pills was brought forth onto the stage. While all attendees could observe the pills, each competing alchemist was shrouded by an invisible barrier that impeded sound from permeating. Thus, the alchemists could see the spiritual pills but could only jot down their responses on paper. Once the cloth covering the pills was lifted, all the spiritual pills were laid bare before the audience. Aside from Qin, the other judges, upon glimpsing the 6th-grade pill, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. A select few in the audience also recognized the 6th-grade pill. Their surprise palpable. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the hall. A 6th-grade spiritual pill. There is actually a 6th-grade spiritual pill on the stage. This exclamation swiftly captured the attention of the onlookers. What? A 6th-grade spiritual pill? Impossible. There are no 6th-grade alchemists in the Xingyue dynasty. How could there be a 6th-grade spiritual pill? The total Pavilion had brought forth an exceedingly rare 6th-grade spiritual pill for identification. This seemed excessive, as 5th-grade pills were already a challenge for many alchemists to decipher. To present a 6th-grade pill, a legendary entity, was beyond comprehension. The 6th-grade spiritual pill was extraordinarily scarce within the Xingyue dynasty, practically non-existent in commerce, leading many to believe it existed only in legends. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of some, yet none dared to act impulsively. Furthermore, they were unaware of the exact name of the sixth-grade pill, let alone its recipe and effects. Yang Lingtian, too, was captivated by the aura emanating from the sixth-grade spiritual pill. Fortunately, his expertise in alchemy allowed him to swiftly identify it as the foundation-strengthening pill, known for its ability to refine the spiritual energy within one's dantian, enhancing one's strength. However, this sixth-grade pill required the finest spiritual herbs for its creation, which were exceedingly rare. Thus, even with knowledge of the recipe, one could not concoct it without the necessary materials. He promptly recorded the names, recipes, and effects of all the spiritual pills, while others remained perplexed, scratching their heads in contemplation. Although most were familiar with the names of the spiritual pills, the most challenging aspect lay in comprehending their recipes. Master Qin Shi observed the seemingly effortless demeanor of Yang Lingtian, pondering, how could this young man finish so quickly? Could it be that he recognizes the sixth-grade pill and knows its recipe? As time elapsed, all papers were collected for grading. Whenever someone penned the recipe for the sixth-grade pill, the other judges would present the paper to Chief Judge Qin Shi, as they lacked the knowledge to evaluate its accuracy. It became evident that many alchemists had resorted to guesswork. However, when Qin Shi received Yang Lingtian's paper, his eyes widened in disbelief, a tempest of emotions stirring within him. He was astounded to discover that Yang Lingtian had indeed written the recipe for the sixth-grade pill. How could this be? In the past, when he had stumbled upon the sixth-grade pill, he had acquired the complete recipe to understand its ingredient ratios. Yet, Yang Lingtian managed to transcribe it flawlessly. Could he be the reincarnation of a pill sage? Following the competition, the judges compiled the scores, and the host began announcing the results of the final round, as well as the overall scores. The top 10 and the bottom 10 would be revealed to the audience. The host's powerful voice resonated as he announced the scores of the top 10 in the last round. When the audience heard that the Tianjin City branch had once again secured a perfect score, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. And why heavens, we are witnessing history. The first perfect score in the history of the alchemical competition. To everyone's surprise, a branch from a remote city had claimed the top position in the alchemical competition. What was the name of that young alchemist? He had boldly proclaimed his intention to secure first place. And it turned out he was not merely boasting. His name was Yang Lingtian, who had been setting up a stall on the street prior to the competition, declaring his ambition to achieve first place. Such a remarkable young alchemist was likely unprecedented in history. It was astonishing that a barren region like Tianjin City could produce such an exceptional talent in alchemy. The majority of the audience now extolled the virtues of Tianjin City, much to the delight of Wu Shulong, who felt a surge of pride. Their city had truly risen to prominence, leaping from the depths to the heights. At that moment, Feng Chulin, the master of the Minkai City branch, wore a face of envy and discontent, unable to fathom Yang Lingtian's extraordinary prowess. Despite the admiration Yang Lingtian garnered from many present for his alchemical skills and talents, Feng Chulin remained unconvinced. Feeling that his own prestige had been tarnished, just moments prior, he had been mercilessly mocking Yang Lingtian, only to have his jibes thrown back in his face. However, a further embarrassment awaited him. Soon, the overall rankings were announced, and unsurprisingly, Tianjin City topped the list with a perfect score of 400 points. Following this, the scores of the bottom 10 were disclosed, beginning with the 10th lowest. As the announcement progressed, the absence of the Minkai City branch brought a sigh of relief from Feng Chulin, who recalled their previous placement as the 11th from the bottom, with Tianjin City having ascended from the bottom ranks. He feared that his own branch might be relegated to the bottom 10. However, as the 9th and subsequent scores were revealed without mention of his branch, he felt reassured that they would not be among the lowest. Finally, the much-anticipated announcement of the last place commenced. The branch that claimed this dubious honor was none other than the Minkai City branch, with a paltry score of 90 points. The host's declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. Throughout the history of the alchemical competition, the most riveting subjects of conversation revolved around the first and last places. In that moment, Feng Chulin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Rendered speechless, he could scarcely believe that his branch had garnered the ignominy of last place, a fate that would tarnish their reputation and impose a penalty of surrendering 50% of their profits in the years to come. Wu Shulong seized the opportunity to mock Feng Chulin, exclaiming with unabashed glee, "Ha ha ha! Feng Qilin, didn't you claim that your alchemists have made remarkable progress over the past decade? What a monumental leap it has been, landing you right at the bottom. At that moment, the surrounding jeers added to the humiliation. I recall the last place in the previous competition scored 120 points. This time, the last place has plummeted to 90 points. Are the second-grade alchemists from Minkai City so unskilled? They might as well send one of our first-grade alchemists. At least they could score above 100. Feng Qilin listened to the mocking remarks of those nearby. His face ashen with fury, he felt a burning sensation on his cheeks and could no longer endure the humiliation, swiftly turning away from the competition venue. That moment, it was time for the top 10 competitors to take the stage and receive their well-deserved rewards. However, these were merely minor accolades. The most significant prize was that the profits of their division would no longer need to be submitted to the headquarters for the next decade. Thus, over time, their division's foundation would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Wu Shulong took to the stage to represent Tianjin City and accept the award, feeling as though he were in a dream. Everything was unfolding too swiftly and too fantastically. At that very moment, in a secluded corner, Feng Qilin observed this scene, his heart swelling with jealousy and hatred like a volcano ready to erupt. His gaze turned malevolent. Why? Why must it be you? Junior brother? You take such pleasure in this, don't you? You have always overshadowed me. Now your division is racing far ahead of mine, trampling my face into the ground. All because of that extraordinary Yang Lingtian. As long as your division remains unscathed by him, you will inevitably fall into the abyss once more. That cursed Yang Lingtian must not be allowed to live. At this point, Yang Lingtian had become the object of Feng Qilin's animosity. Soon, the entire alchemy grand competition concluded, yet Wu Shulong and the others lingered on the scene, engaging in conversation with others. The names of Tianjin City and Yang Lingtian spread rapidly throughout the capital, their influence surpassing that of previous competitions. This was the first time in history that a perfect score was achieved, with 5 fourth-grade spirit pills successfully refined during the competition. Such news sent shockwaves through the capital. Yueying City, Yang Lingtian had truly made a name for himself, renowned far and wide. This moment, the system's voice finally resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task and aiding the Tianjin City division in securing first place in the competition, gaining widespread recognition. As a reward, you receive the unparalleled body of the Chaos Dao. What? An unparalleled Chaos Dao body? This is beyond wonderful. Yang Lingtian understood that the Chaos Dao body was an incredibly powerful physique. Thus, he had gained another formidable asset on his path to becoming a strong cultivator. Still enveloped in joy, Yang Lingtian suddenly felt a warmth surging through his body, as if a tremendous transformation was occurring within him. A chaotic energy flowed through him, continuously reshaping his physique. The chaotic energy was a mysterious and potent force, subtly transforming Yang Lingtian's body, endowing it with the characteristics of the Chaos Dao body and fortifying his physical form. However, this moment of transformation was fleeting, soon giving way to tranquility, with no signs of energy leaking out. No one on the scene noticed the changes taking place within Yang Lingtian. Everything was eerily calm, leaving Yang Lingtian puzzled, his brow furrowed. Was it truly so effortless to attain the Chaos Dao body? Shouldn't the awakening of such a heavenly physique invoke a phenomenon in the heavens and earth? Where had the heavenly phenomenon gone? At that moment, the astonished voice of the Chaos Pearl echoed in his ears. The Chaos Dao body, this aura cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the Chaos Dao body. Master, you have awakened the extraordinary Chaos Dao body. This small world has actually allowed for the awakening of the Chaos Dao body. Unbelievable. Upon hearing the Chaos Pearl's astonishment, Yang Lingtian realized the significance of the Chaos Dao body was far from ordinary. Nevertheless, a hint of confusion lingered within him as he inquired, why did my awakening of the Chaos Dao body not manifest a heavenly phenomenon like that of Iyue? The Chaos Pearl responded with a childlike voice. That is because this realm is not worthy of resonating with the Chaos Dao body. The Chaos Dao body is the strongest physique within the chaos, transcending this world. The heavenly laws of this realm cannot sense it. However, your Chaos Dao body has not fully awakened yet and will require further development on your part. That moment, a voice interrupted Yang Lingtian's conversation with the Chaos Pearl. Young friend Lingtian, would you be so kind as to accompany me back to the headquarters? I would like to discuss something with you. Yang Lingtian turned to see Master Qin Shi speaking to him. Master Qin Shi was not only a peak golden core cultivator, but also a highly respected 5th-grade alchemist. It was only proper to give him face. Otherwise, it would indeed be ungrateful. Yang Lingtian cupped his hands and replied, "Of course, I am quite available at this moment." Other alchemists turned their gazes toward Yang Lingtian, all revealing envious expressions. This was an invitation from Master Qin Shi, indicating his high regard for Yang Lingtian. Subsequently, Master Qin Shi led Yang Lingtian directly to a secluded chamber in the headquarters. Yang Lingtian initiated the conversation. "I'm curious about what you wish to discuss, Master Qin." Master Qin Shi smiled and said, "You may have already guessed. I am naturally curious about how you came to know of that 6th-grade spirit pill recipe. I believe that, in the Xingyue dynasty, no one else was aware of it apart from myself." After pondering for a moment, Yang Lingtian fabricated a response. "Actually, that is my secret. However, in front of Master Qin, I shall not conceal it that I fortuitously obtained a recipe and legacy from an alchemy master while I was outside." He continued, "This alchemy manuscript recorded many recipes that have yet to appear on the market. However, it contained only a few recipes for the 6th-grade spirit pill, and the recipe for the 6th-grade spirit pill I produced during the competition happened to be documented in that manuscript. It was purely by chance that I was able to write it down." This statement immediately piqued Master Qin Shi's suspicion and interest, prompting him to ask, "Oh, do you still possess that alchemy manuscript?" Yang Lingtian maintained his serious facade as he replied, "I have already destroyed it, for I know that such a treasure is beyond my ability to protect. Keeping it would surely invite disaster. So I memorized all the alchemical techniques and recipes within it. After I became a 4th-grade alchemist, I destroyed it." Master Qin Shi fixed his gaze intently on Yang Lingtian, trying to discern any signs of deception in his eyes. Yet, throughout the conversation, Yang Lingtian remained composed and his gaze unwavering, giving no indication of dishonesty. This only served to heighten Master Qin Shi's intrigue. Typically, a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment would either be extremely nervous or overly excited when questioned by a peak golden core cultivator. But Yang Lingtian appeared remarkably calm and mature. "You are wise, young friend. If I were in your position, lacking any powerful backing, I would have done the same," Master Qin Shi remarked with a smile. Although he still harbored some doubts about Yang Lingtian's words, it no longer mattered. "Young friend Yang, as a 4th-grade alchemist with such exquisite skills, it is a pity to remain in a small place like Tianjin City. Why not come to the royal city and join the headquarters? The benefits at the headquarters are substantial. I can petition the sect leader to grant you better treatment than other 4th-grade alchemists. What say you?" Yang Lingtian smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Master Qin, but I have many matters to attend to in Tianjin City. Thus, I am currently unable to accept a position at the Zhen Dan Pavilion headquarters. I hope for your understanding." Master Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback. How many alchemists from various divisions longed to enter the headquarters but were unable to? To others, such a coveted opportunity was a dream. Yet Yang Lingtian had actually turned it down. Nonetheless, Master Qin Shi chuckled lightly and said, "Very well, the doors of the Zhen Dan Pavilion headquarters will always be open to you." He then produced a token and handed it to Yang Lingtian, which bore the character for Qin. Yang Lingtian examined the token. Its material was considerably inferior to that of the token given to him by the mysterious elder last time. After accepting the token, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for bestowing this token upon me, Master Qin. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Indeed, there is nothing else. I hope to see you again in the future." Master Qin Shi replied with a smile. Watching Yang Lingtian depart, Master Qin Shi murmured to himself, "This young man is no ordinary individual. Perhaps his claim of acquiring an alchemy manuscript is true. But it would be impossible for someone merely relying on such a manuscript to become a 4th-grade alchemist at the tender age of 18 so swiftly. There must be secrets I have yet to fathom. And his innate talent for alchemy is undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps our Xingyue dynasty may truly give rise to a 6th-grade alchemist, and he is the most promising candidate. This child remains inscrutable to me. There may be a significant background behind him." At this moment, Yang Lingtian had exited the headquarters and was making his way back to the inn, however, with his spirit attuned to the golden core realm. He sensed that he had been followed along the way. Although vigilant, he paid it little mind. After all, it was only natural to attract attention now that he had become well known. Upon returning to his inn room, he was met by Wu Shulong, who approached him with a beaming expression to express his gratitude. Wu Shulong first bowed deeply to Yang Lingtian before exclaiming, "Master Yang, I cannot thank you enough. I never imagined that our Tianjin City Division could secure first place in this alchemy competition. Tio, show my gratitude. Please do not hesitate to voice any requests. I will fulfill them to the best of my ability." Yang Lingtian smiled slightly and replied, "I have no particular demands. Simply give me the spirit stone reward you previously promised. Of course, if you wish to provide a bit more, I would not mind." Wu Shulong paused momentarily, nearly forgetting the prior agreement made with Yang Lingtian. However, the promise of a reward of 20 million spirit stones for attaining first place had been spoken rather casually. He had never truly believed that Yang Lingtian could secure the top position, and thus had not given much thought to the spirit stone reward. Chapter 47. The Golden Core Realm Assassins. As Wu Shulong reflected on this, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in disbelief. 20 million spirit stones. That was equivalent to 5 years of net profit. Although he no longer needed to remit 50% of the profits to the main hall. Based on previous earnings, it would take at least 2.5 years to break even. Theo claimed that it didn't pain him would be disingenuous, yet as the master of the branch hall, he could not go back on the agreement he had made. However, Wu Shulong had underestimated the promotional impact of the title of first place in the Dan Pill competition of the True Dan Pavilion. As the champion branch of Tianjin City, future business prospects would undoubtedly flourish, even attracting orders for pills from distant cities, leading to profits beyond his imagination. He estimated that he would likely recoup the 20 million in just a few months. Nevertheless, Wu Shulong remained oblivious to this potential, as the Tianjin City branch had consistently been at the bottom and had never experienced the benefits of ranking high in the Dan Pill competition, leading him to believe that the pill business would merely improve slightly. Thus, he still felt a pang of regret at the thought of giving away those 20 million low-grade spirit stones. However, Wu Shulong was aware that Yang Lingtian was now a fourth-tier alchemist, a status that warranted his utmost respect. Therefore, he could only thump his chest and declare, "Rest assured, I will prepare the 20 million spirit stones and deliver them to you immediately upon my return." To further demonstrate his sincerity, Wu Shulong produced the 5th-tier spirit pill, Gathering Source Pill, as a reward for the competition. This pill contained immense energy capable of enhancing cultivation, and for a golden core cultivator, it held tremendous efficacy. One could even say that with an ample supply of Gathering Source pills, a golden core initial stage cultivator could smoothly break through to the peak of the golden core stage. However, reaching the peak of the golden core stage required comprehending the profound mysteries of heaven and earth to advance to the nascent soul stage. Such spirit pills were exceedingly rare and precious in the Xingyue dynasty, practically priceless. This time, Wu Shulong intended to present the Gathering Source pill to Yang Lingtian. "Master Yang, in addition to the promised spirit stones, I also bestow upon you this 5th-tier Gathering Source pill." Upon seeing the spirit pill, Yang Lingtian's eyes brightened, yet he remained courteous, saying, "This spirit pill is extraordinarily precious. Even 1 million spirit stones would not suffice to purchase it. Are you certain you wish to give it to me?" "Of course, this is rightfully yours, as you have earned it," Wu Shulong replied, reluctantly parting with it. "Very well, I shall not be polite then." Yang Lingtian accepted the Gathering Source pill with a joyous expression. After Wu Shulong departed, Yang Lingtian could hardly contain his eagerness to refine the 5th-tier spirit pill. He swallowed it whole and began to refine it using the Chaos Dao Divine Art. Several hours later, with the assistance of the Chaos Pearl, Chaos Dao Body, and Chaos Dao Divine Art, he completely refined the spirit pill infused with immense energy. However, the energy first entered the Chaos Pearl, and only a small portion of the pure energy was absorbed by Yang Lingtian's Dantian, while some energy surged from his Dantian, circulating throughout his body to enhance his physique. Yang Lingtian noticed that after acquiring the Chaos Dao Body, his energy requirements had significantly increased. This indicated that to achieve breakthroughs, he would require an abundance of cultivation resources, especially given the voracious nature of the Chaos Pearl. Nevertheless, he understood that the enhanced Chaos Dao Body had undoubtedly become extraordinary. At the very least, its physical strength had significantly increased, and its self-repair capabilities had improved as well. Remarkably, the 5th-tier spirit pill had not allowed him to advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He had only reached the peak of the initial stage. Ordinarily, a typical initial stage foundation establishment cultivator would have broken through to the mid-stage after refining a Gathering Source pill. Yang Lingtian mentally complained to the Chaos Pearl. Chaos Pearl, have you had your fill? Is it too much to ask for you to share a bit more energy with me instead of consuming it all? Master, I am also at the mercy of circumstances. Came the innocent voice of the Chaos Pearl. I am currently in a severely damaged state, unable to control the flow of energy. Therefore, this is beyond my control. Please forgive me. After hearing this explanation from the Chaos Pearl, Yang Lingtian couldn't help but suspect that he was being fed nonsense. Nevertheless, he recognized that the Chaos Pearl indeed required vast amounts of energy to continue its repairs, and he chose not to press the matter further. Now, just a step away from breaking through to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, he took out spirit stones to cultivate. Within less than an hour, he absorbed 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, he finally shattered the bottleneck and advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The instant he broke through, an overwhelming aura involuntarily radiated from him. At that time, Wu Shulong, resting in a nearby room, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards Yang Lingtian's chamber, his face displaying astonishment and disbelief. He actually broke through. Could it be that he refined the gathering source pill completely? This is impossible. Even I would take over half a month to fully refine the energy of a gathering source pill. How could he, originally at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, accomplish this in less than half a day? As the aura dissipated, Yang Lingtian had completed his breakthrough. He now felt that his physical strength was already comparable to that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Most importantly, the purity of the spiritual energy within his dantian was also on par with that of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Mobilizing the spiritual energy under the operation of the Chaos Dao body allowed him to unleash strength greater than that of a typical mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. Your strength has surged, taking you a step further on the path of power. As a reward, you have unlocked the second layer of the martial art Cold Shadow 100 Swords and the second layer of the technique Wind Half-Flowing Clouds. A surge of information flooded into Yang Lingtian's mind, filling him with elation. The system had finally unlocked the second layer of these two martial arts. The first layer of Cold Shadow 100 Swords and Wind Half-Flowing Clouds was merely equivalent to a top-tier yellow-grade martial art, while the newly unlocked second layer reached the standard of a low-grade mysterious martial art. This represented a significant leap in level, and if cultivated to perfection, its power would undoubtedly increase substantially. After all, as one's cultivation improved, the effects of the first layers of Cold Shadow 100 Swords and Wind Half-Flowing Clouds would diminish, necessitating stronger martial arts to unleash their true power. At that moment, Wu Shulong's voice called out, Master Yang, is it convenient for me to enter? Please do, Yang Lingtian replied succinctly. Wu Shulong opened the door, scrutinizing Yang Lingtian from head to toe, and then spoke. Congratulations, Master Yang, on your breakthrough. May I ask if you used the gathering source pill just now? Yang Lingtian smiled. Of course. Without the gathering source pill you gifted me, I could not have broken through so swiftly. Although he had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed from Yang Lingtian's own lips still left Wu Shulong astounded. Internally, he marveled. Master Yang managed to refine a fifth-tier spirit pill in less than half a day. Truly astonishing. It seems he harbors secrets beyond comprehension. Perhaps he is a reincarnated powerhouse or has encountered some unimaginable fortune. Regardless, Master Yang is bound to gain renown across the continent. I must cultivate a good relationship with him. Wu Shulong composed himself and said, I wish to inform you that we shall depart for Tianjin City tomorrow. Very well, see you tomorrow, Yang Lingtian replied with a cheerful smile before retreating. Although he was curious about how Yang Lingtian had refined a fifth-tier spirit pill in half a day, Wu Shulong wisely refrained from asking questions that were best left unspoken. The next morning, Wu Shulong hired a carriage and set off with Yang Lingtian, now that the competition had concluded and there was no need to rush. Although traveling by carriage was slower, it was far less strenuous, allowing them to enjoy the scenic beauty along the way. As they distanced themselves from the royal city and passed through a mountain range, two powerful attacks suddenly surged towards their carriage. Wu Shulong and Yang Lingtian's expressions changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Shulong grabbed Yang Lingtian and soared into the air. The two attacks missed their mark, crashing into the carriage and instantly reducing it to ashes. With the coachman and horses left as mere remnants, at that moment, two figures appeared before them in midair. both cloaked and emanating a powerful aura indicative of early-stage golden core cultivators. Who are you? And why have you attacked our carriage? Wu Shulong demanded sternly. We are merely nameless assassins, tasked with taking your lives, one of the masked figures replied coldly. What? Who possesses such audacity to hire golden core assassins? Wu Shulong's brow furrowed in confusion. We only know our mission is to take your lives. Beyond that, we are unaware of any details, the other individual responded, facing the formidable presence of the two golden core cultivators. Yang Lingtian remained remarkably composed. He surmised that these two were likely targeting him, given his conspicuous performance in the Dan Pill competition. Hall Master, I believe they are after me. Perhaps we should each make our escape? Yang Lingtian softly uttered to Wu Shulong, by staying by your side, I shall only become a burden. Fear not, for I possess a means of escape. Wu Shulong gazed deeply at Yang Lingtian, his heart laden with concern. After all, he faced a formidable opponent, a golden core expert, while Yang Lingtian was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly evade such a threat? Yet, contemplating the extraordinary nature of Yang Lingtian, he resigned himself to the situation. Very well, I will hold them off for you. You must flee at once. However, in a one-on-two confrontation, I cannot sustain this for long. One of them will inevitably pursue you. Whether you can evade the golden core assassin's pursuit rests solely upon you, Wu Shulong declared with a grave expression. Yang Lingtian nodded, and Wu Shulong propelled him backward, charging toward the two golden core experts. Yang Lingtian swiftly retrieved the Yutian boat, activating it with all his might as he fled into the distance. This is bad. That boy possesses a mid-grade flying spirit artifact. He must not be allowed to escape. One of the masked figures exclaimed, preparing to give chase, but a powerful attack blocked his path. If you wish to pursue, you must first pass through me, Wu Shulong roared, his aura surging. You hold him off. I will pursue, one masked figure instructed the other. Chapter 48. Misguided into the Tianshan Valley, Wu Shulong engaged in combat with the two golden core cultivators. Whenever one attempted to rush toward Yang Lingtian's escape route, Wu Shulong would swiftly interpose himself. However, facing two opponents proved taxing. After several minutes of intense battle, one of them managed to break free, while the other clung tenaciously to Wu Shulong. Nevertheless, this sacrifice afforded Yang Lingtian precious moments to escape, widening the distance between them. Having advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage, Yang Lingtian urged the Yutian boat to its limits, achieving a speed that surpassed the peak of foundation establishment, drawing perilously close to that of an ordinary golden core expert. Yet, the pursuer, a genuine golden core assassin, was still slightly faster. Yang Lingtian sensed the overwhelming aura of the golden core killer closing in. Realizing he was drawing nearer, he opened the map of the Xingyue dynasty gifted by the mysterious elder. Contemplating his next course of action, Yang Lingtian was acutely aware that should he encounter a peak foundation establishment cultivator, he might stand a chance. However, against a golden core expert, he was utterly outmatched. As they belonged to entirely different realms, as the golden core assassin approached, Yang Lingtian was at a loss for effective strategies. Suddenly, the Chaos Pearl seemed to resonate with his emotions, its voice echoing in his mind. Master, there is a method to help you evade your pursuer. What method? Speak quickly, Yang Lingtian implored eagerly. You must extract a drop of your essence blood and let it fall upon the Yutian boat. Your Chaos Dao body will imbue the blood with a trace of chaotic energy, allowing the Yutian boat to achieve greater speed for several hours. However, this will severely deplete your vitality, leaving you weakened and requiring time to recover. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Lingtian resolved to employ this method. Although it came at a cost, it was preferable to being caught and killed by a golden core expert. He forced a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip, immediately feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. This was no mere drop of blood. It contained potent energy and vitality. A trace of chaotic energy emanated from the drop as Yang Lingtian let it fall upon the Yutian boat. The moment the blood was absorbed, it was as if the vessel had broken free from some binding force, awakening from slumber, and an immense aura surged forth. The Yutian boat's speed erupted, racing forward like a bolt of lightning. This velocity far exceeded that of a golden core cultivator at the initial stage, even surpassing that of a mid-stage golden core. However, Yang Lingtian's face contorted in pain as his body began to tremble. his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. The loss of such vital essence had inflicted significant harm upon him. The Golden Core assassin, sensing a peculiar fluctuation of energy, realized that Yang Lingtian's aura was rapidly distancing itself from him. He perceived the surge in Yang Lingtian's speed and soon found himself left far behind. How is this possible? Even with a mid-grade flying spirit artifact, a Foundation establishment cultivator cannot achieve such speed. The pursuing Golden Core assassin was aghast, filled with disbelief and shock. A wave of humiliation washed over him. Damn it, as a dignified Golden Core expert, I have allowed a mere Foundation establishment cultivator to escape. Resolute, he vowed to continue the pursuit, convinced that Yang Lingtian had employed some secret technique to suddenly gain such extraordinary speed. The cost of such a technique must be immense and unsustainable. He could not have fled far. Despite losing sight and sense of Yang Lingtian, the Golden Core assassin refused to give up, scouring the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Lingtian's body had become exceedingly weak, and he lost consciousness, collapsing upon the Yutian boat. Although the vessel lacked Yang Lingtian's control, it had absorbed a drop of blood infused with chaotic energy, granting it an almost primordial power, allowing it to continue its flight unabated. The energy from the essence blood would sustain the Yutian boat's flight for several hours. After hours of relentless flight, the essence blood's energy was finally depleted, and the Yutian boat plummeted straight down from the sky, crashing heavily into the earth below. Fortunately, Yang Lingtian possessed a Chaos Dao body, rendering his physical form extraordinarily resilient. With no protective measures, relying solely on his bodily strength, even an attack from a Foundation establishment expert would not harm him in the slightest. Otherwise, in his unconscious state, a fall from such height would have surely resulted in his demise, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. Several days later, Yang Lingtian slowly regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he found his mind still somewhat dazed. His body feeling utterly drained, a bitter pang of realization struck him. He had not anticipated the price of extracting a drop of essence blood to be so steep. Thankfully, no demonic beasts had approached during his period of unconsciousness. Otherwise, he would have surely been devoured. He pondered whether the Golden Core assassin had followed him and knew he could not afford to let his guard down. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy, only to find it exceedingly taxing, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain throughout his body. While he could still exert a measure of strength, each use of his cultivation power inflicted subtle harm upon him. It was clear that until he had restored his vitality, he should refrain from engaging in combat. He realized he could only continue to operate the Yutian boat in search of a secure cave to recuperate fully. Although this would further strain his body, he had no other choice. Just as he prepared to activate the Yutian boat, his heightened spiritual awareness detected the approach of others. After all, his current soul strength was comparable to that of a Golden Core cultivator, enabling him to sense movements from over 1,000 meters away. He promptly stowed the Yutian boat and stood at a distance, gazing into the horizon. Moments later, several figures gradually came into view. Among them were two individuals, a man and a woman, both at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while the others were under the 7th layer. Look, there appears to be someone over there. The woman was the first to spot Yang Lingtian. Soon, the group hastened toward him, surrounding him completely. Detecting no cultivation aura emanating from him, it was evident he was a mere mortal. Which family do you belong to? The man at the 9th layer of Qi refinement inquired in a flat tone. Though his gaze scrutinized Yang Lingtian without much concern, a mere mortal could hardly capture his interest. I do not belong to any family. May I ask where this place is? Yang Lingtian replied succinctly, countering with a question, "No family. So you are from a nearby village?" The woman commented. This is a small hill within the Tianshan Valley, where demonic beasts roam year-round. You, a mere mortal, dare to venture here? She continued, her tone devoid of condescension. Very well, consider it your good fortune to have encountered us. You may follow along. Yang Lingtian pondered briefly. Being unfamiliar with the area, it seemed prudent to accompany them for the time being. All right, thank you. Yang Lingtian gladly accepted the circumstances. Through the conversations along the way, he learned the names of these individuals. The man was named by Qing, the woman by Zi, and the others bore the same surname, indicating they hailed from the same family. He also discovered that this place was known as Tianshan Valley, the largest valley basin of the Xingyue dynasty. Surrounded by towering mountains, Tian Shan Valley descended into depths of several thousand meters, encircled by sheer cliffs that were nearly impossible to scale. Thus, this place remained isolated from the outside world. Without reaching the Golden Core stage, one could not soar into the skies and escape the valley. This rendered the area seldom frequented by outsiders, and few were able to depart. It remained uncertain whether this was a hidden paradise or a prison. Fortunately, he possessed the Yutian boat, which could allow him to fly away. However, his injured body had yet to recover, and the weakness caused by the loss of a drop of essence blood still lingered. Therefore, Yang Lingtian planned to recuperate thoroughly in Tian Shan Valley. Moreover, with Golden Core experts pursuing him outside, it was wise to lay low for the time being. Yang Lingtian followed the group over several small hills, traversing dozens of miles, until they finally arrived at a flat expanse. This location evidently served as a gathering place, having already amassed over 100 individuals. However, these were all Qi refining stage cultivators, the strongest among them at the 9th level of Qi refinement. All donned identical uniforms, clearly indicating their affiliation with the same faction. "Bai Qing, you have finally returned," a burly man approached and spoke. "All my teams have completed their missions on time. Only you are missing. Bai Qing, did you retrieve the heart of the blood fire wolf?" Another man inquired as he approached. Bai Qing casually flipped open a wooden box, revealing the heart of the blood fire wolf within. "The heart of the blood fire wolf is here. The mission has been accomplished," he replied proudly. "Excellent. All the auxiliary materials are ready. We are merely lacking the main ingredient now," the man exclaimed with delight. His gaze suddenly shifted to the tattered Yang Lingtian behind Bai Qing, whose disheveled appearance seemed quite pitiful. "Who is he?" "Just a mere mortal who got lost on the hills," Bai Zi interjected. "We happened upon him, and considering it fate, we decided to bring him along." The middle-aged man scrutinized Yang Lingtian for a moment before turning to Bai Qing, the grandson of the clan leader. "You possess considerable authority and freedom to bring an outsider along. However, these are precarious times, and I hope you do not let trivial matters hinder the affairs of the Bai family. We understand. Rest assured, he is merely a mortal and will not impede our endeavors," Bai Qing assured him. Just as everyone was preparing to sit down and rest, a voice rang out from the distance. "All personnel, assemble!" A woman clad in white approached, followed by several subordinates. As she drew near, everyone immediately clasped their fists and greeted, "Greetings, Miss Bai Shuiyu." Yang Lingtian observed the approaching young lady. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her figure was exceptionally graceful, rendering her a stunning beauty of unparalleled charm. Chapter 49. Bai Shuiyu exuded an aura that had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, her presence far surpassing that of other Qi refinement experts. The moment she appeared, a formidable energy emanated from her, making her stand out conspicuously. Clearly, her strength was not that of an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. With a calm expression, Bai Shuiyu surveyed the surroundings and addressed the assembly. "Everyone, our Bai family is currently facing an unprecedented crisis. Whether we can overcome this challenge hinges on our ability to successfully acquire the heart of the Tiger Wing King. For the sake of the Bai family, I hope each of you will join me in exerting your utmost efforts." Subsequently, Bai Shuiyu led over 50 Qi refinement experts toward a specific direction. However, Bai Zi and Bai Qing remained behind to guard the belongings alongside the other Qi refinement cultivators. Yang Lingtian gazed in the direction they had departed, his powerful spiritual sense allowing him to perceive the presence of 2 initial-stage, second-tier demonic beasts within a cave 10 miles away. "They must be heading to hunt those 2 second-tier beasts," Yang Lingtian mused. Yet, with over 50 Qi refinement experts, could they truly accomplish that? At that moment, Bai Zi brought over a roasted chicken and offered it to Yang Lingtian. "You must be hungry. Here, have this." "Thank you, young lady." Yang Lingtian replied with a smile. He could discern that Bai Zi was a kind-hearted girl, showing such generosity to someone she considered a mere mortal. However, Bai Zi's expression turned sour as she retorted, "I have been cultivating for over 30 years. Judging by your appearance, you cannot be much older than me. Why do you call me young lady?" Yang Lingtian was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, she was over a decade older than him, but she appeared youthful nonetheless. He quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Are your mistress and the others going to confront the initial stage second-tier demonic beasts in the cave 10 miles away?" "Eh? How do you know about that?" Bai Zi asked, a look of surprise crossing her face. "I overheard them talking about it." Yang Lingtian replied lightly. But surely, they cannot defeat two initial stage second-tier demonic beasts. Can they? What two initial stage second-tier beasts? There is only one in that cave, Bai Zi asserted confidently. With Sister Bai Shueyu leading the way, coupled with over 50 Qi refinement experts assisting, slaying that initial stage second-tier beast should pose no challenge. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she spoke of Bai Shueyu. What? The information you received indicated only one second-tier beast. It seems your Bai Shueyu sister might be in danger. Yang Lingtian sighed softly, for within that cave lay not one but two initial stage second-tier demonic beasts. Hemph, nonsense. There is only one second-tier beast in that cave. How could there possibly be two? Bai Qing, who had just approached, scoffed, dismissing Yang Lingtian's words with disdain. Bai Qing's tone then turned mocking as he remarked, "You, a mere mortal, have likely never even encountered a first-tier beast, have you? You cannot possibly comprehend the significance of a second-tier beast's appearance, can you? In the entire Tian Shan Valley, the emergence of even a single second-tier beast is a momentous event that draws the attention of all factions. But then again, as a mere mortal, it is understandable that you would mistake formidable beasts for second-tier ones, given your limited perspective. Indeed, the strongest beings within Tian Shan Valley were primarily second-tier demonic beasts. After all, once a beast reached the third tier, it could soar through the skies like a golden core expert and escape the confines of Tian Shan Valley. The valley itself was rather barren in resources, lacking the abundance found in greater mountain ranges. Thus, once someone broke through to the golden core stage, or a demonic beast to the third tier, they typically chose to leave this valley that resembled a prison. Listening to Bai Qing's unreserved mockery, Bai Zi could hardly contain her displeasure. She glared at him, saying, "Bai Qing, you must not speak so excessively." Bai Qing huffed dismissively and turned his gaze back toward the cave, falling silent. Bai Zi then looked at Yang Lingtian with curiosity and asked, "Since you claim there are two initial stage second-tier beasts in that cave, how do you know?" "I heard about it," Yang Lingtian replied vaguely. "Then you must have heard false information." Bai Zi, you too, dismissed Yang Lingtian's words with indifference. Yang Lingtian merely shook his head, opting not to provide further explanation. He then closed his eyes, harnessing his formidable spiritual perception to sense the myriad of auras within a radius of several dozen miles. Through this heightened awareness, Yang Lingtian detected Bai Shueyu and her companions hastily traversing the forest, as well as the distinct presence of two initial stage, second-tier demonic beasts lurking in a cave 10 miles away. Soon, Bai Shueyu and her group arrived at the cave, drawing one of the second-tier beasts into the open. Clearly, they had come prepared. With Bai Shueyu at the forefront, 50 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement formed a colossal killing formation. Within the cave, one of the tiger-winged kings was lured into their deadly array. This imposing creature, cloaked in dark fur, boasted wings that spanned several meters. Its fierce tiger head was adorned with two sharp wing spikes that jutted skyward. Although it possessed wings, they merely served as an aid rather than enabling true flight. Otherwise, it would have escaped the confines of the heavenly mountain valley. At that moment, the tiger-winged king found itself ensnared within the formation, desperately darting left and right, exuding an overwhelming aura. Despite the individual prowess of Bai Shueyu and her companions being inferior to that of the tiger-winged king, their cooperation and the power of the killing formation temporarily contained the beast. However, each of the tiger-winged king's attacks inflicted varying degrees of injury upon the dozens of 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators maintaining the array. This was despite the fact that the strength of the creature's strikes had already been mitigated by the formation. As the relentless assault of the tiger-winged king continued, the faces of Bai Shueyu's group began to pale, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The creature grew increasingly emboldened, its claws slicing through the air with a series of sharp, cutting sounds. The group endeavored to maintain the formation, fending off the tiger-winged king's onslaught. Yet, the overwhelming strength of the beast caused cracks to appear in the protective barrier of their killing array. A glimmer of determination flashed in Bai Shueyu's eyes as she brandished a long sword that glimmered with a chilling light, charging towards the tiger-winged king. Witnessing her resolve, the others summoned their strongest attacks, directing their energies towards the beast. Bai Shueyu, as if one with her sword, became a streak of lightning darting through the air. With a thunderous crash, the combined assault struck the tiger-winged king, forcing it to defend against their collective might. thereby granting Bai Shueyo a fleeting opportunity to in that split second. Her sword pierced the tiger-winged king's flesh. Enraged, the creature flung Bai Shueyo aside. Yet it was already wounded and its strength diminished. Strike with all your might and slay the tiger-winged king. She commanded to her comrades as she was sent hurtling away. Instantly, the full force of the formation erupted in a barrage of powerful attacks aimed at the beast, while Bai Shueyo seized another chance to dash towards the tiger-winged king. Aided by the formation. After more than an hour of fierce combat, the tiger-winged king bore numerous wounds. However, the 50 cultivators were equally afflicted, their pallid faces betraying their exhaustion and internal injuries. Yet, if they could persist for just a little longer, the tiger-winged king would surely fall. Realizing this, the creature let out a thunderous roar, calling for aid from another tiger-winged king within the cave. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the cave, causing the faces of all present to pale in shock. How could there be another second-tier beast within the cave? They gasped in disbelief. They had already expended their utmost efforts against one initial stage second-tier beast. Now, the appearance of a second one seemed an insurmountable disaster. Bai Shueyo's eyes filled with despair, regret, and a sense of futility. They had pooled all their resources to barely suppress a single initial stage second-tier beast. How could they withstand the onslaught of a second? At that moment, the second tiger-winged king burst forth from the cave, shaking the very ground beneath them. This male tiger-winged king's mate was rumored to be at the pinnacle of the first tier and rarely accompanied him. It was unexpected to find that the female tiger-winged king had also surpassed to the second tier while remaining hidden in the cave. Damn it! How could we have overlooked the presence of another second-tier beast? The gravity of their oversight weighed heavily upon them, eliciting a sense of urgency. This is not the time for discussion. 2 second-tier beasts are beyond our capacity to handle. We must retreat. Everyone, retreat. The emergence of the second-tier beast sent the group into disarray. Their carefully laid plans had been predicated on confronting a solitary tiger-winged king. With the unexpected arrival of another, the situation had spiraled far beyond their means of control. In an instant, some lost their will to fight. Scattering in all directions, with the collapse of the formation, the tiger-winged king was liberated and began to mercilessly assault the fleeing human cultivators, those unable to escape falling prey to its wrath. Yet, Bai Shueyo remained steadfast, her heart torn. What should I do? This is our only chance to obtain the final main ingredient. Without it, the Zhen Dan cannot be concocted, and my grandfather's hidden ailment will remain untreated. If my grandfather's illness is not cured, the Bai family will face ruin, destined to decline into obscurity. The thought of her family's demise rendered Bai Shueyo's face ashen. In that moment, both tiger-winged kings fixed their gazes upon Bai Shueyo. Seemingly aware that she was the leader of the group, intent on launching their assault upon her. Should both second-tier beasts strike simultaneously, her fate would be sealed. Either death or grievous injury awaited her. Given her current state of exhaustion, even at her peak, she would be no match for the ferocity of these foes. In her final moments, Bai Shueyo understood that escape was futile. She relinquished her will to resist. Slowly, she closed her eyes, filled with regret and resignation, bracing herself for the inevitable approach of death. As the 2 second-tier beasts lunged at her with lightning speed, in that fleeting moment before her demise. 2 terrifyingly potent attacks suddenly struck the heads of the oncoming tiger-winged kings. In an instant, the explosive energy obliterated their skulls, and the massive forms of the beasts plummeted to the ground. The unexpected turn of events left Bai Shueyo stunned, her mind reeling as she stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of the 2 slain beasts. A profound terror and incredulity washed over her. These were second-tier beasts, yet they had been vanquished by 2 airborne attacks. Such power was unfathomable. Gradually, she regained her composure, her shock giving way to elation. The sensation of having escaped death filled her with exhilaration. She understood that a formidable elder had intervened on her behalf. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Bai Shueyo bowed deeply to the air. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue. Not only have you saved me, but you have also salvaged the fate of the Bai family. This profound gratitude will never be forgotten. With that, she moved towards the fallen beasts, intent on extracting their hearts. The 2 powerful strikes had originated from Yang Lingtian. Upon sensing the emergence of the second-tier beasts from the cave, he realized that Bai Shueyo's group could not withstand the onslaught. Seizing the pretext of a restroom break, he retreated to a concealed location where he harnessed his cultivation to conjure two formidable attacks. Although he was only at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, the purity of the spiritual energy within his Dantian rivaled that of the late-stage Foundation establishment. Thus, the power of his two attacks reached the level of a late-stage Foundation establishment strike, easily capable of slaying two initial-stage second-tier beasts. Crucially, Yang Lingtian possessed a spirit comparable to that of the Golden Core stage, enabling him to precisely target his attacks 10 miles away. Otherwise, even a peak Foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to strike down two initial-stage second-tier beasts from such a distance. However, this exertion took a toll on Yang Lingtian, whose body had yet to fully recover. The release of these two attacks exacerbated his physical condition, leaving him feeling significantly weakened. His face paled, and a hint of lethargy crept into his expression. It seems I cannot afford to act so recklessly. The toll is too great, and my injuries are not easily recoverable. Yang Lingtian let out a sigh, revealing a weary countenance. Fortunately, there remained some low-tier spirit pills from the last system rewards gift package, which could aid in healing his injuries and replenishing his expended spiritual energy. However, this was still insufficient. He needed to concoct higher-tier spirit pills. Thus, Yang Lingtian resolved that his next objective would be to seek out spirit herbs in order to refine more potent elixirs. Yet, with his solitary strength, it would prove exceedingly challenging to gather the necessary materials in the vast expanse of Tianshan Valley. It appeared he would have to follow the Bai family back to the nearby town to devise a new plan. Before long, Yang Lingtian returned to the Bai family's encampment. At this moment, some individuals had already fled back to the base, looking disheveled and distressed. However, those who had remained at the encampment believed that they had successfully slain the second-tier demon beasts and returned triumphantly. Their arrival instantly brought life back to the previously somber encampment, with many members of the Bai family gathering from all directions, their faces alight with anticipation. "Why are only you returning? What of the others? Where is Miss Bai Shuiyu?" Bai Zi inquired. The faces of those who returned turned pale, and they stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. From their reactions, Bai Zi's heart suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. She continued to press, anxiety lacing her voice, "Speak. Where is Miss Bai Shuiyu?" At that moment, one individual slumped to the ground as if all strength had drained from him, his demeanor despondent and his gaze hollow. With a mournful tone, he uttered, "She is dead. Those who did not escape are all dead. Only we managed to flee. Everyone else perished." The news struck the ears of the gathered like a thunderclap, instantly freezing expressions of all present. What did you say? Miss Bai Shuiyu is so formidable, and there were so many of us. How could she possibly die?" Bai Zi's countenance shifted to one of disbelief, her voice trembling with the weight of her incredulity. "Alas, our previous intelligence was flawed. There were two second-tier demon beasts within the cave," the man continued, his eyes devoid of life. Facing one second-tier beast was already incredibly taxing. Encountering a second made it impossible for us to withstand. The mention of two second-tier demon beasts within the cave darkened the complexion of everyone, igniting feelings of despair and grief, for they all understood the implications of such a scenario. Bai Zi and Bai Qing also fell into a state of sorrowful shock, suddenly recalling Yang Lingtian's warnings. There truly were two second-tier demon beasts. That brat was right, Bai Zi lamented inwardly. If only I had relayed this information to the miss sooner, perhaps they would have been spared. Meanwhile, Bai Qing regarded Yang Lingtian with astonishment, recalling how he had previously mocked him for lacking experience. Now, he found himself confronted with the harsh reality that there were indeed two second-tier demon beasts. Just as everyone was consumed by the belief that Miss Bai Shuiyu and her companions had met a grim fate at the hands of the demon beasts, a figure gradually emerged before them, none other than Bai Shuiyu herself. Covered in blood and appearing gravely injured, she seemed to have endured a harrowing ordeal. Everyone stared in astonishment at the approaching Bai Shuiyu, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Miss, you are alive. Bai Shuiyu has returned." As reality sank in, the encampment erupted into a frenzy of excitement, with many voices raised in jubilant cheers. Bai Shuiyu, their pillar of strength, had returned to invigorate their spirits. However, they assumed that Bai Shuiyu had merely escaped narrowly from the clutches of the two demon beasts, while those who had fled appeared lost in shock, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. They had never imagined by Shui you could have evaded the grasp of not one, but two second-tier demon beasts. Miss, we thought you had met your end. It is truly a relief to see you have escaped. Bai Zi exclaimed, her voice brimming with emotion. It was indeed a miscalculation. We did not anticipate two demon beasts lurking within, Bai Qing remarked. This is certainly beyond our capacity to combat. We will need to strategize further before attempting to take down the Tiger Wing King. It is regrettable. Our chances of success will be far slimmer next time, as we must wait for those two second-tier beasts to separate before we can act. Bai Shui surveyed the crowd, her heart still racing, before calming herself to speak. There is no need for that. The two demon beasts are already dead, and I successfully acquired their hearts. This principal ingredient is now secured. All the materials required for concocting the revitalizing elixir have been gathered. Our Bai family will be saved. With that, she produced a box containing two hearts that radiated with a rich life essence. All eyes turned to the hearts, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Miss, are these truly the hearts of the Tiger Wing King? Two of them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We encountered two second-tier demon beasts, and the disparity in strength was immense. Given those circumstances, it is a miracle that anyone escaped, let alone to have vanquished them. Miss, how did you manage to slay them while facing two second-tier beasts simultaneously? After the initial shock wore off, those who had returned began to bombard her with questions, their voices laden with astonishment. They found it hard to believe that Bai Shui, with her cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had managed to turn the tables on two second-tier demon beasts. Yet the evidence was undeniable. She had indeed returned, bearing the hearts of the beasts. It was nothing short of astonishing, however. Bai Shui refrained from offering a direct explanation, as she too could not elucidate the source of the two terrifying attacks that had ultimately led to her victory. By withholding an explanation, she maintained an air of mystery, allowing others to perceive her as possessing an immense hidden power, thereby securing their unwavering loyalty and bolstering her own prestige. Now, the immediate priority is to transport these materials back. The clan leader can no longer afford to wait. Bai Shui surveyed her surroundings and began to issue orders. We shall set off back to the city now. Soon, the group began to gather their belongings, following Bai Shui as they made their way back to the central city. Yang Lingtian was also urged along by Bai Zi, as he too sought to further comprehend the circumstances surrounding Tianshan Valley. Along the journey, through conversation, Yang Lingtian gleaned insights into the power dynamics of Tianshan Valley. The valley hosted four major towns: Qianshan City, Yining City, Chunlu City, and Central City. Qianshan City, Yining City, and Chunlu City were each governed by three peak foundation establishment experts, collectively known as the three sovereigns of Tianshan Valley. Central City, situated between the three towns, served as a buffer zone within their territories. Each of these sovereigns maintained three subordinates, recognized as king-level experts in the late foundation establishment stage. Thus, in total, Tianshan Valley boasted only 3 peak foundation establishment cultivators and 9 late foundation establishment experts. The titles of sovereign and king were merely honorary distinctions within this isolated region, further emphasizing the lack of exposure to the wider world. Yang Lingtian could not help but feel a touch of incredulity. In this small locale, there existed an entire hierarchy. Attaining late foundation establishment granted one the title of king, while peak foundation establishment conferred the title of sovereign. Truly, this was a remote and barren land, lacking in worldly experience, yet audaciously claiming such grand titles. Chapter 51. The Huang family merchant guild. Among the 4 cities, Central City was the largest. Due to the absence of control from the 3 sovereigns, Central City had given rise to numerous families, with the Bai family being one of them. The patriarch of the Bai family was a mid-foundation establishment expert. However, the patriarch had suffered grave injuries, leaving him with lingering ailments that, if left untreated, would likely lead to his demise. The family was also supported by 3 elders, each at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Therefore, within Tianshan Valley, achieving foundation establishment was considered a pinnacle of power. Upon understanding the intricate structure of Tianshan Valley, Yang Lingtian felt a sense of relief. In the event of conflict, he held no concerns regarding the other cultivators, save for the 3 sovereigns. Naturally, he preferred to avoid engaging in battle unless absolutely necessary. However, just as they continued along the road, a group of masked individuals suddenly emerged, surrounding them completely. To his astonishment, they numbered over 100. all at the 9th level of Qi refinement, an impressive force indeed. Without uttering a word, these individuals launched a direct assault on Bai Shuiyu and her companions. Although Bai Shuiyu's side boasted over 100 individuals as well, only slightly more than 30 were at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Under the onslaught of the over 100 assassins, casualties began to mount. In the heat of battle, Bai Shuiyu held her ground valiantly, even as she faced 10 opponents at once, refusing to yield. After more than half an hour of fierce conflict, 1/3 of her clansmen had already perished. As she fought on, she shouted, "Who are you? We are the Bai family of Central City. How dare you attack us here? Do you not fear our retribution? Ha ha ha, even on the brink of death, you still entertain thoughts of revenge, Bai Shuiyu. Just focus on surviving today," came a familiar voice, chilling her to the bone. A figure emerged at the edge of the battlefield, exuding an imposing presence as he coldly surveyed the fray. Yang Lingtian stood still, appearing as though he possessed no cultivation. No one dared to approach him. Yet the newcomer radiated the aura of an initial Foundation establishment expert. The Foundation establishment cultivator had arrived. If Yang Lingtian chose not to intervene, it was likely that Bai Shuiyu would face total annihilation. Clearly, someone wished to prevent the patriarch of the Bai family from recovering. Yang Lingtian murmured to himself. When Bai Shuiyu beheld that face, she was immediately taken aback. "It's you? It truly is you, Bai Chongqing, the Grand Elder." Bai Chongqing chuckled eerily, commanding the assassins with a sharp tone. "Kill them all, leave not a single one alive." Why, Grand Elder Bai Chongqing, why do you wish to slay us?" Bai Shuiyu bellowed in fury. "Within the family, I held you in high esteem, treating you as a venerable elder. Yet, why have you chosen to commit such an act? Why?" Bai Shuiyu's eyes brimmed with blood as she roared incessantly. "We are all members of the same family, sharing both glory and misfortune. What benefit does this bring you?" She comprehended that, given her current strength in the Foundation establishment stage, coupled with so many in the Qi refinement stage, her chances of escape were utterly non-existent. Bai Chongqing coldly replied, "Bai Shuiyu, do not concern yourself with the family. The Bai clan is due for a change in blood. Rest assured, under our hands, the Bai clan shall not fall. You harbored ambitions of usurpation. The other 2 Grand Elders will not permit you to succeed." Bai Shuiyu retorted icily, "Ha ha ha, you may be unaware of why the 3 of us Grand Elders have repeatedly evaded, refraining from directly slaying the Tiger Wing King. We had long conspired. Without the divine restoration pill, the clan leader cannot recover. Once the clan leader perishes, the 3 of us shall seize control of the entire Bai clan." Bai Chongqing laughed heartily. "Bai Shuiyu, alas, you are not of our lineage. You are the pride of the Bai clan, endowed with extraordinary talent. With your gifts, perhaps you might one day break through to the late Foundation establishment stage and become a formidable sovereign. Thus, you cannot be allowed to live." Bai Chongqing's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "Enough talk. You are aware of all that needs be known. It is time to embark on your journey." At once, a formidable aura erupted from his being. It seemed he intended to take matters into his own hands. After all, none of the Qi refinement stage practitioners present were a match for Bai Shuiyu, and he had to act personally to ensure success. He raised his hand, condensing a powerful attack aimed at Bai Shuiyu, who was still besieged by dozens of adversaries and unable to free herself. Under this strike, her demise was inevitable. Yang Lingtian shook his head, realizing that he must intervene. He had previously refrained from revealing himself due to his injuries and the unfamiliarity of the surroundings. Caution was paramount. Now, having discerned the overall situation within the heavenly mountain valley, he felt few could threaten his safety. Thus, revealing his strength was of little consequence. Yang Lingtian moved swiftly, darting to Bai Shuiyu's side just as the attack was launched, striking him directly. A resounding crash echoed as Yang Lingtian stood steadfast, unaffected by the impact. "What?" Bai Chongqing stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Yang Lingtian. Earlier, Yang Lingtian had concealed his aura, and he had been completely oblivious to such a formidable presence in their midst. The same shock was shared by Bai Zi, Bai Qing, and Bai Shuiyu, who were embroiled in battle. They had not anticipated that someone they deemed an ordinary mortal could withstand an attack from a Foundation establishment practitioner. With Yang Lingtian's chaotic body, he required no form of protection. An attack from the early Foundation establishment stage posed no threat to him. Only an assault of mid-foundation establishment strength could potentially breach Yang Lingtian's defenses and inflict even the slightest injury. "Who are you?" Bai Chongqing inquired, suspicion lacing his voice. "The one who shall take your life." As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Lingtian moved again, soaring to stand before Bai Chongqing, his physical speed rivaling that of a late foundation establishment practitioner. Yang Lingtian's right fist surged forward, striking Bai Chongqing, who was still reeling from surprise. With a thunderous impact, Bai Chongqing was sent hurtling backward. Blood spewing from his mouth, he crashed to the ground with a dull thud, utterly incapacitated, teetering on the brink of death. Truly a man of few words and fierce resolve. The scene unfolded so swiftly that everyone was left in stunned silence. All ceased their attacks, staring incredulously at the fallen Bai Chongqing. Is he truly that formidable? Bai Zi momentarily lost his composure. A single punch had felled a foundation establishment practitioner, leaving an indelible shock on their hearts. After all, within the heavenly mountain valley, foundation establishment practitioners were among the pinnacle of power, numbering fewer than 100. Each was renowned throughout the valley. Witnessing Bai Chongqing's defeat sent the remaining assassins into a state of fright, prompting their hasty retreat. In no time, the battlefield was left solely to the Bai family. Regaining her senses, Bai Shuiyu respectfully clasped her hands, expressing, "Senior, thank you for your timely intervention. Might I inquire why someone of your caliber would choose to accompany us?" Although Yang Lingtian had intervened to save them, they were still amidst perilous times for the Bai family. The sudden emergence of such a powerful figure piqued her curiosity, yet also instilled a sense of wariness. "I am not one of your kin. I merely stumbled into this situation," Yang Lingtian candidly replied. "Being unfamiliar with this place, I initially intended to accompany you to glean some understanding of the circumstances. Through our conversations, I have learned sufficiently and shall take my leave." Yang Lingtian proactively suggested parting ways, not wishing to overly interfere in their familial affairs. At this moment, his singular desire was to procure spiritual herbs for concocting a restorative elixir. "Very well, since the senior prefers not to elaborate, we shall respectfully see you off." Bai Shuiyu bowed, presenting him with a personal item, saying, "This is a token of mine. Should you find yourself in the Bai family, you may use it to locate me." She produced a specially crafted sachet adorned with her name, Bai Shuiyu. This eased her mind, for she dared not bring such an unknown entity back to her family during this critical juncture. Caution was essential, and she could only hope to repay this life-saving grace at a later opportunity. Yang Lingtian smiled faintly, accepting the sachet before turning to depart. Presently, there were only two methods to acquire spiritual herbs. First, to purchase them in town. Second, to search for them within the heavenly mountain valley, though this would be a slow endeavor. Thus, he intended to first explore the central city to see if the desired herbs were available for sale. Just then, Yang Lingtian sensed the presence of 3 early foundation establishment cultivators, accompanied by the energy fluctuations of combat. Soon, the 3 entered his line of sight, one of whom was evidently being pursued by the other 2. With a resounding crash, 2 attacks struck the fleeing figure, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing heavily at Yang Lingtian's feet. The 2 pursuers followed closely, casting glances at the fallen man while completely disregarding Yang Lingtian. Yang Lingtian regarded the unfolding scene with calm detachment, remaining motionless. The fallen individual coughed blood, his face twisted with resentment as he glared at the 2 middle-aged men, gritting his teeth and proclaiming, "Do you truly believe that by killing me, your Tian family will smoothly annex my Huang family's commerce? I have long seen through your nefarious schemes and have arranged for contingencies. Even if you slay me, my Huang family will ensure you pay a hefty price. Ha ha ha, Huang Qilong, do not trouble yourself with the notion of annexing your Huang family's commerce. Once you are dead, we shall have our means to seize everything." One of the Tian family's foundation establishment practitioners sneered. At that moment, the Tian family's foundation establishment cultivators finally took note of Yang Lingtian, who bore no discernible aura, appearing to them as an ordinary mortal. "Our Lord speaks. How dare you, a mere child, eavesdrop here? You are courting death." A foundation establishment practitioner from the Tian family scoffed, raising his hand to point. Instantly, a formidable attack coalesced and shot directly toward Yang Lingtian. Yang Lingtian did not evade, remaining firmly in place. However, the strike struck him as if merely scratching an itch, inflicting not a single injury. Chapter 52. The central city, when they beheld Yang Lingtian standing unscathed, their expressions shifted to astonishment, their pupils contracting in disbelief. This revelation startled and shocked them. Though this attack had merely been a casual strike from a Tian Family Foundation establishment practitioner, its power was still formidable. Even those at the 9th level of Qi refinement could not withstand such an attack. Yet this seemingly unremarkable individual had withstood it, indicating he was far from ordinary. They regarded the unharmed Yang Lingtian with newfound seriousness. The Tian Family's Foundation establishment practitioner barked, "Might I inquire who you are?" Yang Lingtian paid no heed to the Tian family members, instead focusing on the fallen Huang Qilong, asking, "Are you Huang Qilong? Do you command a commerce guild?" "I am indeed Huang Qilong, the president of the Huang Family Commerce Guild." "And who might you be?" "Young friend," Huang Qilong replied weakly, "who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I can offer you an opportunity, one that may save you from today's calamity." Yang Lingtian regarded Huang Qilong earnestly, stating, "That opportunity is to swear fealty to me." Huang Qilong's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning cold as he retorted with sarcasm, "You wish for me to pledge allegiance to you? He, like them. You too harbor intentions towards my business association, do you not? If loyalty to someone could ensure my survival through this calamity, I would rather pledge my allegiance to the Tian family. Why should I swear fealty to a stranger whose background I know nothing of?" Yang Lingtian smiled faintly, his tone unperturbed as he stated, "If you swear loyalty to them, they will ultimately consume your business association. However, if you choose to serve me, I will ensure your protection for a year, after which you shall regain your freedom. Furthermore, throughout this period, you will remain the president of the Huang Family's Business Association, retaining all your rightful powers. Consider whether trading a year of your service for your life today is a worthy bargain." Yang Lingtian took note of Huang Qilong's control over the entire association and recognized that this Huang family might assist him in acquiring spiritual herbs, prompting his sudden proposal for Huang Qilong's loyalty. Otherwise, Yang Lingtian had little interest in such trivial matters, as it is only natural for the strong to prey upon the weak in the realm of cultivation. The words of Yang Lingtian fell upon the ears of the three, instantly rendering their expressions grave. They scrutinized Yang Lingtian intently, yet were unable to discern any hint of his true strength. "Who exactly are you?" inquired the foundational cultivator of the Huang family, his voice heavy with suspicion. The Tianshan Valley is not particularly vast, and those who manage to break through to the foundational stage are exceedingly rare. Almost every foundational cultivator within Tianshan Valley is well known, yet this individual before them was a complete stranger. Yang Lingtian chose to disregard the Huang family's foundational cultivator and turned once more to Huang Qilong, asking, "What is your decision? Will you pledge your loyalty for a year in exchange for your life? Or will you refuse? My patience is limited, and I have no time to squander in this manner. Do you truly believe you can handle the two foundational cultivators from the Tian family alone?" Huang Qilong regarded the remarkably youthful Yang Lingtian, who revealed no hint of his aura, and questioned with a look of skepticism. Naturally, Yang Lingtian replied with a nonchalant demeanor, his expression calm yet exuding an air of superiority. Upon hearing this, the Huang family's foundational cultivator's eyes flared with murderous intent as he coldly retorted, "You are merely putting on a show. I shall see if your strength matches your boast." One of the foundational cultivators immediately unleashed his full power, leaping towards Yang Lingtian. Armed with a long sword, he concentrated his strength into the blade and thrust it fiercely at Yang Lingtian. Faced with this enigmatic figure, the Huang family's foundational cultivator dared not be careless and attacked with all his might. Yang Lingtian merely scoffed dismissively, making no attempt at defense and allowing the long sword to pierce towards him. However, the full force strike from the foundational cultivator of the Tian family failed to inflict any harm on Yang Lingtian, causing the Tian family cultivator's expression to shift dramatically. In an instant, Yang Lingtian moved, seizing the throat of the foundational cultivator and lifting him into the air. The Tian family cultivator's face turned crimson, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. The other two were equally struck with fear at the sight. Unable to fathom how one could withstand a full-force strike from a foundational cultivator, such physical prowess was beyond imagination. Although Yang Lingtian had acted, he did not employ any cultivation energy, relying solely on his physical strength. Thus, they remained unable to ascertain the true level of his cultivation. Yang Lingtian coldly regarded the foundational cultivator from the Tian family and remarked, "You overestimate yourself. A mere foundational cultivator dares to test me? You are too weak." Subsequently, Yang Lingtian delivered a punch directly to the cultivator's heart, resulting in an explosive rupture. The cultivator's eyes rapidly lost their luster as the vitality within him swiftly ebbed away. Just like that, a foundational cultivator was slain with a single blow, leaving the remaining Tian family foundational cultivator in shock. His countenance paled, filled with dread as he cast a fearful glance at Yang Lingtian. As if confronting a deity of death, without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, not daring to linger for another second. "I, Huang Qilong, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Esteemed elder, I bow before you as my master." Huang Qilong, having come to his senses, immediately bowed deeply to Yang Lingtian, fear and awe evident in his demeanor. The display of strength Yang Lingtian had exhibited left Huang Qilong utterly convinced. A dignified foundational cultivator was rendered powerless before this young man. A reality that was chilling. "You need not call me master. It is merely a year of service, possibly even less," Yang Lingtian said, a faint smile gracing his lips. "As I promise to protect you, I shall assist in eliminating that fleeing foundational cultivator from the Tian family." With that, Yang Lingtian raised his hand, gathering a formidable attack, which he then launched towards the direction of the fleeing Tian family foundational cultivator. Guided by his spiritual control, the attack swiftly struck the foundational cultivator who had barely escaped 10 miles. A shriek echoed, and shortly thereafter, the vitality of the fleeing foundational cultivator began to fade. Indicating his demise. It was only at this moment that Huang Qilong discerned Yang Lingtian's true strength as a mid-foundational cultivator. His heart shaken, he had never encountered a mid-foundational cultivator capable of killing a foundational cultivator from such a distance with such precision and unyielding power. "Well then, it is done. Take me back to the headquarters of the business association," Yang Lingtian instructed, his expression slightly pale, though Huang Qilong failed to notice. "Yes, master. The business association headquarters is located in the central city. I shall escort you there at once," Huang Qilong replied cautiously. "However, before we return, you must first establish a contract of loyalty with the heavenly Dao. For this year, you must pledge your allegiance to me and recognize me as your master." Yang Lingtian's gaze fixed upon Huang Qilong, still wary of whether his allegiance was genuine. Huang Qilong paused momentarily, realizing that establishing a heavenly oath left no room for ambiguity. Yet, the individual before him was overwhelmingly powerful, and serving for merely a year did not bear the same threat as the Tian family's intention to consume his association. Thus, Huang Qilong acquiesced and established the heavenly oath. Subsequently, Huang Qilong led Yang Lingtian towards the central city. The central city, the largest in Tianshan Valley, was significantly larger than the outer Tianshan city. Within, although numerous families existed, the highest cultivation level was only mid-foundational. All late foundational cultivators had aligned themselves with one of the 3 major dominators. The central city was a coveted territory for all 3 dominators, yet none dared to initiate an attack, knowing that if one did, the other 2 would unite against them. In this delicate balance, the central city remained surprisingly peaceful. The Huang Family Business Association was the largest in the central city, with Qianshan City, Yining City, and Chunlu City each possessing their own associations. Unlike the Huang Family Business Association, which maintained a degree of independence and was not beholden to external forces, it attracted the covetous gazes of many. Yang Lingtian gradually absorbed this information as they traveled. After half a day's journey, Huang Qilong brought Yang Lingtian to one of the Huang Family Business Association's estates. "Master, this estate is one of our association's properties, and the environment is quite pleasant. Please make yourself comfortable here." Yang Lingtian surveyed his surroundings and nodded slightly. "This place is agreeable. I shall rest here for the time being. Please procure a comprehensive list of all spiritual herbs found within Tianshan Valley for me. The more detailed and complete, the better." "Yes, master," Huang Qilong responded respectfully. Having witnessed Yang Lingtian's prowess, he fully accepted his position as a subordinate. Soon, he utilized the resources of the association to compile a list of all known spiritual herbs in the shortest time possible. After preparing a small booklet, he swiftly presented it to Yang Lingtian. Upon opening the booklet, Yang Lingtian noted the listing of over 100 types of spiritual herbs. "This is rather scant. Indeed, this region appears impoverished. which explains its failure to attract golden core cultivators. He recalled many recipes for pills capable of restoring vitality. Now, he could only examine what spiritual herbs were abundant in Tianshan Valley before deciding which elixirs to refine. After a thorough review, Yang Lingtian resolved to concoct a third-tier restorative pill. This particular pill required a low-grade spiritual herb known as Qinqing grass, and a substantial quantity was essential for its creation. Nearly 1,000 stalks of Qinqing grass were needed to extract its essence for a single restorative pill. Fortunately, this low-grade spiritual herb was relatively plentiful in Tianshan Valley. He then listed all the required herbs and additional materials for Huang Qilong to procure. As the president of the Huang Family Business Association, Huang Qilong possessed various channels through which to gather these materials. Meanwhile, in another estate within the central city, a middle-aged man was leisurely admiring the lotus flowers in the lake. This man was Tianzhan, the patriarch of the Tian family and the only mid-foundational cultivator of the clan it that moment. An elderly servant entered respectfully, bowing as he reported, "Patriarch, I have just received news that Huang Qilong of the Huang Family Business Association has returned alive." "What? He survived?" Upon hearing the news, Tianzhan's face registered a flicker of surprise. Under the relentless pursuit of the two esteemed elders, it was ostensibly improbable for Huang Qilong to have escaped. Moreover, the audacity to appear brazenly at this juncture was indeed perplexing. As for the clan leader, the two elders had yet to return, and there was no word of their whereabouts. The old servant continued, and an ominous premonition took root within Tianzhan, compelling him to command. "Swiftly dispatch someone to ascertain the whereabouts of the two elders." After receiving the order, the old servant withdrew, leaving Tianzhan to mutter to himself, "Let Huang Qilong prance about for a while longer. I have a celestial king backing me." Meanwhile, a monumental transformation loomed over the central city, heralding the end of an era dominated by numerous families. Surviving the impending tempest was paramount. On another front, Bai Shueyo had returned to her family. Within the Bai residence, in a secluded chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe sat motionless, his eyes closed, resembling a stone statue. At that moment, a figure entered the room. Bai Shueyo. "Grandfather!" she exclaimed, concern etched upon her features. She hurriedly approached, kneeling before him, her voice choked with emotion. "Grandfather, the three esteemed elders have betrayed the family." And no sooner had she uttered these words than she sensed something amiss. Gently, she touched her grandfather's hand. The figure before her displayed no signs of life, having become a cold corpse. Bai Shueyo's complexion drained of color, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Grandfather!" she cried out, collapsing against him in a fit of sobs, her grief overwhelming. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air.